Introduction asterisk. A sorcerer destined for death. One who has endured for millennia, yet remains at the bottom of the mage hierarchy. A sorcerer lagging behind the times. A solitary and destitute mage. On a day that could hardly be described as bright and cheerful, a cosmic dragon inadvertently sneezed. And thus our protagonist was reborn. Will he shatter the chains of fate, lead an era, suppress countless prodigies, and establish an invincible magical empire? Chapter 1. The Celestial Steed. In a dilapidated wooden cabin, a few rudimentary pieces of furniture were haphazardly arranged, and a kettle on the stove bubbled with steam. Have I been reborn? A wave of surprise, mingled with confusion, washed over Zhao Yiheng's heart. This was an ancient house, steeped in over a decade of history, where every corner resonated with the memories of Zhao Yiheng and his parents. Zhao Yiheng approached a shadowy alcove. In the dim light, there lay a square table, on which rested two urns, meticulously positioned side by side. He gently brushed away the non-existent dust with his hand and bowed 3 times respectfully to the two elders. Zhao Yiheng was the sole child of his parents, who led a frugal life, yet always reserved the best for him. One had worked as a boatman on the river, laboring alongside dozens to transport goods. In a tragic turn of events, the vessel capsized, claiming the lives of all the boatmen. His mother, already weakened from toil, could not bear the loss of her husband and soon followed him into death after arranging his funeral. Such are the elders who had never allowed Zhao Yiheng to suffer in life. However, it was only later that he discovered he was not their biological child. Upon this realization, Zhao Yiheng instinctively clenched his fists. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted Zhao Yiheng's tumultuous thoughts. Who could it be? With a slight stiffness, Zhao Yiheng opened the door. Kaitu, I'm here to collect the house. The visitor, clad in coarse linen garments, bore a loathsome black mole on his cheek. Memories began to resurface. This man was Wang Xiaolai, a thug from the local gambling den. At a time when all the family's money had gone to his father's funeral, Zhao Yiheng, heartbroken over his mother's recent death, had been unable to procure funds and was targeted by the gambling den, which lured him in with promises of luck. The adage rings true: 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. The remaining one is either a cheat or a stooge. Young Zhao Yiheng, oblivious to the deceit, lost his family's only asset in a single visit. His gaze sharpened with resolve. You may leave for now. I will repay the debt in a few days. Wang Xiaolai, resting his wooden club on his shoulder, sneered menacingly. Looking for a fight, are you? Zhao Yiheng swiftly retrieved a kitchen knife from within the house, directing it towards the now pale Wang Xiaolai. You cannot escape your fate. I remain here. Grant me a few days to settle my debts. What purpose does your presence serve in this wretched abode? Ultimately, you will sell it for money. Under the sunlight, Wang Xiaolai's demeanor shifted, perhaps astonished by Zhao Yiheng's sudden assertiveness or perhaps recognizing the weight of the recent events upon him. He squinted and replied, Fine, I'll give you 3 days. If you cannot repay me then, I'll send you to the Canaan River to join your father. Bang! The door slammed shut, and Zhao Yiheng harbored no doubts about Wang Xiaolai's threat. These men were merciless rogues, each with blood on their hands, shielded by powerful figures who lacked the inclination to intervene with these rabid dogs. The one silver lining from Wang Xiaolai's visit was the confirmation of the current time, a detail that weighed heavily on Zhao Yiheng's memory. Even after a millennium, he vividly recalled the events of this day. Indeed, Zhao Yiheng was a millennia-old being, reborn in the summer of his 16th year. Ganairo, a quaint rural town, home to approximately 2,000 to 3,000 souls, was divided into affluent and impoverished districts. Surrounding the town lay endless fields, where tender sprouts had begun to emerge and farmers toiled diligently. These fields did not belong to the farmers. They were the domain of the local baron, with the ownership of land inscribed in the founding laws of the kingdom of the Angry Lion, claiming it for the king and nobility. Traversing the town, downstream, a few paper mills stood. The workers belonged to the town's middle class, scattered without any prominent presence. The townsfolk hurried past, and carriages sped by Zhao Yiheng in a blur. He gazed upwards at the azure sky, where only a few wispy clouds drifted, a stark contrast to the grandeur of a millennium hence, when mythical beasts soared through the heavens. On Roland Continent, the very cradle of sorcery, the era remained in its infancy. The mysteries of magic were still closely guarded secrets, far from the universal knowledge that would emerge a millennium later. This was the darkness preceding dawn, the darkest of times. Having traversed most of the main street, far from the town's law enforcement, Zhao Yiheng found himself before an unassuming tavern. Above the entrance hung a sign emblazoned with a sword and shield, a sanctuary for adventurers, open only to a select clientele. However, nothing was insurmountable for Jean Pure. A single gold coin would grant anyone easy entry, sufficient to allow Zhao Yiheng's family to enjoy an entire summer in comfort. Adjusting his coarse linen garments, Zhao Yiheng strode towards the tavern. Clink! The sound echoed as two sharp spears clashed against one another. Faced with these lethal instruments, Zhao Yiheng refrained from relinquishing his last 2 gold coins. Instead, he cautiously pulled out a badge adorned with a peace dove and pinned it to his chest. The weapons were lowered by their bearers, and Zhao Yiheng walked confidently into the adventurer's tavern. The moment he crossed the threshold, he swiftly removed the badge. Inside the dimly lit room stood only 2 individuals. An elderly man, upright behind the counter, meticulously polishing a glass that gleamed brilliantly, yet his hands showed no sign of stopping. The other appeared to be a burly man in his 30s, his nose reddened from beer, surrounded by 8 or 9 empty bottles, continuously burping. The creak of the door echoed in the cramped space, yet neither of the 2 men raised their gaze. Zhao Yiheng casually seated himself at the counter, producing his last 2 gold coins, sliding one across to the old man, requesting a bottle of fruit wine. The elderly man set down the glass he had been holding. "Hey, little one, still lacking a full beard?" The burly man at the table remarked. "Strong spirits are the romance of man. Chow, pour this little one something strong." The old man accepted the coin, deftly retrieving a bottle from the shelf. 1 gold coin for 20 silver. "If it's insufficient, I'll deduct from your tab." Ignoring Zhao Yiheng's unspoken protest, the old man swiftly uncorked the bottle and poured without spilling a drop. "Care for a taste?" Unable to discern the tone of old Qi, he merely spoke in a flat manner. A sharp, spicy taste filled his throat, akin to a parched soul suddenly quenching its thirst with cool spring water. It provided refreshment, yet also a painful sensation that lacerated the throat. In the past, he seldom indulged in such fiery liquor directly, yet surprisingly, he did not find it disagreeable. The red-nosed man, with a teasing expression, watched as Zhao Yiheng drank the liquor without a flicker of emotion, surely awaiting the spectacle of his discomfort. Such a perverse sense of humor. Alas, he would be sorely disappointed. Covering his somewhat stiff face, the red-bearded man remarked with admiration, "A true man ought to possess such courage." Zhao Yiheng elegantly set down his glass, casting a discreet glance at the red-nosed man, his words betraying his true feelings. He slid another gold coin across the table to old Qi, saying, "This is splendid liquor. I would like a fruit platter, and the remainder is for the drinks just consumed." After a brief interval, a fruit platter arrived, laden with commonplace fruits, nothing extraordinary. Old Qi observed as Zhao Yiheng poured a generous measure of strong liquor and picked up a piece of fruit, without any further action, causing the juice to flow effortlessly into the glass. This was a small trick of magical manipulation. By swirling his mana in his palm, he could coax the succulent juices from the flesh of the fruit. Following this method, Zhao Yiheng blended the juices of 5 different fruits into the potent liquor, gently shaking the mixture, allowing the mana to permeate the glass, triggering subtle reactions. In a fleeting moment, Zhao Yiheng ceased his movements, placing the concocted drink before the red-nosed man, casually stating, "Give it a try." The glass was placed gently before the red-nosed man, capturing his full attention. Its colors shimmered like a rainbow. He swallowed hard, his body eagerly urging him to consume the drink. Disregarding the red-nosed man, Zhao Yiheng leaned closer to old Qi's ear and whispered, "I possess a piece of vital information. What price will you offer?" The Adventurers Guild is ubiquitous across various cities, serving as an intermediary organization where clients post tasks. These tasks are categorized into 4 levels: A, B, C, and D, based on their difficulty. Adventurers select tasks commensurate with their abilities and review the task descriptions, which usually promise ample rewards. The guild also engages in intelligence trading, provided that the information offered yields sufficient profit. What kind of information? While intelligence exchanges are rare, Old Qi encounters several each year, so he was not particularly surprised. Zhao Yiheng dipped his finger into the liquor and inscribed on the table, "Fifth Order Pegasus." Old Qi inhaled deeply. Magical beasts, a shorthand for magical creatures, are categorized as ferocious beasts if devoid of intelligence. They act on instinct, causing devastation akin to natural disasters, symbolizing calamity. Those with intelligence are termed phantoms, capable of becoming excellent companions for humans through communication. All magical beasts are ranked by their mana levels, from 1 to 5, with the fifth order being the highest. Beasts exceeding the fifth order possess unique titles, transcending their species. Thus, the highest fifth order Pegasus remains a Pegasus, breeding only with others of its kind, while those beyond fifth order can crossbreed with different species. Old Chi discreetly glanced at the red-nosed man, who was already holding an empty glass, gazing upward, drooling. Curiously, the old man inquired, "What kind of liquor is this?" Zhao Yiheng twirled the half-empty bottle in his hand, replying, "This is Dream City, a blend of various fruit juices and strong liquor infused with magic. Those who drink it are enveloped in their most cherished memories. Care to taste?" Old Chi shook his head. "If your information proves accurate, you shall receive 500 gold coins as a reward upon confirmation, guaranteed by the Adventurers Guild's reputation. You will soon learn of the news." Chapter 2. Inspiration. Exiting the Adventurers Guild, Zhao Yiheng casually fed the badge in his pocket to a stray cat by the roadside. The badge, carved from a turnip, bore the emblem of the Peace Bird, signifying members of the Seven Rings Magic Tower. Though a counterfeit, having already infiltrated and struck a deal with Old Chi, who would care about such trivial matters at this juncture? The Canaan River meandered lazily through the town, adjacent to several paper mills, alongside a vast, untamed forest. In a millennium, this forest would transform into a forest of the deceased, overrun by spirits. For now, it remained an unexploited expanse, known as the Ganlu Forest by the locals. Zhao Yiheng treaded upon the verdant grass, arriving at the forest's edge. Sunflowers, summer grasses, purple luminescent mushrooms. Each magical herb possesses distinctive properties. Even without casting a single spell, armed with these herbs and his meager internal mana, he could concoct a rather useful potion. As a mage who had lived for over 1,000 years, he ought to have become a formidable lord ruling over vast territories upon his rebirth. Alas, the depths of this world were profound, and he was not a powerful being who had survived through sheer mana alone. Mechanical augmentation, a method of replacing malfunctioning organs with mechanical constructs using mana, extends life. Theoretically, as long as bodily functions remain intact, one could live indefinitely. Its superior alternative is biological modification. Every individual possesses mana within them. However, the total amount is largely immutable. Mana capacity is predetermined at birth. Mages enhance their mana through mana circuits. The number of circuits determines the upper limit of their mana. Ordinary individuals lack even a complete circuit, rendering any increase impossible. He possessed but one. Thus, he was merely cannon fodder, capable of achieving such luxurious magic as mechanical augmentation only through years of diligent effort and eventual assistance. Zhao Yiheng quietly sensed the thin mana within him, exhaling softly. Though merely cannon fodder, he at least knew the future direction of magical development. With these insights, and with a bit of luck and appropriate planning, he might yet accomplish something noteworthy. Silently motivating himself, he resolved that even a lowly person must harbor a heart for a comeback. The first step was this transformative potion, Elegance of the Cat. Magic has always been shrouded in mystery. Throughout history, all mages were products of familial lineage. Elite mage families had only one heir due to their unique inheritance. Over time, the foremost mage families initiated a critical secret plan, thereby opening the door to magic for ordinary people 2 decades prior. In this historical context, numerous magic academies sprang up, with the Seven Rings Magic Tower established amidst this surge. Closed inheritance often stifles development, and throughout history, mages have seen little innovation beyond the continuous accumulation of mana. Following the establishment of magic schools, a collaborative explosion of ideas ignited fierce sparks, birthing a plethora of new magical disciplines, including potion making, an unexpected boon. The essence of potion making lies in utilizing minimal mana as a catalyst to evoke the mysterious properties of various potions, resulting in the creation of entirely new concoctions. Its hallmark is low mana requirements coupled with remarkable effects. The study of potion making is still in its infancy, lacking a comprehensive framework. The Elegance of the Cat potion, for instance, was only published by a wizard in a magical journal several years later. This potion, a type of transformation elixir, grants the drinker feline ears and a tail, significantly enhancing agility and dynamic vision. However, it accelerates wound healing at the cost of one's internal magical energy and lasts for 2 hours, with a week-long interval required before it can be consumed again. Failing to adhere to this will result in the body developing resistance to the potion, drastically shortening its efficacy until it becomes entirely ineffective. The preparation of the potion went smoothly, and Zhao Yiheng carefully placed it in a container. This vial of elixir was sufficient to clear his debts, yet its significance extended far beyond that. After nightfall, Zhao Yiheng returned to his cramped quarters. His dinner consisted of 2 coarse, grainy buns, a far cry from the meals of his parents, who endured even harsher fare. This evening, he did not alter his meager repast. Regardless of how dismal his circumstances, these moments from his past were among his most cherished memories. Perhaps a cup of Dream City could alleviate his woes, but such an indulgence would be illusory. The coarse food scraped harshly against his throat, and silent tears streamed down his cheeks. The moonlight of the night felt interminable. According to ancient legends, on nights like this, vampires emerged to hunt, feeding on the blood of various creatures, with human blood being the most coveted. At the very least, he was aware that every vampire had a penchant for hoarding the blood of wizards. He hoped he would not become one of the unfortunate victims. The night passed without incident. Before dawn the next day, Zhao Yiheng arose early to practice magic. Mastery of any form of magic requires years of diligent practice. One distinguishing factor between prodigies and the mediocre is the quantity of magic they can wield. However, this is not an absolute rule. If one's aptitude is limited, it may be wiser to specialize in a singular branch of magic, thoroughly exploring and innovating within it, thereby crafting a unique legacy. In the past, he had wandered many winding paths, obsessively pursuing various forms of magic, skimming the surface of each before hastily shifting to another. Over time, he found himself lacking in all. Even after focusing on potion making, it was too late. He was significantly lagging behind his peers. There is no point in lamentation. Fortuitously, he had inexplicably returned to his 16th year. He vowed to learn from his past and strive to make his name resound throughout the realms. He had initially abandoned potion making, for although the entry threshold was low and the potential rewarding, the financial toll required to achieve success was staggering, one he could not bear. Relying on his knowledge of future potions, he could manage a decent facade for now. Elemental magic, a staple among seasoned wizards, boasts formidable presence, exquisite aesthetics, and cataclysmic power. Even a millennium later, it remains the prevailing force in the realm of sorcery. Yet, the potency of magic correlates directly with one's magical capacity, and with only a single magical conduit, he deemed it unfeasible. Pass. Prophetic magic allows certain wizards to sense events that will transpire within a specific time frame, rendering the future predictable. This form of magic makes such foresight controllable, essential for everyday life, travel, or even nefarious deeds. Alas, he possessed no such talent, and for many occurrences, what is destined to happen will occur regardless. Knowing of impending pain is often worse than ignorance. Pass. Healing magic, revered a millennium hence, is affectionately termed nurturing magic by the populace, indispensable for adventurers and patients alike. However, it diverges far from his aspirations. Pass. Nature magic can accelerate plant growth and enhance one's affinity with magical beasts, proving useful even against ferocious creatures. If he were willing to become an herbalist, this branch of magic would surely suit him, yet he is not. Naturally, nature magic encompasses more than mere plant growth. Adept practitioners can cultivate plant spirits, possessing both beauty and strength, and wield transformation magic. A millennium later, the shape-shifting divine monkey could transform into 72 different mythical beasts, each with unique powers. Indeed, this creature exceeds the 5th tier, employing nature magic. While the prospects of nature magic are promising, its early stages are overly feeble, making it unsuitable for his current urgent needs. Contract magic emerged as the most fitting path for Zhao Yiheng at this juncture. The power of a contract magician is contingent upon the strength of the contracted entity. Presently, 3 types of contract magic flourish among wizards: master-slave contracts, equal contracts, and symbiotic contracts, widely utilized. Should one encounter an apprentice incapable of casting even first-tier magic, yet commanding beasts of the 2nd tier or higher, do not be astonished. It is likely due to their indulgent upbringing. Zhao Yiheng chose contract magic because, a century hence, contract magicians had devised numerous new spells, including spirit summoning and puppet manipulation, which aligned perfectly with his current self. Inspiration is the spell Zhao Yiheng is currently practicing. The use of spirit summoning requires many prerequisite spells. Magic is a miracle, and miracles always leave traces. Faint magical energy coursed through Zhao Yiheng's solitary magical conduit, reaching his mind before dissipating within him. Before him sat a stray kitten he had discovered the previous day. Perhaps starving, it had followed him after he offered it a morsel of food. Zhao Yiheng adopted the tricolor female kitten, now serving as a means to hone his magical skills as he endeavored to decipher the language of the feline. Cats are remarkably intelligent creatures. While most animals communicate through scent, they also express their needs vocally. Inspiration could translate the kitten's meows into a language Zhao Yiheng could comprehend. Eat, eat, eat. The incessant repetition of the word in his ears was a result of his still developing magical prowess. Thus, the entire morning was spent in this monotonous cycle of practice. Chapter 3. The Striped Cat in Roland Town, at the Golden Gambling House. The atmosphere was electric. 666. The leopard takes all, the dealer wins. A powerful arm swept the scattered coins from the gambling table, and suddenly, a gaunt arm plunged into the pile, seizing a handful before making a hasty retreat. Damn it! Are you tired of living? A bouncer at the door exclaimed, delivering a swift kick that sent the thief soaring through the air. The fallen man struggled on the ground, unable to recover for a moment, until Wang Xiaolai hoisted him up. The onlookers chuckled gleefully, reveling in the spectacle. Master Lai, may good deeds be rewarded. Spare me, I beg you. This is my mother's life-saving money. She is waiting for me to pay the doctor for her treatment. Please, show mercy and let me go. The man pleaded, his voice trembling with desperation. Wang Xiaolai sneered, life-saving money? And you dare to gamble it away? You wish to rob the gambling house. Do you have a death wish? The man wailed in anguish, hoarsely explaining. I thought if I gave all this money to the doctor, it would no longer belong to me. I might as well try my luck at the gambling house. Who knew I would lose it all? I swear, in my next life, I will repay you by being your servant. Wang Xiaolai struck him with a backhand. Next life? You might curse my ancestors the moment you step outside. Let me tell you, not a single penny will leave with you today. The man's cries intensified as he clung to Wang Xiaolai's leg, refusing to let go despite the punches and kicks he received. The gamblers inside the room began to shout and jeer. Wang Xiaolai exchanged a glance with a companion, who then addressed the man clinging to him. Qian Gongliang, I hear your new wife is exceptionally beautiful. I don't mind that you've lost the initial stake. Let us gamble again. We'll wager that money of yours. If you win, you keep the money, but if you lose, your wife belongs to the gambling house. How does that sound? Qian Gongliang lay on the ground in silence, while the others leaned in, eager for the unfolding drama. At that moment, a young man, no more than 18 or 19, shouted, Qian Gongliang, are you a man or not? Accept the bet. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. Do you intend to live a life of cowardice? The crowd rallied behind him, urging Qian Gongliang. Taking a deep breath, he rose to his feet, declaring, all right, I'll gamble. Wang Xiaolai brushed the dust from Qian Gongliang's clothes and complimented, good, a true man. But let us write a contract for the wager. Soon. Both parties signed their names, and the gambling table was set. Wang Xiaolai shook the dice, announcing, shall we bet on high or low? Qian Gongliang, beads of sweat forming on his brow, trembled, unable to articulate a response. High. Someone shouted from the crowd, and the surrounding spectators echoed the call. Qian Gongliang, eyes wide, croaked high. Beneath the table, someone waved a dark object back and forth. Observing that Qian Gongliang would not back down, Wang Xiaolai boomed, let us settle this. 1, 2, 3 low. Qian Gongliang's eyes blazed with desperation as he hastily stuffed the promissory note from the gambling table into his mouth. Before he could swallow, a man beside him seized his throat, and soon, Qian Gongliang's tongue, along with the note, slumped out. Wang Xiaolai pressed the note flat and tucked it away. While the man checked Qian Gongliang's breath and whispered to the approaching Wang Xiaolai, he dead, take him out to the river. At the adventurer's lodge, throngs of patrons filled the space, perhaps drawn by the news that a band of adventurers had captured a dragon in the Roland forest. It was merely a wyvern, a green arrow beast. It took considerable effort to catch it. Ha. The speaker was a young man with upright hair. At that moment, Zhao Yiheng stood behind the bar, polishing a glass with a smile, enjoying the lively banter. There was nothing more delightful than an exhilarating adventure with no fatalities. Young fellow, are you new here? I've never seen you before, inquired a striking lady with golden, wavy hair, her heart-shaped face adorned with well-defined features, her form fitting snugly in a tight leather armor. Zhao Yiheng swirled the glass in his hand. His decision to work as a bartender had been a spur-of-the-moment idea from old Qi the night before. With a salary of 1 gold and 20 silver per month, he desperately needed the job to manage his daily expenses. Would you care for a drink? He placed the glass before the lady, his gaze steady yet relaxed, devoid of any aggressiveness. Of course, the expenses for tonight will be covered by that gentleman over there. The man stood at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches. With flaxen, long curly hair, a resolute gaze, and a broad smile, his inverted triangular physique making him stand out amidst the crowd. That is our captain. We owe our success to him, or else that green arrow beast might have escaped, and things could have turned dire. Zhao Yiheng meticulously prepared the drink. Is everyone here? The lady shifted a stool from beside her to sit across from Zhao Yiheng, resting her arm on the counter, revealing her fair skin. 15 in total, 14 have arrived. After a tense adventure, everyone seeks a moment of relaxation. The one who remains is even younger than you, too young to drink, so they wouldn't bring him along. Zhao Yiheng smiled without a word, placing the crafted drink before the lady. After taking a small sip, her expression mirrored that of a satisfied cat post-feast. Incredible. This is the finest drink I have ever tasted. Upon the first sip, my scalp tingled, and soon thereafter, a delightful sense of relaxation washed over me. It's splendid. Zhao Yiheng replied politely. Thank you. It's merely a blend of strong spirits with fruit juice and a touch of a relaxing potion. If you enjoy it, I shall offer you a discount on your next visit. Just then, the adventurer captain approached, gently wrapping his arm around the lady's waist and gazing at her tenderly. What are you two discussing? The lady languidly leaned against the man's chest and gently kissed his cheek, engaging in a conversation about how our valiant warriors subdued the acid-spewing dragon and how tender and considerate my handsome boyfriend is. The man brushed aside the lady's hair and planted a soft kiss in return. Darling, he is merely an apprentice of old Qi, skilled at mixing delightful drinks. However, for one so young to possess such knowledge of spirits, he cannot be entirely innocent, she remarked playfully, winking at Zhao Yiheng. The man politely nodded towards Zhao Yiheng and then addressed the lady, stating, Everyone seems discontented with your evasion of the drinking penalty. Perhaps you truly wish to escape. The lady lightly punched the man, stood up, and embraced his shoulders. Before departing, she turned to Zhao Yiheng and said, Little one, my name is Pamis, remember it well. If you encounter any troubles, she patted the man's shoulder and added, Come to me. He will assist you. The night had fully descended, and old Qi approached Zhao Yiheng, commenting, She is quite the enchanting young lady. The teasing tone carried a certain playful condescension, which was rather unbecoming for one whose hair had turned white with age. Too bad she is taken. Believe me, she is not suited for you. You are too slender and shorter than her. If you two were to share a bed, I would genuinely worry she might break your bones. The banter grew increasingly irreverent, prompting Zhao Yiheng to think, Old man, you've utterly ruined your image in my eyes. Zhao Yiheng tidied up the bar, waved at the little cat, and said, Old Qi, this will be all for today. I have matters to attend to. As for your payment, settle it as you see fit. I shall see you tomorrow. Ignoring old Qi's grumbling, Zhao Yiheng swiftly exited the adventurer's lodge. Under the cloak of night, in the dimly lit golden gambling house, Wang Xiaolai shivered slightly against the wall of a narrow alley. Fastening his belt before meandering towards the entrance of the gambling den, the town transformed into a shadowy abyss by nightfall, with none willing to traverse the dark streets, which adversely affected the establishment's business. Wang Xiaolai lingered here because it was his turn to keep watch. Someone had to oversee the gambling house during the night. In the distance, two men approached, arm in arm, causing Wang Xiaolai to lose his earlier nonchalance and tense up as they drew near. It turned out to be another thug from the gambling house and an outside accomplice. Brother Lai, what are you afraid of? Have you seen a ghost? Teased the taller of the two, his arms bulging with muscles. Afraid of ghosts? That is mere jest. In this remote town of Roland, even ghosts would take a detour to avoid us. Wang Xiaolai chose to disregard the banter, appearing somewhat dejected as he inquired, Where have you two been? We haven't seen you since this afternoon. The other person, supporting the tall man, revealed his face and said, Brother Lai, I took Tiger to Qian Gongliang's house. His young wife is truly exquisite, her skin so supple that it seems to glisten with moisture, and being beneath her is an intoxicating experience. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize him as the instigator from earlier in the gambling house, who had urged Qian Gongliang to bet on his wife. Shouting the loudest as if a man who did not gamble was not a true man, Wang Xiaolai let out a soft curse, pressing his forehead, and with a swift motion, struck the man on the head. Scarred face, I'm on night duty today. Why haven't you brought that woman over for me to enjoy as well? The scarred face, unperturbed, merely smiled and replied, Brother Lai. It's not that I don't think of you. It's just that the woman was too fragile and ended up dead after hitting the wall. He seemed somewhat aggrieved as he continued. Does she think that just because she is dead, we would let her off the hook? What kind of person? A thin figure suddenly shouted, alertly scanning the surroundings. Wang Xiaolai deftly drew a dagger from his waist, cautiously peering around. Meow, a calico cat appeared, its blue eyes glimmering under the moonlight, glancing at them before leaping down from the wall. Wang Xiaolai sheathed his dagger and said to the tall, thin man and the scarred face, "It's just a calico cat. Let us head inside." Chapter 5. A moment the night breeze gently caressed Zhao Yiheng's face. He stood atop a high rooftop, gazing down at the gradually desolate gambling den. The moon in the sky climbed higher, illuminating the surroundings. Wang Xiaolai lounged at the entrance, his legs casually crossed, humming a tune out of boredom. A figure gradually emerged from around the corner, the rustling of his green attire blending with the evening breeze. "I thought it was someone important, but it's just you, you impoverished lad. After 2 days, you appear more spirited. They say a man is judged by his attire, and a horse by its saddle. With your new clothes, I almost didn't recognize you." As he spoke, Wang Xiaolai adjusted his hand closer to his chest and continued, "Have you brought the money?" Zhao Yiheng counted out coins from his pouch, placing them before Wang Xiaolai with precision. "My humble abode is a mere earthen structure. 40 gold coins are more than sufficient." Wang Xiaolai picked up a coin, weighing it in his hand before biting it lightly, chuckling, "You're lucky today. The old lady of the thin tiger is ill and asked me to cover for her tonight. Otherwise, I would have had to skin you for more." In the darkness, Zhao Yiheng paused momentarily, then smirked disdainfully. Wang Xiaolai, oblivious to his expression, continued to laugh. "Where is my brother making a fortune? Is the bounty at the gambling den too meager?" Zhao Yiheng replied, taking the cue. Wang Xiaolai sighed. "There's enough to squander daily at the brothels. But it's a gamble with one's life. Just the other day, Guzi encountered a fierce one and lost an ear." Zhao Yiheng squinted and inquired, "What happened to that man?" Wang Xiaolai curled his lip. "What man? You mean the scoundrel who bit off the ear? He was minced and fed to the dogs." A fierce glint flickered in Zhao Yiheng's eyes, though he tried to conceal it from Wang Xiaolai. "My path isn't suitable for you. Do you know about escorting goods? It's like delivering packages, with payment upon delivery. However, along the way, there are bandits, pirates, ferocious beasts, and malevolent spirits lurking. You could very well end up swallowed by the sea. So what do you think? Care to join?" Wang Xiaolai awkwardly replied, "My wife is waiting for me at home. I'd better not go." To transform a person requires considerable effort. Had Zhao Yiheng not resolutely expelled Wang Xiaolai that day, perhaps this scoundrel would not have extended any goodwill. Zhao Yiheng's lingering anger made it ill-timed for him to escalate matters. Wang Xiaolai, with a glint in his eye, suggested, "Brother Zhao, having struck it rich, why not indulge in a little gambling inside? They say wealth is but a transient possession. We come into this world with nothing and leave in the same manner. Who knows when one's time will come? Why not seek a bit of amusement to pass the time?" Zhao Yiheng scoffed inwardly, recognizing that this was a predicament of his own making. These individuals harbored darkness akin to rancid oil. Their minds teemed with malice, and if they did not plot harm for even a day, the worms of discontent gnawed at their hearts. Was there truly anyone left at the gambling den at such a late hour? Wang Xiaolai, with a forced grin, replied, "Indeed. There are some old gamblers still about. There are fewer dealers than during the day." Zhao Yiheng glanced at the gilded sign at the entrance of the gambling house, and, with a stoic expression, stated, "Then let us proceed inside." As Zhao Yiheng followed Wang Xiaolai into the establishment, they were greeted by an impressive 5-meter-long screen, intricately carved with vivid landscapes and figures. Turning a corner to the right, the sound of wind chimes tinkled melodiously. A young woman lounged in a chair, dozing, until the chimes stirred her. Rubbing her eyes, her long, dark hair partially obscured her face as she gazed vacantly at the two men. Wang Xiaolai approached her, inclining slightly as he introduced Zhao Yiheng. "Sister Qian, this is the gentleman who owes us money. He has come to repay his debt and desires to gamble a bit more for some drinking funds." The woman chuckled, "Coming to play so late? You don't let your sister have a moment's rest." Zhao Yiheng maintained his composure, stating stiffly, "No need. I can amuse myself without company." The woman pouted playfully, stepping closer to Zhao Yiheng. "What, do you disdain your sister? You should inquire around. Not just anyone can have the privilege of accompanying me at this golden gambling den." With a mix of feigned ire and jest, she added, "You should return home and acknowledge your roots. I have aged because of you." Zhao Yiheng, with keen ears, caught Wang Xiaolai muttering, "You're the one who called yourself old." This woman had a peculiar disposition. She would lean away from those who drew near while inching closer to those who kept their distance. Several attempts by Zhao Yiheng to extricate his arm were thwarted by her firm grip, drawing him deeper into the establishment. Inside, the gambling den was eerily quiet, with only 3 individuals engaged in a card game. At the center of the room stood a large golden toad, its mouth clasping a gold ingot. Wang Xiaolai approached Zhao Yiheng, remarking, "If you can win that trinket, it would suffice for 3 lifetimes." Before Zhao Yiheng could respond, the woman shot Wang Xiaolai a fierce glare. "Begone, you foolish oaf. That copper trinket is nothing more than a worthless piece. Only a dimwit like Wang Er would consider it a treasure." At that moment, a dealer approached, seemingly oblivious to the lady, and inquired of Zhao Yiheng, "Would you like to play cards?" Zhao Yiheng gestured towards the vacant table beside him and rolled the dice. The dealer brought a set of dice for inspection, and Zhao Yiheng, with a subtle flick of his finger, infused them with a hint of magic, only to be slightly taken aback by the material, made of iron clay. In this world, every substance possesses the ability to conduct magical energy, yet the degree of obstruction varies among different materials. The iron clay effectively impeded the transmission of magic below the first tier. Naturally, Zhao Yiheng could not discern any tampering with the dice, yet he remained unperturbed, handing them to the dealer with a nod of approval before tossing his pouch of coins onto the gaming table. As he retrieved the money, the lady detached herself from him, fully aware of the bulging pouch he carried. She opened it with both hands, and the glimmering gold coins dazzled Wang Xiaolai's eyes. The lady, beaming, remarked, "Oh, I didn't realize you were such a generous gentleman. Wang Xiaolai, why didn't you introduce me to this friend of yours sooner?" The coins within the pouch were the payment he had received from old Qi earlier that afternoon, though a few gold coins were to be deducted as tax for the town's constable. After subtracting the 40 coins he had just given to Wang Xiaolai, he was left with precisely 456 gold coins. Wang Xiaolai was rendered speechless. Typically, such an amount would be inconsequential in a casino, but to present such a sum for gambling was far beyond his means. The lady, still smiling, inquired, "How shall we play?" Meanwhile, the dealer had become a mere puppet. Silent and still, Zhao Yiheng placed 450 gold coins in front of the dealer, stating, "Exchange these for 10 chips each," and then tossed 6 gold coins into the lady's decollage. She responded with a flirtatious smile and a sultry glance. Zhao Yiheng, unfazed, pushed aside the tea that Wang Xiaolai had brought, and said, "Please take your entertainment elsewhere. I prefer a quieter atmosphere." "You." The lady trembled with indignation, with her chest rising and falling dramatically, as the 6 gold coins jingled and fell from her exposed waist. At that moment, the dealer placed 45 chips before Zhao Yiheng. The lady pointed at the dealer, commanding, "Go, bring me 100 chips." Zhao Yiheng paid her no mind, engrossed in the chips he held. Shortly thereafter, the lady took a seat opposite Zhao Yiheng with her chips. After a series of clinks as the dice were shaken, Zhao Yiheng placed a bet on one die, calling it high, while the lady called low. The dealer declared, "Bet placed, no turning back," as the lady smiled and said, "I grew up in a casino. I can discern the sounds of the dice rolling 1 through 4. You're still quite inexperienced, don't get too carried away." She spoke the truth. Zhao Yiheng had indeed listened intently, but alas, apart from the clinking sounds, he could discern nothing. Maintaining his composure, he ignored her entirely. Unbeknownst to all, a tricolor cat stealthily entered, quietly settling at Zhao Yiheng's feet, its ears twitching attentively. The lady continued to place her bets in opposition to Zhao Yiheng, her gaze fixed on him with intense scrutiny whenever he made a correct call, as though her stare could pierce through him. After over 30 rounds, Zhao Yiheng still possessed 30 chips, while before the lady lay a small mountain of them. He fiddled with his chips and inquired, "Why don't you take the dealer's position, allowing me to lose more rapidly?" The lady, with a smile that danced on the edge of mischief, replied, "If I were to occupy the dealer's seat, you wouldn't win a single round." As she spoke, she pushed all the chips from the table into a smaller pile. And before the dealer had even shaken the dice, she leaned toward Zhao Yiheng and said, "There are at least 200 chips here. What do you say? Dare to go all in with me, betting on small? If you win, this pile of chips will be yours. If you lose, don't expect to return home obediently tonight. Let the kitchen prepare a feast of human dumplings for you. Do you have the courage?" Once she finished speaking, the dealer began to rattle the dice, and with a final shake, placed them between the two, maintaining a serene stillness. Zhao Yiheng's eyes flickered for a moment before he swept all the chips before him onto the pile of gold coins, declaring, "Human dumplings cannot measure my courage." Beneath the table, a pair of feline eyes watched as a hand cautiously waved a dark object. The dealer, having made the decision, unveiled the dice, proclaiming, "Little brother's courage has been witnessed by the sister. But now, does little brother still wish to reveal his heart to her?" The lady seemed unperturbed, her earlier annoyance vanished, as she drew closer with renewed warmth. "Wait," Zhao Yiheng suddenly called out. The lady's expression shifted, her smile replaced by a frosty demeanor as she coldly asked, "What now?" Zhao Yiheng pushed back the chips the dealer had just given him, and, observing the lady's subtle gestures towards the surroundings, stated, "I wish to wager again." The lady halted her movements, her brow furrowing as she questioned, "On what?" Zhao Yiheng smiled slightly and replied, "I wish to bet on you, simply dice." The lady's brows furrowed further, her voice icy as she asked, "Are you serious?" Zhao Yiheng, crossing his legs and tapping the table, asserted, "I bet on you. If you win, all the chips are yours. If you lose, you belong to me." The lady scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "Your chips are insufficient." Zhao Yiheng ceased his rhythmic tapping, gazing at the tall and graceful lady, challenging, "Do you lack courage?" As dawn broke outside, the sounds of dice rattling echoed through the golden gambling den. The lady's posture was elegant. Were her frosty brows to soften, she would surely possess the beauty of a rare flower. With a sharp sound, the dice cup struck the table. A voice as clear as spring water pierced Zhao Yiheng's ears, big or small. Unfazed, Zhao Yiheng responded with a thunderous declaration. "I bet a little." The lady, taken aback, questioned, "A little?" Zhao Yiheng affirmed, "Just a little." Beneath the table, a hand discreetly moved the black object. A thread of enchantment entwined around it, connecting it to Zhao Yiheng's fingers. The lady snorted coldly and swiftly unveiled the dice cup, sealing the wager. Inside the chamber, 3 dice tumbled together, the topmost showing a single dot. Chapter 6. The Lion at Noon. Zhao Yiheng entered the adventurer's lodge, bearing the weight of dark circles beneath his eyes. He had no choice. After only 2 hours of slumber, lunchtime had arrived. If I forgo a meal, wouldn't the old man be delighted to the point of dancing? Alas, the joy of others is the root of my own suffering. No. In order to prolong the old man's anguish, I must reluctantly rise a tad earlier to assist him in finding some motivation for life. "Hey mate, I heard you won Golden Girl and wagered her entire being?" The mention was accompanied by a striking hue of red, even with my eyes closed. I could recount her features from head to toe. Zhao Yiheng momentarily felt dazed, then gradually came to realize the convoluted nature of the statement. Who is Golden Girl? He understood that the reference was to the lady, yet he was indeed unaware of her name. The red-haired individual exclaimed, "It's Jean Yalian." In an instant, all eyes in the lodge turned towards them. If one were to inquire about the foremost dealer in the Golden Casino, it could only be Jean Yalian. Everyone knew of her alluring nature, particularly her penchant for teasing young men. The term dice and die are synonymous, hence the nickname Golden Girl. Then, leaning closer, he whispered to Zhao Yiheng, "I've heard that apart from the casino owner, Wang Depio, anyone who has had relations with Golden Girl ends up dead in her bed the following day. Did you truly win her?" Zhao Yiheng blinked and softly responded in the affirmative. The red-haired man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clapped Zhao Yiheng on the shoulder, saying, "Young man, you are fortunate. Look at this." He produced a bronze-colored spellbook and whispered into Zhao Yiheng's ear, "I discovered this ancient artifact in a relic. Although I still do not know why the book remains closed, feel the chilling temperature upon it. This is indeed a magical item. It cools automatically in the summer. If you sell Golden Girl to me, this book shall be yours." Zhao Yiheng blinked and, with a radiant smile, replied, "Add 100 gold coins to that." The red-haired man gritted his teeth, retrieved 100 gold coins, and begrudgingly handed over the bronze spell book to Zhao Yiheng, expressing his pain as he said, "Deal." Both men exchanged blinks. The red-haired man subtly squeezed his eyes. Zhao Yiheng blinked again. The red-haired man, now irate, demanded, "What's the deal? Do you intend to renege?" Zhao Yiheng, appearing bewildered, nodded and said, "Wait a moment." Inside the lodge, he swiftly scribbled on a piece of paper, "Herein lies a red-clad, red-haired man enamored with Golden Girl, who shall receive 100 gold coins in exchange for her transfer to this individual, Zhao Yiheng." Zhao Yiheng handed the note to the red-haired man, stating, "Golden Girl remains at the casino." The red-haired man snatched the note, glanced at it hurriedly, and rushed out. Meanwhile, Zhao Yiheng carefully tucked the bronze spell book into his clothing, murmuring to himself, "Fools possess great wealth." Beside him, Old Chi inquired curiously, "Did you truly win Golden Girl? How could you so readily sell her? We find ourselves in need of a hostess." Zhao Yiheng handed an incongruously crumpled piece of paper to Old Chi. Upon unfolding it, the old man read, "Today at the Golden Filling Gambling House, 1 gold coin can redeem Jean Yalian. This is hereby noted." With an impassive expression, Old Chi crumpled the paper back into a ball, remarking, "Jean Yalian will hold a grudge against you for a lifetime." Zhao Yiheng shrugged, resignedly replying, "The ransom is merely 1 gold coin. It is undoubtedly for her own good." Old Chi regarded him with an odd expression and inquired, "Do you not fancy women?" Zhao Yiheng retorted with curiosity, "Have you ever seen her?" Old Chi's face reflected a wistful remembrance. That was long ago. Zhao Yiheng, rarely exasperated, rolled his eyes, saying, "If you were to see her now, you would undoubtedly share my sentiments. That woman is akin to a ripe apple fallen to the ground. Sweet like honey yet nauseatingly rotten in parts." Old Chi strained to envision the foul apple, which indeed evoked disgust. Time changes all, and gambling is not a virtuous pursuit. Zhao Yiheng shrugged again, asserting, "Certainly, I concur. Excluding yesterday, it was the sole occasion that nearly led me to ruin. I had intended to confront the gambling house last night." "Oh." Old Chi regarded him solemnly, saying, "You ought not to harbor such thoughts. They will lead to your downfall." Zhao Yiheng chuckled lightly. "What of it? Arson, poisoning. There are myriad methods to deal with them. Perhaps I could even seize some travel funds upon my departure. Where could I not thrive?" The old man shook his head. "Then how are you any different from them?" "Of course, it is not the same. I act in accordance with justice, uncertain of the malevolence they may have committed behind the scenes." Nevertheless, Zhao Yiheng refrained from such actions. Had he possessed the capability in his youth, he would have boldly proclaimed his intentions. Old Chi countered, "Then you too would be a murderer, a criminal. There is no escaping. The town as constable will pursue you personally. Do not entertain thoughts of evasion. He is a bona fide first-tier professional." Zhao Yiheng paused, realizing he was unfamiliar with the constable of Roland Town. Why did he not apprehend these ruffians? Was there a collusion between the officials and brigands? This was a common trope in nearly all novels since the year before last. And Zhao Yiheng found himself conjuring countless tales of the dark-haired courtesan in the gambling house and the constable. With a resounding thwack, Old Chi struck Zhao Yiheng on the head, exclaiming in irritation, "One must hold reverence for those superior to oneself and remain humble in learning." The gambling house had thrived in Roland Town precisely because they adhered to the rules of the game, ensuring no incriminating evidence fell into the constable's hands. Zhao Yiheng scoffed. "The entire town of Roland knows that the golden-filling gambling house is a den of iniquity. There is nothing they would shy away from." Old Chi hesitated. An unusual occurrence for him, before stating, "Wolves and sheep. The sheep graze while the wolves prey upon them. If a wolf captures a sheep, one would deem the wolf vicious. But what if the wolf attempted to seize a sheep and was instead blinded by a kick? What would you feel? The wolf appears rather foolish, but what relevance do the wolf and the sheep hold in our discourse?" Old Chi sighed and replied, "Because both the wolf and the sheep are subjects of the constable." Zhao Yiheng pursed his lips, pondering, "Do they adhere to rules? What kind of rules?" Old Chi observed Zhao Yiheng's contemplative expression and mischievously inquired, "Would you prefer to be a sheep or a wolf?" Zhao Yiheng cast a glance at Old Chi, wondering what there was to deliberate. "I wish to be a lion." Chapter 7. The vengeful spirit. For the past few days, Zhao Yiheng had been restless in his slumber, a phenomenon that began the day after his rebirth. At times, he felt an inexplicable sense of disorientation. Before dawn, Zhao Yiheng had already risen, his weary spirit inexplicably irked. Such a state was unwarranted. Magical energy was meant to enhance one's physical faculties. With a subtle snap of his fingers, a flame ignited at his fingertips, swiftly illuminating the magical lamp, its bright light dispelling the dim shadows. In an instant, the flame extinguished. The utilization of magic was becoming increasingly arduous. His furrowed brow offered no solutions as the morning slipped away, devoted to honing his magical abilities. The sun now stood at its zenith. Zhao Yiheng hastily gathered the remnants of his meal into a bowl. "You seem to be growing younger by the day," remarked Old Chi, contemplatively. Zhao Yiheng squinted and smiled. "I have always been quite youthful, you know." "Perhaps so. Do you have plans for this afternoon?" Zhao Yiheng chuckled. "Aren't I supposed to work at your bar?" A pipe hung from the old man's lips. "No, today you shall rest." "Did I forget to mention that yesterday?" Zhao Yiheng frowned, reflecting, "I have no recollection of that. This afternoon, I might venture into Roland Forest for a bit of exploration. Youthful exuberance is commendable, but do tread cautiously. Even the periphery can be perilous at times." Zhao Yiheng meticulously cleared the table. "You should consider hiring another person. It would liven things up." Water cascaded from the plates, washing away the remnants of grease. "Perhaps if another individual were to join, I could teach them the ropes at the Adventurer's Lodge, allowing them to assist with dishwashing and cleaning the floors. After all, first-comers often enjoy many privileges, do they not? Hiring another person? That may be feasible. I could employ a cashier or a manager to alleviate my current workload. That would leave me with no responsibilities, and with an additional person, I would merely have more dishes to wash. Perhaps it's best to forego that. You excel at your work, and I doubt anyone could surpass your proficiency. If matters were to take a turn for the worse, it would pose challenges for us. If you fail to arrive on time tomorrow, I shall have no choice but to consider hiring someone else. Wishing you good fortune and a pleasant weekend." Bright plates were neatly arranged in the cupboard as Zhao Yiheng donned his jacket and stepped outside. "Thank you." The Ganamo River flowed through the town and downstream. Beside the paper mill, a lumber workshop bustled with the industrious efforts of a dozen workers, laboring tirelessly. Who among you is in charge here? A robust lumberjack paused in his labor, his axe resting in hand as he regarded the visitor, a youth of perhaps 16 or 17, whose eyes bore the weight of experiences far beyond his years. I am indeed the lumberjack here, and I oversee all matters pertaining to it. The boy was Zhao Yiheng, compelled by the demands of his burgeoning puppet show to seek out timber for practicing the rudiments of magic. I require wood aged over a century, stripped of its bark and core, leaving only the heartwood. The lumberjack scrutinized Zhao Yiheng, responding, 100 gold pieces per piece. This may be rather steep, as our workshop has been assigned a heavy workload. Without a generous compensation, persuading my colleagues to assist you would be arduous. If you could guard the timber for me and assist in peeling the bark to expose the heartwood when needed, we have a deal. Agreed. The middle-aged worker extended his hand, sealing their pleasant accord. I had thought you might refuse, in which case I would have had to raise my offer. Truly, you are a trustworthy and sincere partner. As dusk fell, Zhao Yiheng returned from the Roland forest, thoroughly satisfied. He had indeed found solace. With the discovery of two invaluable magical plants, poisonous thistle and fire orchid, alongside the agreement made with the lumberjack, his spirits soared. Passing by the golden gambling house, he cast a glance inside, then continued on, feeling a twinge of amusement at his own heightened nerves. He had sworn never to return to such places, letting that chapter drift away with the winds. The following night, the adventurer's lodge buzzed with far more liveliness than the day before. Hello, there's that golden-haired, slightly curly-haired female adventurer. Pamis, would you care for a drink? You should call me sister. A glass of sorrow's elixir, please. Right away. Have you heard about that incident? What incident? I haven't caught wind of any news. At the golden gambling house, everyone inside perished last night. Zhao Yiheng paused, musing. Who does not meet their end? Even in the face of calamity, those inside deserve their fates. If only the men were as reasonable as you, alas. They care little for the weak and pitiful. They are the ones grieving now. Grieving? Did someone important die? Important? No, she was merely a temptress. They say she lost to a man days prior, her reputation tarnished, and now she lingers in the gambling den, desperate to reclaim her status as the premier dealer. People tend to chase after the beautiful and charming, rather than the kind-hearted yet homely souls. This has been the nature of courtship in the animal kingdom for millennia, regardless of gender. Thus, one should not cast blame on all. Pamis looked up, taken aback, and said, Your words carry a certain truth. Yet why do I feel a strong sense of irony? That is merely your perception. Now, tell me about that lady. How did she meet her demise? Are you intrigued by her? I am more fascinated by the manner of her death. You are quite distasteful. One should maintain decorum when speaking of a woman. Zhao Yiheng extended the wine to her, and I harbored a certain disdain for all those within the gambling dens. Permit me a moment of quiet joy, for it seems that heaven has at last opened its eyes. Pamisai's rosy lips left a mark upon the wine glass. Perhaps you are right. Their demise was indeed orchestrated by a higher power. What does it signify? A survivor. A pitiable woman forced by circumstances to tend to the filth and refuse of the gambling halls. What did she utter? Clad in white, drifting through the room. She struck down all in her path, her countenance pale, devoid of any color. The blood of the deceased would splash across her form. Zhao Yiheng furrowed his brow with solemnity. Was she a ghost, or more likely, a vengeful spirit, if her words were to be believed? Pamisai, astonished, remarked, I did not expect such breadth of knowledge from you. But do ghosts truly exist? I have never encountered such beings. It is perilous. Conventional methods seldom prove effective against them. If they are vengeful spirits, they will consume the wayward souls that wander before returning to the earth. Pamisai's visage turned ashen. She had never grasped the gravity of such matters. Nothing holds greater significance than one's own soul. How did she manage to escape? With a rigid expression, Pamisai's hands trembled incessantly, prompting Zhao Yiheng to grasp hers in a bid to provide some solace. She did not escape. The denizens of the gambling hall attempted to flee. Yet no amount of strength could pry the doors open. They tried to break the windows, to crash against the walls, but ultimately found themselves trapped. In the end, the woman who survived smeared the blood of the deceased upon herself and feigned death. The entity had come perilously close, yet she held her breath and fortuitously evaded catastrophe. Her pallor suggested she had lived through the ordeal. Moments prior, she had listened to the men recount their tales with rapt attention. But now she felt a chilling dread envelop her. Fortune does not often favor us. If possible, it is wise to vacate this town. Is it truly that grave? If they are mere ghosts, most lack consciousness, possessing only faint memories of the deceased. A modicum of magic may sustain their existence. Yet, the vengeful spirits arise from the anguish of the departed, tormented in life. Their resentment lingers posthumously, transformed into monstrous entities driven by an insatiable hunger for souls. Devoid of thought and inherently murderous, truly wicked abominations. Pamasi's lips began to quiver. "You scoundrel, what are you doing? Release her." A thunderous roar erupted. It was her boyfriend, who had just come into view. When had he arrived? Pamasi gently extricated her hand from Zhao Yiheng's grasp and nestled into her boyfriend's embrace, whispering sweetly, "Darling, lower your voice. I am merely requesting this charming gentleman to share ghost stories, which are quite terrifying. I may not sleep tonight. Will you stay by my side?" The young man, instantly enamored, responded, "Of course, I shall remain with you always." He lifted Pamasi into his arms and, without a backward glance, declared, "Keep your distance from my girlfriend." Zhao Yiheng shrugged his shoulders, saying nothing. Chapter 8. The Painted Skin. "Old sir, it appears you live here alone. Do you have any other relatives?" Although their time together had not been lengthy, Zhao Yiheng found an unexpected camaraderie with the old man. Now addressing him with a term of respect, "Do not mistake me for a lonely, eccentric old man. I have a beautiful, mischievous granddaughter who resides in Ramapas with her father." The momentary warmth in his expression revealed how much he missed his family. "Why not bring your family to stay with you?" With fewer guests around, both Zhao Yiheng and the old man found themselves with rare moments of leisure. "Oh, that is a long story. As one ages, one inevitably encounters many experiences, yet memories slip away in the most unexpected moments. Every morning, I awaken with the nagging suspicion that I have forgotten some profoundly significant event. Nevertheless, I continue to eat and sleep normally, which affirms my existence." The old man's face bore the marks of time, yet his eyes remained vibrant and spirited. "Were you an adventurer in your youth?" This inquiry should not offend the elder. Many enjoy recounting their youthful escapades. "Indeed, I was a magic apprentice who joined an adventurer's troupe, traversing the world where I met my wife." Zhao Yiheng was captivated by the old man's words. She must have been a gentle and virtuous lady. The corners of the old man's mouth curled with happiness. "Not at all. In truth, she was quite temperamental and struggled with household chores." That is contrary to what Zhao Yiheng had envisioned. But she was exceptionally beautiful, and many were enamored by her. Every morning, I would present her with a bouquet of exquisite flowers, and at noon, I would prepare her favorite dishes. To improve my culinary skills, I studied under a renowned chef for quite some time. "No wonder your cooking is so delectable." Perhaps it was not merely the flowers that won her heart, but rather your mastery of her palate. "Isn't your eventual union with her a testament to love?" The old man's expression turned nostalgic. "Certainly not. Her beauty captivated my very soul. After we married, I took on the responsibilities of cooking, cleaning, and managing the household, while she never lifted a finger. And your dedication to mastering culinary arts for her sake, does that not reflect the power of love? Perhaps the neighbors do not hold her in high regard?" Understanding a person often comes from the perspectives of those around them. The old man scoffed. "Not at all. They enjoy conversing with her and often seek her advice on household matters. She has a way of making it seem as though she does all the chores, inviting them over for visits, and they always find endless topics to discuss. Hard to describe. A rather loquacious lady. Do you have only one child?" Zhao Yiheng hesitated, unsure if he should inquire further, but the question had already slipped out. "Yes." "Ah, what a relief. We have been married for 2 years without children, and she often raises a ruckus over this matter, for she cherishes the idea of having a child. There is nothing more blissful than creating a shared legacy with one's beloved. For a time, we found ourselves in a cold war. In an effort to distract my weary mind, I took on tasks beyond my capabilities." The old man, puffing away on his cigarette, seemed to come to a resolution, setting down the pipe and rolling up his pant legs. "My heavens!" Zhao Yiheng gasped in astonishment, covering his lips in shock. What a leg it was! His thigh bore the scars of extensive burns, and below the knee, a steel rod replaced his calf, encased within his shoe. After spending so many days with the old man, I had failed to perceive that he was disabled. Suddenly, a fiery python emerged from the cave, unleashing scorching flames upon each of us. A phantom beast? At what tier was it? The old man cast a meaningful glance in his direction and remarked, "Phantom beasts are not unfamiliar to adventurers, yet few know that their tiers can be transcended." The fiery python was in the second tier of its transformation. Phantom beasts are not innately powerful. Like humans, they undergo growth phases, and their species dictates the maximum tier they may attain. Nevertheless, exceptions exist. Some exceptionally gifted phantom beasts can surpass their species' limitations and ascend to higher tiers, known as mutated phantom beasts. The fiery python was a first-tier phantom beast. and the one encountered by Old Chi was a mutated variant. We were already aware that this particular fiery python was extraordinary, with substantial profits to be gained from capturing it, albeit fraught with danger. Our ranger detected its transformative stage before the operation commenced. Should it complete its metamorphosis, it would evolve into a third-tier phantom beast. We all awaited the moment it neared completion to strike. Lacking advanced combat prowess, we were nevertheless well prepared. Although I unfortunately became a casualty of this venture, the brigade successfully captured a mutated third-tier phantom beast, rendering the operation immensely successful. I empathize with your sorrow. Sadness is ever present. Old Chi chuckled softly. That was a long time ago. I have grown accustomed to life with a limp. And what of your wife? Surely, she would abandon you? In times of crisis, even birds of a feather may fly apart. Moreover, a beautiful woman is often beset by various temptations. No, he replied. She wept for 3 days and nights, unable to close her eyes for a moment's rest. I always feared that my lack of ability would burden her, deliberately ignoring her and even urging her to leave. Yet she did not abandon me. She is a strong woman. She took on all the household chores. And after my wounds healed, she brought me to this small town, where she opened a martial arts school to teach swordsmanship. Later, the brigade secured me a position at the Adventurers Association at this very Adventurers Lodge. Did you eventually have a child? The elderly man smiled and said, Indeed. Those years were the happiest of my life. Even after losing a leg, I harbor no regrets. He adjusted his trousers and picked up his pipe once more. His happiness invoked a sense of envy within me, yet I did not covet it. The loss of a limb signifies a surrender to fate. Stripping one of the ability to withstand life's adversities, existence is not always smooth sailing. Your fortune breeds my envy, and I comprehend why you choose to live here in solitude. If one could lead such a simple life and find a companion to share the twilight years, residing in this quaint town would indeed be a source of joy. Ordinary moments can transform into the extraordinary. Alas, my life is not mine to command, and soon that reckoning will arrive. If I were to flee, it seemed I had momentarily lost my focus. Zhao Yiheng smiled apologetically at the old man and remarked, The hour is late. I must take my leave. The old man said nothing, merely gestured with his hand. Stepping outside, the chill of the evening breeze sent a shiver down Zhao Yiheng's spine. It was unseasonably cold. The streets were noticeably less crowded than in previous days. Surely, everyone had heard about the tragic events at the gambling den yesterday. For the kind-hearted, this was a significant matter, as it involved multiple fatalities. People have always believed that only the wicked can subdue the wicked, and indeed, a vengeful spirit poses a far greater threat than the perils of a gambling house. I hope to avoid that loathsome entity. The most prudent course of action would be to vanquish it while it is still nascent and not yet formidable. Unfortunately, Zhao Yiheng lacked the power to dispel such spirits, so he contemplated an alternative approach. With eyes wide open in fury, Zhao Yiheng spotted a flat figure swaying upon a rooftop at the end of the street. It was the cruelly stripped visage of a woman, her eyes glowing with an eerie green fire, a testament to the horrors she had endured. Pointing at the specter, he concentrated his magical energy and shouted, Come forth. Chapter 13. The poisonous dragon. The spring breeze gradually warmed, branches burgeoned, and flowers bloomed in a vibrant display, heralding the quiet arrival of summer. Roland Town shed its wintry stillness, bustling with pedestrians, most of whom hurried along their paths. Rarely seen mythical beasts now appeared in fleeting glimpses. The Adventurers Guild in Roland Town thrived as its most lively locale. If one were to speak of its most renowned figure, it would undoubtedly be the ghostly youth, Zhao Yiheng. Initially, he was known as the bartender of the guild, crafting unparalleled elixirs at a steep price. Later, he became associated with the town's most beautiful woman, Pamis, as her clandestine lover. Although they never allowed anyone to catch them in a compromising situation, the whispers of their connection were palpable. Those who were perceptive would sense the intoxicating aroma of excess hormones lingering in the air. As time passed, a name began to surface, Ghost Boy. The identity of the first to utter this appellation remains a mystery, yet now, it has become the common moniker for him. Behind the bar, I stood with my posture perfectly erect, often preoccupied with polishing a glass. The way that handsome gentleman polished the glass was undeniably striking. Nearby, two girls whispered to each other, their fleeting lives shielding them from the harsh realities of existence. I frequently heard such compliments, albeit tinged with a hint of mockery. My glass polishing was not a mere attempt at appearing cool. The true reason was this. Ghost Boy, have you memorized the 1689 entries of fines? The loud voice of the old man echoed. Old Chi, always appearing and disappearing like a phantom. The last time, out of sheer boredom. I had merely teased a little girl when this old man suddenly emerged behind me, penalizing me a day's wages under the pretext of my distraction. He claimed it was a stipulation from the Grand Compendium of Deductions, instructing me to memorize it to avoid future fines. How could I possibly commit such trivialities to memory? Trust me, even that old man has not memorized that tome. He incessantly murmurs in my ear, 1688, 1868, 1888, until my ears feel calloused from his repetition. How utterly charming. Superficial. I paid them no mind. Otherwise, they would float away into the ether. A gust of wind caused the door to creak ominously, eventually halting with a prolonged sound, and the wind ceased. A grotesque head intruded, towering over a person, adorned with dense green scales. Its teeth glimmered with a chilling sheen, and its eyes, like emeralds, betrayed a cruel gaze. After a flash of white light, that head astonishingly vanished before the onlookers. Just as everyone believed they had merely dreamt, the door was pushed open by an immaculate white hand. The sunlight outside was not blinding. Rather, it caressed like a mother's touch, warm and soothing. A young maiden stepped in first. Her features may not have been classically beautiful, yet her fair skin and gentle visage captivated the eye. 2 small braids framed her rounded ears, and her flaxen hair danced in the breeze behind her. Her attire was simple yet vibrant, much like her hair, instantly endearing her to those present. In that moment, the adventurer's lodge seemed to pause, all gazes fixed upon the girl at the entrance. She was as gentle as a spring breeze, as vibrant as summer grass, as mature as autumn rice, and as pure as winter snow. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air. "Hey there, where did you come from? Care for a drink?" It was the red-nosed drunkard, who rarely found pleasure in anything but liquor, unafraid of anything. The maiden chose to ignore him, neither angered nor perturbed. The people within the room seemed jolted from their reverie by the unexpected whistle, shattering the tranquil ambience, and soon, the lively chatter resumed. The young girl swiftly surveyed the surroundings, her gaze capturing everyone present, as she softly inquired, yet her voice resonated clearly for all to hear. "I am searching for someone named Zhao Yiheng. Do any of you know him?" The lively atmosphere gradually hushed, and the crowd turned their attention back to the girl. However, it seemed that her enchanting allure had faded, and they merely regarded her momentarily before resuming their hushed discussions, albeit with diminished volume. A flicker of disappointment graced the girl's eyes as she scanned the crowd once more, but this time, she chose silence and turned to exit the room. "What business do you have with him?" The woman posed the question without any hint of aggression, asserting that she had been living a rather uneventful life of late, having caused no disturbance. The young girl turned around, a hint of confusion dancing on her features. "Who are you? What business do you have with him?" My patience began to wear thin. Although I had not instigated any trouble, I had no desire to play the role of a benefactor. Yet, the young girl remained unperturbed, her expression still gentle, her words soft. "I have heard that Mr. Zhao Yiheng works here, and I wish to inquire about the 5-tiered Pegasus in the forest." Such inquiries had become somewhat common over the past month, primarily directed at the old man, with occasional questions directed at me. Of course, I only divulged what I deemed necessary. That would be me. It was no matter. I merely needed to provide her with vague information akin to previous encounters, and a few trifling tips could certainly enhance the feline's diet. Turning, I placed the pristine glass I held into the cabinet, when suddenly, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped me. It felt as though my body was propelled from the bar, the scenery around me becoming a blur as the figures in the bar appeared grotesquely stretched. Their eyes, connected as if in a film, illuminated the reality of the situation. Just as I completed my statement and turned away, the girl accelerated unexpectedly, reaching the bar with a swiftness that left everyone astounded. A delicate arm encircled my neck, lifting me from the bar and swiftly propelling me toward the exit. Had I been abducted? The sudden burst of sunlight blinded me momentarily, and in the next instant, I felt myself soaring into the air, ascending higher and higher. The girl withdrew her arm from around my neck, and an excruciating pain radiated through my throat. Countless tiny blood vessels had ruptured during the rapid movement, and the abnormal displacement of my organs led me to believe I might perish at any moment. My body, deprived of support, slumped to the ground in weakness. At that moment, my fury reached its peak. Coughing and lowering my head, I abruptly lifted it again, shouting in anger. Time seemed to stand still. In my moment of rage, a refreshing force coursed through me, a gentle touch gracing my forehead. Such softness was unfamiliar, yet it swiftly alleviated my pain and rejuvenated my strength. The lips that had departed from my brow curled into a faint smile, releasing a melodious voice. "There. Now we are even." I turned my body away from her, angered by the fleeting, invisible rage that had momentarily consumed me, and ashamed of the ephemeral beauty I had felt in that instant. It was then that I realized we were riding atop a colossal python. Its elongated neck leading to a slightly rounded belly, while a lengthy tail swayed behind, and a pair of bat-like wings carried us high above the ground. Do I harbor feelings for her? I glanced back at her, and her enchanting eyes squinted into crescent shapes. Her name is Phoenibus, a venomous dragon. Chapter 14. Tears above the vast expanse of the forest, a flock of iron-winged windhawks had set their sights on the distant Phoenibus. What are those? I watched as a swarm of dark figures rapidly approached from afar, moving with astonishing speed. The iron-winged windhawks, known for their strong territorial instincts, excelled at riding the winds. One must be cautious, for they would soon be upon us. The girl had already noticed the mythical beasts. A waft of delicate fragrance penetrated my mind, making me hesitant to look at the girl beside me. How infuriating it is to feel any fondness for a woman who has been abducted without my consent. It seems your Phoenibus is truly quite feeble. I spoke in a tone I rarely adopted. Suddenly, a melodious dragon's roar erupted from beneath. The powerful sound wave pierced my eardrums, enveloping me in a dizzying pain that led me to question whether my eardrums had been ruptured. After what seemed an eternity, when my senses returned, I could clearly discern the appearance of the iron-winged windhawks. Their fierce gazes and majestic crests flared, emitting various signals of attack. Each one was the size of two bodies. What was alarming was that Phoenibus was flying straight towards the iron-winged windhawks. I could vividly imagine the horrific fate that awaited me as these ferocious giants would tear me apart in midair. In my anxiety, I instinctively clutched the girl beside me, and when I turned back, her golden eyes reflected in my own. In that moment, I completely forgot the impending peril that loomed ahead. A fierce hurricane raged through the sky, the treetops of the forest rustling ominously as branches were severed by invisible blades of wind, swirling through the air. The brave Phoenibus charged headlong into the flock of iron-winged windhawks, unflinching and undeterred. The hurricane could not bring it down, and the razor-sharp wind blades were rendered ineffective against its sturdy scales. The windhawks circled around Phoenibus as it entered their midst. Several, propelled by fierce gusts, collided with Phoenibus, leaving white marks on its resilient scales before plummeting to the ground, bloodied and broken. The cacophony of the hawks' cries filled the air as a whirlwind of swirling wind blades surrounded Phoenibus, engulfing it in debris and obscuring its form. However, just mere seconds later, Phoenibus's green silhouette burst forth from the invisible whirlwind. Upon emerging from the flock, it devoured one of the iron-winged windhawks whole, with blood trickling down the corners of its mouth, dispersing into the air. The cloak draped around the girl enveloped me snugly, while delicate wisps of fragrance wafted into my nostrils. I sensed an impact against the cloak that shielded me, yet it inflicted no harm. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Perhaps what felt like an eternity was merely an instant. The pressure surrounding me suddenly diminished, and the cloak gently caressed my form. Clinging to the girl's back, I cautiously peered out from the folds of the cloak. The sky was strewn with broken branches and scattered leaves, drifting like fish in water. The scorching sunlight was obscured, and the crystalline azure sky appeared to be adorned with a new shade of green. A surge of concentrated magical energy signaled that the battle was far from over. Under this immense force, my own feeble magic felt like a mere droplet in a river, unable to stir a ripple. Phoenibus opened her mouth wide, her magic manifesting as a complex magical circle outside her body, intricate patterns weaving above my head, intertwining in a mesmerizing dance. A torrent of green flames erupted from Phoenibus's mouth, directed at the gathering iron-winged wind sculptures. It was termed green flame, for it was not true fire. Those iron-winged wind sculptures tainted by this green blaze saw their feathers rapidly shed, their skin decay at an alarming rate. After a few futile flaps, their wings drooped helplessly, their bodies plummeting earthward, lifeless before they even touched the ground. The iron-winged wind sculptures fell from the sky like dumplings, while the surviving ones lamented their fallen comrades, yet received no response. After a few urgent cries of despair, the surviving iron-winged wind sculptures fled into the distance. A roar. This time, Phoenibus's dragon-like cries startled flocks of birds trembling in the forest. Why did they not flee? I pondered aloud. Should they not have escaped when faced with overwhelming odds? Perhaps they had never encountered a creature like Phoenibus. The girl's voice resonated in my ears. The Roland forest, vast and sprawling, was home not only to iron-winged wind sculptures, but undoubtedly, they had never faced an adversary before, guarding their skies in solitude. It was akin to a frog in a well, much like myself and the girl before me, who stood against the winds and waves. her beautiful hair billowing in the breeze, likely around my age. The girl, radiant in the sunlight, squinted slightly. What thoughts occupied her mind at this very moment? Hey, I took a few steps back and called out. The girl turned, gazing at me with curiosity. She did not resemble a Valkyrie nor an ominous witch. Rather, she appeared akin to a girl next door, casually engaged in a seemingly inconsequential task. I understood her intentions in bringing me here, to inquire about that Pegasus, which one would search for in the forest for a year without success. From here, fly northward, where 5 rivers converge, forming a stunning waterfall adorned with rainbows year-round. Beneath the waterfall lies a hidden water cave. This is the first time I have witnessed the radiant joy of a young girl. An exquisite beauty that words fail to encapsulate. Turning my body, I engaged every cell within me, racing swiftly upon the back of Fnabis. With a sudden burst of energy, I leaped from her back, my body entering a state of weightlessness as I began to plummet. In that fleeting moment, I glimpsed the girl's outstretched arms and the astonishment reflected in her eyes. Tears welled at the corners of my eyes. How shameful it was to flee. As I tumbled through the air, I found myself powerless to control my spiraling descent, a wave of nausea overtaking me, the sensation of weightlessness causing my head to throb, while my stomach filled with a rush of overwhelming sensations. The swiftly moving air rendered my eyes unable to open, and fumbling within my garments. I retrieved a vial of potion. Employing a few deft techniques to prevent any spillage, I swiftly consumed its contents. As I stowed the now empty vial back into my garments, I felt my ears transform into those of a cat, and a fluffy tail sprouted from my coccyx. This was a potion of feline grace, an imperfect transformation elixir that significantly heightened my agility, while the fluffy tail restored my equilibrium in the air, halting my chaotic tumbling. My eyes, still stung by the wind, had grown accustomed to the discomfort. The ground loomed closer. I could discern the delicate branches, the massive, lush leaves, the thick carpet of years of fallen foliage. And a monkey perched on a branch, observing my descent. Curling my body, I shielded my vital areas with my limbs, extending my tail as much as possible. After numerous collisions with the trees, I finally landed on the ground. Thankfully, my mind remained clear, although the intense pain coursing through my body reminded me that this vessel was indeed mine. The strands of magic within me began to dissipate. The feline grace consumed them to mend my injuries, as countless tiny wounds on my skin gradually healed. Leaning against a tree, I managed to rise. Though my magical energy had fully depleted, and my physical wounds were not entirely healed, at the very least, I could move again. Above, Fnabis had vanished from sight. Staring blankly at the sky, I reflected on how often we engage in foolish acts driven by impulse, with intentions that seem trivial in hindsight. Chapter 16. Joining the party, we had journeyed for most of the day, and as evening approached, a temporary campsite was established. I was utterly exhausted, feeling as though my bones would crumble. "Hey, kid, are you made of jelly?" spoke the captain, whose words ignited a desire within me to one day silence his incessant chatter. I believed friends should be treated with kindness, and I was not their captive. I attempted to free my bound hands. "Oh, I've never heard of a prisoner claiming they are not a captive. Shall I enlighten you on the harshness of reality?" chuckled the apprentice, Jiang Gan, whose foul mouth bore no intention of physical confrontation. "You would do well to be honest. We are aware of a secure hunting route. As long as you harbor no ill intentions, we shall escort you safely out." Before the captain could finish his statement, he was interrupted by Zhao Kuo beside him. "Hey, leader, you've revealed our secret." The atmosphere instantly turned tense. My lips twitched. "Calm down, brother, let us discuss this civilly." The captain, clearly embarrassed and enraged, approached me. "Brother, let us talk this over. I am tough-skinned and resilient. It was you who disclosed it, so why take your anger out on me?" However, he paid no heed to my plea and seized me by the arm. The rope in his hand felt empty, while I sat blinking on the ground. "What just transpired?" "Brother, allow me to explain. When traversing the world, one must be prepared for the unexpected, and besides, this rope is rather flimsy. I'm merely assisting you in a test. Do not hesitate. How could I allow strangers to bind me unguarded?" In that fleeting moment of restraint, Mo deftly liberated a dagger from their possession. The life of a thief would not be my conclusion. After the initial chaos subsided, I found myself seated beside this group by the flickering campfire. "Zhao Yiheng, Ji Wuchang, do you intend to venture further?" The campfire crackled, warding off the chill of the evening breeze. Zhao Kuo, Sun Gan, and Jiang Chao slumbered around the fire. "Alone? Where are the others?" How should I respond? Traveling solo through the perilous expanse of the forest sounded rather romantic. "Well, I fell from the sky." "From the sky?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued. for soaring through the heavens is indeed an extraordinary affair. Indeed, I am an apothecary. You see, the forest is home to many rare magical plants, especially within the layers of high-level magical beasts, where one can often unearth precious items. I spent quite a sum hiring a formidable bodyguard. She possesses a flying magical beast capable of carrying passengers. I provided her with a vial of healing potion, which, while not sophisticated, serves merely to staunch bleeding. It does not heal wounds. Typically, adventurers carry a few healing potions, but that does not guarantee sufficiency. Flying brazenly within the forest is unwise. Are you riding a long-winged terror bird or an ironbeak parrot? Both are relatively common flying magical beasts, omnivorous, easily maintained, and possess excellent stamina, making them favored by adventurers. As for their strength, they are on the menu for the iron-winged wind eagle. A long-winged terror bird, I had never encountered such a colossal creature before. It is twice the size of an iron-winged wind eagle. Its lengthy wings enable it to glide gracefully through the air despite its cumbersome form, augmenting its strength with magical energy. You must have been deceived. While long-winged terror birds are indeed excellent mounts, they have many natural enemies. Generally, such large beasts accompany adventuring teams on foot through the forest, serving as splendid pack animals. I exhibited a trace of anger, hovering above the forest, naively marveling at the resplendent beauty of nature. Did you encounter danger? The critical moment had arrived. After a moment of contemplation, I expressed, we were beset by a flock of iron-winged wind hawks. The long-winged terror birds carried us too slowly, and she cast me down from the heights, fleeing for her life. The second-order illusion beast, iron-winged wind hawk? You may have misunderstood. Misunderstood? What do you mean? The iron-winged wind hawk is adept at riding the winds. A remarkably swift carnivorous avian, incapable of being outpaced by the long-winged terror bird. Your bodyguard may have fed the birds, and you narrowly escaped a calamity. You ought to express gratitude towards her. Oh, is that so? In such moments, one should not follow his line of thought, lest the truth be revealed. However, she is a novice, is she not? She was unaware. I shall not thank her. We conversed at length until Jiang Chao arose to keep watch. They were to alternate shifts 4 times throughout the night, guarding against the assaults of beasts and magical creatures. The following morning, I temporarily joined this group in the capacity of an apothecary. Ji Wuchang, Shield Guardian Apprentice. Zhao Qua, Magic Archer Apprentice. Jiang Chao, Pike Soldier Apprentice. Sun Gong, Pike Soldier Apprentice. Apprentice is the term used for first-order practitioners. All 4 of them are magical apprentices, each specializing in different fields. Magic encompasses all mysterious powers. A magician can learn all forms of magic, provided they possess sufficient magical energy and knowledge, yet that is ultimately futile. Apprentices can only learn a limited range of magic. As the more potent the spell, the greater the required magical energy. Upon filling the first magical circuit, one may inscribe the circuit. Inscription signifies complete mastery of a transcendent ability. For instance, the spell of clairvoyance requires a pair of cobra eyes and 2 drops of morning dew. The materials must be infused with magical energy, followed by the recitation of the incantation. Upon success, one gains a temporary ability to see through objects. However, once the spell of clairvoyance is inscribed, no materials, no magical energy, nor incantation is needed. Its power can be wielded at any time, anywhere. Such is its dominance. Each magical circuit can only be inscribed once. Completing an inscription elevates one's rank. Should one possess only a single magical circuit, congratulations. Your magical energy and rank can no longer advance. Therefore, magicians are best advised to focus their studies around inscriptions, maximizing their combat prowess. For magic is boundless while human life is finite. The knowledge of magic is among the most closely guarded secrets, a collective edict of traditional magical families. Each magical family employs a unique form of magic. Shield guardians, magic archers, pike soldiers, swordsmen, ice mages, fire mages, earth mages, and water mages represent the magical systems categorized by the Academy based on their distinct inscriptions. Those outside such systems are termed wild mages. Their spells are chaotic and lack structure, typically rendering them no match for academic practitioners. Are you all merely students? At this moment, I realized that if we were to cleanse their grimy faces, they would reveal themselves to be youthful adolescents, with Zhao Qua possibly being even younger than I. No, we shall only enter the 7 Rings Magic Tower for our studies this summer. I was momentarily taken aback. Did you learn your magic solely from your parents? The 4 of them nodded in unison. The Magic Academy had only emerged 2 decades prior, with the inaugural batch of students all hailing from noble families. How detestable the second-generation magic users are. At my age during my previous life, I was merely hiding in a street corner, gnawing on black bread, utterly oblivious to the existence of wizards in this world, let alone the nature of magical beasts. I toiled each day for mere survival, uncertain of what tomorrow would bring. Well, I humbly request your guidance. Zhao Yiheng, apprentice potion maker. They have heard of potion makers, a newly emerging magical profession in recent years. In a word, it is all about money, burning through it, indeed, very costly, yet it holds great potential for wealth. One must endure poverty before achieving prosperity. The success of potions relies on repeated practice and the accumulation of experience. The crafting of potions does not guarantee success every time. It is a profession that genuinely demands talent, with the success rate serving as the benchmark for potion makers. Thus, we would have a healing profession. How splendid it would be if we were all in the same school. Besides healing potions, do you possess any other skills? There are numerous healing spells. The shield guardian boasts resilience. The spearman has rapid recovery, and the magical archer possesses wound healing. Healing magic is indispensable within every professional system. Yet employing magic during combat necessitates the expenditure of magical energy, the use of magical materials, and the recitation of incantations. Potion makers are not specialized healing professions, but they are quite useful nonetheless. A vial of potion can either save a life or allow one to continue fighting. The strength of the bull and the swiftness of the wind. Typically, an apprentice would be fortunate to master one or two types of potions. Yet they remain impoverished due to the need for materials to learn new potion recipes, often leading to financial ruin. My potion studies do not imply that I possess the requisite talent in this field. You can even manage too. How impressive. I feigned a shy demeanor, as bashful boys and girls are often endearing. Indeed, it did not take long for me to integrate seamlessly with them. After a day of arduous travel, we stumbled upon a black spirit leopard cat. To say we discovered it would be somewhat inaccurate. It likely sensed our presence long before we noticed it, alas, having misjudged its adversaries. Sun Gong and Jiang Chao flanked from the sides, while Zhao Kuo provided ranged harassment with his bow. Zhao Yiheng stood guard at the rear, taking orders from our captain, Ji Wuchang. The black spirit leopard cat was exceptionally agile. Zhao Kuo's arrows failed to find their mark, as one must conserve magical energy for critical moments. Zhao Yiheng, as an apprentice potion maker, was excluded from the combat roster, leaving Sun Gong and Jiang Chao as the primary attackers. After several failed pounces, the black spirit leopard cat found its efforts thwarted by Ji Wuchang, returning empty-handed. The intelligence of this creature was remarkable. It disregarded Zhao Yiheng and Zhao Kuo, who were shielded by Ji Wuchang, and lunged directly towards Sun Gong on the right. Taunt. This was Ji Wuchang's other spell, compelling the enemy to direct their attacks toward himself. A magical aura surged towards the black spirit leopard cat, which deftly evaded it. However, the aura pivoted slightly and collided with the feline. The creature emitted a cry, signaling that it needed to make a saving throw, but it failed. In a swift motion, the black spirit leopard cat turned and lashed out at Ji Wuchang. Now, Ji Wuchang shouted, raising his shield to block the cat's strike. Pierce, Sun Gong and Jiang Chao, positioned to the left and right, unleashed their magical energy. The leopard cat attempted to flee, yet it remained ensnared by the power of taunt. With a pained yowl, the creature narrowly avoided a spear aimed at its head, but was not as fortunate with a second attack, which pierced its abdomen. The black spirit leopard cat collapsed helplessly onto the ground, alive but motionless. We have captured a live one, Sun Gong exclaimed, gripping the spear that had penetrated its belly. Elated, this marked their first successful capture of a living phantom beast, and their excitement was palpable. Zhao Kuo, bind it, commanded Ji Wuchang. Zhao Kuo retrieved the sinew of a brutish magic pig from his pack and cautiously approached the black spirit leopard cat to bind it. However, as he wrapped the sinew around the creature, it suddenly vanished. What happened? Zhao Kuo was unable to comprehend the loss of the phantom beast. Ji Wuchang instructed the others to remain vigilant. After a thorough search of the vicinity, Jiang Chao discovered a pool of blood. Captain, over here. It fled from this spot. Teleportation, Ji Wuchang stated. It's a rare form of magic that allows one to instantaneously move within a 20-meter radius, leaving behind an image of itself. This magic was currently exclusive to phantom beasts. With a decisive wave of his hand, Ji Wuchang declared, let us pursue. Chapter 17, Maternal Love. Meanwhile, the blood that dripped onto the grass had darkened to a deep crimson. The chirping of birds in the branches had ceased, and 2 orioles perched on a branch, warily observing the approaching 5 members of Zhao Yiheng's group before fluttering away in a flurry. It's injured and cannot run fast, Zhao Kuo remarked as he led the 4 others in pursuit along the blood trail. However, it was not long before the blood trail vanished. The wound had clotted. In such a vast forest, it was challenging to locate the creature without blood signs. Damn it, the golden Piwur has slipped away, Sun gone, and Jiang Chao sat down. Exhausted after the fierce battle and swift pursuit, their bodies drenched in sweat, feeling a wave of despondency wash over them. Wait a moment. Zhao Yiheng observed the surroundings carefully. We have just passed through here. After searching the area, he indeed found another trace of blood. Zhao Kuo scanned the vicinity and inquired, "Is it leading us in circles around here?" "Why? I suspect its lair lies within this vicinity." Zhao Yiheng shared his hypothesis, which was met with unanimous agreement. "Be cautious. Let us search the area." Ji Wuchang led the way, selecting a direction and cautiously advancing. As I advanced cautiously, I attentively surveyed my surroundings. That cat appeared quite exquisite. How delightful it would be to pair it with the domestic tabby at home. Having been away for so long, I presumed the cat food I had prepared for it had likely been consumed. To deter any potential intruders, I had secured all the doors and windows tightly. The household was abundantly stocked with potatoes. Should it still be alive upon my return, I might consider enriching its diet with some fish. I assure you, I am not a cruel keeper of small creatures. Hush! Zhao Kuo gestured for silence. I slowed my pace, delicately moving aside a branch ahead, revealing a sleek black leopard cat resting serenely beneath the shade of a tree. I had envisioned it residing in a cozy cave, lined with fragrant mint leaves. It lay there motionless, resembling a lifeless form. Sun Gong attempted to step forward gently, but was halted by Ji Wuchang. We stood there, patiently observing, as the creature remained blissfully unaware of our presence. Moments later, I noticed a tiny creature crawling up from the belly of the black leopard cat, its fluffy little head slightly smaller than that of a tabby. It was a cub of the black leopard cat. I longed to possess it. Yet, it seemed beyond my financial reach. I hoped that throughout this venture, I might acquire enough gold to purchase it. All spoils from our adventure belonged to the team. Those in need would contribute financially, while those without need would share in the profits from any sales. Perhaps the little one had inadvertently aggravated the black leopard cat's wound, as it was swiftly swatted to the ground by its mother's tail. Ji Wuchang made a fishing gesture. Zhao Kuo slowly retreated, disappearing from my sight. What was he up to? What did that gesture signify? Observing the lack of movement from others, I stifled my urge to leap and continued to wait. Before long, Zhao Kuo returned. But this time he held a rabbit by its ears, its hind legs twitching intermittently, assuring me it was still alive. Suddenly, I comprehended their intentions. Yet how could it be feasible for a rabbit to openly appear near the black leopard cat? Surely, even if it could not see, its keen nose would detect the scent. Yet, the situation was as simple as that. We were positioned favorably downwind. Zhao Kuo tied the rabbit's ears to a stick and, weaving through the foliage before us, began to sway the rabbit back and forth. The rabbit remained silent, although they seldom make noise. I couldn't help but wonder if it were enjoying the moment. The little cub was energetically bouncing in its mother's embrace, only to be playfully swatted down by the black leopard cat. Eventually, perhaps wearied by the cub's antics, the mother black leopard cat allowed the little one to clamber atop her side, whereupon the cub's gaze fell upon the rabbit fluttering in the air. It turned its gaze towards us, and a surge of excitement coursed through me. This moment would determine our fate. Otherwise, the mother black spirit leopard cat might flee with its cub, and we could easily lose track of them. The little creature approached cautiously. My heart fluttered with every delicate step it took. It was simply too adorable, its enchanting eyes captivating me instantly. When the small creature was still 3 meters away, the black spirit leopard cat suddenly let out a cry. Act swiftly, commanded Ji Wuchang, and Zhao Kuo rushed forward, seizing the cub with a firm grip. Meow. The black spirit leopard cat miraculously teleported beside Zhao Kuo. Shield bash. Ji Wuchang's voice resonated as his sturdy shield struck the cat's nose, eliciting tears that glimmered in the corners of its eyes as it staggered back. Swipe. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Chao struck the black spirit leopard cat's cheek with his weapon, blood gushing forth as the creature was hurled violently against a nearby tree. It was no match for us, especially since we had yet to consume even a single vial of our potions. The black spirit leopard cat rose with a forlorn expression, mewing for its cub, before charging at us once more. Steady. The shield was planted firmly on the ground, radiating magical light through the air. Be cautious. It's flanking us. Without needing Ji Wuchang's call, I saw the black spirit leopard cat darting with astonishing speed, aiming for Zhao Kuo, who was still holding the cub. Pierce. In that fleeting moment, the enchanted spear pierced through the neck of the cat mid-leap. There was no holding back now. The black spirit leopard cat crashed heavily to the ground, straining to raise its head and gaze at its child, who had its eyes covered by Zhao Kuo, unknowingly whimpering in confusion. The cat's head drooped heavily, its gaze unwaveringly fixed in one direction. I approached the black spirit leopard cat and gently closed its eyes. The soul mirror in my arms emanated a magical glow, revealing a doppelganger of the black spirit leopard cat slowly rising from the lifeless body. It looked around in bewilderment before suddenly lunging for its cub, only to disintegrate mid-flight into countless tiny grains, carried away by the wind to the distant horizon. What are you staring at? Ji Wuchang patted my shoulder, then smiled softly. If death brings such peace, perhaps it is not so bad. Sun Gong pushed me from behind, urging me to assist him in collecting the remains. What are you daydreaming about? Come help me with the carcass. Indeed, discussing death and the joys of life was not the right course of action now. I prepared to kneel and work, as I noticed something amidst the thicket. Sun Gong was already crouched down, skinning the beast, but I caught a glimmer of something flashing behind the branches. Be careful. It was a bow, aimed at the unsuspecting Sun Gong, who was crouched on the ground. I grabbed the back of Sun Gong's collar and yanked him back with all my strength. The arrow narrowly missing his forehead and embedding itself in the earth. The waves of magical energy surged in the shadows, as a crimson fireball hurtled towards Ji Wuchang. I swiftly consumed the essence of feline grace, allowing my agile form to evade a dagger aimed at my back. In that fleeting moment of turning, I discerned that my assailant was a petite woman. A poison dart. The magical essence transformed into venom, saturating the projectile, its velocity surpassing the limits of my vision. Relying on instinct, I attempted to evade, yet a poison dart grazed my shoulder. The virulent toxin began to infiltrate my body. An instant numbness in my shoulder accompanied by excruciating pain, causing beads of sweat to form on my brow. For the first time, I experienced the dire predicament of depleted magical power. The essence was drained completely by the feline grace, yet the poison persisted. The wound showing no signs of healing as dark blood oozed continuously. Deprived of magical sustenance, the newly formed tail retracted instantly, leaving me weakened and slumped upon the ground. Pathetic. The faint mockery from the woman shattered what little pride I had left. Meanwhile, Ji Wuchang, ensnared midair by suddenly sprouted vines, managed to sever them with a sword. But upon landing, he was struck hard by an oncoming fireball, incapacitating him from further combat. As I lay on the ground, I observed Sun Gong charging towards the woman beside me, his crimson eyes ablaze. Magical energy surged within his grip, his thrust precise and fierce. However, it was met head-on by the woman's foot, imbued with magic, which shattered his left leg, exposing the grim white of bone through torn flesh. Jiang Chao fled, while Zhao Kuo met a different fate, being targeted with multiple blades poised at his throat, compelling him to release the black spirit leopard kitten cradled in his arms. Today's harvest is quite bountiful, hee. Another woman emerged from the darkness. So impatient, yet her face is quite pleasing. The speaker, a newly arrived woman with shoulder-length hair, secured with a blue butterfly-shaped hairpin, sported a small heart tattoo on her left cheek and likely adorned her pink lips with some dye. The crimson fireball she casually tossed made me pale. Her mastery of magic indicated she was undoubtedly an advanced practitioner. It was evident she had likely inscribed the fireball spell. A highly offensive magic. With sufficient magical energy, summoning a rain of fire from the heavens would not be impossible. Though I was certain she had yet to reach such heights, her current capabilities were enough to instill fear in all of us. As I lay on the ground, I meticulously observed them, searching for a potential escape route, despite the dimness of hope. 7 individuals in total, 5 men and 2 women. Get up, administer the antidote. Don't let the lamb die. The fireball in the woman's hand dissipated, and I was hoisted up and thrown to a petite woman standing aside. Thud. I fell to the ground without anyone to catch me, the numbed wound rendering me incapable of feeling pain. I despise men, I heard her say. The petite woman unexpectedly evoked a sense of compassion within me, yet her words and the actions they were about to undertake ignited a simmering fury within. Before my consciousness faded, I felt a coarse liquid forcefully poured into my mouth, presumably an antidote, and I hoped it was not something peculiar. Chapter 19. The Brigade. Very well. I accepted the leather attire, shoulder guards, chest plate, skirt, leg guards, and boots handed to me by the girl. As they had not undergone special treatment, they could hardly be deemed as proper leather armor. Thank you. I donned the leather jacket meticulously. We were less than half a day away from escape, and a multitude of deer carcasses lay at the gathering site, now transformed into our clothing. My father was a blacksmith. Although I am incapable of forging iron armor, I am quite adept at crafting leather armor and possess some knowledge of various leather-making techniques. Next time, I shall fashion you a genuine set of leather armor. This skill has been passed down through generations, and with such expertise, one can stand firm anywhere. I still do not know your name. Susanna. The The girl quickly busied herself with other tasks. What a resilient young lady. It is Ji Wuchang. I was just about to seek him out. What will you do next? Ji Wuchang replied sternly. At the academy, having suffered such a great loss, naturally, one must master their skills to seek vengeance. I was tempted to retort that vengeance begets vengeance, but even I could not convince myself. Enduring the malice of evildoers would only exacerbate the situation. Do you know them? Ji Wuchang glanced around and whispered to me. They are the slave-catching squad of the Salt Commercial Alliance. Slaves? I exclaimed in astonishment. How dare they act in such a manner? Ji Wuchang scoffed. As long as there is profit to be made, they will dare to do anything. But surely there are more good people in this world, are there not? The dichotomy of good and evil, the contrast between order and chaos, such blatant actions should not be so brazen. These villains ought to hide away like wild men in the mountains or rodents in the sewers, rather than committing atrocities in the name of the state. Indeed, you are correct. However, if a rat finds its way into the pot, the entire broth will spoil. With enough golden profit, those members of the alliance will silence their tongues. You see, indulgence requires money, building castles requires money, and waging war demands even more. Those legislators hoard gold in their warehouses, yet still feel it is insufficient. Slaves can serve as cheap labor, become soldiers without the burden of pensions, and even provide them with various pleasures. In the face of such interests, anyone daring to oppose them would be ruthlessly eliminated by those unscrupulous beings. They will do anything. I found it hard to believe. So, the good would remain silent? How is that possible? This world has never lacked valiant souls willing to risk their lives. When I was young, I traveled to many countries with my father, and only the Salt Commercial Alliance felt the most peaceful. If one disregards their concealed, sordid dealings and the starving slaves, most common folk appear content and at ease. War and slaughter unfold incessantly across this continent. If there exists a realm of tranquility and peace, it would indeed resemble a paradise, albeit one forged from flesh and blood. At this moment, several strangers approached, followed by a throng of individuals. Ji Wuchang remained silent. The foremost among them drew near and remarked, "You need not speak in hushed tones around us. We are well aware that they belong to the Salt's slave-catching squad. The tales of their exploits are known to all here, for few manage to escape their clutches. It is commonplace for one to meet death in the forest. We all entered prepared for that fate. Not I, however." Ji Wuchang awkwardly inquired, "What are your plans now?" The leader replied, "We have come to bid you farewell. In truth, my men did not resist excessively, so they are essentially all accounted for here. Our mission's assets have been lost, yet we must continue." I nodded and responded, "Until we meet again." A dozen departed, with a few more following suit. There was no need to count. A mere glance confirmed that 8 remained, and Susanna was among them. "What about you?" I did not wish to compel them to stay, but I must honor their own wishes. The 8 exchanged glances, and Susanna spoke. "My father has passed away, and my brother has taken over the blacksmith shop. If I return, he will marry me off. I do not know what to do." "Then stay here," I concluded, allowing her to remain, and she did not object. "Can we also stay?" The others inquired in succession, to which I naturally nodded affirmatively. One was a young lad, perhaps still a minor, who lamented, "I wish to go home. My mother must miss me, yet I cannot traverse the forest alone." I offered a reassuring smile, advising, "Stay with us for now. Once we are out, you may leave." He nodded eagerly. Since they had all chosen to remain, it seemed they were willing to align themselves with me. I was momentarily at a loss for words when Susanna took the initiative, saying, "Who among you will help me process those deer? If we can turn them into jerky, we will not need to worry about food for the next few days." All 8 eagerly joined her. "That girl is truly wonderful. Why not marry her?" Ji Wuchang whispered in my ear, his hand on my shoulder. Startled, I shook my head vigorously, replying, "How could that be? Neither of us has reached maturity yet." Ji Wuchang chuckled, "Do not make excuses, consider this carefully. Opportunities like this are rare, and if you do not act, I shall." I was acutely aware of his jest. As he belonged to the nobility, unless he completely disregarded his parents' wishes, such a union was impossible. "I shall assist them in their tasks. Your suggestion will be taken under serious consideration," I responded, my face flushed as I walked away. "So, you truly intend to marry her?" Pamis peeked out from my chest. The little creature was about 10 centimeters tall, its crimson hue likely derived from genuine blood, a result of Pamis's enchanting magic. I was at a loss for words. Humph. Men are all fickle-hearted, feasting on what is in front of them while coveting what lies beyond. Pamis displayed an endearing demeanor, far from appearing angry. "I was about to mention your boyfriend D-Fan, who is indeed indulging both in what he possesses and what he desires. How did you know I was ensnared?" Pamis responded with a playful smile, claiming we shared a telepathic bond. A dark line crept upon my head, urging me to speak plainly. An adventurer named Jiang Chao happened to be nearby, seeking our assistance, which Di Fan had turned his back on. Jiang Chao. I thought he had fled at that time. I shall inform Ji Wuchang later. Though he said nothing, he appeared quite irate. My sister bled profusely this time to rescue you. As she spoke, she lifted her arm, mimicking the flow of blood, and declared that next time, I must compensate for her losses. Although being drained of blood is a terrifying notion, and while it may not hurt, I feared her exuberance might leave me utterly drained. Nonetheless, I nodded in agreement. Pamis caressed my cheek and leaped from my embrace, truly transforming into a pool of blood, scattered haphazardly upon the ground. The magic had faltered. After a rather sumptuous feast of venison, I gathered everyone around. Esteemed companions, I shall form a new adventuring party here. Is there any dissent? This was precisely the purpose of gathering everyone. A tightly bound rope possesses far greater strength than scattered threads. Since they all expressed their desire to follow me, I thought it best to be forthright and establish an adventuring troop, thereby solidifying our unity. I shall join, declared Susanna. I nodded with a smile, acknowledging that Susanna excelled in close-range assassination techniques, as well as being an adept leatherworker. Henceforth, she would oversee all procurement, crafting, and maintenance of leather armor for the group. I shall join as well, chimed in Wu Lei. In total, there were 7 of us. Notably, they had not undergone professional magical training. Most had only learned a spell or 2 before venturing into the forest. Each year, the Adventurers Guild's generous rewards entice a multitude of fervent youths to join the ranks of adventurers, dreaming of overnight wealth. Among us, Susanna's profession held paramount importance. As a leatherworker, she could advance to become a leather mage at the first tier. Artificers are a significant future contingent of mages. They do not merely seek to wield magic for destruction, but endeavor to alter the properties of materials, imbuing them with mystical characteristics. Leather mages can enhance leather armor with magical properties, which may amplify strength or agility, or even deploy spells such as magical shields and fireballs, all contingent upon the materials and the characteristics imparted by the leather mage. Alchemists can create mechanical magical constructs, craftsmen can erect magical towers, shipwrights can forge magical vessels, and botanists can nurture domesticated sprites. A sorcerer, though not a craftsman, can certainly accomplish these feats. However, craftsmen are professionals, distinguished as the most exceptional in their respective fields. They inscribe their magical circuits with the abilities required of a craftsman, thereby forging their own path in magic, which renders them the finest. The absence of craftsmen in the world of sorcerers is akin to ordinary individuals living in a primitive state. They dictate the level of civilization within the realm of sorcery. Very well, since we are all part of a team, we must heed the directives, act under unified command, and move in concert. Is there any objection? None. The chorus resounds, exuding a formidable spirit. Wait, have you forgotten something? Ji Wuchang raised his hand to indicate a desire to speak. I am somewhat perplexed. What have I overlooked? Ji Wuchang rolled his eyes and remarked, We indeed. Truthfully, I had not anticipated that Ji Wuchang and his companions would join the troop I am forming. Do you wish to join my troop? No, it is we. It is we. Yet, you all did not express your intentions moments ago, and judging by the astonished expressions of Sun Gong and Zhao Qua, it appears you did not confer with them. But do you not have your own troop? The establishment and dissolution of a troop is not a trivial matter. When a troop completes tasks for the Adventurers Association, they not only receive due compensation, but can also earn troop points based on the client's evaluation, which can be exchanged for magic or magical devices at the association. Ji Wuchang nonchalantly stated, We previously completed some trivial tasks, and the points we accumulated are pitifully few. Disbanding would not be a loss. To this, I naturally welcomed the idea with open arms. So, what shall we name our troop? After pondering briefly, I decisively proclaimed, Let it be called the White Jade Qilin Troop. That is precisely my sole purpose for this journey. Chapter 21. A harrowing experience. My head spun in a haze, and I felt utterly drained of strength. I attempted to open my eyes, yet my eyelids felt unbearably heavy. Is he still not awake? Unable to swim? What bravado is this? Who is it? A melodious voice. It must be Susanna. My mind was a blank canvas, but soon a flurry of white, shimmering objects appeared before me. My mouth was opened, and I felt a gentle touch, followed by a rush of oxygen flooding into my lungs. I felt akin to a fish that had been parched for days, suddenly revitalized. Artificial respiration? Susanna? Embarrassed, I opened my eyes, a thrill coursing through me. Then, I swiftly pushed the person off me and turned to expel the water from my stomach with great force. Lu Yi stood helplessly beside me, stammering, I saw you were unresponsive. Yes. I raised my right hand to signal him to cease speaking, then took a deep breath and solemnly said, "No, you did exceedingly well. You just saved my life. Thank you." Turning to the side, I noticed Susanna, who was poised to assist, yet seemed restrained. I knelt and prostrated myself, saying, "Please forgive me. This was not my intention." Susanna pursed her lips, tossed me a piece of beast hide for wiping sweat, and turned away. I used the hide to dry my face and hair, then inquired of the nearby Louis, "What just transpired?" "I had been following you by the bank. The water was clear, so I could see your actions." He paused, perhaps unsure of how to respond. "So you witnessed it too?" Louis stammered, "I did not mean to. Whether you intended to or not, I find myself truly wronged. While I often pride myself on being carefree and unrestrained, I have never stooped to taking advantage of others." "And what happened next?" I pressed. Louis evasively replied, "I saw you suddenly swim upstream and reach for Susanna's leg. She kept kicking you, and ultimately, you fell. I felt as though a fishbone had lodged in my throat. At that moment, the magic must have failed, and in my suffocating state, I struggled upward, only to be repeatedly kicked down by something terrifying, until I lost all consciousness. This is murder, plain and simple. So, did she pull me back up?" I asked. Louis shook his head. "Susanna was probably frightened at that moment. After kicking you a few times, she swam toward the shore." He hesitated before continuing. "It was I who utilized the underwater breathing spell to retrieve you from the riverbed." I stared at him, feeling as if I were choking on a tea egg, and after a long pause, I managed to say, "Thank you, truly, thank you. Without you, I might have remained forever submerged." Louis smiled shyly, seemingly pleased that I was still alive. I approached the riverbank and gazed at my bruised visage, murmuring, "That woman really has strength." Turning back, I looked at Louis's fair countenance and felt utterly speechless. Both of us had engaged in the same actions. Why then was the outcome so starkly different? After a brief respite, our party set forth downstream. I took the lead. "Captain, what are we searching for in the forest?" Belga, having endured in silence for long, finally voiced the collective curiosity. I observed the environment ahead carefully, not bothering to turn my head as I replied. "Why do you ask? Shouldn't our newly formed expedition first register with the Adventurers Guild? Moreover, we have yet to accept any tasks. Wandering aimlessly in the forest is indeed suspicious, is it not?" I suddenly halted, signaling everyone to stop. 500 meters ahead, a massive python coiled itself on a branch with a diameter of 1 meter, its body hanging down. However, while such a colossal serpent is rare, it can occasionally be encountered. The most striking feature was the long horn growing straight from its forehead, the magical patterns flickering in and out of visibility. A mythical beast? What could it be doing? Ji Wuchang approached cautiously. "Perhaps it is sleeping," I replied, uncertain. "I would wager that if we could obtain that horn, we would strike it rich." Ji Wuchang rubbed his wooden spear thoughtfully and sighed. "Even with a shield, you would not stand a chance against it," I remarked with curiosity. "Do you know what kind of mythical beast it is?" As I was about to speak, a voice emerged from behind me. "Commander, look up. What is that in the sky?" I hurriedly raised my head to behold a vibrant green python soaring through the air, its bat-like wings creating invisible currents with each powerful flap. It was Phoenibis. Without any prompting from me, everyone had already cautiously taken refuge in the grass. 5 days had passed. Had that girl not been found yet? No, it seemed she was not present. As Phoenibis gracefully descended, I distinctly noticed that its back was completely bare. Suddenly, a deep green venom erupted from Phoenibis's mouth, swirling like a tide towards the unsuspecting ice crystal unicorn serpent below, enveloping it before it even had a chance to react. Was this a sneak attack? How treacherous! The green toxin shrouded the area completely, obscuring the scene within. If this had occurred at the slave-catching camp, it would have spelled doom for everyone. Phoenibis soared triumphantly in the air, its thunderous roar akin to a general flaunting its might. The unicorn serpent was doomed. We marveled at the spectacle of Phoenibis's grandeur, captivated by the beauty and strength of such a magnificent creature. Suddenly, to our astonishment, as we gazed up at Phoenibis, the ice crystal unicorn serpent emerged from the spreading toxic mist, revealing its crystalline head and unleashing an enraged howl directed at Phoenibis above. Phoenibis, equally taken aback, seemed incredulous that any creature could survive. It let out a furious cry and dove towards the ground. The ice crystal unicorn serpent, undaunted, remained hidden in the toxic haze, but its massive mouth was agape, and everyone could sense a tremendous surge of magical energy gathering. Nerora tugged at our sleeves, urging us to flee. We glanced at Zhao Yiheng, who remained hesitant, and no one moved. Phoenibis, sensing something amiss, abruptly veered sideways, narrowly avoiding a white beam of light that shot skyward from its previous position, creating a gaping hole in a colossal cloud above. Phoenix flapped its wings, no longer roaring but fixated intently on the ice crystal unicorn serpent below. Raindrops began to fall in a rhythmic patter, striking Phoenix, the treetops of the forest, and Zhao Yiheng, dispersing the toxic mist surrounding the unicorn serpent. Its pristine white form gradually came into view, leaving us all speechless. The battered figure we had imagined did not materialize. Instead, its shimmering scales told a clear truth. The venom had no effect on it. Was Phoenix attempting to flee? Typically, all top-tier phantom beasts are of the 5th tier. Those surpassing this rank are classified as fantasy species. To date, while the existence of such beings has been acknowledged, no one has ever laid eyes on one. Although the poison dragon belongs to the dragon family, as a member of the elemental dragons, poison, fire, rain, wind, earth. Its racial attributes classify it as a 4th-tier mythical beast, with a capacity for magic far surpassing its physical strength. The poison it wields poses almost no threat to the ice unicorn crystal serpent, making a strategic retreat the most prudent course for Phoenix. Yet, it did not retreat. After soaring through the sky, Phoenix dove down once more. Proud and unyielding, this mythical beast never shies away from battle. Even when faced with death, it charges forward resolutely. The two mythical beasts collided, entwined in fierce combat. The ice unicorn crystal serpent attempted to unleash its prior magic several times, only to be thwarted by Phoenix, who struck its snout with a powerful blow. However, Phoenix paid a heavy toll. Its body was battered and bruised, wings torn asunder, and its tail grotesquely twisted, likely fractured. Nearby, Susanna watched with tearful eyes, exclaiming, "Why doesn't it flee? It has lost so much blood. Will it perish?" Any discerning observer could see that Phoenix stood no chance against the ice unicorn crystal serpent. Women are indeed curious beings. They sympathize merely because Phoenix is more aesthetically pleasing than the ice unicorn crystal serpent. Yet, it was Phoenix that instigated the attack. If I were abruptly awakened from slumber by a fierce blow, how would I react? Nonetheless, despite my musings, I felt compelled to assist Phoenix. After all, we share a bond, albeit a fleeting one. However, the moment was not right for intervention. The disparity in strength was too great. In their current fierce state, any attempt to engage would likely result in my swift demise. Phoenix exhaled plumes of toxic mist, which, while lacking substantial effect on the ice unicorn crystal serpent, ravaged the surrounding flora. Branches fell, grass withered, and the area swiftly transformed into a barren wasteland. The serpent's scales were remarkably resilient, encased in a thick layer of solid ice, rendering its body both slippery and formidable. Even if Phoenix managed to pierce its scales, not a drop of blood would emerge, for the wounds were instantly frozen over. I even doubted the serpent felt any pain at all. In contrast, Phoenix had sustained injuries. Blood trickling from a wound near its eye, its wings now barely functional, moving only with its body's motions, seemingly paralyzed. The excruciating pain forced it to gasp for breath amidst the battle, yet it remained steadfast, unwilling to retreat. As the battle neared its climax, Phoenix's toxic mist, once a source of gradual healing, could no longer keep pace with the severity of its wounds. The wisps of poison that once seeped into its skin were now rendered impotent against the increasing injuries it sustained. "Captain, we must depart. Once the battle concludes, we shall be in peril," several voices echoed in agreement. I hesitated slightly, having yet to discover a suitable method or opportunity. Yet, the thought of surrendering was unbearable to me. However, it would be a dereliction of duty to place my comrades in peril without any gain. Chapter 22. Survival. Leave first and wait for me at our campsite by noon, I instructed them. In truth, if I stayed behind, I could hardly assure my own survival. "Zhao Yiheng, if we are to leave, we shall do so together." That was Ji Wuchang's voice, unwavering in his support, alongside Sun Gan and Zhao Qua, the mightiest among our group. Indeed, as mere apprentices, we had no place in such a formidable battle, but could we merely stand by and watch or retreat in disgrace? Observing the fearful expressions of my comrades, I could not help but question myself. I had never realized how crucial this victory was for our nascent team. It was the cry of the Phoenix, distinct from its usual delicacy, now laced with an essence of death. Before me lay the battlefield, with the Phoenix standing firm, its rear legs planted on the ground, the blood saturating the earth beneath its feet, forming a small pool. Coiling tightly around its body was the ice-horn crystal serpent, its robust muscles constricting the Phoenix's bones. At the back of the Phoenix's neck, where it could not reach, the serpent bit down relentlessly. The scene before me shook my soul, for I understood that if this continued, that magnificent creature would soon perish. Captain, I noticed the anxious gazes of my comrades. And I resolved, Louis, are you afraid? Louis looked puzzled and shook his head. Not afraid. I nodded and addressed everyone. Louis stays. The rest, retreat. Captain. I lowered my voice and commanded sternly. This is an order. Ignoring their protests, I uncorked a bottle of Cat's Elegance and handed it to Louis. Drink this. Two tails emerged behind us as I pulled Louis towards the colossal beasts. Drink it. Those were 2 vials of antidote. Although the Phenibith's toxic miasma was potent, the fierce battle had caused it to cease the senseless release of poison, and the air was now relatively thin with toxins. We quickly approached them, up close. They appeared as giants entwined together, each exceeding 20 meters in length. I led Louis along the serpentine body of the ice-horn crystal serpent, our agility and balance allowing us to traverse the icy surface with ease. At this critical moment, the serpent indeed paid little heed to the 2 insignificant ants upon it. As we reached the serpent's head, I shouted to Louis now. Louis understood, producing a handful of dried fish gills, his hands clasped together, chanting, Spirit of water, breath of life. The light of magic flickered and vanished. The spell had taken effect, yet the ice-horn crystal serpent showed no sign of loosening its grip. Louis, in a state of despair, let his hands drop before swiftly tugging at Zhao Yiheng's sleeve. We pried Louis away, retrieving the untouched mirror from within his garments. A command, a soul-binding mirror, a manifestation of fear. A ripple of magical energy emanated rapidly from the mirror's center, expanding in all directions. Louis bore the brunt of it. Fear instantly engulfed his thoughts. Crouching with his head clutched in his hands, he made me believe that, had I not been present, he would have turned and fled without a second thought. The instant fear collided with the ice crystal unicorn serpent. It magnified the suffocating sensation he experienced. While he could endure a fleeting moment of asphyxiation, he could no longer withstand the terror of being unable to breathe. He released his gaping maw to draw in air, yet found nothing, only amplifying the dread within. Phenibis, even death could not instill fear in it. The magical ripple flickered and extinguished upon contact. This had been a choice made in a moment of recklessness. For even if Phenibis managed to break free from the ice crystal unicorn serpent, it would not inflict fatal harm. Meanwhile, we, perched upon its back, would undoubtedly meet our demise. I simply refused to accept this fate, weary of the perpetual retreat, especially as my comrades faced insurmountable peril. The fearful glances they cast pierced my soul. Whether out of stubbornness or desperation, I resolved that even if death awaited me, I would act with defiance this once. For an instant, the taut muscles of the ice crystal unicorn serpent relaxed. Phenibis drew a deep breath, casting a longing gaze toward the sky. In that fleeting moment, whom or what did it think of? Suddenly, the crimson blood upon the ground surged, emerging from the earth, clamoring to climb the serpent's body, yearning to enter its being, but unable to do so. Instead, they scurried along its form. I glanced at the bizarre torrent of blood surging forth, pooling beneath Phenibis's feet. I seized Louis, trembling in fear on the ground, and with every ounce of strength, hurled him far away. Ah, how selfish I am. The blood surged over Zhao Yiheng, rushing towards the head of the ice crystal unicorn serpent, as if finally discovering its vulnerability, invading through its nostrils and ears. The serpent let out a piercing scream, overwhelmed by pain, releasing its grip on Phenibis and crawling toward the river. Yet, after only a few steps, its body began to convulse. All its teeth fell out, its eyes clouded, its muscles slackened. In mere seconds, even its scales lost their luster, shedding onto the ground. The ice crystal unicorn serpent lay motionless. It was dead. The crimson blood flowed eerily, gushing from the serpent's body, transforming it into a withered husk. It returned to Phenibis's feet, joining the pool of blood as it seeped into her wounds. The vibrant red blood and the green mist enveloped Phenibis's form. When all was said and done, Phenibis restored her flawless physique. The resounding roar of the dragon reverberated through the heavens. Phenibis has ascended. Now a 5th-tier phantom beast, a unique poison dragon that has broken the shackles of its race. The affliction known as blood disease is a formidable magical ailment acquired through Phenibis's evolution. Both poison and disease are derivatives of magical energy. For a sorcerer, the likelihood of succumbing to such ailments is almost non-existent. Phenibis has undoubtedly transformed into a terrifying phantom beast with the capability to annihilate cities and clans. Still radiant, she cast a glance with her emerald-like eyes at Zhao Yiheng, who lay prostrate on the ground. Whether he was alive or dead remained a mystery. Phenibis's eyes etched intricate magical circles, and the viruses lurking within Zhao Yiheng seemed to come alive, dark and sinister, crawling over his skin before converging upon his heart. Penetrating within. Having completed her task, Fina Biss soared into the sky, surveying the earth below, and eventually vanished into the distance. The torrential rain persisted for an extended period. When Lu Yi carried Zhao Yiheng back to the camp at noon, emerging from the underbrush, he was met with the anxious faces of his companions waiting outside the tent. Overwhelmed, he burst into tears. The group gathered around him, examining his injuries. What happened to the captain? Is he dead? Lu Yi merely shook his head, unable to utter a word. Why has the captain's hair turned completely white? The answer remained unknown. Let us carry the captain inside. Susanna, you stay behind to tend to him. The rest of you, keep watch, take turns resting, and attend to your duties. Lingering here one tea helped the captain recover. Suppressing their sorrow, everyone gradually dispersed, leaving only Susanna, whose tear-streaked face inexplicably began to weep anew. Nightfall approached slowly after this arduous day, and the torrential rain finally subsided, revealing a clear and bright sky. My head throbbed. My consciousness gradually returned, accompanied by a dull ache from my slightly swollen head and the rhythmic beating of my heart. Am I still alive? Of course, I mused wryly. Otherwise, how could I feel my heartbeat? As I slowly regained my senses and opened my eyes, I found myself in a tent crafted from animal hides, instantly recognizing Susanna's handiwork from its familiar style. The tent was devoid of light, yet I could discern all the surroundings with clarity. You're awake? It was Susanna's voice. A soft hand brushed my forehead. I pulled her into my embrace, feeling her slight struggle, and sighed. It's so good to be alive. The rigidity in her body gradually warmed. As dawn broke, Ronnie, on guard duty, fought off drowsiness for a moment, while Susanna emerged from my tent, clutching a bundle of fresh clothes. The sky brightened, and one by one, the others emerged from their tents to begin their activities. Captain, you're awake? The first to enter was Lu Yi, his arm bandaged, likely injured from the fall while confronting the frosthorn crystal snake. Without pausing for pleasantries, he dashed outside again, and soon, a throng of people burst in. I greeted each of them in turn. Just awakened, and as soon as I opened my eyes, the day had brightened. The crowd chattered incessantly. With Lu Yi being the most foolish, he stammered for quite a while, his face flushed, scratching his head in confusion, yet everyone listened with rapt attention. Listening to the cacophony of their laughter, I noticed Susanna lifting the tent flap and entering. She cleared her throat gently. Hurry and prepare the meal. Once we've eaten, we shall head to the place where we encountered the giant serpent yesterday. Lu Yi will accompany us. I suspect the serpent's nest lies nearby, and we should search for any treasures. The team members were exuberant, their spirits markedly improved from the previous day. Once they had all departed, I grasped Susanna's small hand, only for her to swat it away. Stop it. You're being silly. Her tone was sweetly teasing, enough to send shivers down one's spine. You lie still, and I will go fetch you something to eat. She tucked me back into the blanket, disregarding my playful antics, and when everything was in order, she stepped outside once more. Chapter 23. The beast egg in the mirror. White hair cascaded around me. Is this truly me? A white-haired sorceress? No, a white-haired sorcerer? If only I wielded a grand sword and donned robust armor, I might indeed draw attention. I tore open my shirt, revealing a hexagram inscribed with countless indecipherable characters. What is this? I channeled my magical energy into it, and in an instant, I seemed to grasp the method of unleashing blood-related curses and inscribing them into the magical circuitry. It was a rather formidable spell, once afflicted by it. Unless treated by me or a knowledgeable priest, even the mightiest would succumb to a slow demise. Furthermore, once inscribed into the magical circuit, I could wield it without any expenditure of energy. With this, I could become the bane of all vampires, for a priest's magic would only harm them. A true vampire hunter. Gathering everyone, we returned to the site where we encountered the ice unicorn crystal serpent the day before. In the dense forest, this one spot was bare, devoid of any vegetation. Everyone dispersed, each searching for the serpent's lair while exercising caution. I scoured the vicinity thoroughly, but to no avail. Lu Yi, come with me. After a brief contemplation, I resolved to investigate the depths of the water. Lu Yi and I searched the river, swimming past carp on the surface, traversing the underwater grass stretching for meters, and maneuvering through clusters of leaping river shrimp. At last, we discovered a likely spot for a serpent's den beneath the water. I insisted that Lu Yi enter first, but I pulled him back. I felt a pang of regret. It was pitch black inside, and while I could see in the dark, perhaps a perk of being immune to blood curses, what if we ventured in only to find nothing of value, and instead encountered danger? I signaled for Lu Yi to swim up first, Once we reached the shore, I recounted our challenges to the others. In the pitch-black cavern, particularly submerged in water, hesitation enveloped us, leaving us uncertain of our next move. "Captain, allow me to descend. I can utilize the light spell," proposed Wang Zhua, a person of amiable temperament within our team. The light spell, while deemed the most ineffective of magics in terms of combat prowess, as it inflicts no magical damage, proved invaluable in such circumstances, where torches were impractical in the water. "Captain," with Wang's was illumination, "permit me to join him," echoed the others, eager to partake in this endeavor. Observing their spirited resolve, undeterred by the specter of death, a profound pride surged within me. This was my team. I extended my hand. United we stand. A chorus of 10 hands met mine, affirming our collective strength. In the depths of the serpent's den, all participants were imbued with the underwater breathing spell cast by Lu Yi. Ji Wuchang and Sun Gan forged ahead, while Wang Zhua maintained the light spell in the center, with myself coordinating our movements. Initially, I intended to lead the way, but Ji Wuchang's words, "A general must remain where he is most needed," dissuaded me. The 11 of us traversed the serpentine passage without feeling cramped. Occasionally, 1 or 2 water snakes would glide by, swiftly dispatched by Ji Wuchang and Sun Gan. Curiously, why were there so many ordinary water snakes in this illusionary beast cave? Communication underwater was futile. The moment one opened their mouth, water would rush in. Otherwise, someone would surely voice such a query. Though the cavern was vast, it was not excessively deep. After approximately 200 meters of swimming, we stumbled upon a grand spherical chamber. Just as excitement surged to scour the area, Ji Wuchang and Sun Gan abruptly halted. I felt a tightening in my chest. Something was amiss. Zhao Yiheng gestured for Wang Zhua to advance. As the luminous orb of the light spell extended forward, a collective gasp escaped our lips. The chamber's ceiling, walls, and floor were densely populated with water snakes, each measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, entwined together, occasionally raising their heads to observe Zhao Yiheng and the others, yet remaining eerily silent. A shiver ran down my spine. Despite their mundane nature, their sheer numbers were intimidating. Why did they not attack us upon spotting our presence? What were they doing here? The only plausible thought was that the ice unicorn crystal serpent was a female, while all these water snakes were male. Surely, these ordinary serpents could not produce offspring with the ice unicorn crystal serpent. The answer was unequivocally negative. At that moment, Sun Gan pointed towards the center of the chamber. I focused my gaze, spotting 2 silver-white serpent eggs, each standing over 20 centimeters tall, surrounded by a throng of water snakes. This sight was both magnificent and terrifying. Upon reflection, I felt fortunate to possess the blood magic spell. I drew my bone knife, pressing it firmly against my arm to create a wound. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them, as the serpentine throng, having caught the scent of blood, began to writhe violently. I gestured for everyone to remain calm, channeling my magic to coalesce the blood into a colossal orb that floated delicately in the palm of my hand. Indeed, the material required for the blood disease incantation was none other than my own blood. Through a series of precise magical steps, the virus embedded within the blood was once again awakened, as dark, tadpole-like runes crept across the blood sphere. With a forceful push, I sent it forth. As the blood entered the chamber, the agitated serpents surged towards the orb in a frenzied rush. At the moment they drew near, the blood sphere erupted with a thunderous blast. Countless droplets of blood splattered among the serpents, driving those tainted by the blood into a frenzy. They savagely bit at their own bodies and those of their companions, unafraid of death, lashing out at anything that moved. Some water serpents escaped the chamber, launching themselves toward Zhao Yiheng and the others, who maintained a composed defense against the onslaught. Ultimately, they were merely ordinary creatures, having lost their numerical advantage. They posed little threat. However, the blood coursing through their veins was the true menace, and everyone made every effort to avoid contact with them. Even Zhao Yiheng's gestures of reassurance could not alter the palpable tension. The battle with the serpents raged on for an extended period, the ground littered with a dense layer of lifeless bodies. Fortunately, we were submerged in water, sparing us the need to tread upon the fallen serpents, while remaining vigilant against the possibility of a still-living serpent striking unexpectedly. At the moment, I unearthed 2 serpent eggs from the remnants of the serpents and the mud. Joyous smiles illuminated the faces of all present. These 2 ice unicorn serpent eggs, once matured, could rival and even triumph over the venomous dragons, and everyone understood their immense value. Once we ascended to dry land, a collective cheer erupted from the group, and even I found myself swept up in their exuberance. This marked the beginning of a transformative journey. Now, Let us deliberate on the ownership of these two magnificent creature eggs, I proposed after the jubilance had subsided. Everyone was welcome to voice their opinions, for this was a collective achievement. No, Captain, this is your achievement, Zhao Yiheng interjected, effectively quelling the budding discussions. The significance of these creature eggs was undeniable. Possessing them could irrevocably alter one's fate, opening doors to respect and reverence across the vast expanse of the world. After a brief silence, the group unanimously deferred the decision to me, recognizing it as the responsibility of the expedition leader. I retrieved one of the eggs, undeniably. The individual who had contributed the most to our team was Lu Yi. Without his efforts, none of our gains would have been possible. Thus, I decided to bestow this egg upon him. Lu Yi was a stutterer, often at a loss for words when anxious, and I disregarded his fumbling attempts to articulate his thoughts, simply placing the egg into his arms. As the most significant contributor to this operation, we would spare him the pressure of delivering an acceptance speech. Lu Yi, overwhelmed with emotion, fumbled about, torn between wanting to return the egg and an evident reluctance to part with it. I am acutely aware that our significant gains this time have come at a considerable fortune to us. However, I firmly believe that our team will continue to improve and grow stronger. Pausing for a moment, I observed that everyone was intently listening. First and foremost, I must extend my apologies. The puzzled expressions on their faces indicated their confusion, as my apology was directed towards what I was about to say. Initially, I had intended to sell the remaining beast egg from our team endeavor and distribute the coins according to each individual's contribution. Yet, what our team truly needs at this moment is formidable strength. Without such power, our recent achievements would merely be a stroke of luck. However, with great strength, we can attain even better and more bountiful rewards. Thus, I have decided to give this beast egg to Susanna, who has diligently cared for everyone throughout this journey. How can this be? Came Susanna's voice, but no one paid her any heed. At such a moment, any words of refusal would be meaningless. My proclamation was bold, yet the logic remained clear. From the expressions in everyone's eyes, I discerned unanimous agreement, with no dissent. I extended the beast egg towards her, but she resolutely declined. I glanced at her. Rather than joy, she appeared somewhat embarrassed. I refrained from voicing my thoughts, as perhaps if it were not for that night, I might have bestowed the beast egg upon Ji Wuchang. At that moment, Ji Wuchang chuckled heartily, urging, just accept it, consider it a benefit from our eavesdropping that night. The others joined in, echoing, indeed, we listened all night long. Everyone felt that the beast egg rightfully belonged to the team leader, and since he wished to gift it to her, she should graciously accept. Susanna stamped her foot in frustration, refusing to take the beast egg, and turned to flee. If I allowed her to escape then, I would have truly regretted it. Quick as a flash, I seized her arm, pulling her into my embrace, and pressed my lips against hers fervently. After our lips parted, Susanna remained silent and did not attempt to run away. Perhaps everyone must endure suffering in those moments. The pain is excruciating, and dignity is completely stripped away. Yet, as long as this world still holds kindness and hope, there will surely come a time when happiness descends. Chapter 25. Underwater beneath the meteor falls, I cupped my hands to gather some clear water and splashed it upon my face. The icy chill pierced to my very core. Leader, come down, Louis beckoned to me from within the water. I glanced at the ever-proud Phoenibis beside me, took Susanna's delicate hand, and bid farewell. Phoenibis surely wished to descend as well, for that young maiden awaited below, even though I did not yet know her name. Nevertheless, even if I were to know it, a union would be impossible. The chasms of status, identity, and power loomed vast between us. What are you daydreaming about? Seeing the perplexed look in Susanna's eyes, I could not help but feel a profound sense of guilt. It was the painful flower known as betrayal. I caressed her cheek until a joyful smile broke across her face. Let us descend, I told her. Lu's magic would allow us to move freely within the water. That is truly an astonishing talent, particularly in the realm of casting spells underwater. For none of us are capable of such an act. We have all attempted it. Some members of the team gazed at Lu with a twinge of jealousy, for he has distanced himself significantly on the path of magic, yet their sentiments towards him are devoid of malice. Their feelings are simply ones of envy. I can easily surmise that among them, there are those who, if endowed with sufficient wealth, be it in personal prowess or monetary form, would hastily abandon their obligations and return home at the swiftest pace. Who would willingly choose to live a life fraught with peril. They accompany me purely out of necessity. It is a compulsion born from circumstance. Without financial resources, one cannot advance a single step. Life demands a dwelling, marriage requires a dowry, a good job necessitates connections, A fulfilling existence calls for travel and shopping. And to enhance the quality of life while saving time, one must hire help. To achieve familial bliss, one must bear many children. In essence, everything requires money, save for love, which alone does not demand currency. Love appears to be the most inexpensive of commodities, yet it is also the one thing that cannot be purchased. However, for certain members of the team, mere apprentices in the magical arts, love seems to be the only treasure attainable through earnest effort. Despite their frequent attempts to gain small advantages through requests for assistance, I generously forgive them, indulging their surging desires. Perhaps they cannot even restrain themselves. I sincerely hope this adventure will yield substantial rewards for my team, allowing these fellows to experience the allure of wealth and redirect their excess desires away from my dear Susanna. The team continues onward, having discovered 3 deep caverns, all of little value. Ahead, Ji Wucheng beckoned once more, and my teammates and I swam towards him. Upon exploration, we found a profoundly deep cavern, its walls adorned with vast patches of green moss and elongated strands of algae. At the very bottom of the cave, we stumbled upon a magic circle, littered with shards of previously used, now empty gemstones. At last, we had found what we sought. Perhaps the notion that good things come in threes holds some truth. The water cave was shrouded in darkness, and Wang's illumination spell proved invaluable here. Thus, there is no such thing as useless magic in this world. You may wonder why Wang's can cast spells underwater. At this moment, Wang's smugly remarked to Lu Yi, "Look, I can cast spells underwater too." "It's not that impressive." Lu Yi shot him a disdainful glance, reminding me of the way Susanna rolls her eyes when I cannot resist my mischievous impulses around her. "Why are you so poor? Should I dispel the magic state and let you demonstrate your underwater casting skills?" This retort rendered Wang speechless. "Both of you fools, silence yourselves. No one dares to ruffle my feathers lightly." And thus, the group fell into a hush. This inevitably evokes my admiration for Lu Yi's unwavering dedication to the art of magic. Just a few days ago, we could not converse in the water in such a manner. The application of magic varies from person to person. However, the challenge of mastering it is universally experienced. Take, for instance, the shrinking spell, a particular magic that has recently piqued my interest. It has the ability to reduce a person's physical form, serving a singular and straightforward purpose. I have often fantasized about transforming my body to the size of a thumb, allowing me to relish the sensation of resting upon Susanna's bosom. Alas, I can currently only diminish my stature by 10 centimeters, leaving me an unfathomable distance from my ultimate aspiration. The water tunnel was not as profound as anticipated. We easily traversed to its terminus. There, upon a meticulously crafted wall, we discovered a complex magical array, measuring 20 meters in height and width, intricately designed yet asymmetrical. Ji Wucheng, despite his often feigned nonchalance, exhibits a commendable upbringing. I suspect his rebellious demeanor is merely a phase of adolescence. As he matures, he will surely adopt a more grounded disposition, aligning with his parents' hopes. This, he informed us, is a spatial gateway. I rummaged through the fragments of my memory regarding spatial gateways, but the information was disjointed and incomplete. Were my knowledge intact, I would certainly guide Ji Wucheng towards proper conduct, concealing the arrogance reflected in his boastful demeanor. Emboldened, I asked, "What does a spatial gateway signify? And can we pass through it?" Ji Wucheng, with a sense of satisfaction, replied, "In our world, we refer to it as the main space. The worlds that depend on the main space for existence, which would perish alongside it, are known as dimensional spaces. Worlds entirely independent of the main space are termed other spaces." However, I pondered the relevance of this to the spatial gateway. Naturally, I refrained from asking what was evident. He had yet to address the crux of the matter. The spatial gateway serves as a conduit linking the main space and dimensional spaces. It is not overly complex. Think of the main world as a hedgehog, with the spines representing the so-called spatial gateways. I inquired further, what about the main space and other spaces? Do they also have gateways? Seeking knowledge is a commendable virtue, so do not mock me. Well, once you become a grand mage, I shall share more, Ji Wucheng replied, his face slightly flushed. Humph. Any observer could discern that he was equally uninformed. "So, how do we cross over now?" Susanna's melodious voice chimed in. "Indeed, my dear little one articulated my thoughts perfectly." "Ah, it's quite simple. We merely wait for it to open," Ji Wucheng stated with an air of ease. "Wait for it to open?" I exclaimed in astonishment. "Wait for it to open?" echoed the collective surprise of the group. Ji Wucheng timidly reiterated, "Yes, we just wait for it to open." It's akin to being intruders attempting to force entry. Aside from resorting to violence, we can only rely on the owner to unlock the door. Belgar questioned, puzzled. But we are not thieves, are we? Utterly hopeless in their foolishness, I exclaimed. But you must have a key to open the door. Indeed, locating the key would suffice. Ji Wuchang wore an expression of delight, proclaiming, I've found a solution. Come, praise my ingenuity. Alas, our attempts to channel magical energy were futile. It resisted like a petulant child, rejecting every effort with disdain. In addition to infusing magic, we recited incantations. The ancient locking spells employed by sorcerers like Alibaba were particularly effective. You may find this difficult to comprehend, for a proficient mage must memorize an overwhelming array of concepts, including the laws of magical relativity, the principles of elemental expansion, and the intricacies of coordinate calculations and chant rhythms. The burden of knowledge weighs heavily on a sorcerer, who often feels time slipping away. Thus, they resort to employing simple spells for a variety of locking mechanisms, striving to free up mental space for essential wisdom. Consequently, adventurers encountering such locks in ruins find that 9 out of 10 can unlock them with the incantation of Alibaba. Yet, it was of no avail. As I uttered the Alibaba spell, the magical array flickered momentarily before falling silent, as if mocking my efforts. Captain, you must take responsibility, said Susanna. As the others cast accusatory glances my way for leading them here, only to be thwarted at the threshold. Are we to turn back empty-handed? That would be an utter loss. I gazed deeply into Susanna's eyes and assured her, Nana, my dear, I shall take responsibility for a lifetime. How nauseatingly sweet. The issue was not so easily resolved. Let us reflect on why we ventured into the Roland Forest. It was precisely for the chance to encounter 5th-tier Pegasi and countless quest opportunities. Even a single hair from a 5th-tier Pegasus could be fashioned into a superb magical bow. Indeed, it is said that the bow wielded by the legendary Ranger King, Lu Fengyu, was strung with the sinews of a 5th-tier Pegasus. Not to mention, the potential for that 5th-tier Pegasus to ascend to a mythical beast was tantalizing. Yet, we were unable to proceed. Susanna, much to my chagrin, repeatedly forgot the 3 essential tenets of the White Jade Qilin Guild. I playfully rapped her on the head, earning a disdainful glare in return. Leader, with so many people here, if you continue to be so lovey-dovey, we may just lose our minds. Suddenly, the usually reticent Sun Gon could no longer contain himself. Lose our minds? How so? Goodness, you are all acting like beasts, said Susanna, cautiously retreating behind me, eyes wide with concern at the sight of the envious gazes from the surrounding candidates. If you lack companions, hurry and devise a plan to seize the opportunity. As the head of this group, I too am filled with trepidation. The gender imbalance within the guild was glaring. Once this adventure concludes, we must recruit new members at the Adventurers Association, every last one of them. I disclose this crucial decision to everyone, for your own good. Those without a girlfriend should muster all their spirit for this daring adventure. Captain, are you yearning for a harem? Ji Wuchang jested. Please, refrain from voicing such thoughts before Nana. Chapter 26. The forest fairy. We camped beneath the waterfall for 8 days, and as the 9th night descended, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The 4 tents lay in eerie silence, the sound of snores filling the air. The sky was overcast, threatening rain, with clouds blotting out the sun. And even the cawing of crows fell silent, creating an unnerving stillness. I stood bewildered at the center of this world, my feet planted upon an expanse of flat, endless yellow earth, shrouded in silence and desolation. The wind howled around me. What is happening to me? Where am I? The atmosphere was dark and terrifying, as if I were the sole inhabitant of this realm. My heart raced violently, the thudding echoing in my ears. Solitude was suffocating me. I ran and ran, ceaselessly, calling out, yet my voice merely reverberated in the void, leaving me utterly alone. Suddenly, the yellow earth beneath my feet transformed into a rickety bridge. On one side lay a verdant prairie, where I could see cattle and sheep frolicking. On the other side, a barren wasteland of yellow soil awaited. A fragile girl gradually approached, morphing between Susanna and Pammy. Help me. Her voice cried out in desperation. Help with what? It was then I noticed 2 decaying men closely pursuing her. They could hardly be called human, their hair matted, eyes bulging, mouths oozing yellow drool, one missing an arm, another missing 2 legs. Yet they ran with eerie glee, their hands and legs flailing, their bodies grotesquely rotting, festering with pulsating sores. How repulsive! I felt nauseated. Help me. The fresh, liberating air was behind me, while my beloved was pursued by these monsters ahead. I sensed my magic eluding me. Help me. Without a moment's hesitation, I followed my deepest instinct and ran toward the girl, grasping her hand as we dashed toward the grassy meadow. Her hand clasped mine tightly, her long hair billowing behind us in the wind. We drew near the bridge, the lush green prairie within reach. Why does it feel so heavy? So heavy. My pace slowed, as if something were dragging me back. What is happening? I suddenly turned my head, only to find a grotesque zombie grinning at me with a decayed face, its rotting arms and hands gripping me tightly. Oh! I jolted awake in the tent, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Had I been dreaming? I touched my forehead, slick with perspiration. Oh! It was Susanna's scream. I disregarded everything else and hurriedly slipped into my trousers before racing outside. By this time, everyone had emerged, encircling Susanna, obscuring my view of what had transpired. What happened? I pushed through the throng, only to discover her shivering form wrapped in a simple garment. Captain, Susanna claims she found blood in the pond, said Ji Wuchang, standing opposite her, presumably the owner of that clothing. I approached, gently enveloping Susanna in my embrace, planting a soft kiss on her damp hair. What's wrong? Her body trembled slightly in my arms, likely from shock and the chill. Nearby, someone offered a blanket, which I draped over her shoulders with care. While everyone was asleep, I ventured out for a bath, and suddenly noticed the lake had turned red. It was terrifying, she murmured. I held her tighter, wishing to spare her from further elaboration. Captain, someone went to investigate before I left. Were there any findings? I inquired calmly. It's not blood. The moon in the lake has turned red, Zhao Qua, who had gone to check, declared, his words clear to all around us. Indeed, the lake beneath the waterfall appeared crimson, but upon closer examination, the circular shape seemed to reflect the moon above, though its unusual size and hue were perplexing. Lei, let us descend and take a look. The rest of you, remain here. I instructed. I lifted Susanna's chin and kissed her forehead gently before entrusting her to the care of others in our group. Then, Lei and I leapt into the lake, one after the other. Within the Meteor Waterfall's cave, the shallow cavern radiated a crimson glow. The powerful magical energy remained undetectable on land, yet in the water, it surged with seismic intensity. As we entered the cavern, the intricate spatial door had transformed into a colossal red vortex. Everyone, come down, I commanded Lei beside me, watching as he turned and gradually receded. I fervently wished for him to return promptly with the others, for I was uncertain how long this portal would remain open. What had caused this door to manifest? Had its master summoned it? Captain, everyone has gathered. Fortunately, the spatial door has yet to vanish. Let us proceed together, I announced, stepping forward as the first to enter. In an instant, my body lost sensation, and when I opened my eyes again, I had arrived in this new realm. The sky and earth were both of vibrant green, adorned with trees and flowers. Beyond that, nothing else was visible. One by one, my companions emerged from the spatial door. Their expressions tinged with fear as they beheld this world, though it appeared so beautiful, serene, and diminutive. We could see the horizon of the sky. It was scarcely larger than Roland Town. This world was indeed small. Outsiders, are you also here in search of Uni? Inquired a diminutive figure. Standing no taller than half an arm, hidden behind a banyan tree, a timid creature cautiously peered at us, shyly addressing us. Hello, who is Uni? Nilo inquired, perhaps captivated by the enchanting being. Yet, did you not come in search of Uni? Are you here to find us? Humph, villains. After uttering these words, the little creature retreated behind the banyan tree, and by the time we circled around, it had vanished. I didn't even ask anything, Ronnie protested, feeling somewhat wronged, unable to comprehend why that little fellow had fled after merely speaking a single sentence. You frightened it, Ronnie. I meant not to blame him. Yet he completely failed to grasp the implications of my words. But I didn't say anything. What are they? Forest fairies. This incident was not taken to heart by anyone. After all, how formidable could such a tiny creature be? However, reality once again exposed the shallowness of our understanding. To describe our ignorance as that of a frog at the bottom of a well was an understatement. After a cautious exploration, we unwittingly plunged into the trap of the forest fairies, enveloped by a pale green magical aura that swiftly unleashed a powerful surge of magical energy. I had imagined that only the boldest of individuals would dare intrude upon our sanctuary to capture us, only to discover that they were merely a few underdeveloped little ones. Mere novices who lacked even a black magic protective shield. A thunderous sound echoed above us, startling us into looking up. A forest fairy, identical to the one we had encountered earlier, rode a silver Pegasus soaring overhead. The typically breathtaking beauty of the Pegasus, with its magnificent tail and angelic wings, seemed to fade into the background. Everyone was irresistibly drawn to the forest fairy, who appeared colossal, towering over us, as if a giant. Her size 7 or 8 times that of our own bodies. Was this truly the same diminutive figure we had seen earlier? From the underbrush emerged another forest fairy. This one not mounted on a silver Pegasus, yet equally immense. The tremors of its footsteps felt akin to an earthquake, inducing a dizzying sensation within us. It was only at this moment that I realized it was not the forest fairies that had grown to giant proportions. Rather, we had shrunk. The trees, towering like mountains, and the distant sky, seemingly boundless, all indicated that our bodies had transformed into diminutive forms, smaller than even the petite forest fairies by 7 or 8 times. Now, we had become the size of mere fragments of an arm. Heavens, what have we encountered? Let me return. That was Guy. On the brink of collapse from the overwhelming contrast and pressure, my complexion turned ashen. And only then did I finally grasp the full implication of the shrinking spell, the Emerald Secret Realm's shrinking magic. This enchantment had originated from this very place. In comparison to the silver Pegasus soaring above, it too had been diminished by the forest fairies, allowing it to glide freely within this palm-sized realm without appearing overly small. Respected, beautiful, and wise children of the forest, my companions and I harbor no intention of offense. I bent my body and lowered my head, humbly hoping that our fate would not be too dire. No, you have already offended us by intruding here. Above us, a forest sprite cast down a net, ensnaring us all and unceremoniously depositing us upon the back of a silver Pegasus. The silver Pegasus soared high in the sky, above the treetops of the forest. Originally, we should have been able to behold the vastness of the world at a glance. Instead, all we could see were trees as far as the eye could perceive, as if we were aboard a colossal flying vessel passing over towering mountains. Our vision seemed to weaken, akin to insects observing the world, confined to a minuscule space. With no end in sight, what shall we do? Ji Wuchang inquired. He had no desire for death. As long as he could return safely and endure the trials of the 7-ringed magic tower until graduation, he could inherit his father's title. He was the eldest son, having received an exceptionally fine education since childhood. Who would have imagined that a mere ordinary adventure would lead to such astonishing circumstances? I do not wish to live here for eternity, came the voice of Sun Gone. Susanna nudged me, reminding me that this was not the moment for solitary despair. As the leader of our troop, it was my duty to courageously step forward and shoulder responsibility. Failing to do so would be a dereliction of duty. I must inspire everyone to desire survival and lead them out of this predicament. Chapter 27. Hatred upon the back of the silver Pegasus. I delivered an impassioned speech. My friends, regardless of the adversities we face, our sole objective is survival. The hardships we currently endure are trifling. As long as we possess a spirited, adventurous, and indomitable heart, we shall inevitably discover a means to empower ourselves. If we allow our fighting spirit to wane and perish here, even if we are released immediately, what difference would it make? Just a minor tempest. And you would lose the courage to rise again. You would be ridiculed by your families, forsaken by the endeavors you toiled for, transforming from vibrant members of our group into misunderstood loners. Is this the life you desire? On the path of struggle, we fear neither hardships nor falls. Even in death, we must sacrifice as forward marchers, rather than succumb in the mire, trampled underfoot, starving to death. A derisive laughter echoed from the forest sprite riding the silver Pegasus. When did you become a hen? I silently scoffed. Such eloquent rhetoric, yet I see no evidence of your superiority. After all, you remain ensnared by me. The essence lies not in words, but in actions. I shall demonstrate to you the extent of my strength. What is your name? Knowing your name would facilitate my vengeance. The forest sprite turned its gaze upon us and declared, remember this, I am Palamethysber. If fortune favors you, perhaps one among you shall become my slave. Slave? Susanna exclaimed loudly. So you need not fear for your lives. Susanna collided into my embrace, lamenting, I would rather perish. I gently patted her back, whispering words of solace. Live well. If circumstances permit, I shall gather a flower for you each day, hoping to see your smile forever bloom. Parami, perched upon the back of the silver steed, curled her lips in disdain, muttering softly, how cloying. The silver steed traversed through the forest, soared over rivers, and glided past majestic deer, ultimately descending at the heart of the world, beneath a colossal tree that bridged the heavens and the earth. This was the sacred tree of eternal life, the mother of stars that never fell. We often refer to this divine mother tree as mother, and it is imperative that you show it reverence. Parami cautioned us as she prepared to unveil the hunting net and release us. Sun Gone scoffed derisively, and I shot him a fierce glare, commanding, apologize to this lovely lady. Yet his eyes brimmed with stubborn defiance. Though I, too, felt anger towards the forest sprites who attacked us indiscriminately. I was the leader of this troop, and I could not allow my emotions to cloud my judgment regarding my companion's safety. My foremost responsibility now was to lead my comrades out of this hidden realm. Whatever reproaches or decisions awaited us outside, I would bear them without complaint. I am sorry. The authority of a leader compelled Sun Gong to comply with my command. I sensed that our camaraderie had been irrevocably altered, and I could only hope for a chance at redemption in the future. Parami cast me a meaningful glance before turning toward the sacred tree. We traversed the vines at the base of the tree, which spiraled like a grand carousel around its trunk. Hurry along, if you fall behind. I shall no longer protect you, Parami's voice echoed ahead. Protection? What a farce. However, witnessing the forest sprites, who had once circled the sacred tree on their flying steeds, flocking to observe us, I began to grasp the true essence of her words. Move swiftly, do not lag behind. Parami likely held a significant status among these forest sprites, which explained their decorum in her presence. We climbed for what felt like an eternity, our legs weary to the point of collapse. Yet I surmised we had only ascended to a height commensurate with our own stature. Why did she not ride the steed to elevate us? Why must we circle this sacred tree for so long? Was it a pilgrimage? Captain. Li hesitated as if to speak. Silence. I, too, was uncertain of the trials that awaited us. It was prudent to follow Parami in quietude. Sometimes, fate does not bend to our desires, and one must learn to accept it, safeguarding oneself from further harm. This was not cowardice. Rather, bravery must be wielded judiciously. At last, we reached a platform resembling a celestial terrace, where two towering forest sprites stood guard, weapons in hand. A door materialized upon the tree trunk, obscured by a purple veil. Your Highness, Princess, the sentinels saluted Parami with raised hands. Princess? I gazed at Parami in astonishment. I have 99 siblings, so there is no need for alarm. I am not as noble as you might envision. I have heard that the princesses of your human empire are regarded as the most precious pearls, Parami remarked while walking. The most precious pearls? Perhaps to His Majesty the King, but for someone like me, hailing from a humble village, Her Highness the Princess feels impossibly distant. Of course, if the Parami before me counts as one, she is indeed the first princess I have ever encountered. Perhaps my understanding is limited. Parami sighed, is that so? What a pity. Contrary to my expectations of entering a grand hall, a long corridor unfolded before us. This passage serves as a deterrent against assassins and enemies. Monitoring all that transpires within, escaping from here is utterly impossible. Thus, please remain at ease. A bitter taste filled my mouth at the thought of staying within the sacred tree. That depends on His Majesty's will. But do not presume that the outside world is a desirable place. It is akin to a bird caged for human admiration versus a creature in the wild subject to arbitrary capture. This was her implication. Yet how could she comprehend the imprisoned bird's yearning for freedom? The corridor branched in several directions, but Parami guided us straight ahead until a spacious hall came into view. To my surprise, a grand throne was raised high within, where a shadowy figure sat with an air of authority. Princess Parami, what brings you before His Majesty? Inquired the herald beside the king, suggesting this was a place for the high-ranking forest fairies to convene. Your Majesty, I have apprehended several outsiders. They do not come to confront the slayer of the demons, Yuni. Their fate now rests in Your Majesty's hands, Parami reported. The figure on the throne finally stirred, casting a cold gaze upon us, as if we were mere beasts. Bring forth the one with long hair, he commanded, referring to Susanna. Susanna's complexion paled instantly, and I instinctively shielded her with my body, my heart swelling with fury in that moment. Parami effortlessly separated us, and I looked at her with pleading eyes. Yet she remained unmoved. She grasped Susanna's form, relinquishing her to the approaching herald. I witnessed the anguish etched on Susanna's face as she was taken. I had never loathed myself more. The herald placed Susanna at the feet of the green-skinned king. Sing, came the king's command. Susanna stood frozen. Sing, he barked, his voice a booming display of impatience. My beloved, where are you? I miss you so, resonated Susanna's ethereal voice. The song she often sang for me echoing through the hall. In the past, I had mocked her for her high-pitched tones lacking richness. Now, I longed for her to sing once more, just for me. Dance. As she sang, Susanna twirled, tears streaming from her eyes. I did not let the tears of despair stream down my face, nor did I shy away from the piercing gaze. Instead, I widened my eyes, indelibly engraving this scene and my hatred deep within my mind. Tears signify weakness, while hatred is the seed of vengeance. That cage suspended this human upon a scaffold. I desired her to sing and dance within its confines incessantly. The rest were to be dispatched to the auction. That was the last sound I heard from the king. Time held little significance for us. We were imprisoned in a dark chamber, with only a sliver of light penetrating when the door was ajar. I marked each meal delivered to us as a day, for I was perpetually hungry, and the food was hardly palatable. Thus, I counted to 42 days until those green-skinned fairies forced us out of our dark prison. Fortunately, despite our suffering, we remained relatively healthy, free from the infestation of fleas. Perhaps this small world was devoid of the parasites that incite illness and disgust. As we turned several corners and traversed a long corridor, I had never realized how much I cherished the blinding sunlight that warmed my skin, even as my heart felt like ice. I constantly yearned for Susanna, desperately clinging to the memory of her most beautiful self, unable to fathom the tribulations she might have endured. The two guards did not linger in the sunlight. They pulled the rope and strode ahead, while my companions and I scurried behind like a swarm of grasshoppers. I felt as though I had traveled a great distance. Yet it was not far at all. Breathless, I recognized my own frailty, with each step a painful torment. A sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by a cacophony of laughter. I lifted my head in confusion, only to discover a multitude of forest fairies. They sat in rows upon broad leaves, each one vibrant and lively. Move quickly. A tremendous force tugged at the rope ahead, sending my companions tumbling to the ground. A resounding laughter erupted around us. I had grown numb to such ridicule as I helped my teammate to his feet. Captain, I wish to go home. Tears blurred my vision. To live bravely. As long as we exist in this world for a single day, we hold on to the hope of freedom. Chapter 28. Zhao Shu. Not all the forest fairies recognized us as humans. Most of them whispered amongst themselves, pointing fingers at us. To many of these common fairies, we were likely creatures they had never encountered. Among them were also kind-hearted fairies, akin to our treatment of cats, abuse and adoption occurring simultaneously in the corners of the world. We were taken to the side of the central auction platform. 700 magic crystals, once. 700 magic crystals, twice. Someone bids 750 magic crystals. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? 750 magic crystals, once. It seemed the auction had already commenced. Would it soon be our turn? Before our departure, to ensure we would fetch a handsome price, the forest fairies had adorned us in new garments that aligned with their aesthetic sensibilities, provided us with delectable sustenance, and offered juices that rendered our parched lips moist. Captain, why don't we consider escape? Perhaps this is an opportunity, spoke Roni, the country lad who had never ventured far from home and likely had no comprehension that an auction house is one of the most heavily guarded places, second only to the treasury of His Majesty and the vaults of the banks. Ji Wuchang, do you regret following me? Zhao Yiheng felt the deepest remorse for Ji Wuchang, who had been leading the team on adventures until recently when he had retreated to the ranks of an ordinary member. Ji Wuchang smiled serenely. Everyone must face death. Why dwell on regrets for what has already transpired? Yet, he added, this matter is not yet concluded. It may only worsen our plight in the future. It seemed Ji Wuchang had heard my thoughts as he continued. The only regret I harbor is not bidding farewell to my father. I slipped away from home without his knowledge, and under the current circumstances, I fear I may never have the chance to apologize. I fell into a contemplative silence, wishing I had not brought them along. Solitude would have been preferable. Captain, there is no need for self-reproach. Adventure inherently carries immense peril. Here, there are no cowards, remarked Lu Yi, perhaps the most optimistic among us, yet also the most tragic, for although he had acquired a formidable phantom beast through our expedition, he might never witness its growth. Our fates were not ours to command. In the next moment, we could meet our demise. Hey, Lu Yi, called Sun Gone. Where is your ice crystal unicorn serpent? It seems to have vanished. Lu Yi chuckled as a triangular head poked out from his pant leg, glancing about before retreating once more. The group exchanged amused glances and allowed it to pass. Next, we shall auction the piece de assistance of this event. 10 human adventurers, declared the auctioneer as guards ushered us onto the stage. Humans? Is that truly what they are? They seem so diminutive, whispered a throng of forest fairies to one another. Clang. The auctioneer's gavel struck. The forest fairies gradually fell silent, awaiting further commentary. These humans were once quite tall, but now they have been reduced to captives through our shrinking spell. Once released from this spell, these towering individuals will undoubtedly make the finest miners and laborers. He continued, we shall auction each of these 10 humans separately, starting at 100 magic crystals. From the perspective of mere labor, they were certainly not worth 100 magic crystals. Only the curious forest fairies would spend such a sum on a laborer. Yet, those very fairies were never lacking in their sense of curiosity. Mommy, can we buy that little dwarf? They are so adorable, exclaimed a child, brimming with childlike wonder. Zhao Kuo was the first to be pushed onto the platform, ultimately selling for 800 magic crystals to a fairy merchant. Subsequently, Others auctioned their items around 500 magic crystals. As the auction drew to a close, Zhao Yiheng was the final item, his price remaining at 100 magic crystals. The bidding gradually ascended to 350 magic crystals, with seemingly no further offers forthcoming. Is there anyone else willing to bid? 350 magic crystals for the first time, 350 magic crystals for the second time, 350 magic crystals for the third time. The auctioneer did not even pause, perhaps believing that no further bids would emerge. Wait a moment, 400 magic crystals. It was Princess Palami, and whispers rippled through the crowd as a resolute female fairy made her way through the assemblage. The auctioneer paused momentarily before promptly declaring, 400 magic crystals for the first time, 500 magic crystals. A woman clad in a purple trench coat stepped forward, her face slightly round, with delicate features, a petite nose, and full, luscious lips. Her long green hair trailed down to her heels, and the collar of her garment revealed her ample bosom. With cat-like grace, her round legs descended from a cluster of leaves, parting the crowd effortlessly. Milia Lewis Bopper, Princess Palami remarked, observing Milia Lewis approach. What are you doing? Hee. Milia Lewis replied with a smile. I am here to do as my sister does, purchase a human to alleviate my boredom. Palami furrowed her brows, finding it truly tiresome. Milia Lewis playfully patted her chest and glanced at Palami's flat bosom, then directed her attention to the bewildered auctioneer, saying, Don't you need to count? The auctioneer wiped the sweat from his forehead and announced loudly, 500 magic crystals for the first time, 500 magic crystals for the second time, 600 magic crystals. Palami had raised the bid. Milia Lewis chuckled at Palami, saying, It seems my sister also has a fondness for this toy. Unfortunately, after being here so long, I'm only interested in this one toy, so please, let me have it. 700 magic crystals, Palami responded, patting the sheath of her sword. I require a sword attendant. What use does my sister have for that human? A sword attendant is a servant who carries the master's sword and typically follows them, obeying their commands. Milia Lewis pondered this, seemingly at a loss as to what purpose a human might serve, and turned to Zhao Yiheng, asking, Hey, what can you do? I certainly would not deign to offer any pleasantness to a fairy princess. Seeing that I ignored her, Milia Lewis, in a fit of anger, retorted, What do I care what I buy him for? I find this fellow distasteful. I'll just turn him into jerky. Hey, Milia Lewis shouted at the auctioneer. Why have you stopped counting again? 1,000 magic crystals. After a round of bidding, Zhao Yiheng was ultimately secured by Milia Lewis for 1,600 magic crystals. Upon paying the auction house, she seized the rope around Zhao Yiheng's neck and swaggered out of the auction hall. Humph. From a distance, I seemed to hear Ramir's voice, laden with resentment. A subtle thrill of excitement coursed through me, a tremor in response to the peculiarities of fate and its pivotal moments. You seem utterly unperturbed by me. Why is that? Milia Lu inquired with curiosity. I fear no one, my lady, save for the capricious nature of fate, I replied. Milia Lu scoffed. Fate? When did it become an uncontrollable force? Only the weak harbor such sentiments. Zhao Yiheng met her dissent with a resolute silence. Are you unconvinced? What is your name? Milia Lu's voice resonated with an enchanting magnetism, imbued with a uniquely feminine intellectual beauty. Zhao Yiheng, he stated, believing it to be the most significant name he could utter. Excellent. From this moment forth, your destiny has been altered. You are no longer Zhao Yiheng, Milia Lu declared. Zhao Yiheng found himself perplexed by such nebulous words. What did it mean to cease being Zhao Yiheng? Had he not always been himself? I shall bestow upon you a new name, allowing you to bid farewell to your former self. Milia Lu continued, lost in her thoughts. Hey, I find myself at a loss with this lady's erratic musings. What name shall I choose for you? She pondered, tilting her head in contemplation. Why must I change my name? How about a Milia Lu suggested, noticing his contorted expression. She questioned, not pleasant? Or perhaps air? Her initial suggestion had evidently caused him considerable distress, prompting her to avert her gaze. What do you think of the name Zhao Su? It radiates warmth like light. Ah, it is a splendid name, indeed. Now you have the opportunity to choose between Zhao Su and Air. Should you remain indecisive, I shall refer to you as Air henceforth. Milia Lu pronounced her verdict. Air, Zhao Yiheng dismissed her. Air, he considered her sanity questionable. Little Air Z. Zhao Yiheng halted abruptly, staring at Milia Lu in trepidation. Is that not splendid? Her fleeting smile outshone even the most vibrant of blooms. You may continue to call me Zhao Su, he conceded with a tinge of resignation to this new identity. See, I have now altered your fate, once again affirming the irrefutable truth of the invincibility of the strong, Milia Lu proclaimed, exuding confidence. So formidable are you, can you best per me? The evident animosity between Miliolu and Purami hinted at an irreconcilable conflict, where neither seemed capable of overcoming the other. Given Miliolu's devilish physique, it was likely that Purami would overpower her in physical prowess. Humph, the invincible conquerors wield their intellect to triumph in life. Purami may be but 100 foes, while I aspire to be a general who can challenge thousands. Miliolu's aspirations are indeed grand. Zhao Xiu gazed upon this whimsical lady beside her with a sense of compassion, pondering that she may never become a formidable opponent to the masses. In the vast Emerald Secret Realm, with men, women, and children, there could be as many as 10,000 souls. It was improbable that there would be that many soldiers. Could it be that even forest sprites have adversaries in such a paradise? In this idyllic haven, one would expect the forest spirits to be carefree, their thoughts unburdened. Akin to ethereal dreams, how could they possibly resemble the humans of the main world? Of course, since my earliest memories, I have been taught to combat the malevolent demon King Yuni. Chapter 30. The planned Miliolu's sister is named Gina Ispor. She has not returned since that day, and Miliolu appears utterly indifferent to this fact. Everyone has their own affairs to attend to. All she desires is for her sister to remain her sister. She often expresses this sentiment, suggesting that there is still some familial affection. Stewed mushrooms with green peppers. Miliolu's thick lips gulped down the mushrooms as she pouted. Why is it always mushrooms? This can undoubtedly be attributed to Gina. On that particular day, we foraged an abundance of mushrooms, piling them into a small mountain. I can still recall Gina's playful words from that day. Bring these mushrooms back. Try a few different recipes. Miliolu will adore your mushrooms. After finishing our meal, I refrained from mentioning the warehouse full of mushrooms. Testing the water temperature with my hand, I called out to Miliolu lounging on the sofa. Lulu-chan, the bathwater is ready. Miliolu yawned as she passed by me, retrieving a new set of pajamas to place outside the bathing area. She seemed to never regard me as an outsider. Yet I never deluded myself with thoughts of intimacy. Would one develop romantic feelings for the household cat? She never mentioned why she had purchased me. I knew that her home had always been tidied up by someone else, for someone as indolent as her, the first time I entered her abode. It was impeccably clean and orderly, devoid of any signs of neglect. Once again, I entered my bedroom, rubbing my hands together in anticipation. Tonight would be a night of special significance. I retrieved the doll hidden in the wardrobe. It remained in disarray, yet its parts were inscribed with numerous magical characters. Following a magical ritual, these characters, inscribed in a specific pattern, would transform into a cohesive magical array. This was the 8th doll. The previous 7 had failed at this critical juncture, either becoming grotesque and incapable of movement or utterly disintegrating. I gathered all my strength, and the room glimmered with arcane light. The doll's creation commenced. The scattered doll parts on the floor were guided by an invisible force, gradually assembling into the form of a person, standing at 1.65 meters, with no discernible gender distinctions, and soft features devoid of any hair. Referring to it as a puppet would be a misnomer. It is more aptly described as a mechanical being. However, this puppet does not operate through mechanical means. Rather, it is entirely powered by magical energy. At its rear lies an energy chamber, which, upon opening, allows for the insertion of a magical crystal, enabling the puppet to move until its power is depleted, a quintessentially extravagant form of magic. I exhaled softly, relaxing my body, for this time, my spell had finally succeeded. The journey of magic is invariably arduous and long. This is but the challenging first step. Yet, once the first step is accomplished, the path ahead will inevitably reach its conclusion. I commanded it to advance, and indeed, it moved forward. The puppet's magical prowess far surpasses my own, as it can harness the energy from the magical crystal within its power chamber for attacks, something humans cannot do directly. Wizards typically utilize these magical crystals to fuel magical devices or to synthesize them into magical gems, serving as ephemeral reservoirs of magical energy. The magic circle endowed the puppet with a semblance of human senses. It can see, hear, and speak, yet it lacks the capacity for thought. I carefully concealed the puppet within the room, my next task being the creation of 10 such figures. The quiet night was punctuated by the hoots of an owl. When I encountered Ji Wucheng again, it was the afternoon of the second day after I had crafted my 3rd puppet, and Miliolu had surprisingly ventured out instead of staying home. She placed me upon her shoulder and began her journey. I believed that Miliolu had finally come to regard me as a friend, hence her intimate gesture of carrying me with her. However, reality once again revealed how deluded I was. We met the first forest fairy acquainted with Miliolu. Hello, Miliolu. Have you finished today's patrol so swiftly? Indeed, Your Highness. Do you require me to carry you to Emerald Lake as I did in our childhood? Genie, I have grown. I can go by myself. Oh, then I presume the little one on your shoulder is your current companion? So you no longer need me? I sensed an unsettling tone in her words. Milialu lifted me from her shoulder and cradled me in her arms. The warmth of that moment nearly overwhelmed me, and then Milialu's voice floated into my ears from afar. This one is human, quite clever and amusing. That was not the tone one would use with a friend. The impression left by the house cat was that it was intelligent, lively, adorable, and entertaining. The cat was my friend, of a pet's nature. In that instant, I realized I was merely a pet to Milialu. Despite spending so many days together, we remained in the dynamic of owner and pet. After bidding farewell to Genie, I spotted Ji Wuchang in a mining pit where excavation was underway. He has been restored to his original form. And even though a dozen forest sprites cannot compete with the current Ji Wuchang, it is of no consequence. This place is teeming with patrolling guards. The forest fairies have merely lifted Ji Wuchang's diminutive spell to mine more efficiently. The slightest lapse in vigilance results in the whip cracking against Ji Wuchang's back. He lifted his head and cast a glance at us. I knew he recognized me. I felt a surge of shame for my present appearance and sorrow for Ji Wuchang's tragic fate. Such is the capriciousness of destiny, when it is in good spirits. You feel like the happiest person on earth. When it turns sour, you plummet into the depths of despair. How one lives is not for one to decide. After 2 arduous hours of trekking, we arrived at a steaming lake, its waters crystalline and bright, yet shrouded in a misty haze. Milialu informed me that the lake possessed an irregular shape, its waters transforming into a shimmering green at night, maintaining a temperature around 45 degrees Celsius, with the hottest spots reaching 96 degrees. Soaking in the hot springs is a most delightful experience, especially when shared by just 2, releasing the fatigue accumulated over many days. I comfortably drifted into slumber within its warm embrace. If you wish, we could return here in a few days, for I believe you enjoy this place as well. I refrained from responding, for whether we could return was a matter only fate could determine. Following this excursion to the hot springs, I hastened the creation of my puppets. As my companions were suffering, while everything appeared so splendid to me except for my dignity, truly a wicked circumstance. On the 5th day, all the puppets were completed. They could no longer fit within the room, so I controlled each one to depart, avoiding all eyes, and bury themselves in the earth above. Fortunately, no one noticed. I had contemplated several plans, but they were too perilous, akin to courting death, yet I would rather perish in battle. However, after that visit to the hot springs, I conceived a brilliant idea. Wherever there are hot springs, there must be a volcano. I merely need to trigger an eruption to escape amidst the chaos. Before that, I must locate all my teammates and lead them to safety. With the steps of the plan now determined, it was time to execute it. The birds of the Emerald Realm have never feared the forest sprites, as these fairies do not consume any birds. I once retaliated by feeding Milialu a morsel of chicken, which caused her to vomit for 3 days. I was terrified, for I had no malice towards Milialu at that time. It was merely a prank. For this, Milialu punished me by making me clean the toilets for 2 months, which did not significantly impact me, as I had previously been responsible for their upkeep. She perhaps sensed that this was excessive and punished me by making me sleep in the restroom. However, as no one prepared meals, she eventually released me, commanding that I wash 3 times with hot water before entering the kitchen. Yet, she still did not partake of the first meal. The birds, upon encountering me, exhibited no instinct to flee. Their ancestors had never laid eyes upon humanity, nor had they suffered persecution from forest spirits. Consequently, they were innately devoid of wariness towards humans, allowing me to forge a bond of trust with them with relative ease, thus providing me with a wellspring of inspiration. The birds scattered in all directions, seeking out every soul, save for Suanna. Confined within the palace walls, she had not escaped from that place since that fateful day, and I was resolute in my quest to find her. Faced with the heavily guarded palace, conventional methods of infiltration were utterly futile. Thus, I spent countless hours contemplating the fate of Gina. That foolish girl, though her heart was pure and devoid of malevolent thoughts, often appeared somewhat naïve in the face of deception. This very quality was what I intended to exploit. The sky above was devoid of stars. The once visible constellations of Andromeda, Leo, and Ursa Major had vanished, leaving only a solitary moon perpetually suspended in the heavens. When the sun graced the day, the moon became translucent, only to re-emerge with the night, its position unwavering. After 12 such cycles of this celestial dance, Gina finally descended once more in response to my fervent prayers. So, this time you seek not mushrooms, but rather what ear? Indeed, Gina's voice, sweet as silver bells, resonated beautifully, Yet it was unfortunate that such ambiguous phrases flowed effortlessly from her innocent lips, stirring within me a sense of excitement and fervor. Perhaps this is the allure of contrast. After evading Milialu, I successfully deceived Gina, who vowed to present the toy I had crafted to the emperor of this realm. A mere puppet lying quietly outside the dwelling. From my previous conversations with Milialu, it was evident that the forest spirit princess and the kingdom's emperor shared no blood relation. Thus I felt justified in my deception of Gina. Chapter 33. Eruption in the dead of night. Arrows fell like rain amidst flashes of blades, as a dozen figures sprinted through the verdant woods. Zhao Yiheng maneuvered the puppet numbered 01, deftly evading and dodging. An arrow whizzed past, narrowly grazing the puppet's hair before embedding itself in a tree ahead, but was soon outpaced and left behind by the puppet. Annoyingly, the puppet bore several significant tears in its attire, remnants of arrows that had struck it. However, as both the puppet and the arrows were in motion, the puppet's speed augmented the arrows' range, diminishing their impact to a level well within the puppet's threshold for endurance. Arrows that could not penetrate defenses posed no threat to my puppet. Yet, Zhao Yiheng did not bask in triumph for long. A shimmering arrow, imbued with starlight, streaked through the gaps in the foliage with astonishing velocity, piercing the puppet's chest in an instant. "Damn it!" Zhao Yiheng exclaimed. His face contorted in pain as beads of sweat broke forth. The magical array inscribed upon the puppet not only governs its movements, but also endows it with the five senses. Although an arrow piercing through its chest would not incapacitate the puppet, the excruciating pain reverberated through Zhao Yiheng, who was situated 1,000 meters away. Such torment would likely compel an ordinary individual to relinquish control over the puppet. Yet Zhao Yiheng continued to run. In the distance, Pamela set aside her bow and arrow. A treasured heirloom passed down through generations in her family, now worn by the sole grandson. She found it peculiar that the human figure, struck in the chest by an arrow, continued to flee. Unbeknownst to her, it was a puppet, as she had not ventured to the palace that day. Perhaps the human's heart had been misaligned? Pamela felt no concern over the assailant's escape. Such grievous wounds could not heal instantaneously, and without immediate treatment, he would bleed out. Her primary worry lay with the safety of the palace, as the perpetrator had emerged from its gates. At Milialu's home, Zhao Yiheng prepared breakfast for the following morning, placing the dishes upside down on the table. After tidying up the room, he departed. Behind him, Milialu watched Zhao Yiheng's receding figure from the window. The sound of weapons clashing echoed through the woods. The number 1 puppet parried the thrust of a long sword, deftly slicing through the assailant's throat with a flick of its wrist. Without hesitation, the puppet spun and delivered a downward strike, cleaving both man and weapon in twain. At that moment, a distant green light flickered and, upon reappearing, was mere inches from the number 1 puppet. Evading was no longer an option. The arrow penetrated through the puppet's eye into its head. Truly formidable. Was this creature an immortal monstrosity? The forest fairy who had unleashed the arrow, upon witnessing the puppet struck, seemed unfazed and resumed her rampage, cursing vehemently. "This time, I shall rend you to pieces," she vowed, grasping her longbow with arrows imbued with magic. Suddenly, sensing an unseen presence approaching from behind, the fairy archer swiftly turned, but alas, it was too late. A pale red longsword extinguished her life. Zhao Yiheng emerged from the shadows, his form restored, the magical sword in his hand falling silent after releasing its power. The sanguine blood congealed upon the wooden blade, deprived of the archer's support. The remaining forest fairies were no longer capable of posing a lethal threat to the number 1 puppet. After several desperate assaults, their lifeless bodies became mere embellishments upon the grass. The number 1 puppet approached Zhao Yiheng and carefully retrieved Susanna from its mouth. Susanna clasped the puppet's fingers, her tear-filled eyes gazing intently at Zhao Yiheng. The recent fierce battle had awakened her from slumber. Initially, she believed herself once again trapped within a confined box. However, her keen intellect soon deduced that she must be ensconced within the puppet, as the enclosed space swayed violently. This is a design flaw. With Zhao Yiheng's current knowledge of magic and level of magical power, he is unable to resolve this issue and can only control the No. 01 puppet in battle to avoid making any overly vigorous movements, lest it harm Susanna within. On the ground lies a triangular magic circle, with Susanna positioned in the center. A circular ring envelopes the triangle, and within the space between the triangle and the ring, 10 grams of stone flowers are placed on the left, 2 grams of forest fairy blood on the right, and 10 magic crystals at the bottom. Nature's call, Spirit of the Emerald. This magic was discovered within a secret scroll in the palace. It reveals that the duration of the shrinking spell requires the consumption of magical energy. The reason they can maintain the state of being shrunk is due to this special realm, where the forest fairies communicate with the unique spirit of the Emerald Realm, allowing them to use the shrinking spell without depleting their own magical energy, as the entire burden is placed upon the spirit of the Emerald Realm. In the main space, this special spirit equates to the world's will, but within this secret realm, it is not as powerful, thus significantly reducing the difficulty of communication. Such immense magical power is sufficient to allow anyone to maintain the shrinking state indefinitely. This spell is encompassed within the scroll detailing the method of using the Emerald Realm's shrinking spell. Its purpose is to communicate with the spirit of the Emerald Realm, facilitating the use or release of the shrinking spell. Upon opening the scroll, Zhao Yiheng discovered that it recorded the method of the Emerald Realm's shrinking spell and its imprinting technique. Initially, he did not regard this scroll as overly significant, as he was already capable of performing the shrinking spell through persistent practice. Moreover, the magical energy required to sustain the shrinking state was a considerable burden. While imprinting negated the need for magical energy, merely altering one's size through imprinting seemed rather futile, flavorless yet regrettable to discard. It was only when he read about the method of contacting the Emerald Realm's shrinking spell that he became exceedingly elated. This magic, being a ritualistic spell to communicate with the spirit of the Emerald, would become ineffective once leaving the Emerald Realm. However, it serves as a summoning magic. Although Zhao Yiheng aspires to tread the path of a summoner and puppet master, no one has ever pursued such a path before, resulting in a lack of magical knowledge in this regard. The ritualistic magic for communicating with the spirit of the Emerald perfectly complements the means of summoning spirits. This ritualistic magic for contacting the spirit of the Emerald holds significant reference value. Once all the ritual steps were prepared, Zhao Yiheng commenced the activation of this magic. Emerald Art, Nature's Call, Spirit of the World, Restoration of the Shrinking Spell. Upon initiating this ritualistic magic, a tremendous will descended upon the treetops. The sensation was identical to that experienced when first entering the Emerald Realm and being subjected to the shrinking spell by the forest fairies, feeling as though a terrifying monster was fixated upon him, rendering him immobile. It simply gazed at him, his heart pounding like a drum. It seemed to be contemplating. Yet, he knew that spirits do not think. Only souls possess the capacity for thought, while spirits lack a soul. It gazed at me for a few seconds. Although the forest spirit had always communicated with the spirit of Emerald without any terrifying incidents, I still felt a sense of trepidation within me. Finally, just when I thought this state of uncertainty would persist, Suanna gradually returned to her original form, as the spirit of Emerald ceased its magical supply for her shrinking spell. I rushed forward and embraced Suanna tightly in my arms. "My dear, we are free." As Suanna and I regained our composure from the frenzy, the dreadful presence above us had long since vanished. Beneath the Emerald Lake, the volcano's crater lay still. Dull no. 02 quietly observed the movements of the phantom beast egg from the rim of the crater. At that moment, another doll shot down from above the crater. It bore an exact resemblance to doll number 02, and upon nearing the crater, it made no pause and plunged directly downward. The doll's mouth opened and closed rhythmically, and by the shape of its lips, it uttered, "Magic Shield, activate. Maximum magical supply, self-destruction explosion program initiated, countdown, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. A magic shield, resembling a turtle shell and composed of dozens of hexagons, materialized around the doll. It charged valiantly towards the lava, and upon contact, the shield emitted a sizzling sound, yet it did not shatter. In that instant, the doll retrieved the phantom beast egg from the surface of the lava and hurled it forcefully into the sky, vanishing into the molten flow in the blink of an eye. 2 seconds later, the lava erupted from the volcano with a roar, shooting up like a fountain before cascading down like rain. Merely 10 seconds later, the lava surged forth again like a fountain, heralding the volcano's eruption. In the magic crystal mine, a young boy of about 1.8 meters, burdened with a basket of stones, trudged forward with labored steps. His gaze seemed unfocused, as if reminiscing about happier times, yearning for his family and friends, a faint smile often gracing his lips. Suddenly, a forest fairy supervisor lashed him with a whip, the battered body bearing scars that made it impossible to discern which marks were freshly inflicted. "You fool, work diligently. If you smile again, I shall thrash you." The forest fairy cursed loudly. The boy, Ji Wu Chang, cast a detached glance at the fairy, his eyes devoid of focus, and continued onward. In the arena of the forest spirits, a scattered assembly of forest sprites occupied the stands. The forest spirits were not particularly inclined towards bloodshed and warfare. Yet in any vast community, there would inevitably be some outliers. Thus, the arena was constructed specifically for these warlike forest fairies. They shouted loudly from the audience. While within the arena, Sun Gone gripped a spear tightly, his focus unwavering as he stared intently at the copper wolf beast before him. The copper wolf beast was a first-tier phantom beast, a wolf-shaped magical creature with enhanced physical attributes. The term enhanced is relative. Magic would comprehensively elevate the user's mystical qualities, such as strength, agility, fire magic, healing magic, and so forth. The enhancement of physical attributes meant that the phantom beast devoted all its magical power to augmenting its physical form while diminishing its enhancement of other mystical qualities. Chapter 34. Sun Gone gripped his spear tightly, showing no sign of leniency towards the copper wolf beast before him. Big monkey, let us fight well. If we win, we shall feast on meat tonight. The creature was a plump, greasy forest sprite, its round eyes glinting with cunning, adorned with several rings that sparkled on its fingers. Sun Gone cast a look of disdain, uttering not a word. Upon closer inspection, one could observe a long scar etched across his cheek, faint claw marks from a beast gracing his neck. He was clad in nothing more than a rough cloth wrapped around his cylindrical form, his arms protruding through it, revealing skin marred with scars and wounds. Heavy iron chains bound his wrists and ankles, restricting his movements. He could neither leap nor run, and the extent of his arm's reach was severely limited. Yet, he stood ready to face the many magical beasts that had come before him in such a compromised state. The only glimmer of hope lay in the cold, shining silver spear he wielded. Fat pig, you've certainly gone to great lengths for the arena's bounty. Not only have you procured a robust human warrior, but you've even brought out your ancestral treasure, the silver-winged spear. How many consecutive victories has it brought you now? The merchant spoke, his eyes glinting with interest. Fat pig chuckled, 9 victories in a row. If we win this match, it will be 10. The arena offers a reward of 1,000 magic crystals. Who could possibly complain about such a bounty? If we do not present some genuine treasures, shall we let the gold before us vanish into thin air? Upon hearing Fat Pig's boast, the merchant's eyes darted, and he inquired, what extraordinary powers does your silver-winged spear possess? You can see for yourself. Fat Pig, fully aware of the value of such information, refrained from divulging crucial details. The silver-winged spear was a relic of a formidable human warrior, a trophy passed down through generations, ultimately landing in his possession. Unfortunately, its length rendered it unsuitable for the forest sprite market, relegating it to mere collection status. During the last human slave auction, an ingenious idea had struck him. Sun Gone took a deep breath, his heart racing with anxiety. The previous battles had only involved first-tier phantoms. This was the first time he would confront a first-tier phantom alone. To claim he was not nervous would be a falsehood. Yet outwardly, he appeared completely at ease, understanding that maintaining relaxation was vital to alleviate muscle fatigue for the impending fierce confrontation. Otherwise, his muscles would succumb to the tension before the fight even commenced. However, this facade of calmness inadvertently sent a false signal of confidence to Fat Pig, leaving him in a quandary of whether to laugh or cry. If he were to survive this encounter, he would seize the opportunity to escape and rescue everyone. He had been biding his time, waiting for such a moment. The copper wolf beast faced Sun Gone for a considerable duration, refraining from launching the first strike. That wretched creature. Sun Gone narrowed his eyes slightly, pretending his left ankle had grown numb, twisting it side to side. In an instant, the copper wolf beast surged forward, baring its fangs as it lunged at Sun Gone. The speed of the copper wolf beast is not particularly swift, were it not for the iron chains binding its legs. Sun Gone could swiftly maneuver to the side and launch an attack. If his hands were unshackled, he could wield his spear with the grace of an extended arm, striking wherever he desired. Alas, such hypotheticals are futile. Nevertheless, Sun Gone conceived a brilliant idea. As the copper wolf beast charged towards him, he too surged forward, brandishing his spear. At a distance of 8 meters, the tip of his spear struck the ground, propelling him into the air with remarkable force. From the creature's perspective, it perceived the spear thrusting towards the earth, and in the blink of an eye, lost sight of its adversary, its body still propelled forward, while its head darted side to side in confusion. Seizing the moment, Sun Gone descended from above, his spear gleaming with deadly intent, piercing the copper wolf beast from behind with a decisive thrust. The excruciating pain contorted the beast's face into a grotesque mask of terror, its neck and body forcefully driven into the ground. It struggled momentarily before lying still. Sun Gone exhaled a breath he had been holding, sweat soaking his back. Yet he felt an exhilarating sense of relief. Just a beast, after all. He withdrew his silver spear and stood beside the lifeless form of the copper wolf beast. awaiting the judge's declaration of victory. "Watch out!" shouted the anxious Tu Fatsi, his voice distorted with urgency. Sun Gone, taken aback, had no time to ponder and hastily evaded. Yet, it was too late. The copper wolf beast, which had been prone on the ground, struck him across the left cheek with a powerful paw, causing his vision to turn crimson. What was happening? Confused, as he was flung through the air and crashed to the ground, pain engulfed his body, rendering his left cheek numb to the sensation of hurt, while his chest heaved with labored breaths, still feeling constricted. Ignoring his injuries and the tumultuous gasps for air, Sun Gone struggled to rise, a fierce shadow flashing past his blood-tinted vision. Without a moment's thought, he curled his body, gripping the spear tightly, and rolled to the right. Had he evaded it? Pushing against the ground with his spear, he laboriously stood up. To his dismay, the copper wolf beast had ceased its assault, a straight line of blood marking its path of attack. The beast breathed heavily, while Sun Gone gasped in agony. After a few tense moments, the copper wolf beast, which had been bleeding profusely, ceased its flow of blood, its breathing stabilizing as it swayed its head slightly. Sun Gone cursed under his breath. The copper wolf beast circled him mockingly. This time, he could no longer control his body to relax his muscles. The intense pain caused every fiber of his being to tense involuntarily. Am I to perish? No, I cannot surrender so easily. Sun Gone, who had initially stared blankly at the circling copper wolf beast, felt a burgeoning will to survive flicker in his eyes. The beast's gaze sharpened, and its ferocious roar echoed menacingly. Sun Gone felt his muscles tremble uncontrollably. The copper wolf beast ferociously charged towards him. Do not panic, just like before. Just like before, only execute that move. Sun Gone persistently recited this in his mind, uncertain whether his body could still perform the previous action, seeking to adjust his physical state through this mantra. This time, Sun Gone did not take a running start. He lacked the strength for such a sprint. Instead, he focused all his energy on executing that one movement. As the copper wolf beast drew ever closer, Sun Gone let out a fierce roar. Raising his spear high above his head, and with all his might, he slammed it down onto the ground, using the rebound to propel himself into the air. Do not rush, I did it. I succeeded. Next, gripping the spear, sunlight cascaded upon his face, and the wind gently tousled his hair. This was the moment. As he pivoted the spear, just before the thrust, a chill swept through his heart. The copper wolf beast vanished. In the instant Sun Gone descended with the spear, a tremendous force struck his back, causing him to spit blood as his body crashed heavily to the ground. Rolling a considerable distance, straining to lift his head, he caught sight of the copper wolf beast slowly advancing. Gently closing his eyes, he thought, is this how I die? Perhaps death brings relief from pain. Why must I perish in this place? Ji Wucheng, Zhao Qua, Jiang Chao, Zhao Yiheng, where are you now? I'm sorry, I cannot save you. Sun Gone's blood pooled increasingly around him, soon forming a crimson lake, while the silver-winged spear lay beside him, its silver shaft trembling slightly. When the blood finally pooled beneath the spear, a resounding bird call echoed, and the vibrant red blood was completely absorbed by the silver-winged spear. Above the spear, a beautiful white bird materialized from transparency, its peacock-like body adorned with 3 long tail feathers. A surge of intense magical energy surged forth, causing the copper wolf beast to recoil in fear before turning to flee. The white bird circled above Sun Gone, imbued with terrifying magical energy, and in an instant, it darted towards the copper wolf beast, leaving behind several afterimages due to its incredible speed. Upon collision with the beast, the overwhelming magical force encased it in ice. Freezing at mid-stride, its head turned back in terror, its tail tightly clamped between its legs. Everything had come to an end. The arena fell into a profound silence. By the sidelines, a merchant whispered, Tu Pongzi, you're about to strike it rich. Tu Pongzi swallowed hard, dumbfounded and at a loss for words. His hands clenched tightly in excitement. After a long pause, he erupted, Ha, I've won. I'm going to be rich. With a triumphant laugh, he reveled in his victory, while the spectators, the forest fairies, gazed in awe at the fallen Sun Gone, casting envious glances at Tu Pongzi. Thinking how fortunate he was, 1,000 magic crystals, enough to last a lifetime. Tu Pang laughed heartily and addressed the forest fairies working in the arena. Go and check if he is still alive. Regardless of whether Sun Gone was alive or dead, Tu Pang was confident he would secure the 1,000 magic crystals. An astute observer could discern the outcome. The arena also held its reputation in high regard. Soon, the forest fairies relayed the news loudly. He is still alive. This made Tu Pang's laughter even more jubilant. Sun Gone wobbled and stood up in the center of the arena, his expression vacant and unfocused. A merchant approached Tu Pang. Congratulations, boss Tu. May wealth be ever in your favor. Tu Pang, brimming with joy, walked and laughed. The merchant hurried to catch up and whispered in Tu Pang's ear. While wealth is a blessing, I wonder if boss Tu can still keep his subordinates in check. Tu Pang halted, glaring at the merchant with piercing eyes. The merchant timidly replied, I do not wish to hinder your fortune, boss Tu. However, with the considerable wealth you've amassed, should that slave cause trouble in the kingdom, I fear you may earn a fortune but find it impossible to enjoy. Chapter 35. Reunion. The arena was alive with excitement as spectators watched Sun Gone leave the arena accompanied by the staff. What? Another fight? Sun Gone exclaimed in disbelief. Tu Pang approached with a beaming smile. It was the first time he had shown Sun Gone any kindness. It's merely a demonstration match. Take a moment to rest. And then you can showcase your skills. Sun Gone's pallor deepened. I need to rest. Anger flared within Tu Pang, fearing Sun Gone might lash out. Maintaining a facade of politeness, he distanced himself further from Sun Gone. Suddenly, his demeanor turned cold. Whether you fight or not is no longer your decision. The arena warriors dragged the severely injured Sun Gone back into the arena. The merchant grinned at Tu Pang and said, after it's over, we each take half. Tu Pang narrowed his eyes suspiciously. In the audience, shouts rang out. The betting is open. The betting is open. Sun Gone gripped his silver spear tightly, glaring at the beast about to emerge. He had contemplated fleeing, knowing they wished for his demise, but as the cage opposite him opened, he trembled involuntarily. Inside the cage stood a man named Zhao Qua. Zhao Yiheng and Susanna cautiously navigated through the dense forest, his puppets scattered about rescuing the adventurers from their troop. Where are we now? Susanna's voice was hoarse, her throat strained from prolonged singing. Zhao Yiheng shook his head, signaling her to remain silent and leave everything to him. Though they had arrived at this wondrous place through the cavern beneath the Meteor Falls, the passageway had not led them to the same exit. I had long sent my puppets to thoroughly investigate the location we came from, yet aside from an expanse of forest, there was nothing to be found. Presently, the priority was to gather everyone together and, amid the chaos, seek a means of escape. Though hope appears to be a mere glimmer, it is not devoid of solutions. One of which is the sacred tree of the forest fairies. The fairies refer to it as the everlasting tree of stars that never fall. Perhaps it indeed possesses mystical qualities and is intricately connected to this realm. I have successfully rescued everyone and am now guiding them towards our destination. Each individual is in a state of disarray. Among them, Ji Wuchang bears the most scars, Sun Gone is nearly unconscious, and Zhao Qua sustains the gravest injuries. The moment I maneuvered the puppet into the arena, I beheld Sun Gone and Zhao Qua standing face to face, with Zhao Qua abruptly driving an arrow from his back into his own chest. It is nothing short of miraculous that he still clings to life. This is all my fault. Had I entered sooner, such a calamity might have been averted. Sun Gone remains unervingly silent, his silence laden with dread. As I navigate through a dense thicket, I hear the shouts and curses of individuals, accompanied by the rustling of leaves. I carefully assist Susanna in circumventing that area. After replacing the magic crystal, puppet number 01 is once again capable of fierce combat. The magic crystal within the magic box gradually depletes as its power disperses. When it runs out of magic, I must rely on my own dwindling energy to animate the puppet. At that point, the puppet can only perform rudimentary movements, rendering combat impossible. Under my cautious guidance, puppet number 01 remains utterly silent, and as we draw nearer, I am astonished to discover two forest fairies engaged in a rather compromising act. It is both absurd and amusing that even in such circumstances, they exhibit their own forms of interest. Just as I intended to withdraw the puppet, I noticed the female fairy pinned beneath, struggling to free herself while the male fairy held her down with force. Truly, every species has its share of beasts. I did not dwell on the matter further. Instead, I commanded the puppet to advance with its blade drawn. As the blade approached the male fairy's neck, he suddenly became alert, evading the strike with a swift sidestep. I let out a soft gasp, and with a deft twist of the puppet's wrist, I redirected the blade's trajectory downwards with ferocity. I am the Grand Prince of the Fairy Kingdom. You cannot slay me. Upon severing the male fairy in twain, the bright crimson blood splattered across the face of the female fairy, prompting her to comprehend the meaning behind the words he had just uttered. Frustrated, I guided the puppet back, realizing that capturing that so-called Grand Prince could serve as leverage against the Fairy Emperor. Having spent a considerable time in the Fairy Kingdom, I know that a fairy princess merely needs beauty, strength, and the support of the fairies to ascend to her title, while a prince is undoubtedly the emperor's offspring. It is a lamentable waste of a prime target, carelessly dispatched with a single stroke. At the very least, I should have made his son kneel before me in penance before the fairy emperor. Alas, a life taken is a life lost, with no room for what-ifs. When the puppet returned, I was astonished to discover a small tail trailing behind it. The female fairy, upon catching sight of me, displayed a look of sheer shock in her eyes before swiftly retreating. It was utterly perplexing. Murmuring such thoughts to myself, I cast a glance at the puppet walking ahead. Its graceful figure compelled me to acknowledge my craftsmanship. Perhaps it was my charming puppet that had captivated that female forest fairy. After traversing a considerable distance, I noticed that the female fairy had inexplicably reappeared behind us. Was she a spy? An operative? A covert agent? A whistleblower? I could not bring myself to harm a fairy who had recently endured such cruelty. Perhaps it would be best to let her be. If she continued to follow us until dawn, it would simply be her misfortune. As the moment before dawn approached, we finally congregated once again. Captain! Captain! I exclaimed, embracing them with fervor. The turmoil and guilt within me rendered my thoughts inexpressible. The suffering they had endured was a consequence of my actions, and their gains were grossly disproportionate to my own. I loathed unscrupulous employers. I despised myself, yet I could not voice my disdain, for doing so might jeopardize the trust of these companions I held dear. Deceit was truly detestable. Captain, how do we leave this place? I pondered, uncertain of how to convey my thoughts, even to myself, with only a vague sense of speculation. I knew where the exit lay. To our astonishment, it was the female fairy, who had been trailing us, that spoke up. My companions glared at her with hostility, their suffering having stemmed from such diminutive beings. The fairy, under their scrutinizing gaze, tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing that her ears were rounded rather than pointed like those of the forest fairies. On our journey towards the fairy sacred tree, we encountered a small river, where everyone took a brief respite. After the diminutive woman washed herself in the water, I was left utterly dumbfounded. We shared a strange silence until the girl suddenly smiled softly and walked away. In the water, a swirl of green pigment gently floated, gradually disappearing into the flowing river. It was the hair dye that had washed from her flaxen locks. In a clearing, I dispelled the enchantment that had shrunk everyone, and as they regained their original forms, their spirits began to brighten. Given the recent breach of the palace, the fairy emperor was likely in a furious state. Watching a procession of forest fairies rush past our hiding place, I worried whether Gina might inadvertently be treated cruelly as a result of her association with us. That was a mistake. Had it not been for Gina, I would never have been able to extricate her so easily. She would undoubtedly face the emperor's wrath. When we once more beheld the fairy sacred tree, it was transformed from its usual nocturnal tranquility. A multitude of lights sparkled upon it, reminiscent of countless stars illuminating the night sky. That is a firefly lamp, nurtured by the forest fairies, housing bioluminescent fireflies within a lantern crafted from fragrant wood. Featuring 8 ventilation openings, the fireflies sustain themselves on the fungal grass inside the lantern and typically do not venture away from it. How do we gain entry? Wang Zhou queried, his perplexity evident. This time, the blow to his confidence would likely be the most significant, with only his illumination spell at his disposal. He found himself powerless in the face of danger. The sight of such an energy-efficient light source further deepened his sorrow. If even more convenient lighting were to emerge in the future, what use would he serve? Ji Wuchang also expressed his bewilderment, asking, "Indeed, my lady, where exactly is the entrance you speak of in the fairy sacred tree? How can we slip in beneath the watchful eyes of so many forest fairies?" The girl did not blink as she replied, "Of course, we charge right in." The team members gasped in astonishment. Charge in? The girl gestured to a collar around her neck and instructed Zhao Yiheng, "Open it." I carefully scrutinized the collar. It was a seamless silver ornament devoid of a clasp. Nearby, puppet number 01 unsheathed a wooden sword, the pale blue light of the blade forming swiftly. You are not the only ones who have ventured into this secret realm. Initially, the meteor waterfall attracted numerous adventurers, and together we opened the spatial gateway to this hidden domain. When the forest fairies first encountered us, they were quite frightened, and some adventurers captured a few of these small creatures. Subsequently, a group of forest fairies riding flying horses arrived. Although they were tricky, they were not particularly formidable. However, upon seeing the flying horses, some were quite thrilled, albeit puzzled by their diminutive size. Eventually, upon realizing our intent to capture the 5th-tier celestial steeds, their demeanor changed drastically, showing us great respect and providing various conveniences. We also encountered that 5th-tier celestial steed. Did you manage to capture it? Lu Yi inquired, intrigued. The girl shook her head. We were no match for it. Later, everyone received an invitation from the fairy emperor to a banquet at the palace, and most willingly accepted the invitation. Did you attend as well? I could not help but ask. The girl shook her head. clearly reluctant to delve into what transpired thereafter. This necklace is called the Magic Suppression Collar. It obstructs the application of magical energy. Once worn, one is rendered incapable of utilizing magic. Text Volume 1. Chapter 1. The haunted house Roland Town is situated on the southern border of the Eastern Emperor's dynasty, under the jurisdiction of the Violet Lilac Grand Province. The Violet Lilac Grand Province, also known as the Duchy of Violet Lilac, is currently ruled by Duke Violet Lilac, who has ascended to the 12th generation. Within the Duchy of Violet Lilac, there are hundreds of nobles, among whom Count Liang Qiu is one of the many. In June of the year 245, an exquisitely ornate carriage entered Roland Town, adorned with a banner depicting a 9-headed giant python atop its front. Flanking the carriage were 20 knights mounted on fearsome black tigers, their armor intricately engraved with magical patterns. At the forefront rode a striking young man with black hair and hawk-like eyes astride a massive tiger. Ying Chai, a close attendant to Count Liang Qiu, had served the count's lineage for 5 generations. This time, he had been dispatched by the count to Roland Town to retrieve the count's eldest son. At the outset of this command, Sakura was filled with confusion. In his 25 years of existence, the esteemed count had but one son, who had always resided in Liangqiu City, making the clever child frequently visible. How could it be that he suddenly received orders to retrieve the count's eldest son? However, as a diligent subordinate, he understood that some inquiries were best left unasked, and some thoughts unthought. Without hesitation, he accepted the task and journeyed to Roland Town. In Sakura's grasp was a note bearing the count's address, indicating where the yet unmet young noble resided. Upon entering the town, he and his accompanying guards stood unabashedly in the center of the thoroughfare, indifferent to the murmurs surrounding them. It was not long before a portly official, glistening with sweat, emerged from a distant corner, pursued by several patrolling soldiers. The official, without pause, rushed to stand before Sakura, adjusting his attire and inquiring, "My lord, having come from Liangqiu City, do you have official business here?" He had already noted the banner of the 9-headed python on the carriage, a heraldic symbol that every competent official should recognize. Yet, in truth, he was breathless from his exertions, his face flushed as he uttered those words. Sakura, with eyes as keen as an eagle's, fixed his gaze upon the official, instilling a sense of dread within him. It was only when the official began to tremble that Sakura signaled a knight behind him. The knight, mounted on a fearsome black tiger, advanced, while 2 patrolling soldiers drew their weapons to shield the official. Their actions were clearly an act of defiance against overwhelming odds. Their bodies quivered in fear, yet they remained resolute in their duty. The knight regarded the 2 soldiers with admiration, refraining from drawing his weapon. With a mere nudge from his imposing steed, he easily toppled the 2 armed soldiers. Amidst the tiger's roar, the knight seized the fallen official and brought him before Sakura. The official's mind raced with countless dreadful imaginings of the fate that awaited him, each scenario chilling his very core. Sakura gestured for silence. In a manner concealed from the onlookers, he briefly displayed the note to the official, coldly commanding, "Lead the way." The official wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He instinctively understood that this encounter was not the result of his past misdeeds, but rather a clandestine mission of the other party. While the repercussions might spell trouble for him later, at least for the moment, he need not fear for his life. The reason for detaining this official was to prevent the secret address from being disclosed. As Sakura approached the target's residence, he had to remain vigilant against various schemes and intrigues that could threaten the young noble's safety. Under the guidance of the official, Sakura traversed the bustling market, passed through the affluent districts, and after numerous twists and turns, finally arrived in a squalid area inhabited by the impoverished. In such places, the presence of despair is not uncommon. Even in the larger city of Liangqiu, the existence of barren slums is unavoidable, where the inhabitants, deprived of societal resources, descend from one generation to the next into a state of destitution. For individuals of this ilk, Yingchai has never harbored any sympathy, and now, that sentiment is even more absent. As Yingchai, accompanied by officials, halted before a dilapidated wooden shack in a poverty-stricken area, he regarded the official with a gaze as piercing as that of a hawk. The official, with a mournful tone, exclaimed, "My lord, this is indeed the place. I assure you, I have not led you astray." Yingchai fell into silence. Although he had long anticipated the challenges of this task, its complexity exceeded his expectations. He could scarcely believe that the eldest son of a count resided on such filthy streets, within such a cramped wooden dwelling. Should he not be afforded a proper education, reside in a comfortable abode, and be surrounded by a host of servants, thereby belonging to the fortunate few in this world? Yingchai gazed intently at the dark little house for an extended moment, while his guards instinctively assumed a vigilant stance around him. With a resolute decision, he dismounted from his steed, the Black Tiger, and approached the door, knocking several times. The door creaked open just a crack. To his astonishment, it was a rather beautiful young girl who appeared. She appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, with golden hair styled in braided pigtails. Dressed in a long plaid dress that reached her ankles, with a white apron tied at her chest, signifying her role. To employ such a young maidservant was indeed surprising. Upon meeting the girl's gaze, Ingchai felt a peculiar shiver. Those were eyes unlike any found on a living being. As he scrutinized the young maid closely, he noted another unsettling characteristic. Her face bore no expression whatsoever, not even a hint of disdain, fear, shyness, or impatience. Her countenance was as devoid of emotion as a doll commonly seen on the streets. In contrast, the coldness on Ingchai's face felt like the melting ice of a snow-capped mountain. "I seek the owner of this house," he declared, finding it necessary to express his purpose in the absence of the customary greetings. The young maid opened the door slightly, just enough for him to enter. With a somewhat peculiar expression, Ingchai pressed on, but was halted by the maid's outstretched hand. She uttered not a word, but regarded his arm resting on his sword. Reluctantly, he lowered his hand, yet still did not receive permission to enter. After a moment's hesitation, he unsheathed the sword from his waist and offered it to the young maid. Upon entering, the door slammed shut behind him, plunging the dimly lit room into complete darkness. Frowning slightly, Ingchai waited for his eyes to adjust to the gloom. A faint light suddenly flickered to life. It was a candle ignited by the young maid, casting a weak glow upon her expressionless face, which appeared rather unsettling in the dim light. As the flickering flame advanced, Ingchai beheld a row of women lining the interior of the room. If they were ordinary women, Sakura would merely critique the host's peculiar preferences and admire these ladies' commendable virtue of not being disdainful of the cramped quarters. However, they all bore identical visages. Save for their expressions, their countenances were a vibrant tapestry of emotions: joy, anger, pouting, and laughter, each posture distinct, yet all frozen in stillness. In that moment, Sakura comprehended that they were nothing but mannequins. Just as he contemplated reaching out to discern the material of these figures, a voice resonated. "If I were you, I would certainly refrain from touching them." Turning towards the source of the voice, he beheld a young figure seated in a corner chair. The pallor of his sun-deprived complexion rendered him somewhat ghostly, and his long, raven hair cascaded carelessly down his back, yet each strand appeared meticulously groomed, devoid of disorder. Cloaked in a pitch-black robe that enveloped his form, an aura of aloofness radiated unmistakably from him. "A distant visitor, what brings you here?" the young man inquired, his voice as frigid as his demeanor. The unspoken implication was clear: once your business is concluded, do leave. You are not welcome here. Sakura had never encountered anyone more indifferent than himself, and the atmosphere within the room, coupled with the man's icy presence, piqued his curiosity. "I hail from Liangqiu City in the north of Roland Town. I trust the owner of this dwelling would not mind offering a cup of tea to quench the thirst of a weary traveler." After a brief silence, the young man gestured for a petite maid to fetch tea. "So what is it that you seek?" he continued, his tone still detached. As the maid placed a cup of tea before him, Sakura felt the gaze of all the mannequins upon him, evoking a fleeting desire to flee. Yet, it was merely an illusion. He was indeed a close aide to the lord of the estate, having earned commendations for his valor and martial prowess, even being entrusted with significant missions. Nonetheless, the eerie ambience of the room stirred his intrigue regarding how this man had endured such challenging times. The maid returned with a cup of tea, which Sakura accepted. The cup was pristine, the tea a clear, luminous liquid, merely hot water. A flicker of annoyance crossed his features, and for a moment, he contemplated departing. However, it only heightened his interest. It had been long since he had encountered such a peculiar experience. Sipping delicately, Sakura smiled faintly and remarked, "So you are Zhao Yiheng?" In response, he was met with an oppressive silence. Unperturbed, Sakura continued, "I wish to pay a visit to the masters of this house. They must be considerably older than you." The count had personally informed him that the eldest son was fostered by a couple, although he found it perplexing that this couple resided in a slum. Locating them and confirming the identity of the young master would enable him to swiftly return to Liangqiu City and conclude this vexing task. Despite having earned the count's trust, he would rather face the battlefield than contend with such trifling matters. Chapter 2. The journey. Sakura waited quietly for a response. She then observed the young man slowly rising from his chair, raising doubts about how long he had been seated in that dim, desolate cabin. "Please follow me," he said, walking alone toward a room deeper within. Sakura, skeptical of encountering something peculiar once again, cautiously inquired, Where are we going? What are we doing? Without turning back, the young man replied, Aren't you here to meet my parents? Follow me. He vanished behind the wooden door. Sakura furrowed her brow. This was not the etiquette expected of nobility, and it struck her as quite rude. Nevertheless, the prospect of meeting the esteemed Duke's parents and fulfilling the Earl's commission with precision was indeed a delightful thought. She followed him into a small chamber. As anticipated, it was enveloped in darkness. Even the young man who had just entered seemed to have disappeared within it. However, Sakura was certain he remained inside, for the faint sound of his breathing reached her ears. Behind her, a young maid entered, holding a candle and gesturing for Sakura to step aside. Using the gradually brightening light, Sakura surveyed the room. The first thing that caught her eye was the young man she had seen outside, now standing silently, gazing intently at a particular spot. Following his gaze, she noticed a table adorned with 2 portraits of elderly individuals and 2 urns placed before them. With a slight twitch of her lips, she observed as the maid set the candle upright on the altar, while the young man lit incense, bowed 3 times, and placed it in the incense burner. He then extended 3 sticks of incense toward Sakura. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and she accepted the incense, bowing 3 times to the 2 unfamiliar elderly figures before inserting the incense into the burner. Once these rituals were completed, the young man respectfully stepped back and gestured for Sakura to exit. Upon leaving the oppressive atmosphere of the room, Sakura felt the air outside was significantly fresher. A rare relief for a general accustomed to the burdens of battle. You have met the people. Is there anything else? It was evident that the young man was disinclined for Sakura to linger any longer, which only aggravated her further. So, you are the master of this house? Silence. Are you the only child of that couple? Still silence. Sakura took a deep breath, suppressing her indignation at the lack of courtesy, and confirmed, You are Zhao Yiheng? The eerie atmosphere in the room persisted for several seconds before a cold voice replied, Yes. Sakura nodded, somewhat dissatisfied. She had no intention of wasting more time in this room. If she had mistaken the person, she would merely face the Earl's reprimand and be dispatched to the front lines, which would suit her just fine, while the young man before her would likely face the Earl's wrath. In the face of magic, those attempting to deceive would find no refuge. Ingchai cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, I come here under the command of Lord Earl Lianqiu to retrieve the young master Zhao Yiheng, who has been entrusted to this place. Now, please take your seat in the carriage outside, and we shall return to Lianqiu City together. After delivering this statement, he expected the young man before him, whose face had been hardened by years of poverty, to at least reveal a genuine smile. However, there was nothing, only an eerie silence met him. Shouldn't he be overjoyed? Shouldn't he be leaping with excitement? This was a moment that could elevate him to greatness. A chance to alter his fate. Why was he so remarkably composed? Zhao Yiheng's gaze seemed lost, his eyes vacant and desolate, tinged with a hint of indifference towards the world's affairs. You must wait. I need to bury my parents first, were the last words Ingchai heard before he was unceremoniously dismissed by the owner of the wooden house. He had barely taken a sip of the glass of plain water on the table. 3 days later, the group, along with the carriage, departed from the small town under the watchful gaze of the townsfolk, who looked on with a mix of awe and reverence. Are you not curious about your father, whom you are about to meet? Ingchai seized the opportunity to engage the young master in conversation during a rest after leaving Roland Town for half a day. Zhao Yiheng shook his head. Lord Earl Lianqiu is a meticulous and solemn military man. His administrative prowess is as admirable as his martial strength. He treats his family with the warmth of a summer breeze, loving them more than his own life. After a brief silence, Zhao Yiheng fell into a deeper quietude. The conversation had become painfully awkward, and Ingchai hastily concluded their meeting, instructing the guards to resume their journey. Everything proceeded smoothly until they encountered a menacing band of knights at a crossroads. Their steeds, fierce black tigers, were formidable beasts known for their strength, endurance, and exceptional magical resistance, possessing the prowess of a third-tier magical beast upon maturity. The opposing knights numbered over 50, each exuding a fearsome aura, and among them was a carriage adorned with a lilac flag. Upon sighting the knights, Ingchai commanded his guards to draw their weapons and form a protective battle formation in front of the carriage. The opposing knights were equally tense, poised for an imminent clash. It was only when Ingchai beheld the carriage and its lilac banner that his expression subtly shifted. My lord, the opposing force is the cavalry of the Duke of Lilac. 2 factions of soldiers confronted each other at the crossroads, swords drawn under uncertain circumstances. Although the knights belonged to the Duke of Lilac, the Earl of Lianqiu had a long-standing martial tradition, and his soldiers were valiant and battle-hardened. The 20 elite men, led by Ingchai, were resolute, unfamiliar with the concept of retreat. Can you guess who they are? This was the first time Zhao Yiheng had spoken up, breaking his silence. After a moment of serious contemplation, Inchai cautiously replied, I have heard that the health of Duke Lilac has been deteriorating lately. It stands to reason that the individuals within the carriage are connected to this matter. Zhao Yiheng's mind turned slightly, and he quickly grasped that the occupants of the carriage were likely eager to return to the capital, not in pursuit of the Duke's title, but certainly involved in the situation. Matters of succession are not typically affairs in which outsiders can easily interfere. Order the soldiers to retreat 100 paces, Zhao Yiheng commanded, and his orders were swiftly conveyed. These knights, indeed, were well-trained elite soldiers, executing their maneuvers with remarkable precision and unity, earning nods of approval from the opposing knights. Their adversaries were formidable, a sentiment that was not often bestowed upon a troop. Once Zhao Yiheng and his party had retreated 100 paces, the knights of Duke Lilac then promptly turned towards another path, which led directly to Lianqiu City. After the Duke's knights vanished beyond the horizon, Ingchai instructed the soldiers to advance once more. You acted wisely. Recklessly provoking the Duke would not have been a prudent course of action, Ingchai remarked to Zhao Yiheng, who sat within the carriage. With a hint of amusement, Zhao Yiheng responded, If I were to command an attack, would you charge forth? Ingchai smiled faintly, Certainly. We are knights of Count Lianqiu, not of Duke Lilac. Your command is merely an extension of the will of Count Lianqiu, and we would execute it without hesitation. As for the ensuing consequences, they are not ours to ponder. At that moment, Ingchai secretly mused that the young master and the Count had grown too distant. If he could alter the young master's perception of the Count, it would be most beneficial. As night fell, Ingchai stationed the troops on a hillside by the river, while upstream lay the knights of Duke Lilac. What a misfortune, having to drink their bathwater, complained one knight. The river was the only one in the vicinity. Encamped here, they inevitably would consume the tainted water from upstream. Advancing further was unwise. Traveling at night could provoke a hostile reaction from those knights. Both parties seemed intent on protecting important individuals. Zhao Yiheng assessed the sounds of cooking ahead and commanded, Notify the soldiers to ignite the campfires and rest. We shall begin cooking in 2 hours. His orders were promptly conveyed and received with approval from the knights, who recognized his standing. Do they know who I am? Zhao Yiheng inquired of Ingchai as the soldiers set up tents and prepared to rest. After a brief gaze, Ingchai calmly replied, Of course they know. However, there is no need to conceal this from them. Should anyone wish to harm you, they would first have to tread over their corpses. Zhao Yiheng nodded and declared, Unless there is a pressing matter, do not enter my tent tonight, before stepping inside. After a moment of stiffness, Ingchai spat, Who would want to enter your tent? At around 4 or 5 in the morning, Zhao Yiheng was abruptly awakened by the sounds of a struggle. Silently opening his eyes, he discovered a figure clad in armor engaged in combat with a diminutive puppet. The puppet was clearly no match for its opponent, who appeared to be intentionally holding back. Nevertheless, every time the armored figure attempted to advance, the puppet employed various underhanded tactics to obstruct him. Stop, Zhao Yiheng commanded. Dressing quickly, he exited the tent to summon his soldiers, who had already regrouped. All the knights were assembled, mounted upon the fearsome black tiger. I never imagined you harbored such a penchant for the petite, he jested, but take care of your health. Youthful indulgences often come at a price, and one may find regret in old age. Sakura, perched upon the black tiger's back, had the carriage driver bring the wagon to his tent. What has transpired? Zhao Yiheng speculated it might be connected to the nearby Lilac Duke's nightly order. Indeed, the knights had been ambushed by a band of assassins. How many are there? Sakura replied, a look of exasperation crossing his face. It's too dark to ascertain, but the fighting has not ceased. This indicated a fierce and stalemated confrontation. Chapter 3. Night Battle. I tightened the broad sleeves of my garment with a rope. Sakura, we shall proceed at once. But quietly, let us first assess the situation. In the darkness of night, the greatest concern in battle is the inability to distinguish friend from foe. If we were to ignite a torch, we would merely become living targets for enemies lurking in the shadows. I climbed into the wagon and urged the driver to hasten. My duty is to protect you. Sakura obstructed the wagon's path, causing the driver to awkwardly lower his whip. I leaned out from the wagon and challenged, as a knight. Do you lack the courage to bring back the body of a fallen comrade? Let us move. This is no place for cowards. We must rescue those ahead. To stand idly by while those assassins wreak havoc will inevitably lead to our own downfall. Sakura was not easily swayed, yet he was equally a fervent warrior. 20 knights formed a protective escort around the wagon as they advanced toward the battlefield. The Lilac Knights stood guard by the river, protecting an ornate carriage. Neither the assassins nor the knights exchanged words. An eerie silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the spilling of warm blood. Arrows sporadically rained down from the forest towards the wagon, but they were mostly deflected by shields. Occasionally, a stray arrow lodged itself into the wagon, but that was the extent of the assault. The tide of battle was shifting in favor of the assassins, as the number of wounded knights steadily increased. The assassins merely needed to remain concealed in the dense woodland, waiting to capitalize on the knights' exhaustion. Should we venture into the forest to hunt down those archers? I concluded after surveying the situation. A soft chuckle emanated from behind me, but it was quickly stifled. I awkwardly touched the tip of my nose. No, Ingsai declared decisively. This will only ensnare us in the assassin's trap. Within the dense forest, we are no match for them. Our strategy must be to vanquish those assassins assaulting the camp head-on, then retreat swiftly. Beyond this woodland lies open terrain, where they shall not be able to pursue us. From our current position, we can discern the battle at the camp illuminated by the moonlight. The assassins, clad in dark garments and masked, wield shields in their left hands and swords in their right, advance with disciplined precision. The knights have lost their momentum, though individually valiant. Each can only contend with 3 or 4 assassins. Behind the shield bearers, a line of polearm soldiers awaits, poised to target any knight attempting to leap and break through the encirclement. These assassins are evidently not mere rabble. Each one is a seasoned elite. Should any black tiger attempt to leap to safety, the polearm soldiers would easily pierce the vulnerable abdomen of the beast. "Form ranks," commanded the leader of the assassins. His order met with synchronized response. A circle of ochre light emanated from the assassins' shields, merging with the magical brilliance of their comrades, forming a formidable barrier. No matter how vigorously the knights of Duke Lilac swung their iron lances, they could not breach this formidable wall. The polearms, aglow with magical energy, emerged from behind the shields, clashing fiercely against the knights' small round shields. Since we can see them, it is evident that the combatants have also noticed us. The knightly leaders observed our movements with caution, confident in their ability to break free from the encirclement, albeit at a great cost. Their greatest fear was that those knights who had not discerned their loyalties by day would join the assassins. There must be a defensive formation on the carriage. I realized suddenly, if such a formation exists, charging the carriage directly into the fray would yield excellent results. The coachman nodded, though he seemed hesitant to speak further. "Ingsai, let us proceed." Ingsai signaled for a charge, and with a command, over 20 riders surged forth like specters in the night. The scattered arrows fired from the forest were deflected by their armor. "Firestorm charge." At Ingsai's command, flames of crimson ignited upon the riders, coalescing beneath the black tiger's feet. As if it were running upon a trail of fire, its speed suddenly enhanced. After the second volley of arrows, Ingsai and his cohorts had already reached the rear of the polearm soldiers. "Kill!" The knights gripped their long lances tightly, flames flickering fiercely upon them. With tremendous force, they penetrated the bodies of the polearm soldiers, igniting the masks of the assassins and revealing their faces twisted in terror. "Kill! Kill!" The battle cries echoed through the wilderness. At the forefront, Sakura charged ahead, her spear having pierced through 3 adversaries with a tremendous force that extinguished their lives in an instant. Beneath her, the fearsome black tiger surged forward, colliding violently with a line of sword-and-shield soldiers who had just erected their defensive wall. The magical luminescence flickered fiercely, yet the shield wall remained steadfast at the moment of impending shatter. Following closely, the second and third knights crashed into the barrier, and soon, Sakura beheld Zhao Yiheng's cart crashing into a tawny defensive formation, shattering the shield wall with a resounding impact. In that fleeting moment, the balance of victory tilted. The assassins, having discarded a multitude of corpses, vanished into the dense forest. As the sun rose, all the knights emerged from the perilous thicket, greeted by the sight of boundless, verdant fields stretching before them. They paused to rest. With a command, the knights dismounted from the black tigers, still exhilarated from a night of battle, awaiting the restoration of their bodily vigor. Exhausted, they sprawled on the ground, longing for slumber. After leaving a few sentinels to keep watch, the rest quietly succumbed to sleep. "My lord, the Duke's knights wish to see you," reported a patrolling knight conveying a message. The Duke's knights and those from Lianqiu City had spontaneously formed factions, remaining uninvolved with one another. I gestured for him to bring his companions over. The knight dismounted from his steed and, upon approach, respectfully addressed me. "My master is grateful for the assistance rendered by the knights of Lianqiu City last night. To express his gratitude, he invites the valiant here to his camp for respite, and I must insist on escorting you to his carriage." The remnants of last night's battle still clung to this night, the scent of blood heavy in the air. I paid no heed to the bloodthirsty aura he inadvertently exuded and signaled for him not to disturb the resting warriors as I made my way towards the opposing camp. My lord, Sakura fervently insisted on accompanying me, but I declined, citing the necessity for a suitable commander among the soldiers. After passing rows of knights tending to their wounds, I arrived beside an opulent carriage. The knight who had led me spoke a few words at the carriage window, and the door swung open from within. Upon entering, I was finally presented with the carriage's owner, and to my astonishment, she was a young woman. Her delicate features, deep-set eyes, and refined nose left a striking impression. Her dark golden hair was intricately braided and coiled atop her head, while a flowing, dark purple long-sleeved gown enveloped her form completely. I politely bowed to her, and she invited me to take a seat, as her maid gently closed the door behind us. I am Nalan Funyu, the third daughter of Duke Lilac. I am immensely grateful for your assistance last night. This was my first encounter in such a formal setting, especially with a woman so poised and gracious in demeanor. I found myself at a loss for words, sitting there like a rigid piece of wood. Had I known it would be like this, I would have preferred to remain in my modest carriage, enjoying solitude, and then part ways after midday. Nalan Funyu appeared utterly indifferent to my perceived slight, signaling to the maid beside her to pour me some tea. The scalding water cascaded into the cup, unfurling the curled tea leaves, and a delicate, ethereal fragrance enveloped me. In an attempt to mask my embarrassment, I disregarded the temperature of the tea and took a small sip. The searing liquid coursed over my palate, traversed my throat, and ultimately scorched my esophagus. Regret washed over me for having recklessly consumed the tea, and the maid beside me let out a soft giggle. In that moment, as I yearned to abandon all decorum and flee from the carriage, Nalan Funyu fixed a furious gaze upon the maid. "Be silent, leave. My lady." The maid began to plead, her voice tinged with grievance. "Leave," came Nalan Funyu's icy command. The insufferable maid, tears streaming down her face, fled the room, and surprisingly, I found her less objectionable than before. Her raw display of emotions rendered her endearing in her innocence. Nalan Funyu lifted my teacup, discarding the liquid into a nearby teapot, leaving only the tea leaves behind. She then took the kettle and poured warm water into my cup. This time, the tea emitted no steam and lacked the strong aroma. The pale green liquid resembled a tranquil pool, serene and cool. Nalan Funyu cradled the cup in both hands and leaned slightly toward me, offering it. I accepted it in astonishment, taking a small sip, only to discover the unexpectedly sweet and delightful flavor, with the temperature perfectly suited to my palate. As the tea flowed over my taste buds, I was enveloped in a profound sense of relaxation and contentment. "Are you bound for Lianqiu City?" Nalan Funyu's voice was serene and composed, exuding an air of tranquility. Having shed my initial tension, I neither affirmed nor denied her inquiry. "Miss Nalan, you must be in haste to return to Zidu, perhaps to confer on matters concerning the succession of the Grand Duke?" A flicker of surprise crossed Nalan Funyu's otherwise tranquil gaze. She seemed taken aback by the rapid transmission of news regarding her father's precarious health. After receiving the information, I had rushed along the way, and it still lay some distance ahead to Zidu. I was astonished that the gentleman had learned such vital news so swiftly. At a loss for a response, I realized from Nalan Funyu's words that Count Lianqiu must possess an extraordinarily vast intelligence network. Otherwise, there would be no plausible explanation for how he could be privy to such significant information. Chapter 4. Blackwater. The room was adorned with a warmth akin to jade, and the tea flowed like nectar. Zhao Yiheng, acutely aware of his limited knowledge regarding the royal affairs of the Zidian family, refrained from interjecting. "As far as I know, Count Lianqiu has but one son, and his age hardly resembles yours." Zhao Yiheng had recently celebrated his 17th birthday. Despite his youth, he bore an air of maturity, his thoughts running deep yet concealed. With a half-smile, Zhao Yiheng replied, "I never claimed to be the son of Count Lianqiu." "How did you come to that conclusion?" Nalan Funyu retrieved a platter of fruits from the cabinet behind him and placed it on the table between the two of them, a task typically designated for the maidservants. "The general from your camp, Ing Chai, is a renowned leader in Lianqiu City, highly esteemed by the Count of Lianqiu. His temperament is notoriously unruly, and he is not one to meddle in trivial matters. One can only command him due to his significant ties with the Count. Such astuteness is indeed admirable." Although Zhao Yiheng is rather dull and reticent, Nalan Funyu's amiable and gentle demeanor alleviated any tension. After quenching their thirst, Zhao Yiheng excused himself. "I shall accompany you, my lord, on this journey. It would be prudent for us to travel together and reflect upon our surroundings." After a moment of contemplation, I nodded in agreement. As I descended from Nalan Funyu's carriage, I noticed the dismissed maid standing by the carriage door, pouting and glaring at me. In a moment of whimsy, I inexplicably tapped her lips with my right hand. Upon realizing my action, I found her expression one of disbelief. And feeling the breach of etiquette, she hurriedly fled outside the camp in shame. A disdainful sound escaped her lips, and the surrounding knights erupted in laughter. In a fluster, I fled back to the knights' camp of Count Lianqiu. Upon entering, Ying Chai inquired meticulously about the situation across the way. I informed him directly that it was the third princess of the Lilac Duchy, and from that moment on, we would follow them until our paths diverged. Ying Chai's countenance revealed displeasure, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. Alas, what a genteel scoundrel I am. Returning to the carriage, I lamented, wishing to bash my head against the wall, vowing never to endure such formal occasions again. Our cavalry trailed behind the knights of the Lilac Duchy. During this time, Nalan Fengyu extended invitations for me to visit their camp, all of which I declined with a myriad of excuses: stomach aches, colds, runny noses, and sore limbs, among others. Heaven knows why. As a mage, I am so prone to ailments. Our knights repeatedly spotted the dark-clad assassins trailing behind us. Curiously, they seemed uninterested in Nalan Fengyu, instead showing a peculiar fascination with my cavalry. They engaged in a few games of hide-and-seek with our scouts, while Nalan Fengyu's side remained eerily quiet. After several days, those shadowy figures vanished without a trace. We maintained our vigilance for a few days, yet there was no sign of them. Finally, after crossing a narrow wooden bridge, we arrived at the first grand city I had ever beheld in this world, Heishui City. Heishui City is nestled within a vast plain, with dozens of thoroughfares extending outward from its gates, converging into 4 grand avenues that stretch straight toward the horizon. The city gates bustled with merchants coming and going, and the thoroughfares were populated by numerous pedestrians. Nalan Fengyu's cavalry led the way, and the passers-by instinctively parted to create a spacious path in the center. Those familiar with the emblem of the Lilac clan bowed their heads, too intimidated to utter a sound, while the ignorant commoners gazed with envy at the gallant knights, sparking within them lofty aspirations. The sentinels stationed atop the city walls spotted us from afar, and upon a knight hastening to inquire about our identities and request proof thereof, he hurried back with urgency. Beside me, Sakura slowly recounted tales concerning Blackwater City. Though militarily inferior to Lianqiu City, Blackwater City boasted a more prosperous economy. The lord of Blackwater City was Count Qian Yechen, and within its walls resided dozens of esteemed nobles alongside hundreds of lesser nobility, who had purchased their titles from the count to enhance their family's prestige. Such nobles, despite possessing certain privileges and appearing distinguished, were regarded as inferior to even a single finger of Sakura in Lianqiu City, and outside the count's domain, their noble status held no recognition. At the gates of Blackwater City, its nobles greeted us with great pomp and ceremony. No, they welcomed merely Princess Nalan Fengyu, while I was all but overlooked. Despite my carriage adorned with the banner of the Count of Lianqiu and flanked by 20 robust elite knights, I was treated with disregard. A petty, copper-smelling nobleman approached to inquire about my identity, but after Sakura angrily dismissed him, no one else dared approach. Count Qian did not make an appearance. Instead, a tall, well-proportioned, and handsome young man introduced himself as the Count's second son. Due to his father's ill health, he was tasked with hosting the esteemed Princess Nalan Fengyu. His gaze was fixated solely upon her, seemingly indifferent to everyone else. How brazen of him, merely the second heir of the Count, to display such arrogance. A twinge of jealousy stirred within me. One might view such a person as content in his ambitions. Indeed, to lead a life of comfort and ease could be deemed a form of happiness. Yet, reality seldom aligns with our desires. The winds of change are capricious. If one could truly glide through life unscathed, why label such a person as arrogant? The more individuals that harbor disdain, the closer misfortune draws. I pondered whether this dashing young man possessed the cunning to navigate treachery as adeptly as he flaunted his demeanor. Under the gaze of numerous nobles, Princess Nalan Fengyu was gracefully assisted from her carriage, resembling a proud peacock. After receiving a series of compliments from the second son, she removed her gloves, revealing her porcelain skin, and extended her hand slightly forward. The young man, unable to contain himself, eagerly grasped her pearl-like fingers and gently pressed his lips to the back of her hand. I harbored a somewhat malicious suspicion that he might have extended his revolting tongue during the kiss, and I felt a pang of regret for my uncharitable thoughts. As we entered the city, Nalan Fengyu signaled that I was her friend, and we walked together, causing the crowd to instantly shift their demeanor towards me, their warmth palpable as if they had not previously disregarded me. The second son of the family cast a deliberate glance my way. I was certain it resembled a wolf spotting a fox, only to turn away disdainfully, dismissing me entirely. I understood that I lacked a certain regal aura that might evoke any sense of threat in him. This realization ignited a sense of frustrated anger within me, soon replaced by a wave of despondency. I had long resolved to harbor no grand expectations for women, knowing that my heart would only perish alongside the one I cherished. I felt like a defeated rooster, retreating to the back of the crowd. Nalan Fengyu occasionally glanced back at me, but soon her attention waned. As we engaged in light conversation, I merely observed them chat as we made our way into the inner city. Ingchai followed closely behind, ensuring my safety. Yet I found little interest in this man I had grown so familiar with. In truth, I had never been particularly drawn to men. Along the route, I encountered weary merchants, their faces lined with the toils of travel, most engaged in a form of trade, exploiting the price disparities between cities. One town's timber fetching a high price, another's buckwheat equally valued. They traversed the distance between these towns, purchasing goods at lower prices only to sell them at a premium elsewhere. Despite their relative wealth, the sweat of the road often washed away their profits, leaving them robust yet rugged. Their tales and silver tongues captivated naive young women, who, enchanted, might disregard their parents' objections to leap into the arms of these itinerant traders. A few years later, one might spot them in a nearby tavern, their faces blooming like peaches, their forms as gentle as flowing water. Then there were the portly merchants, often the product of generational wealth, comfortably affluent, commanding caravans from the comfort of their homes while gold coins poured into their pockets. These merchants typically held little interest in young women. Rather, they admired those well-educated, poised, and self-respecting ladies, often indulging in extravagant courtship and marriage proposals directed towards such refined individuals. Lastly, the diligent and honest laborers need no further elaboration. The world could forego any individual, but they were indispensable. Yet, they occupied the lowest echelons of society, often the subjects of both tragic and comedic tales, playing out the daily dramas of life. My mind, filled with boundless fantasies, painted vivid illustrations for each person I encountered, crafting their narratives until a massive, tusked mammoth rounded the corner ahead. The second son's expression shifted slightly as he pulled Nalan Fengyu and the other nobles aside. My countenance was marred by fury. Had anyone attempted to converse with me at that moment, they would have discerned the unnatural elevation of my voice, a testament to my wrath. The formidable tusked mammoth loomed large, standing a staggering 9 meters high, occupying a substantial portion of the broad thoroughfare. Perched atop this colossal beast was a statuesque woman, who cast a cold glance downward before vanishing in an instant. The crowd, once scattered, swiftly filled the avenue anew. Nalan Fengyu extricated herself from the grasp of the second young master and inquired curiously, "Who is that woman?" The second young master stammered, unable to articulate a single word. It was a brash young man nearby who interjected with a grin, "That is the new bride of Count Heishui, married just a few years ago. She is, in fact, the mother of the second young master." Chapter 5. Idle chatter. The fog hung heavy and oppressive in the air. I, along with the knights of Count Liangqiu, had been relegated to a way station for rest. This treatment was indeed discourteous, for such accommodations were typically reserved for messengers and minor officials on business. While the place was not overtly filthy, it lacked the tranquility and elegance befitting a proper resting area. The second young master had justified our placement in such a location by claiming our steeds were too fierce and required close supervision. Indeed, just outside our quarters lay the stables. Within, there had once been several large-horned steeds, versatile creatures capable of riding and carrying loads. Though their close relatives, the long-horned horses, were considered first-tier fantastical beasts, the large-horned steeds were still remarkable in their own right, requiring little more than hay to endure the harsh winters and possessing exceptionally gentle temperaments. Even an ordinary peasant could save diligently for 3 or 4 years to acquire one. However, upon the arrival of the fierce-faced black tiger among the knights, these unfortunate herbivores were thrown into a state of panic, kicking and whinnying in distress, following an impatient roar from one particularly menacing black tiger. A large-horned steed astonishingly leapt from the stable, bolting away in a daze. One could only imagine the predicament. There was but a single grand entrance, and our fierce-faced black tiger lay sprawled at the threshold in irritation. In the face of such absurdity, I found myself devoid of energy to voice my grievances. I suggested to the official of the way station that he seek the seemingly dashing yet rather dim-witted second young master to arrange for a more suitable lodging for myself and my fellow knights. Yet, my plea was met with the official relocating the unfortunate large-horned steeds instead. I observed with clarity the sorrowful expressions of several steeds as they were led away, their eyes filled with longing for their former stalls, as if we had become brigands seizing their stables. This was indeed vexing. Everyone knew who I referred to, and it was impossible for me to direct my ire at mere animals. Fortunately, my companions and I had no intention of lingering here for long. We planned to procure sufficient supplies in Heishui City and depart without delay. The supplies included water, dry rations, jerky, dehydrated fruits, and so forth. I shall not enumerate them all. What truly matters are the provisions for the ferocious black tigers, formidable carnivores with discerning tastes. In the past fortnight, I have witnessed these creatures hunt only once, a flawless display of predation from which I benefited. However, since that occasion, they have endured a gnawing hunger. For it is not always fortuitous to encounter a herd of large antelopes along the way. Though these beasts are indeed powerful and generally can roam freely, when congregated as they are on this journey, one must prepare ample meat to satisfy the appetites of these loyal companions. Otherwise, they may perish from hunger before the battle even begins. Such a demise is the most tragic. Thus, within the militarily robust ranks of Count Lianchio's army, there are only over 500 of these fearsome Black Tiger Knights, who form the renowned Black Shao army. While their numbers may be few, the logistics personnel responsible for their supplies number as high as 5,000. These creatures are remarkably resilient to hunger, and thus, along the journey, the logistics officer, Sakura, did not overly concern himself with provisions. When they felt hunger, they would venture out to hunt for themselves, returning satiated. However, I now vehemently oppose such a course of action, as the previous assassination attempt has left me in a state of unease. I insist that Sakura ensure an ample supply of food before we proceed. Were it not for this necessity, Sakura would have long since taken the knights to reside in luxurious accommodations rather than endure the unpleasant odors of foot ailments in this place. In recent days, the most sensational news circulating through the streets is the incident involving Lord Qian Wuzua's youngest son, who was seen running naked. I have had the misfortune of encountering that embarrassed young man. He was among a group following the second son of Heishui City just 2 days ago. If you recall, there was a woman riding a tusked mammoth, and this naked youth publicly declared that the relatively young Nalan Fengyu was a woman whom even the second son referred to as mother. Regardless of the expressions on the faces of those present at the time, he has since become notorious throughout the city, while his father has taken to secluding himself indoors, too ashamed to venture out. To be honest, I find some sympathy for this young man, who, in his naivety, merely spoke the truth to gain favor in the presence of a beautiful woman. However, these matters do not concern me. We had originally planned to depart tomorrow morning, leaving Heishui City to continue our journey. Yet, after lunch, Nalan Fengyu dispatched her knight to visit me, inviting me to attend a grand ball this evening. A welcome event personally hosted by the Count of Heishui in honor of Nalan Fengyu. Initially, I intended to decline, having not received any formal invitation from the organizers. However, in her invitation, Nalan Fengyu explicitly stated the necessity of my presence to protect her from the overly enthusiastic advances of young men. I believe the most bothersome individual is that second son, while the Earl of Blackwater is undoubtedly eager to facilitate their acquaintance. I am somewhat suspicious that this soiree is orchestrated for his sons to lavish attention upon Nalan Fengyu. Thus, I consented to attend the evening ball, albeit I distinctly instructed the knight to convey that I would not partake in dancing. I admit, were mechanical dance an option in such a setting, I would certainly astonish them all. As you well know, I underwent mechanical enhancement prior to my rebirth, rendering me quite adept at mechanical dance. Each movement I execute embodies this style, posing no challenge whatsoever. Although I made it clear that I would not grace the dance floor, I still find myself in need of an elegant evening gown for the ball. This predicament has proven quite vexing, while I possess a modest fortune. Such high-end luxury garments are the province of nobility, far beyond my financial reach. As I contemplated whether to forego the event entirely, Inchai unexpectedly tossed me a small pouch. Upon opening it, I was dazzled by the glimmer of gold coins within. Inchai informed me that these were his secret savings, discreetly stashed away from his wife, which he had brought along as a precaution. He specifically mentioned that it must be repaid in the future. To my astonishment, this fellow is already married. Moreover, his purpose for this outing was evidently not solely to escort me to Lianchio City, but rather to indulge in a luxurious vacation. As I pondered whether to purchase the most economical attire while enhancing my companion Xiaobai's diet, Inchai insisted on accompanying me, harboring grave doubts regarding my taste in luxury. How could he question my aesthetic sensibilities? Surely, the more exquisite, the better. Speaking of Xiaobai, you all surely remember my companion beast, the white jade Qilin. I have struggled to find a fitting name for her. For instance, calling her Taibai might incite feelings of inadequacy, given her already pristine whiteness. Alternatively, White and I could seem rather pedestrian, despite my certainty of her femininity. Then there is the name Bai Bai, which I leave to your interpretation. Ultimately, I settled on Xiao Bai, symbolizing a desire for her to remain forever joyful and carefree. Naturally, she bears my surname, thus becoming Zhao Bai, a veritable paragon of beauty and wealth. Indeed, she epitomizes elegance. Within the realm of horses, she is a dragon steed. Among dragons, she is a petite white dragon. Within the Qilin lineage, she is flawless white jade. To call her wealthy and beautiful is entirely fitting. She currently resides hidden upon my person. Do not doubt it. My dear little one ascended to the first tier of mythical beasts just days after birth, thanks to my successful imbuement of the Emerald Dreamland shrinking spell upon her. As an exceedingly rare, perhaps even singular mythical infant in existence, stealth and discreet development are paramount. Otherwise, how could I withstand the incessant inquiries from various eccentric researchers seeking to exploit her? In the realm of magic, size and power are often directly proportional. Even if Xiao Bai were to be seen in her diminished form, onlookers would likely be captivated by her exquisite appearance, rather than prying into her true capabilities. Accompanied by Sakura, I arrived at the largest tailor shop in Blackwater City. It is said that the finest tailors are reserved for the nobility. However, such artisans are few and far between, compelling most aristocrats to visit high-end tailor shops to select suitable attire. Upon entering this establishment, I was not awed by the opulent garments as I had anticipated. Rather, an overwhelming urge to retreat overtook me. Despite my efforts to envision an extravagant ball gown, I was unprepared for the exorbitant prices displayed, each price tag adorned with a long string of zeros. I discreetly tugged at Sakura's sleeve, inquiring, "Are you certain you have purchased a gown before? Our funds are decidedly insufficient." I distinctly observed a twitch in Sakura's left eyelid as he replied, "Indeed, I have bought a gown, together with my wife. It was my first invitation to an evening ball prior to our marriage." I regarded him with skepticism. I had my eye on several styles, yet my wife insisted I choose another. And so, it fit well, yet I felt a discomfort. Nonetheless, I respected her opinion, and we ultimately settled on that particular gown. A sense of foreboding washed over me, as his taste may not be as refined as he professed. "So did you foot the bill?" I queried, aware that the sum he lent me bore little resemblance to the prices in this tailor shop. "No, my wife covered the expenses. She believes that a man should display his valor on the battlefield, rather than haggle like a servant in the marketplace." I gasped. This fellow was utterly unreliable outside the battlefield. Although I gleaned that negotiation was possible for those gowns, lacking funds rendered it moot. Chapter 6. Crimson leaves at that moment. I deeply regretted accompanying Sakura to this unfamiliar locale. The tailor shop loomed before me like a great tiger, its gaping maw ready to devour. Just as I prepared to withdraw, a melodious female voice rang out. "Isn't this the young noble from Lianqiu City? Have you come here to purchase clothing?" My identity remained undisclosed. In fact, it was not mine to reveal. The people of Blackwater City merely assumed I was some relative of Count Lianqiu. Even so, I was astonished to be recognized by a lady. After all, it was the first instance of anyone engaging me in conversation since my arrival in this city. Turning around, I beheld a lady accompanied by two handmaidens. She appeared to be around 27 or 28 years of age, adorned with a wide-brimmed sun hat, her sleek black hair cascading elegantly to her shoulders, while her eyes, nose, and mouth were not particularly striking. The combination of her pointed chin and endearing visage imparted a pleasant aura. A glance at her did not leave a profound impression. Yet the desire to steal another look lingered as I turned away. My gaze was suddenly obstructed by a maid who had been standing behind the lady, discreetly shielding her mistress as if she were arranging her hair. I realized my intrusion and hastily averted my eyes, exclaiming, "You resemble the goddess of autumn harvest." And joy and admiration swell within my heart. "May I inquire your name, dear lady?" The lady remained concealed by her maid, but another maid behind her chirped, "This is our Lady Maple Leaf." The maid did not divulge her mistress's name, and the revelation that this lady was married intensified my sense of impropriety regarding my earlier behavior. "How do you know me?" I inquired. In the entire Blackwater City, you are perhaps the only one to greet me face to face." The lady might have had various reasons, but the most plausible one was that I had inadvertently blocked the doorway of the tailor's shop just as she was passing behind me, and out of courtesy, she had chosen to greet me. "You entered the city alongside Princess Nalanfengyu that day. Many noble ladies wished to behold the princess's beauty, and I happened to be present, naturally intrigued by those who walked with her. Is that so?" "Yet, I have not received any invitations from noble ladies to attend their social balls these past few days." Perhaps this was the reason why respectable individuals resided in lavish inns. The ordinary, unremarkable post inn had thwarted countless potential romances. Though I had never harbored such expectations, it only deepened my discontent towards the second young master. I sensed that I might indeed have obstructed their passage, for the maid who had just finished tidying her mistress's hair frowned behind the lady. Throughout our encounter, this lady maintained a smile that was gentle, natural, and poised. A considerate woman accompanied by a devoted maid. I guided Sakura outside the shop, holding the door open. "Are you here to purchase garments?" I inquired. The lady did not immediately enter, replying, "I am merely browsing. I do not necessarily intend to buy anything." "Are you dissatisfied with the clothing inside?" I blushed deeply, as I had not even taken the time to truly examine the garments. She seemed to perceive my embarrassment. Understanding my discomfort, as I noticed a shop assistant within the store casting a disdainful glance at me while offering a sycophantic smile to the lady. She refrained from mentioning it, instead kindly offering, "It appears you have not taken a carriage. Allow me to escort you back. My carriage is parked over there." Following her gesture, I beheld an ordinary four-wheeled carriage, yet it appeared as pristine as new, drawn by two sturdy horses. I hesitated slightly. Although the lady exuded an air of calmness, it required considerable courage and kindness to extend an invitation to a gentleman to share her carriage. To decline such an offer seemed rather inappropriate. Ultimately, we made our way towards her carriage, for she was truly a kind-hearted and warm-spirited woman. The carriage did not travel swiftly. With 4 individuals seated within, it felt somewhat cramped. I and Sakura sat opposite the lady and her maid, our legs nearly brushing against one another, a mere 20 centimeters apart. Behind the seat, there was a slightly larger space for miscellaneous items. I had heard that this evening, the esteemed Earl was hosting a grand ball in honor of Her Highness, the Princess. "Have you received an invitation?" If I were concerned about appearances, I might have told the lady that I had been out for quite some time without receiving such a missive, thus preserving a semblance of dignity. However, I am not one to deceive such a kind and caring lady, so I replied candidly, "No, I have not received an invitation from the Earl, but I assure you, the Princess has invited me to attend the evening's festivities, hoping to provide her with a sense of reassurance." The lady listened intently, her expression thoughtful. "So, you ventured out to procure a suitable gown?" At that moment, I saw no reason to conceal the truth, and I nodded in calm acknowledgement. A pensive look crossed her face before she spoke. "I have an idea. If you do not mind, my husband's attire would likely fit you quite well, and you could wear it to the ball tonight." I was taken aback by her unexpected suggestion. My momentary shock left me momentarily flustered, yet I had to concede that, thus far, it was indeed the best solution available to me. Unless I chose to forego the event altogether, I could hardly refuse such generous kindness. The Baroness of Akatsuki instructed the carriage driver to turn in another direction. After exiting the bustling city and traversing a tranquil area, the carriage came to a halt before an elegant villa. Sakura and I disembarked first, followed by the 2 maids who assisted their mistress down. The villa appeared somewhat aged, with a spacious courtyard. As we alighted from the carriage, 2 large dogs began barking, likely alerted by the scent of their owner. They soon ceased their barking, but I sensed they had approached the door. Once the driver dismounted, he produced a key to unlock the grand entrance, which astonished me. Was there truly no one else residing within this villa? When the door swung open, 2 fierce-looking dogs sprang forth, their sharp teeth glinting. The faint magical aura surrounding them indicated a hint of beastly lineage, though they had yet to attain first-tier status. The 2 formidable canines circled the Baroness of Akatsuki, wagging their tails in a friendly manner. "Please, follow me," the driver beckoned, guiding the carriage into the courtyard. The maid remained steadfastly behind the lady, while the other had seemingly vanished from my view. As Sakura and I traversed the yard alongside the lady, we encountered no one. The overgrown weeds were numerous, yet they appeared to be regularly trimmed. The furnishings within the villa were predominantly composed of ordinary wood. The once adorned corridor, which should have boasted several wall paintings, now bore no trace of them. The floor was impeccably clean, suggesting either the maids were exceptionally diligent or that the villa seldom received visitors. Most likely, both were true. We were ushered into a spacious and radiant living room, where a crystal chandelier shimmered magnificently, and the plush sofas provided a much-needed respite for our weary bodies. The glassware and silver ornaments tastefully complemented the grandeur of the room, yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that some precious trinkets were conspicuously absent. As Sakura and I scrutinized the living room, the maid presented us with a platter of fruit and replenished our tea. Once she exited, the room felt desolate, leaving only Sakura and me. After a brief moment of patient waiting, the Baroness of Maple Leaf entered, bearing a formal gown. "Annie, please escort our guest to the guest room to change and ensure it fits properly." I promptly accepted the gown from the esteemed lady, gesturing for Sakura to wait while I followed the maid. As we traversed the corridor, The vast emptiness of the villa sent a shiver down my spine. Yet thoughts of the lady provided a comforting reassurance. "Here you are, sir. Please step inside." Upon my entry into the room, the maid closed the door behind me. The bedroom contained a large bed, a wardrobe, and a chair, surprisingly minimalistic. I shed my clothing and donned the white shirt and black formal attire, finally slipping into a pair of black leather shoes. Standing before the mirror in the wardrobe, I observed my long hair cascading over my shoulders, a stark contrast to the formal ensemble, which troubled me greatly. After adjusting my collar, I felt somewhat unnatural but failed to discern anything particularly amiss. Once I was dressed, I opened the door and stepped out. The maid, Annie, regarded me with a peculiar gaze for a few moments before entering the bedroom I had just vacated. In my moment of disorientation, she emerged from the room with a white bow tie, approaching me to secure it at my collar. Yet, her dissatisfaction lingered as she scrutinized my hair. I was acutely aware that my shoulder-length hair clashed with the formal attire, exuding an air of disarray and nonconformity. I did not fault the gown. Rather, I lamented once more my acceptance of an invitation that now appeared exceedingly daunting. With no time for further contemplation, the maid gestured for me to accompany her to the living room. Chapter 7. The banquet. Upon returning to the living room with Annie, the lady surveyed me with a discerning eye, adjusting my attire and readying the bow tie. "The outfit fits perfectly." I exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing this. The lady had truly alleviated my considerable troubles. A pair of suitable leather shoes is a man's pride, and this should not be taken lightly. "Annie, please fetch me a few more pairs." Miss Annie departed to retrieve the shoes. "Will your husband mind if I borrow his belongings?" I ought to express my gratitude to him in person. The lady averted her gaze awkwardly, and I realized I may have misspoken. She proceeded towards the door, saying, "Please wait a moment. I will fetch the hair scissors, as your hair requires meticulous attention." I awkwardly rubbed the bridge of my nose. I had always taken pride in my long, dark hair, yet it was the first time I had heard someone, especially a beautiful lady, suggest that I neglected my hair. "Inchai, how do you think we should express our gratitude to this kind lady? Perhaps we could invite her for tea or dinner, and then purchase a gift to show our appreciation." Inchai lounged on the sofa, remarking that if she were in my position, she would maintain a distance, returning the items only when needed. This was not the course of action I had envisioned. The lady mentioned waiting a moment, yet it felt as if we had lingered for quite some time. Annie had already returned with the shoes, 3 pairs in black and 2 in brown. I tried them on one by one. 3 pairs were slightly large, leaving only 2 that fit well. Afterward, I consumed 3 cups of tea before the lady reappeared with a white cloth and a box. I surmised that the box contained the tools for hair care. I sensed that the lady might have been weeping, for her makeup had been washed away, revealing her sweet, natural beauty. Her makeup must have been subtle, as she was inherently a delightful beauty. "Have you changed your shoes?" I asked, observing the lady as she set down her items, while Annie brought a chair to the center of the living room. "Yes, only these 2 pairs fit. 1 black and 1 brown." I was not particularly fond of either pair. I had grown accustomed to wearing adventurous shoes, and although these 2 fit, they still felt somewhat awkward. The lady approached me, instructing, "Please stand and take a few steps." I complied. "Now, change into the other pair." After switching shoes, I walked a few steps again. Both pairs fit well. The brown would lend an air of mystery, but for tonight's ball, the black pair was just right. Once I had everything in order, the lady invited me to sit in the center chair, draping the white cloth around my neck and over my clothes. She opened the toolbox, which indeed contained hairdressing tools. Cutting my husband's hair was once my greatest joy. This statement bore a double meaning, and I chose not to respond. Yet I could not help but feel a flutter of emotions. The Baroness of Red Leaves, drawn near to me due to her newly cropped hair, exuded a warm breath that penetrated my heart. Enchanted, I inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of guilt wash over me for my indulgence. Gradually, I found myself unable to resist the temptation to close my eyes, immersing myself in that gentle, almost fluid essence. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered that I was alone. The draping cloth that had adorned my body was removed, and I stood up and took a few steps, stretching my limbs. By the window, the sun hung low in the sky, accompanied by a few drifting white clouds. In the villa's courtyard, Sakura was playing with a frisbee while walking the dog. The Baroness truly lived a charmed life. Such existence was undeniably delightful. As I exited the courtyard, Sakura urged me to leave, though I had intended to toss the frisbee to amuse the diligent guard dogs. "So soon? We ought to bid farewell to the lady before departing." "No need," the lady informed me, as she felt unwell and would arrange for our departure by carriage once I awakened, and chimed in, mentioning the vegetables she had been tending to in the garden. She waved to the coachman, who was trimming the grass in the distance, signaling him to bring the carriage over. I cast a regretful glance at the exquisite villa. The lady resided within those walls. Had I lingered a moment longer, perhaps I could have wandered inside and encountered that gentle and kind-hearted woman. Ashamed of my impure thoughts, I urged Sakura to hasten our departure. The maid, noticing my eagerness, shot me an irritated glance but ultimately remained silent. As we rode away in the carriage, I realized I had forgotten to inquire whether the lady would attend the evening's banquet. How careless of me. I noticed Sakura stealing glances at me throughout the journey, prompting my curiosity. What is it? Is something amiss? I questioned, surveying my attire, which appeared flawless. You have changed your clothes and hairstyle. You seem like an entirely different person, reminiscent of the young count. I chose not to respond, as I was still uncertain about how to face that man. And it was crucial that Sakura did not misconstrue anything. In the evening, as Sakura and I approached the fortress in the carriage bearing the emblem of the Lianqiu Count, we were halted by the fortress guards. Sir, entry is prohibited. Please present a special invitation. Such requirements existed? Sakura expressed that it was only natural. Yet I wondered why this was not mentioned earlier. In truth, Sakura need not have mentioned it. For the princess's maid, the naive and innocent young woman, was waiting at the fortress entrance. Upon seeing her, I felt relieved that I had not stood her up. The poor maid would have been left waiting all night, only to relay her concerns to her mistress the following day. The hubris of the hosts here was astonishing. Truth be told, had it not been for the princess's invitation, this Count of Blackwater would have had no hope of enticing me. On the road, when the guards were out of sight, my innocent little companion remarked, expressing genuine concern for my well-being. If that is the case, you will offend the lord of this city, and then you won't even be able to leave. Who would be left to collect your remains? Her pitiable expression was laced with care for me. I felt an overwhelming urge to give her a swift kick. Yet, she was far from foolish. If the Count of Blackwater City truly extended an invitation, I would never dismiss it with contempt. When one possesses the audacity of wealth, all actions become justifiable. The audacious are envied by the mundane. If those with capital do not exhibit their boldness but instead act with restraint, they may be misconstrued as cowards by the common folk. Accompanied by the maid, we journeyed through without hindrance. This led me to reflect. Even a single feather from a phoenix is precious, while a striking and fierce rooster is merely a dish to accompany drinks. Upon disembarking from the carriage, the maid gestured for us to enter. She was neither suited nor entitled to join the company of the wine-serving attendants. Sakura waved his hand, indicating I should proceed alone, as he had his own destination. There surely existed areas for servants accompanying guests to the ball to rest and entertain themselves. But Sakura was not my servant. He expressed that it was of no concern. Since arriving in Blackwater City, he had remained excessively low-key. I pondered the reason for this. As I pushed open the door and stepped inside, I was utterly astounded by the opulence within. The air shimmered with hues of gold and silver. The ceiling adorned with emeralds, agates, and gemstones, complemented by vast, resplendent chandeliers, akin to stars embedded in a golden sky. The floor, sleek and polished, mirrored my reflection as if it were a glass surface. I couldn't help but wonder if it would reveal the splendor beneath the skirts of the ladies. Clearly, I was overthinking, for the elegantly attired women moved with grace, their feet cloaked in mystery. Surrounding the dance floor were tables draped in white linens, with silver light fixtures serving as striking accents. The banquet had already attracted a multitude, each engaging with their respective groups. I refrained from envying them excessively. Why envy? Their wealth? Their youthful triumphs? Their dance partners? While I felt a twinge of envy for these, it was not the primary source of my discomfort. Those who often relish solitude are not accustomed to crowds, which renders individuals like me uneasy, making us feel isolated, as if we were the most pitiable creatures in this world. Yet, in truth, it is merely an illusion. Those who congregate are not necessarily sincere, and gatherings may harbor hidden schemes and deceit. To those of my ilk, everything appears harmonious on the surface, while beneath lies a different reality. The clamor of festivity is the grave of the solitary. In this world, good people are always abundant, while the wicked are few. Yet, the moment one places their trust in a villain, they risk losing everything. In such a precarious realm, even friendships can feel as though they are separated by an impenetrable barrier, only slightly thinner than a mountain. As I leaned against a pillar, enduring the curious gazes of youthful maidens, the lord of Blackwater City, clad in an air of tardiness, finally made his appearance. His arm was entwined with that of Nayland Funyu as they emerged together. I was utterly astonished, not in the manner one might expect, for this Count of Blackwater, whom I had envisioned in my mind, appeared far too aged. Each strand of his hair had turned gray, his heavily powdered face was adorned with countless wrinkles, and though he endeavored to walk upright, His body was slightly hunched. His gaunt frame moved with a certain lethargy, and the thick white mane atop his head led me to question whether it was a wig. Trailing behind him were 3 gentlemen. The one on the far left appeared to be in his 40s, accompanied by a robust lady who clung to his arm. The man in the middle, in his 20s, was the second son. To the far right stood another young man of similar age, his cheerful smile radiating the innocence and goodness typical of his years. Chapter 8. Observing the scene, the banquet had been underway for quite some time when the elderly Count of Blackwater took to the floor for the first dance with Roland Continent. Following them, his youngest son danced, captivating the audience with his charm and grace, while the second son's face turned ashen with envy. Many gentlemen present wished fervently to be in that esteemed position, lamenting their unfortunate fates that confined them to merely dreaming of romance. I shall not confess that I was among them. Despite never having danced, I found myself yearning as I watched the couple glide across the floor. Basked in the envious gazes of all, we often dwell on what we cannot achieve or have lost, failing to comprehend why we allow such opportunities to slip through our fingers. I sincerely wish the attendants would hasten to serve the food and drink, providing me with something to occupy my time. It dawned on me that my invitation from Roland Continent was likely motivated by her desire to spare me the feeling of neglect and to allow me to unwind amidst the lavish festivities. Little did she know that I was far from needing such distractions. A soul accustomed to solitude often fears the noise of merriment. As many of the young gallants left the dance floor, the servants at last arrived with exquisite dishes and fine wines for the table. I finally managed to escape the mindset of a mere guest, embracing the ambience of another celebration. After indulging heartily in the feast, I lifted a nearby goblet and drained its contents. Only after the alcohol began to ferment upon my palate did I realize it had been empty just moments prior. When I raised my gaze, I found the cheerful Baroness Hongye standing beside me. "I have been observing you for quite some time," she remarked, "and I believe you could use a companion to savor these delightful delicacies." It was truly a pleasure to encounter a familiar face. Though we had only known each other for an afternoon, it felt as though we had been acquainted for an eternity. She filled her wine glass to the brim, and we clinked our glasses together in a toast. At that moment, most of the guests were still dancing in the ballroom with their partners, while we, having indulged in a hearty feast, appeared rather conspicuous among the throng. "Are you not going to join them on the dance floor?" I inquired, finding it hard to believe that no gentleman had extended an invitation to this gentlewoman of noble bearing. She smiled enigmatically, replying, "For me, dancing is merely a form of amusement. When it no longer entertains, there is no need to partake." I hesitated as I offered her a chicken leg, uncertain if she would accept. She took a small bite, but it was enough. I sensed that we had forged a friendship, and I felt no restraint in her presence. Just then, I noticed someone approaching. Who was that? Our elegant swan, clandestinely courting a coarse rustic in the corner. It was indeed a lady of exquisite beauty. And only then did I realize many had vacated the dance floor. "Madam, I believe you are acquainted with this gentleman, a guest from Lianqiu City." Lady Hongye maintained her characteristic calm demeanor, responding with utmost propriety. I offered a slight bow to her. I found myself recalling her as the mother of the second young master, a thought that flashed through my mind. To avoid offending her, I acquiesced to her description of me as a coarse rustic. The lady let out a soft hum, inquiring, "Did the Earl of Lianqiu send you with a message?" "How could he? I have never even laid eyes on him," I replied. "The Viscount of Pingchuan is also present at tonight's soirée. Perhaps you were unaware," she remarked. In response to my astonished gaze, the Countess discreetly instructed a nearby servant. I sensed impending trouble. This woman was clearly intent on undermining me. At that moment, I should have taken my leave, harboring resentment for future reckoning, yet I could not abandon Lady Hongye to her embarrassment. A middle-aged man with a small mustache approached. They conversed like old friends before turning the topic towards me. "Viscount, do you know him?" The Viscount scrutinized me, knowing full well he had never encountered me. "No. Are you going to introduce him to me?" The insufferable lady glanced at Lady Hongye with a scornful smile. "Take a good look." He arrived in the Earl of Lianqiu's carriage. The Viscount, upon hearing this, scrutinized me cautiously. After a moment, he shook his head. "I have not seen him. And the Earl of Lianqiu has but one son, whom I have met. He is quite the clever lad." He was careful to speak only of what he knew. The Countess cast a sardonic gaze at Lady Hongye, saying, "Your husband has only been gone for 2 years, even if you seek a young talent. Do the noblemen of Heishui City not suffice? Must you resort to associating with an uncouth stranger of unknown origin? This is indeed a malicious slander." Lady Hongye's complexion turned pale, and for the first time, this gentlewoman displayed a pitiable demeanor. "Hey, you vile wretch, step away from Lady Hongye." Unbeknownst to me, a throng had gathered, both men and women, with the men seething with indignation and the ladies eagerly watching the unfolding drama. To be honest, I had a strong desire to eliminate these people with a single swift strike, but alas, Lady Hongya prevented my reckless impulse. She paid no heed to the protective ambitions of the gentlemen nor the rude slanders from the noble women. She calmly stated, "I have not wronged my husband. Nor am I as shameless as you imagine. My association with this gentleman is merely one of ordinary acquaintance, and he is not as despicable as you suggest. He is a forthright and honest man. To be assailed by all present, and to have someone defend me at such a moment required immense courage, as well as the fortitude to face potential future reproach. I hardly consider myself a person deserving of such trust. Gentlemen, don't jest. He looks as if he hasn't even grown his first hair." This remark came from a gentleman within the crowd, igniting my anger. Though I had just celebrated my 17th birthday, my spirit did not concede to such mockery. "Everyone, what is happening here?" At that moment, Nalan Fengyu approached, flanked by the third young master and the fiercely jealous second young master. The crowd bowed in respect. "Your Highness, we suspect this man has ulterior motives for infiltrating tonight's banquet, and we are currently investigating him," announced the gentleman who had just ridiculed me. He had truly brought this upon himself, for I was indeed invited here by Nalan Fengyu. Indeed, this gentleman is my guest. He is brave, resolute, and eager to assist those in need. I can vouch for him, Nalan Fengyu declared. I gazed at her in disbelief, as if everyone had forgotten that I had entered the city alongside her that day. I would never admit to the flattering words she bestows upon me. Yet I felt a glimmer of joy at being praised. Just when I thought the matter would settle down, the most boisterous gentleman proclaimed, "Your Highness, a man must prove his courage through valor. If he accepts my challenge, I shall acknowledge all the virtues you attribute to him, and should I lose, I will apologize to him face to face. Hey, lad, if you're a man, accept the challenge." The men began to jeer, even among the nobility. Aside from their acquired knowledge, they were no different from ordinary folk. Lady Hongya grasped my arm, disregarding the opinions of others, clearly terrified that I might recklessly accept the challenge. "That man is the foremost swordsman of Heishui City. You cannot accept his challenge," she whispered urgently in my ear, inciting fierce jealousy among the gentlemen around us, who regarded me with increasingly resentful glares. Refraining from using profane language is a mark of a gentleman's refinement, especially in the presence of so many elegantly adorned ladies. Without such decorum, I believe the vitriol of insults would have been readily hurled at my visage. I scrutinized the gentleman before me. His robust frame and well-proportioned limbs spoke of considerable strength and exceptional balance. The thick calluses on both his hands suggested a frequent engagement with swordplay, particularly with the two-handed sword. His eyes, sharp as those of an eagle, bore an intensity that was impossible to overlook. While it is often said that great talent may hide beneath the surface, I possessed the conviction that I surpassed him in skill. As I resolved to accept the gentleman's challenge, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. It is a curious phenomenon. When one issues a provocation, a sense of invincibility and fearlessness prevails, as if one fears rejection. However, once the challenge is accepted, trepidation sets in, a fear of defeat, of losing one's dignity. It becomes evident that all bravado is merely a facade to protect one's pride, often leading to irrevocable consequences. Just like now, I had made up my mind that, at tonight's banquet, I would claim this man's life. The Count of Blackwater seemed drawn to the unfolding drama. Yet I could scarcely concern myself with him. A singular thought consumed my mind. We arrived at the center of the dance floor, compelling those still reveling to pause. Some visibly displeased, for not everyone relishes violence. Naturally, I too abhorred it, but I found myself resorting to it as the only means to uphold my dignity. They must face the repercussions of their provocations. I summoned a server to present me with a two-handed longsword, its design not to my liking. Yet it was undoubtedly a weapon of merit. My opponent, indeed, was a master of the two-handed sword, wielding two curved blades crossed in his grip. His form exhibited no vulnerabilities. Should any exist, they would surely meet with my blade. Every muscle in my body coiled in anticipation, my hands firmly grasping the hilt. The blade angled behind me. In a swift motion, I propelled myself forward, channeling my entire strength, rotating the longsword, and executing a forward slash, my body and blade moving as one in perfect harmony. This technique I had practiced countless times, each movement etched into my memory. Chapter 10. The Giant Abomination. This is a profound transformation of a vengeful spirit. Newly born, such spirits may retain a semblance of humanity, yet they are far from human. Composed of an invisible magical essence to ordinary eyes, these entities, as they devour more human souls, begin to take on a more human-like form, nearly indistinguishable from humanity, yet entirely alien. These beings lack consciousness, driven solely by primal instinct to hunt. The more souls they consume, the more they resemble humans, and their power intensifies. The abhorrent visage of the vengeful spirit before me had morphed into this grotesque form for one sole reason. It was in a state of severe hunger, having gone too long without sustenance in the form of souls. When such appetites remain unfulfilled, the corporeal form of humanity begins to disintegrate, and they may resort to devouring their own flesh or any living creature within reach. Gradually, flesh and blood will taint their once pure magical essence, transforming them into tangible monstrosities. It is currently feasting upon a corpse, and as I cast my gaze about, I am met with a gruesome tableau of sanguine stains. Surely, this place must harbor countless cadavers. How could it lack souls? Perhaps it is fortunate that no souls linger here, for otherwise, my escape would be utterly impossible. Yet, this is not necessarily a good sign, as such a state of affairs is profoundly unnatural. The creature has consumed an entire body, and its form grotesquely convulses. A foot extending from between its two heads, complete with a severed leg. It surveys its surroundings, its ravenous gaze ultimately honing in on my position. I take stock of my own body and am relieved to find that my lovely magic remains under my command. At my calf, I discover a dagger. Truly, it is the height of arrogance for it to neglect to search my body, allowing me to be confined with all my possessions. Thus, I reach into the pocket of my coat, and indeed, I encounter a soft little creature. I extract her from the pocket. She is snoring, bubbles escaping her nostrils with each breath, which elicits a chuckle from me. Perhaps being upside down is uncomfortable for her, as she groggily opens her eyes, sporting a pair of remarkably innocent gazes. Little White, it is time to act. If you continue to sleep, we shall perish here. The abominable fiend crawls toward me, intent on squeezing into the cage, and in truth, it is close to succeeding. Lacking the sensation of pain, and thus the capacity for death, it can contort itself into any form it desires. I place Little White on the ground. She glares at me discontentedly. Brother, exploiting child labor is a criminal act. Little White cannot yet articulate human language. Her throat is not yet capable of producing it. Our seamless communication relies on my relentless dedication to the art of inspiration magic. I will not exploit you. When that grotesque creature approaches to consume me, I shall first toss you out to spare you the sorrow of dying behind me. She rolls her eyes. We are both aware that regardless of who dies first, we are destined to perish together. Little White's form gradually expands, reaching approximately to my chest, as she dispels her diminutive guise and returns to her normal state. Are you not afraid of being watched here? This indeed poses a concern, yet it is not the time for such worries. How did I find myself ensnared in this predicament? I cannot help but reflect. I once believed that rebirth would alter my fate, unaware that destiny is comprised of countless diverging paths. When I returned to that intersection in the past and chose another route, what awaited me were still innumerable unknown choices. I may possess a prophetic foresight, having won a magnificent fortune worth millions, whether through horse racing, sports betting, or games of chance. Ultimately, I secured a grand prize and transformed into a wealthy individual. But what lies ahead? The fate that awaits me morphs into the unknown, branching into countless possibilities. I might invest this fortune in a venture, only to see it collapse, leaving me burdened with insurmountable debt. Perhaps I would lend a portion to a relative in dire need, only for them to abscond, leaving me bereft of my funds. There exists the option of depositing the money in a bank to accrue interest, yet years later, a financial crisis could render my savings worthless, forcing me to carry a plastic bag of currency merely to purchase an egg. Of course, there is also the possibility of successfully establishing a business, only to face the calamity of divorce, necessitating a division of assets. I might live a life of perpetual happiness and security, with all my desires fulfilled. Yet if such ease were attainable, it would not be the fervent wish of countless souls. Altering one's destiny may not be paramount. Rather, the true challenge lies in navigating the myriad crossroads of life, striving to consistently choose the path that is most significant and suitable for me. That is the essence of genuine wisdom, and I might find myself merely a novice in the presence of such sagacity. Otherwise, why do I repeatedly find myself ensnared in peril? Yet, this is not the moment for meticulous analysis or reflection, for the repugnant horror has already infiltrated the confines of my cell. Brother, I truly detest the thought of confronting it physically. The mere idea repulses me, perhaps rendering me incapable of eating for 3 days and nights. I wholeheartedly concur with the notion of utilizing remote magic, avoiding close combat. Ultimately, it is I who stands before this grotesque creature. Ah, you inquire about my companion. the little one. Brother, I shall lend you my support. A radiant beam of light envelopes my being. Excellent. I have earnestly basked in the sun's embrace. Tremble before me, you wretched creature. Arcane energy accumulates within me as the monster lunges to bite. Witness my straight punch. Avoiding its head, I drive my enchanted fist into its body. Unfazed, it retaliates with another head, but I deftly evade and deliver a side kick that penetrates its flesh. The writhing mass, whether viscera or something else, splatters onto my leg, nearly provoking my nausea. I yearn to incinerate it with fire, drown it with water, strike it down with lightning, freeze it solid, or bury it beneath the earth. Alas, these spells elude my grasp. Little one, you ought to be more diligent. Perhaps next time we could indulge in a delightful feast. The little one, with a sly tone, retorts, I refuse to consume such revolting meat. You pervert. Furthermore, I am working diligently, striving to sleep, so I may grow fair and lovely. I spew forth a mouthful of blood. Who said you should be fair? Your appearance as a charred ember is of no concern to me. I have encountered such a tenacious familiar, and I can only confront this creature with a flurry of punches and kicks, occasionally indulging in a sunbath. Naturally, I yearn to wield fire against ice. However, the elemental manipulation of magic necessitates diligent practice and an extreme expenditure of magical energy. At the apprentice stage, my magical capacity barely allows for a flicker of flame, and I have never concentrated my efforts on this particular school of magic. In the midst of a dynamic battle, I ultimately reduced this fearsome monstrosity to a mere puddle of mush. The souls it consumed were few and far between. All its strength lay within its terrifying exterior and the thick layer of fat it bore. Ah, do not touch me, you grotesque abomination of minced flesh. I merely approached Little White slightly, and her reaction left me feeling utterly unwell. Ugh, I retched violently, wishing to expel my very bile. Ugh, I may vomit. But what of you? Little White rolled her eyes, muttering, pervert. As Little White and I traversed the corridor of the iron prison, I cautiously observed our impending destination. You inquire as to how we managed to escape? Have you forgotten? When Little White ascended to a higher tier of her beast form, she solidified the spell to shrink the Emerald Secret Realm, a magic that can be employed on others. Moreover, I am currently perched upon Little White's back. As she diminished in size, she adeptly adjusted her height, allowing me to ride her in a compact posture. A pervert riding a child? I take pride in my peculiarities. The cells were stained with blood, and the occasional corpse bore visible signs of immense torment before death. This was the underground dungeon of Count Blackwater's castle. How could such a gruesome scene exist? It starkly contrasted with the thriving Blackwater city above, a true dichotomy of heaven and hell. Were these individuals condemned criminals, heavy offenders, or merely innocents who, like myself, had provoked the wrath of Count Blackwater? The distinction is significant. As a ruler, managing the criminals within one's domain is a grave responsibility. If he indulges in the mass slaughter of civilians to satiate his twisted desires or ulterior motives, he would be nothing short of a madman, devoid of conscience, and deserving of a wretched fate. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, an iron gate secured by chains obstructed our passage. This posed no challenge to my diminished form. What lay ahead? As Little White leaped through the gaps in the bars, a downward passage revealed itself before me. It was devoid of any light, yet, unfortunately, it met with my ability to see in the dark, a capability even Little White lacked. Pervert, your envy is palpable. Little White has always desired the ability to perceive in darkness like I do. I wish to be like my brother, she mused. Such a foolish thought. Everyone is unique. As we descended the lengthy staircase, a brilliant light emerged from the exit ahead. Lightly, perhaps someone is ahead. I descended from the back of the white creature, allowing it to follow me closely. We moved forward slowly, envisioning the presence of 2 or perhaps more guards stationed at the entrance. My heart raced violently, and I advanced cautiously, acutely aware of the rapid thumping of my heart. This pace is unsustainable. A skilled warrior can discern even the faintest sounds in the darkness. Under these circumstances, I risk imminent discovery. I endeavored to steady my heartbeat, allowing it to gradually slow as I approached the door, peering quietly inside. In that fleeting moment, my heartbeat nearly ceased. Countless figures, innumerable exposed bodies, both male and female, lay piled upon one another, forming a mountain of white flesh. Atop this grotesque mound stood an enormous statue, towering several meters high, exuding an aura of solemnity, grandeur, and majesty, perfectly encapsulated by every commendable adjective one could summon. Before it lay a vast platform, upon which a group of individuals stood collectively. A man, with 2 strange objects in hand, flailed his limbs and cried out, attempting to flee back into the crowd. Yet, the giant's arm, as unyielding as machinery, seized the man, dragging him before its brow. When the giant's grip released, the man hovered in midair as a surge of immense, eerie power erupted, akin to a demonic chant. Under the sinister, nauseating tones, a transparent soul, identical to the man, ascended from his body. Amidst that uncanny melody, the ethereal spirit gradually transformed into a small magical sigil, burrowing into the giant's forehead. With a thud, the man's corpse fell onto the mound of flesh below. Chapter 12. The serpent monster having dealt with the Spider-Woman, another had yet to reveal itself. I took a brief respite on the ground, continuing my search for the mechanism to open the door. After a meticulous exploration, I discovered a palm-sized magical array. Frowning slightly, I was not foolish enough to press my hand against an arcane symbol of unclear purpose. I glanced at the white jade Chelan beside me, silently inquiring if she possessed any clever solutions. This naive creature had merely been tagging along since the beginning. If she did not demonstrate her worth soon, I might entertain thoughts of stewing her for dumplings. She gracefully approached, her beautiful form scrutinizing the magical array. One must wonder, if I cannot decipher this array, what insight could a mere illusionary beast provide? She shot me an indignant look, then, with her splendid horns, charged into the magical array. Following a flash of magical brilliance, a door swung open at the feet of the giant. The white creature strutted boldly inside, and I hurriedly followed, affectionately ruffling her mane, only to be playfully butted in the stomach by her horn. We frolicked together, ascending the staircases as if we were leisurely wandering through a marketplace. Such an advanced, entirely mechanical creation, devoid of elevators yet relying on the rudimentary design of stairs. One cannot help but express exasperation. It is no wonder that I and the Spider-Woman engaged in a fierce battle outside, while inside, it seemed as if nothing had transpired at all. A profound stillness enveloping the space. One must traverse such a lengthy path to accomplish anything here. How did that serpent-tailed young master ascend this staircase? I found myself contemplating such perplexing questions, though they were far from arbitrary. Indeed, within the spiral staircase, a straight column ascended directly to the apex. No wonder this design is so unfriendly to bipedal beings. Creatures like the young master, with their snake tails, must navigate around that column. Do they not grow weary? I instinctively quickened my pace, the sound of my footsteps echoing through the silent corridor, and I could no longer afford to linger in hesitation. Traversing this winding staircase, I knew it was only a matter of time before I would be discovered. Upon reaching the summit, I found the serpent-tailed young master standing before a massive sphere of light, his back turned to me. "You are indeed an unexpected visitor. How did you manage to enter?" he queried, his tone laced with curiosity. Clearly, the resounding echoes had alerted him to my presence. He confidently turned to face me, momentarily startled upon seeing the creature at my side. "I presume you relied on this being to gain entry? A species I have never encountered. Your fortune is enviable. Do enlighten me about its nature." To this, I could offer no response. It matters not. Once I have vanquished you, I shall skin and dissect this hideous little creature, examining every bone, every sinew, and then unite it with those exquisite maidens. For perhaps the first time, someone had dared to call the creature beautiful in affront, causing it to emit wisps of white smoke in indignation. I too felt a surge of anger. This fiend intended to flay such a magnificent being, particularly after revealing that the two spider-women outside were his creations, fueling my fury further. He was a deranged madman, a foe to all humanity, a terrifying non-human monster. Angered, are we? How delightful to see such weakness in a lowly creature. Do you not understand? In this world, only power is eternal. Thus, I would gladly forsake my human form. He gestured to his well-muscled physique, the powerful sinews of his serpent tail elevating him as he looked down upon me, akin to a deity surveying mortals. What could possibly be wrong with such a perspective? Evil thoughts had seeped into his very soul. If one's worldview could only be sustained by such notions, it is indeed a tragic coldness. You may transform into whatever you wish, but why must you slaughter so many, extracting their souls and condemning them to eternal unrest? His serpent-like gaze was icy as he stared at me. What do you understand of souls? Do humans truly possess souls? Once the corporeal form is lost, the soul merely becomes a lifeless mass of energy, easily dissipated by the gentlest breeze. I gazed in astonishment at this individual, hardly able to believe that such callous words could be uttered so effortlessly. Yet, for one capable of grotesquely transforming both their own body and those of others, such horrifying rhetoric seemed almost comprehensible. The soul, having originated from the world, naturally returns to it. Is it not the most heinous of acts to forcibly seize and retain the souls of others? A chilling laugh echoed. Heinous? To whom? To me, I am consumed solely by the thrill of unrestrained slaughter. And what of the deceased? Their existence is of no consequence to me. While alive, each one who encounters me harbors feelings of revulsion and terror. Would they revere someone like me? What, I wondered, transforms a person into such a monstrous being? Your sins have amassed to a degree that even hell cannot accommodate them, I declared vehemently. He coiled his body, responding, what is hell? As for my sins, the living possess varying statuses and values, but upon death, even those as wretched as I will see their souls scattered with the wind, meandering through this boundless world. In death, all become equal. Am I not acting in their best interest? He spoke of murder as if it were a matter of course. I could perceive his tempestuous, roaring soul, monstrous in its malevolence, never at peace. And as for the souls of those he has slain, consider them. In life, they cherished their loved ones, faced adversities, yet relentlessly pursued their dreams. They have been deceived and harmed, yet they found solace within their hearts, embracing all suffering with magnanimity, striving for their ideals, sharing joyful moments with their families. Their souls are pure and transparent. Why can you not see this? The creature before me seethed with indignation. If he acknowledged himself as a being steeped in wrongdoing, he must also recognize his cowardice in life, a pitiable failure cloaked in a facade of grandeur. He approached me with clenched teeth, but I calmly evaded his advance. My companion, the little white creature, had longed to retaliate against this wretched fiend who had insulted her. In that fleeting moment, she seized the opportunity and delivered a swift kick to the serpent-like monster's midsection. A piercing scream of agony erupted as he writhed on the ground, hurling vile curses. You cannot kill me. I am destined for divinity, to become the supreme ruler above all, commanding everyone to bow at my feet, enslaving the multitudes of this world. I had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. However, at that moment, a colossal orb of radiant light, formed from the souls of countless individuals, began to coalesce behind him. This immaculate light gradually transformed into a transparent, pure diamond, floating in the air and radiating boundless brilliance. Ha ha ha, you insignificant insect, you self-righteous little man, I shall punish you. I will bind you as a belt upon my waist. The serpentine creature laughed exaggeratedly, devouring the pure, radiant soul diamond in one gulp. An unparalleled power descended in an instant. An overwhelming tide of miraculous magic surged from all directions. My complexion changed dramatically as I shielded the little white one and hastily descended the spiraling staircase behind me. What a tumultuous turn of events. I had anticipated a challenging battle, perhaps one that I could not win, yet I had never imagined that I would face a madman who fancied himself a deity. Given the immense gathering of magic around me, it was evident that I could not harm him, and perhaps a moment's delay would mean that a mere glance from him could spell my demise. As we neared the ground, Little White bit my clothing and paused awkwardly in midair. I had already fortified myself with magic to protect my vital points, bracing for severe injury. However, with that momentary pause, I landed unscathed, and Little White appeared entirely unaffected. Without time for affection, I summoned Little White, and we dashed towards the underground dungeon. We navigated through the various chambers until we reached the castle's mechanism doors. A crisis was at hand. I could no longer concern myself with the inhabitants of the castle, who were oblivious to my plight. On Little White's antlers, a sphere of pure white energy began to radiate intensely, and in that instant, a beautiful figure broke through the prison below. Who goes there? Soldiers rushed towards us. Someone is escaping the prison. A wave of soldiers surged in my direction. These wretched individuals had been complicit in tyranny, yet I had no doubt that everything had unfolded unbeknownst to them. It is all too simple for the powerful to conceal matters from the powerless, as they possess a wealth of resources that those beneath them could toil a lifetime to attain. For the sake of their families, they bow and scrape, which is hardly surprising. I seized their weapons, injuring a few but sparing their lives, and before more could encircle us, Little White and I burst forth from the room. The ground trembled, an earthquake. Everyone flee. The castle shook violently, and people scrambled to escape, husbands grasping their wives, women clutching their children. Panic and terror etched on every face, each filled with dread of impending disaster. In the chaos, bodies collided, pushing and trampling one another, as the greatest tragedy of humanity unfolded. As the majority managed to flee the castle, large stones began to plummet from above, crushing and wounding those still inside. A colossal tail emerged, a serpent's tail. Chapter 13. Exiting the city, the fearsome serpent's tail pierced through the fortress, trapping many who had not managed to evacuate. What is happening? What has occurred? Many gazed upon the apocalyptic scene before them, their faces reflecting disbelief and horror. In the streets, The little white creature had nestled itself into my embrace. We dashed outside the castle, where the entirety of Blackwater City was a throng of humanity. Faced with the unknown, people are invariably gripped by fear. The path ahead had become impassable. The wide thoroughfare, ordinarily unremarkable, now overflowed with individuals who had fled their homes, rendering it exceedingly congested. Magic coalesced in my legs as I leapt upwards, scaling the rooftops. At that moment, the way ahead appeared clear to me. Looking back at the castle, only a tail remained visible. Merely that fragment, still shrouded in obscurity, was enough to render it an entity beyond my capacity to harm. As I raced across the rooftops, a figure in the distance approached swiftly. I recognized him. It was Sakura. His face lit with surprise as he sprang into action, a sleek black stallion appearing beneath him. The hooves thundered across the rooftops as if they were solid ground, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before me. He extended his arm, and I leapt onto his steed, riding behind him. The wind rushed past us as we left a trail of buildings in our wake. Sakura, what is that creature? Though I had witnessed the third sun transform into a colossal serpent, I still struggled to comprehend what manner of magic could invoke such terror in an instant. What did you see? Sakura's tone held little trace of fear or anxiety. Countless souls, their essences drawn forth one by one, coalescing into a luminous orb, that being. He was the third son of the Count of Blackwater, and he consumed that essence. I recounted to him what I had witnessed, and after a moment, I finally received Sakura's response. You see, every magical circuit is unique. This I am well aware of. Some possess none at all, and to date, a mage can have a maximum of 5 magical circuits. Many sorcerers strive to augment the number of circuits within their bodies. I nodded gently, fully cognizant of this, for I had shared the magical circuits of the little white creature through a symbiotic magical contract. In truth, the creature's potential now only extended to a 4th-tier phantom beast. Precisely due to this reason, methods to enhance magical circuits often exact a tremendous toll. Are you suggesting he has discovered a way to increase the number of magical circuits? To slay so many merely to augment his own magical capacity? Does that not seem exceedingly unworthy? Sakura glanced back at the immense serpent's tail and said to me, Listen, what I am about to share is of the utmost secrecy. The essence of magical circuits lies within the soul of a person. The soul. So, does this mean that so many souls can be synthesized into magical circuits? Has he succeeded? If that is the case, would not chaos reign in this world? With every mage slaughtering innocents for the sake of their own power? I envisioned a scene drenched in blood, involuntarily shuddering at the thought. I could not ascertain whether he had truly lost control. What does it mean to be out of control? Is it the phenomenon of succumbing to powers beyond one's grasp? Could that be the essence of time and space? Upon closer inspection, that individual had transformed into an immense behemoth. Perhaps such beings exist. Yet does a normal person seek strength merely to wreak havoc upon the world? Indeed, he must have strayed from the path of normalcy. Just as I was about to inquire further, the black steed came to a halt. We had arrived at the gates of Blackwater City. A line of soldiers, bows drawn and arrows poised, faced the interior of the city. They had no reason to target someone as inconsequential as myself. Nevertheless, in that moment, it mattered little. Was this not Leoncio City? I had heard that the Earl had captured your young master, the very one behind you. Had you dared to attempt a prison break? The upheaval in the city must surely be connected to you. Seize him. They offered us no chance for defense, hastily branding us with grave accusations. Upon the city walls, over 20 phantom beast riders ascended into the air, and I recognized those beasts as the Iron-Wing Wind Eagles. Steady now. Sakura's voice remained calm, as if the formidable army before us was of no concern. He flicked the reins, and our horse galloped away to the side. Arrows sporadically rained down upon us from the walls, yet all fell short, as Sakura wielded his spear with such precision that, after inadvertently wounding a few civilians, the soldiers were compelled to cease their futile barrage. With a sharp cry, the Iron-Wing Wind Eagle soared swiftly. A phantom beast rider brandishing a spear lunged toward my back with alarming speed. The steed I rode veered sharply to the left, and in that fleeting moment, Sakura thrust his spear horizontally, impaling the rider, who fell lifelessly from his mount. Such remarkable marksmanship. The now riderless phantom beast let out a mournful cry and ascended into the sky, distancing itself from the battlefield. Regardless of the apparent harmony between rider and beast, their relationship was fundamentally one of enslavement. Freedom was of utmost importance to these creatures of the sky. A flurry of arrows was launched by the enraged riders behind us. One embedded itself in a rooftop, another was swatted down by Sakura, and yet another tragically pierced a couple who were fleeing. I glared back in fury, longing to retaliate, yet reason held me back. I could not bring more trouble upon Sakura. Sakura seemed to have heard the whispers of my heart. However, more so, it was perhaps born from an overwhelming fury towards those knights who slaughtered the innocent. The ebony steed veered sharply, and in an instant, it intertwined with the iron-winged wind sculpture. The nameless knight, clad in iron wings, plummeted from the mythical beast, his crimson lifeblood splattering upon rooftops, showering the fleeing crowd, and staining the flower-laden lawns. Without a moment's pause, the black stallion galloped over the houses, trampled the beams, and charged directly towards the city walls. "Stop him!" I heard an angry and urgent voice rise from the iron-winged knights behind me. These knights, unrestrained, drew their bows, while soldiers atop the walls were thrown into a panic. The sounds of bows and crossbows clattering in a chaotic symphony. Countless arrows soared through the air, piercing towards Sakura and me like a relentless storm. Second-tier magic, Void Walk. Beneath me, the steed flickered with a dark magical glow, enveloped in a thick veil of black mist. Peering through this fog, the world appeared to have lost all color. Everything transformed into a monochromatic tableau. The sky was white, the walls were white, and only the fleeing figures and the arrows were draped in black. A torrent of arrows descended upon us, a dark deluge aimed unerringly at Sakura and me. In that miraculous moment, my heart was inexplicably calm. Whether it was confidence in Sakura's ability to confront such peril or a fearless acceptance of the impending death, I could not discern. Perhaps it was a blend of both. Even amidst unwavering faith in Sakura, the palpable sin of death should not have rendered my heartbeat so tranquil. Countless arrows pierced through the mist, penetrating its depths. I bore witness as arrow after arrow struck Sakura, his brow, his shoulder, his chest, his neck, his arms, before exiting his body, hurtling towards my eyes, my nose, my lips, my throat, my chest, and my abdomen. It did not hurt at all. I assure you, it truly did not hurt. In that storm of arrows, I even extended my arms, attempting to grasp the arrows soaring through the air. Yet, they passed through my palms in an instant, eluding my touch. In truth, none of the arrows could reach us. I even saw a dozen arrows, entwined in a whirlwind, aimed at my form. However, it was a futile endeavor. After piercing through Sakura's abdomen, they shattered dozens of arrows from the walls, transforming into an intangible powder that dissipated into nothingness. As the black mist lifted, the archers had yet to ready their second arrows. The ebony steed ascended the walls, charging straight upward. The only sound resonating in the world was the rhythmic thud of the black stallion galloping. I observed as everyone stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixated on Sakura, on me, and on the steed beneath us as we mounted the city walls. The spinning lance swept away all the soldiers in close proximity, exuding an unstoppable momentum. The horse galloped joyfully over a distance of more than 100 meters before leaping off the city wall. Before us lay an endless plain, with vast waves of wheat dancing in the wind. Crack! That was the sound of the archers drawing their bows for the second time. A sound that could instill fear in the hearts of 1,000 troops, halting their advance. Fire! A thunderous roar echoed from the city walls. The sleek black steed landed on the grass, galloping exuberantly, like a blossoming flame, leaving all arrows in its wake. Rising from the black stallion, I tightly gripped my lance and gestured a grand thumbs down behind me. Ingchai, I too will become a knight. I shall ride boldly and conquer the world. I could envision the smile on Ingchai's face. He was truly remarkable. A shriek resounded from behind. A large purple bird crackling with electric sparks soared towards us, its fierce gaze akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Ingchai looked behind. Ingchai swiftly glanced back. A thunderhawk. I didn't expect such a fine creature. A creature? I scrutinized it closely, and indeed, atop the thunderhawk sat a figure clad in purple armor, tightly enveloped, wielding a tiger-headed lance. Chapter 14. The journey. The purple lightning swiftly approached from behind. Ingchai brandished his lance, its magical glow shimmering, creating a fierce clash of electric sparks. I felt a tingling sensation from the residual electricity. Ingchai, can't you use that magic from before? The answer was naturally no. Such potent magic could only be employed in critical moments, not to be wielded lightly, as if it were mere hot water. I understood this principle, but I merely wished to remind him that the sensation of being electrified was quite unpleasant. The lance twirled, its tip piercing through my clothing. Bewildered, I stared at Ingchai, questioning his intentions. After a moment of disorientation, I realized I was airborne. Yes, I had been lifted by Ingchai's lance, soaring over the black steed, and still ascending. Had I truly been deemed unworthy? A tremendous amount of dense magical energy gathered around Ingchai's lance. Third-tier magic, Silverlight Dragon Dance. A dragon with 3 pairs of wings. resembling a large lizard, materialized above Ingchai's head. Was he about to unleash a grand spell? The colossal dragon circled above, and with a swift motion of Ingchai's lance, it surged towards the Thunderhawk behind us. The collision of lightning and the magical dragon in the air erupted into a vibrant display of purple and silver hues that painted the world. I plummeted from the sky, landing squarely on the black steed that had caught up behind. Ingchai, have you resolved it? Ingchai remained silent, and the black steed galloped even faster. Beep. What an unpleasant sound. I turned to glance behind me, and there it was, the large, purple bird resolutely soaring in our wake. I questioned, are you not playing? Must you exert yourself so fiercely? Why not confront the giant python in the city instead? Surprisingly, the knight behind us appeared to have sustained little harm. The purple lightning flickered, and it was only then that I realized it was a spell to accelerate flight, allowing him to outpace our noble black steed. My expression shifted as I uttered, Sakura. Running away was futile. At this juncture, rather than squander energy fleeing, it would be more prudent to turn back and vanquish him decisively. Sakura did not elaborate, merely urging his steed into a faster gallop. I clutched the armor tightly, refraining from chattering in his ear. A warrior does not require a commander to dictate his actions. They possess the acumen to navigate the intricacies of battle themselves. In the distance, several dark figures approached us. Were they foes? As both parties charged forward, I soon discerned their true nature. Fearsome black tiger knights, and indeed, they were our allies, 20 in number, neither too many nor too few. What was their purpose? Were they courting death or merely buying us time? Such thoughts churned within me, fueling my anxiety. Suddenly, Sakura halted his steed. The black stallion reared, and I felt a dizzying whirl as fierce lightning and shimmering silver danced in the air. When normalcy returned, behind Sakura stood a neat row of 20 black tiger knights, while the purple lightning hawk knight spiraled above. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, with purple lightning flashing within. My heart sank. We must leave this place, for he intended to unleash a grand spell. Sakura gazed upward at the soaring lightning hawk knight, and the 20 knights behind him mirrored his expression. The thunderclap resonated, a cacophony of electric sound tearing through the heavens. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended upon us. The battle formation, starved tiger ascends to heaven. A colossal black tiger loomed above us, distinctly larger than the black tigers beneath the knights. With a deafening roar, the monstrous tiger charged toward the lightning bolt, its gaping maw seemingly capable of devouring all. As it sprinted, it consumed the oncoming purple lightning in its belly. With powerful limbs, it raced through the high sky and, in one swift motion, swallowed the airborne lightning hawk. The dark clouds dissipated, leaving the sky clear. Relief washed over me. The wheat fields nodded in the breeze, and the scent of unripe grain enveloped me. Sakura turned lazily to glance at me. Thank you. He turned his head away, uttering not a single word. However, a subtle smile began to emerge at the corners of his mouth. I dismounted from the ebony steed and reclined on the soft earth, pondering the fate of Ingchai and the Blackwater City. He gazed at me, an enigmatic sparkle illuminating his eyes. I looked up at the azure sky and the fluffy white clouds, and after a considerable pause, I inquired, what of Nalanfunyu? She remains in that city, does she not? Ingchai regarded me, asking, do you wish to rescue her? I contemplated deeply, my mind a tangled web of thoughts. After a moment, it seemed Ingchai had been awaiting my response. No, I merely inquired. Each individual possesses their own destiny, and no one can interfere, not even I. Who knows? Perhaps the very person you strive to save may one day become your adversary. She is not there. Not there? Where could she possibly be? At that time, I was likely imprisoned. An involuntary surge of anger welled within me. No one knew that on that fateful day, a band of assassins had abducted her from the castle of Count Blackwater. At the castle of Count Blackwater? So, was it my failure to protect her that day? I had vowed to safeguard you. Yet could it be that you were among that group? I was, of course, referring to the night I first encountered Nalanfunyu. Unclear. I found it surprising that he could be uncertain. I had just come to the realization that if they were indeed the same group, our chances of overcoming them that night were slim. I sensed that the guards at the city gate had offered little in terms of resistance. Their departure had been eerily quiet. This suggested that there had been no substantial search within the city. We must seek her out. Everyone looked at me with renewed vigor, as Ingchai wiped the blood from his long spear and asked, how shall we find her? The ends of the earth await, and you have your own matters to attend to. I understood the weight of his words, yet I could not venture forth with ease just yet. I produced a mirror from my possession. Since its creation, I had employed it on numerous occasions, as it subtly influenced my life in profound ways. Ingchai looked at the mirror in astonishment. With this mirror? Do you have a plan? I nodded and turned my gaze back. The distant Blackwater city was shrouded in a myriad of magical lights, obscuring my view, as the dark throng of people dispersed like ants from a nest in all directions. The affairs at hand had escalated beyond my involvement. Now, locating Nalan Fengyu was of utmost importance. I spread my palm open, cradling the mirror. As a gentle stream of magical energy flowed from my palm into the enchanted glass. Soul-binding mirror, tracking. This was a mark I had long established upon Nalan Fengyu. As long as she had not strayed too far from me, I would undoubtedly be able to locate her. A faint, nebulous influence flickered to life, gradually sharpening into clarity. It was a cavalry of over 100 men, armed yet devoid of armor, merely clad in gray cloth. Each bore a curved sword and a small round shield. Among the cavalry were 4 wooden cages, and as the camera drew closer, I discovered Nalan Fengyu imprisoned within one of them. To my astonishment, I recognized a familiar figure outside the cage, the slave-capturing squad from the Salt Commercial Alliance, the very woman who had once ensnared and humiliated me with her fiery spells. Although I was aware that the deadly poison would not prove fatal to a mage of first rank or higher, I had not anticipated a day when I would lay eyes upon her again. How small this world truly is. I know that woman, I remarked to Ingchai beside me. Who? She inquired, intrigued, for through the mirror, it was evident that every captive in the cage was shackled with foot chains. The slave-capturing squad from the Salt Commercial Alliance. I encountered them in Roland. Ingchai, do you know where they are headed now? Ingchai scrutinized the map, to the south of Blackwater City. Approximately half a day's journey from here. We can catch up to them swiftly. Upon hearing that we could reach them in half a day, I leaped up in excitement. Splendid. Ingchai mounted her black steed and said, do not rejoice too soon. How do we rescue her? They are numerous. What of their numbers? Just now, Ingchai demonstrated the art of traversing through a throng unscathed. I believe nothing could prove challenging for her. The slave-capturing squad from the Salt Commercial Alliance did not merely wreak havoc in our realm. Their reach extended into every corner of this world. Bolstered by formidable military might and a flourishing national economy, we had no reason to underestimate them. Ingchai offered sound counsel regarding these slavers, and I had no choice but to concur. Yet, how shall we effectuate a rescue? Mounted upon our steeds, we galloped southward, though not at an alarming pace. What of Nalan Fengyu's knights? Would they truly stand idly by while their princess was abducted by unseen assailants? I felt a surge of indignation. Such an eventuality was inconceivable. Knights could never forsake their sovereign. I surmised they must still be nearby, though whether they were pursuing the slavers remained uncertain. Ingchai spoke with conviction. My magic mirror cannot capture just anyone. It requires prior marking to discern their whereabouts. What territory were they traversing? Every inch of land in the Duchy of Lilac belonged to the nobility, who relied on peasant farmers to cultivate crops. With a significant portion of the harvest owed to the local lords, they were likely heading towards a place called White Wolf Town, where the lord was a viscount. Shall we seek his assistance? A nearby knight suggested. What are we waiting for? Let us circumvent their path at once. Chapter 17. Refuge when you return. I intend to imprison this scoundrel. The child, upon hearing the soldier's words, began to struggle violently, only to be forcefully pressed against the table by the soldier's hand. I could not remain indifferent to such a situation. You cannot treat him this way. He is merely a child. What is the reality of the prison? Everyone understands that once one enters, there is little hope of emerging unscathed. A child? Children are capable of taking lives as well. I am merely consigning a future murderer. This assertion is rather severe. The gravity of murder and theft are entirely dissimilar, and one should not assign present culpability based on potential future actions. Boss, bring a bottle for this brave soldier, something of quality, I said. The proprietor fetched a bottle of wine and requested 5 silver coins from me. I was not permitted to drink while on duty. I understood well that his outward refusal masked an inner desire to indulge. Alcohol, while not a virtuous substance, is favored by many. Hand this child over to me. I addressed the inebriated soldier. Absolutely not. His response was succinct, devoid of any hesitation. He had stolen my money. I possessed the right to deal with him as I saw fit. Why should I act thus? Merely to spare the child from greater suffering, who was born with the intent to commit theft. Yet, he had violated the laws of White Wolf Town, and such matters were better left to the executioners within the prison walls. The executioners, as he referred to them, are those tasked with inflicting punishment upon the incarcerated. For those who have committed disgraceful crimes, they languish in confinement, consuming and drinking, their hopes utterly misplaced. In the Duchy of Lilac, all prisons exist solely to administer punishment to offenders until their sentences are served. I believed we possessed a more effective means of educating this child. Surely, You do not intend to surrender a living child into the hands of those who only know how to whip and intimidate? Upon uttering this statement, he regarded me with a peculiar gaze, one I could not comprehend. The soldier belched and remarked, "And how do you propose to educate him? Do not presume I am unaware of the shameful thoughts harbored by you nobles. Sending this child to prison, allowing him to grasp the consequences of his misdeeds, is the finest education he could receive." What a stubborn individual he was. The child, at that moment, ceased his protests, huddled at the soldier's feet. I gestured for him to take advantage of the soldier's distraction and escape, yet he remained motionless, curled up. Such an odd child. A sense of agitation enveloped me, and in that instant, I felt like a superfluous meddler. After we finished our drinks, we departed the tavern. Upon returning to our lodgings, the soldier prepared to take the child away with him. I glanced at the boy. He appeared remarkably docile, seemingly devoid of any thoughts of his own. We allowed the child to make his choice. Would he accompany you to prison, or would he come to work for me, seeking a means to sustain himself? As the wind blew, it seemed that the soldier's spirits were somewhat revived. In any case, possessing a degree of independence and the ability to care for oneself was far preferable to enduring a lashing in a prison cell. The soldier halted momentarily, gripping the child's arm, and regarded him with piercing eyes. To my astonishment, the child exhibited neither the expected gratitude nor much joy. He appeared to be listening to a trivial matter detached from his own concerns, even going so far as to shove his hands into the soldier's clothing. Pondering this, I considered that perhaps what the child truly desired was the very discipline and care that came from being guided. A familial concern wherein one is corrected and punished for their misdeeds. Do you have anyone at home? Your father, mother, siblings? If so, I could return you to them and provide some material assistance. By material assistance, I meant the meager coins residing in my pitiful wallet. Just as I suspected, the child seemed utterly indifferent to my offer. It appeared he truly had no family left. You would do well to entrust him to me. Even if he learns right from wrong in prison, once released, he will struggle to find a means to support himself and may resort to thievery. The soldier contemplated this, then released the child's arm, likely having recognized the dependency that had already formed. I will return now. You would do well to remember your promise. Of course, I replied without hesitation. I gestured for the child to follow me inside. Unreservedly, I led him to my room, where he trailed closely behind. Upon entering the bedroom, I revealed a bathtub. You need to take a proper bath and then change into clean clothes. I have several sets in my wardrobe. Choose one. Though it may not fit perfectly, this outfit of yours could use a wash, but we will likely be departing by tomorrow morning. Upon hearing about the bath, he became somewhat bashful. I chose to ignore his shyness. It was entirely natural for a child of his age to exhibit such reticence as a consequence of growing up. As I filled the tub with cold water, I reached my hand in. 0-level fire, elemental magic, scorching. The hissing sound that followed was the water heating up. The child gazed at this phenomenon with curiosity, unable to comprehend why my hand could warm the water. This is magic. Would you like to learn? He hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Who would not be intrigued by magic? Everyone dreams of achieving what others cannot, especially children. What is your name? After a brief pause, he replied, Mignon. It was a melodious name, distinctly feminine. I realized I had misjudged the child's gender. The water was nearly hot enough, and I awkwardly withdrew my arm. I will wait for you outside. You may take your time. She glanced at me. What about the magic? Still preoccupied with that? Once you finish your bath and change, come find me in the living room. No need to rush. Take your time washing. Upon returning to the living room, I found myself restlessly tapping my foot. I had anticipated bringing home a young boy, yet to my astonishment, it was a little girl. This unforeseen circumstance caught me completely off guard. It was not out of disdain or any inclination towards the allure of youth, but rather a simple belief that if it had been a boy, my own 17 years would have facilitated a more convenient companionship. A girl, on the other hand, brings forth a myriad of complications. For instance, I must confess that I shall not be retreating to any bedroom tonight. The chair in the living room shall be my resting place, and I hope to awaken tomorrow without any discomfort. After what seemed an eternity, if she has been washing all this time, the water must have grown quite cold. Her compliance is almost excessive, perhaps too obedient. Is this what one might call an endearing contrast? When the door finally swung open, a tomboy emerged. Her clothing was indeed oversized, yet her freshly washed face bore an unexpectedly doll-like quality. Seated in my chair, she timidly approached me. I gestured for her to take a seat and inquired, "Is there no one else at home?" She nodded, and I was not surprised. Children of her age are at a pivotal moment of psychological development. Their surroundings significantly shape their worldview. Should she be a thief, the propensity to steal would likely persist into adulthood. If she were a gambler, the odds suggest she might end up destitute, enslaved by her vices. Conversely, if she is a compassionate soul yearning to aid the ailing, she shall undoubtedly aspire to become a physician in the future. She is unfortunate, having lost her family at such a tender age, yet she is also fortunate. For when she encountered me, she was at her most malleable stage of life. Are you interested in magic? I asked. She nodded. What kind of magic do you wish to learn? Or rather, what do you wish to accomplish with magic? After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I would like to learn how to make wheat mature swiftly. I couldn't help but smile. Had I posed this question to a boy, he would likely have expressed a desire to learn the magic of becoming a hero rather than merely hastening the growth of wheat to stave off hunger. Yet, her aspiration is pure and heartwarming, is it not? It serves not only to fill her own belly, but also to assist others in doing the same. Most conflicts in this world arise from hunger, from the insufficiency of stored grain. Thus, her ambition, while simple, is also profoundly significant. Wouldn't you agree? I understand the magic you wish to learn. It is the art of facilitating rapid plant growth, is it not? I asked softly, careful to avoid any misunderstanding that might inhibit her expression. She nodded vigorously and added cheerfully, I also wish to learn the magic of creating delicious food. I was momentarily taken aback. Ah, then your ambition must be to become a great chef. Shall I seek out a master chef to mentor you? However, upon witnessing her eager expression, I encouraged her, saying, what a splendid idea. Perhaps one day you shall become a remarkable gourmet. Blushing, she glanced at me shyly. Was it bashfulness? Yet, not everyone possesses the ability to become a magician. Such a feat demands an extraordinary talent. Your innate gift determines your magical prowess, while your perseverance dictates how far you can traverse the path of sorcery. She gazed at me in confusion, unaware of these truths. Her inner trepidation clearly etched upon her face as a wave of pessimism brewed within her. Life bestows upon most an overwhelming burden of stress and disappointment, gradually leading people to accept such disillusionment as commonplace. The notion that wishes come true is deemed unnatural, a sentiment echoed by all pessimists who remain entrenched in their bleak emotions. Extending my hand, her delicate arm reached towards me. With my fingertip, I summoned magical energy, tracing a pentagram upon the back of her hand. This was a magical sensing array. Should the subject possess a complete magical circuit within, it would emit a continuous glow. Otherwise, it would gradually fade. Chapter 19. Struggle. Zhang Hao's group was widely scattered, making slow progress. If they continued down this straight path, they would inevitably cross paths with the slave traders. This world is both vast and minuscule. At that moment, a soldier hurried towards Zhang Hao. Commander, our men have spotted the knights of Count Liang Qiu. They are the same group we encountered days ago. Zhang Hao's spirit surged, and he promptly inquired, where are they? Take me to them at once. In the distant horizon, a banner emblazoned with a 9-headed serpent gradually came into view. His anxious heart calmed slightly. After all, more hands make lighter work. Who could complain about having an abundance of allies at such a time? As Zhao Yiheng drew nearer, Zhang Hao was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. My lord, it is my incompetence that has led to the princess's plight. Zhao Yiheng dismounted and pulled Zhang Hao to his feet. Commander Zhang, rise quickly. I have come in pursuit of this very matter. Behind me are 30 brave warriors from White Wolf Town, together with you. We shall fight valiantly to rescue the princess. Zhang Hao wiped away his tears, and upon hearing Zhao Yiheng's words, he urgently asked, My lord, have you found the princess? Before Zhao Yiheng could respond, a spear was thrust into the ground beside Zhang Hao, inciting the surrounding soldiers to draw their weapons in anger. Zhao Yiheng coldly surveyed them, declaring, Now this resembles a proper army, wailing and weeping. Have you never encountered death before? The death of a commoner and the death of a princess hold equal weight in my heart. Yet for the princess's guards, the distinction is profound. Nevertheless, this commotion has rekindled some vigor in the once despondent ranks. If the princess has perished, let us avenge her with our very blood and flesh. Should she still live, this presents a splendid opportunity for the warriors present to prove their loyalty. Now, seize your long spears and join me in vanquishing our foes. Zhao Yiheng's voice resonated far and wide. Kill. In the encampment of the slave-capturing brigade, Nalan Fengyu stood in line with a small, battered bowl to receive her rations. At the front of the queue simmered a large cauldron, filled with a viscous, murky concoction. Throughout the day, the abducted women were granted but a single serving of food, insufficient to satiate their hunger, with each receiving merely a meager bowl. Many women, weakened by hunger, leaned against the bars of their cages, barely conscious. To Nalan Fengyu, the food was nearly inedible. The coarse texture scraped against her throat, inducing a wave of nausea in her gut. Yet, she had no choice but to consume it. She had attempted to protest through fasting, but after losing consciousness from starvation, A captor named Li Qianqian pried open her mouth and forced water down her throat. Upon regaining consciousness, she was ruthlessly fed a large quantity of the sticky food, akin to a duck being force-fed. She had never endured such humiliation before. Within a mere few days, she had experienced it all. Step aside. Nalan Fengyu was pulled backward as two women mocked her, taking her place in line. She refused to feel slighted or shed tears. She longed to retaliate against them fiercely, yet when a third woman dragged her further back, she resigned herself to the situation. Dear lady, please take my spot. Do not heed them. When the time comes, their fate shall be far more wretched than yours. This gentle, frail woman's comforting words did little to uplift Nalan Fengyu's spirits. Indeed, whether one was benevolent or malevolent, facing such calamity rendered their outcomes indistinguishable, save for her, Nalan Fengyu, who believed that all others would meet equally grim fates. The captors cared not for one's moral disposition. They were solely concerned with one's perceived worth. This was universally true for all women. As Nalan Fengyu approached the cauldron, the cook among the captors cast a glance in her direction and filled her bowl to the brim with a generous ladleful. Upon her departure, the kind woman behind her was left with only a small fraction of the same murky substance. When Nalan Fengyu reached the circle of women who had received their food, one woman seized the opportunity to snatch her bowl and disdainfully discarded the empty vessel at her feet. Several women encircled her, dividing the remnants of Nalan Fengyu's meal until nothing remained. She silently observed this scene, vowing to remember it well. The world had always been merciless, yet it was the great pioneers who taught the primitive and backward to embrace morality and gratitude, thus transforming the world into the benevolent vision of the sages. Once severed from external influences, all manner of ugliness would gradually unfold. Nalan Fengyu had never before perceived the world with such clarity. She gradually comprehended the roles of those prophets and sages throughout human history, embodying the essence of compassionate tolerance and universal love. Her father once imparted to her a profound truth. A worthy ruler ought to cherish each of her subjects as dearly as she would her own children, teaching them to view the world with hearts filled with gratitude. As the hatred within Nalan Fengyu gradually dissipated, she began to adopt a lofty perspective on the unfolding events. A kind-hearted woman approached her, having witnessed all that transpired. When the ordeal came to an end, she stepped forward, offering a portion of black porridge from the bowl at Nalan Fengyu's feet, and handed her an unused bowl. Partake, she urged. Though I lack the power to prevent these occurrences, I can at least share my sustenance with you. Nalan Fengyu picked up the bowl from the ground and swallowed the contents in one swift motion. What is your name? Nalan Fengyu inquired with a voice as melodious as a phoenix's song. The woman gazed at her and then seated herself beside Nalan Fengyu. Yin Chaoxia, she replied. You may call me Chaoxia, though we may never meet again. For now, we can at least address one another by our names. A mysterious smile graced the woman's lips. She possessed a warmth that could soothe the soul. Had she not encountered such tribulations, she would undoubtedly live a life brimming with happiness. I am Nalan Fengyu, she replied, still unaware of the significance that the surname Nalan held. Hurry, everyone rise, came the whip-cracking command from the captors. The time for respite had concluded. Each day, there were a few hours when the captors would allow them to breathe fresh air. Without this, many among them would surely perish along the way. Of course, there were those who, upon being released, recklessly charged at the guards, but all such attempts ended in futility, resulting in cruel humiliation before being cast back into their cages. Why must there be slave traders in this world? Yin Chaoxiao mused aloud, as if posing the question to Nalan Fengyu. Why? Perhaps it stemmed from humanity's insatiable desires and greed. Perhaps it was due to their lingering ties to barbaric instincts. It may also be that our king, in his grave illness, had neglected the governance of the realm, leading to such human tragedies. Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken by Nalan Fengyu. Silently, she followed the line, step by step, into the cage as the procession set off once more. This time, it would take merely half an afternoon's journey to cross the borders of the Lilac Duchy into a hostile nation beyond. Unless fate intervened, they would never return. Li Qianqian, a first-tier fire mage, was not a native of the Salt Commercial Alliance. Captured by slave traders at a tender age, she was sold into servitude within the household of a young noble. This noble had a peculiar fondness for adorable young girls, going so far as to employ slave traders to procure them for his pleasure. Only those slaves who passed his scrutiny could be sold to others, and he willingly spent a fortune in gold each year for this purpose. Regrettably, every little girl must eventually transition into womanhood, a phase during which the affection they once received will gradually wane until they reach adulthood. This period is particularly perilous. Li Qianqian had never encountered a woman over the age of 22 within the confines of the aristocratic estate. She contemplated numerous possibilities, albeit only in theory, for she never dared to delve into such matters. In a bid for survival, one day she addressed the male nobleman, saying, "My esteemed master, your handsome visage radiates brilliance akin to the sun, and your expansive heart is as vast as the ocean. My love for you resembles the flowers of summer grass, perpetually facing the sun until their demise. To enable more girls like myself to experience your magnificent embrace, allow me to organize a slave-catching team. Thus, you would not only save your resources, but also acquire more delightful companions to alleviate the tedium of life." Li Qianqian's cunning strategy bore fruit, and she successfully persuaded her master to sponsor the formation of a slave-catching squad. With a considerable sum of money, she engaged a sorcerer to impart knowledge to her over an extended period. Through diligent study and the aspiration for freedom, she ascended to the rank of a first-tier fire mage within a mere year, yet thereafter, her progress stagnated. Li Qianqian recognized that her innate talent had reached its limit. Everything seemed to revert to its original state, but nothing would ever be the same again. She had attained a degree of freedom at the cost of continually betraying her conscience, capturing women of various backgrounds to serve as mere instruments for men's amusement across the globe. She was a deeply wicked individual, fully aware that one day she would meet her end in some forgotten corner of the world, unremembered, like an unnamed blade of grass buried beneath the winter's harshest snows. Her blurred vision gazed ahead as an arrow swiftly hurtled toward her face. With a fierce glare, her whip, as precise as an arm, deftly ensnared the arrow midair. An ambush. Chapter 21. A fray. Seething flames engulfed the camp, thick plumes of black smoke spiraling into a circular column. Zhao Yiheng's blade was aimed at Li Tingting's form, yet she effortlessly evaded it. "Hee, I truly admire your courage. You haven't even advanced to a first-tier mage, yet you dare to challenge a fire mage." Two slender flames erupted from the woman's palm, sizzling and igniting the grass where Zhao Yiheng had just dodged, instantly transforming it into a sea of fire. "This won't do at all. If you keep fleeing, you will have nowhere left to escape." Li Tingting chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the increasing number of kidnappers falling around her. Flames ravaged the earth, and if Zhao Yiheng continued his retreat, he would find no sanctuary. The tendrils of smoke incessantly scorched his skin, and he had no doubt that contact with the blazing flames would reduce him to cinders. Nevertheless, Zhao Yiheng exhibited not a modicum of hesitation. He gripped his sword tighter, his resolve for battle unwavering. At the very moment the knights stormed the camp, Nalan Fengyu rose from her confines, her body standing tall despite the inhumane treatment she had endured. Like a proud phoenix, she carried herself with dignity, for there was no reason for her to feel otherwise. It is a rare occurrence that anyone would risk life and limb to rescue another after their disappearance. In that moment, she meticulously arranged her hair, ensured her garments concealed her modesty, and presented her resolute visage to the knights. This was not mere pretense, it was a necessary ritual. The knights wished for their princess to embody nobility, and so she did. They desired her to exude the grace of a refined lady, and thus she adorned herself. They expected their princess to remain steadfast in adversity, and she stood strong. Indeed, her efforts were not solely for herself, but for the countless knights who had protected her and would one day lay down their lives for her. She was willing to embody the princess they envisioned, and she believed in her innate nobility. The women within the cage erupted in joyous exclamations, shouting to the knights outside, "We are saved! We are saved! Someone has come for us!" Their excitement was palpable. Among them, one who had previously tormented Nalan Fengyu cried out, "Hey, come here! Whoever opens this cage first, I shall marry." Several women echoed her enthusiasm. Yet, a small group of women remained subdued, retreating to a corner of the cage, allowing the more exuberant to occupy the spacious area. Observing these women, who seemed to have regained a semblance of life, Nalan Fengyu resolved to forgive those who had offended her. "Meinyang, why do you not cheer? Is this not a good thing?" Nalan Fengyu inquired, her curiosity piqued by the quiet demeanor of Meinyang. She yearned to understand the thoughts of those who neither wept nor raged, and who remained unperturbed amidst the chaos. Meinyang shook her head, sighing as she replied, "Noble lady, how could this not be a good thing? Yet, I have lost my husband and witnessed the brutal murder of my child at the hands of these rogues. Now, even if someone rescues me, where shall I go? In the moment my husband was slain, a part of me perished as well." This profound sorrow cast a shadow over Nalan Fengyu, rendering her silent and melancholic. She grappled with the words that might soothe Meinyang's anguish, and in that instant, the world seemed to revert to a bleak monochrome, steeped in despair. Meinyang, in that moment, offered an apologetic smile, her eyes reflecting her remorse as she looked at Nalan Fengyu. Though her smile appeared genuine, Nalan Fengyu sensed it was merely a fade, a forced mimicry of joy. Stepping closer, Nalan Fengyu enveloped Mei Nyang in a warm embrace, gently stroking her hair. Mei Nyang, come with me from now on. Look at those valiant knights. Each one is a man of honor. I shall ensure you find a worthy place to call home. Tears streamed down Mei Nyang's face in an instant. No, please do not do this. I am unworthy of them. Nalan Fengyu gently patted Mei Nyang's back and wiped the tears from her face. Do not underestimate my knights. They value a woman's beautiful and kind heart above all else. Believe me, no one possesses a heart more benevolent than yours, unless a toxic mist clouds their vision. You will undoubtedly find happiness and rebuild a family. Mei Nyang's sobs were uncontrollable, and Nalan Fengyu held her tightly, softly saying, Cry, cry, for once today has passed. There will be no more tears. The strong you will surely conquer all adversities and will weep no more. This poignant scene within the confines of the cage was rarely witnessed, as everyone was lost in their own emotions, unable to extricate themselves. Sakura deftly twirled the gun in her hand, blocking the giant's massive axe, then unleashed a flurry of magical shadows upon him. A layer of earthy yellow light enveloped the giant, rendering him impervious to any attack. The power of the earth, absolute defense. The towering man forcefully swept Sakura aside, laughing heartily, as long as I stand upon this land, no one has yet shattered my defenses. Sakura gripped her gun tightly, breathing lightly as she gazed at the man before her. You are no nameless individual. Who exactly are you? In her mind, she pondered all the renowned figures. Yet none matched the identity of the man before her. The giant chuckled ruefully. Just a mere prisoner. What do titles matter? That lad over there is curious as to why I am among this rabble of slave catchers. Huh, I am a slave myself. Why would I be here otherwise? A formidable warrior has every reason to be proud, as long as he possesses the courage to fight. Wealth and beauty are merely experiences in their lives, easily attainable should they desire them. Yet, the giant before her revealed not a trace of honor. Regardless of his past experiences, they were now adversaries, destined to be foes in a battle of life and death. Prepare yourself, Fire Tiger, Fangs. The long spear danced as magic coalesced, suddenly igniting into flames, forming a blazing tiger that roared forth, its massive jaws and elongated fangs lunging at the giant like a saber-toothed beast. Humph, futile, the giant remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, the fiery lion crashed against the man, only managing to spark a few embers, firmly halted by a faint, yellowish glow. An axe shadow burst forth from the flames, aimed at Sakura's shoulder. Sakura's spear returned empty-handed, falling to the ground as she swept it horizontally. Soaring serpent, flame vortex. A stream of fire erupted from beneath the giant's feet, winding upwards like a serpentine flame, spinning rapidly behind it, creating a powerful gust that lifted the giant into the air. Bite, penetrate. The crimson lance thrust through the air towards the burly man, and with a sharp crack, the protective yellow barrier shattered. Just as the tip of the lance was about to pierce the man's chest, a powerful hand grasped it firmly. I must say, you display a certain cleverness. With merely a hint, you have discerned the flaw in that spell. However, should you believe that is all I possess, you underestimate me greatly. With his left hand grasping the lance's tip, the man clenched his right fist and delivered a devastating blow downward, unleashing the Earth Spirit Fist. Sakura swiftly retreated. With a thunderous roar, dust billowed into the air. Zhao Yiheng, his sword gleaming, struck towards Li Qianqian's head, but his attack was thwarted by the woman's wand. Suddenly, a wall of fire erupted from the ground, prompting Zhao Yiheng to perform a backflip. The firewall parted, and a fireball, the size of a human head, hurtled towards him. Wind pressure, sharp blade. The pristine sword light cleaved the fireball in two, sending the halves soaring to either side of Zhao Yiheng. He panted softly, feeling his magical energy wane, while the woman across from him remained unfazed. Although Zhao Yiheng had diligently trained as an apprentice, he could not exceed the magical capacity of a first-tier mage. Despite the finesse of his magic, he could not overcome the awkwardness of his dwindling power. Are you faltering? The woman taunted. Zhao Yiheng leaned on his sword, casting a dismissive glance at the woman, who had been his adversary on multiple occasions. What of it? Take a good look around you. Unbeknownst to him, the battle was nearing its conclusion. The knights had killed the last few bandits and were now encircling them. The woman's expression shifted slightly as she glanced anxiously at her robust companion, who was now surrounded by a throng of knights, encased in a blazing battle formation. Her face turned pale as she addressed Zhao Yiheng. What is it you desire? Gold, status, women, or perhaps my body? If you release me, I can help you gain all of these, and even more. The knights gradually closed in, forming a fiery formation, with a flame giant tiger menacingly glaring at the woman. This was not a tangible life, but rather a manifestation of magic, born from the collective power of the assembled mages. Yet it was potent enough to ensure victory against a single foe. Zhao Yiheng tightened and loosened his grip on the sword repeatedly. The surrounding flames had rendered the blade hot to the touch, and sweat drenched his body. Facing the woman, he finally declared, "I shall not release you. The only mercy I can offer is to grant you a dignified death. Regardless of the suffering or splendor you have experienced, your sins cannot be absolved. Everything will come to an end upon your demise." Chapter 22. The boundary. When all was said and done, every woman who had been held captive was rescued, including Nalan Fengyu. Although the kidnappers did not coerce Nalan Fengyu into committing unspeakable acts, the brief period of captivity inflicted significant psychological trauma upon her. After expressing gratitude to Zhao Yiheng, they continued their journey together for a while, before parting ways in a small town. "Are you still thinking about that princess?" Ingchai inquired, observing Zhao Yiheng lost in thought. Zhao Yiheng nonchalantly shook his head. "How could I? I simply do not understand why there are slaves in this world." Ingchai found herself momentarily at a loss for words in response to this query. Just as a rabbit dwelling on the ground struggles to comprehend a sparrow soaring in the sky, their lives were entirely disparate. However, this did not prevent Ingchai from offering comfort to Zhao Yiheng. "Do not dwell on such matters. Why concern yourself with these age-old conventions? If one does not wish to be a slave, one must strive and fight. And if one becomes a slave owner but does not desire slaves, is that not an exceedingly simple matter?" Zhao Yiheng shook his head. "But there are so many people in this world. How much suffering must those who are enslaved endure? Can you truly feel no sympathy for them?" "Sympathy? Of course, I feel for them," Ingchai replied. "But what do you intend to do about it?" Zhao Yiheng pondered deeply, letting out a sigh. Regardless of his intentions, any action that would affect the world at large could not be taken lightly. He was not the son of a creator deity, and this world was not his private domain. He could oppose the institution of slavery and express dissatisfaction with various barbaric practices, yet he alone could not orchestrate such monumental changes. Ingchai placed a reassuring hand on Zhao Yiheng's shoulder. "Do not overthink it. Prioritize your own safety and let things unfold as they may. We must return to Liangqiu City as swiftly as possible. We have already delayed our journey considerably." Nodding in agreement, they quickened their pace. In August of 245, after 2 months of arduous travel, Zhao Yiheng finally entered the territory of Liangqiu City. "Ingchai, how much longer until we reach Liangqiu City?" Zhao Yiheng asked, gazing at the dancing mountain birds in the distance. Ingchai retrieved her water flask, took a hearty sip, and passed it to the knight behind her. "We have already crossed into the boundary of Liangqiu City. At our current pace, we shall arrive by tomorrow morning." Zhao Yiheng sighed in an indistinct manner. "So we won't reach it until tomorrow morning." With a smile, Ingchai, seated atop the imposing black tiger, remarked, "If you are anxious, we could hasten our journey and ride through the night. At this rate, we might reach Liangqiu City in 2 or 3 hours after dark." Zhao Yiheng considered, then shook his head. "No, let us proceed at our current speed. Arriving in the dead of night would mean the city gates are likely to be closed, and reaching the Lord's mansion at such an hour would only cause a commotion. Do I appear to be in such a hurry to meet a father I have not seen in over a decade? I would prefer to rest in the wilderness for the night rather than arrive and be scrutinized by a distant relative." Sakura, observe your furrowed brow and tense demeanor. It hardly reflects an indifference towards reuniting with a father long absent from your life. Perhaps you are pondering the nature of your father? Is he tall, stout, short, or slender? Does he possess a kindly visage, or is he stern and profound? Is he gentle and considerate towards his family? Surely, these thoughts must be occupying your mind. Zhao Yiheng relaxed his taut cheeks, striving to appear nonchalant before replying to Sakura. "Gentle? Considerate? Do not jest. How could I entertain such queries? For a father who has never laid eyes upon his own son, I might as well be blind. Unwilling to attribute such warm descriptors to a man whose origins remain a mystery. As for his stature, one glance at my physique reveals all. Perhaps he seeks a lover taller than himself, yet surely not by much. I have no time for such trivial musings. My father, who seemingly emerged from the crevices of stone, must be as unyielding as the rock itself. Sakura, you harbor profound misconceptions about your father. You ought to cast aside the biases born of years without paternal affection and regard him with a fair and impartial gaze. To those of us in arms, your father, that esteemed gentleman, is a strict yet capable military leader, renowned for his unyielding discipline. He treats us with kindness. Many veterans attest that in his youth, he shared our meager rations and resided in the same tents, nurturing his soldiers as if they were his own kin." Zhao Yiheng scoffed with disdain. "Fair and just? Perhaps I shall adopt such a candid perspective towards a nobleman who abandoned his wife and child. As for the amiable lord you envision, keep that sentiment to yourself. His affection for you is merely a reflection of his need for victorious warriors. The qualities you attribute to his leadership, discipline, and martial prowess are surely what one expects from a leader. However, your words inadvertently highlight his merits. At least he is not a greedy, indolent aristocrat. Yet, your mention of oppression and market manipulation fails to substantiate any argument. Watch closely. I shall scrutinize him with my own eyes. Sakura, and what of your stepmother? Perhaps it is timely to reveal that you have a younger brother, a handsome, eloquent lad. At this revelation, Zhao Yiheng struggled to temper the rising storm of his emotions. To be candid, he was reluctant to discuss matters concerning other family members, which may explain why Sakura only broached the subject as they neared Liangqiuqing. Nonetheless, these circumstances must eventually be confronted. It is indeed fortuitous to stabilize his emotions at this juncture. Zhao Yiheng turned to Sakura and declared, "No, I care not in the slightest for the woman who usurped my mother's place. As for what you mentioned regarding my brother, those articulate young lads are undoubtedly filled with countless mischievous ideas. If only their courage were a tad greater, I assure you, they could pierce the heavens themselves. My dear father has bestowed upon this little rascal an audacity that knows no bounds. Please understand, I do not intend to speak ill of my brother, whom I have yet to meet. Rather, I am merely affirming his capabilities. Ingchai, of course, I recognize that your intentions are pure, and your words are indeed heartfelt. However, I implore you to regard them with the fairness that your own eyes can provide. You are a member of Liangqiu City, and in the future, you shall undoubtedly become a pivotal figure for its existence. We all hope that you will come to see Liangqiu City as your true home." Zhao Yiheng glanced at the knights behind him, all of whom regarded him with eager eyes. Though he is the illegitimate son of the Earl of Liangqiu, noble blood courses through his veins, a lineage revered by ancestors for centuries. Perceiving the knight's fervor, Zhao Yiheng solemnly remarked, "I do not concern myself with the distinction between nobility and commoners. What difference does it make? We are all human. And should not individuals treat one another with equality?" Ingchai scrutinized Zhao Yiheng, seeming to peer into his very soul. "You must be cautious with such declarations. They could lead to significant trouble. However, Liangqiu City is distinct from other places. We certainly coexist as equals here. The essence of knighthood lies in not looking down upon anyone. Yet in Liangqiu City, nobility is more than a mere title. It is a banner, a leader, a responsibility. Without nobility, all would become a disordered mass, scattered like leaves in the wind." Zhao Yiheng, without a moment's hesitation, retorted, "Only the weak are swept away by the wind." Ingchai regarded Zhao Yiheng with seriousness. Thus, the nobility's duty to protect the weak, safeguard goodness, and shield the vulnerable embodies the shared belief of all knights in Liangqiu City. In that moment, Zhao Yiheng realized he had misspoken. He could no longer view issues from a commoner's perspective. Survival was no longer the foremost concern. Turning to the knights, who regarded him with grave expressions, he understood the essence of nobility. There was much to learn, and at that instant, Zhao Yiheng grasped the numerous deficiencies he still possessed. As evening approached, the troop discovered a clearing near a water source. "Ingchai, let us camp here for the night." "That would be splendid, for the water source would provide us with refreshing drinking water to alleviate the fatigue of the day, cleanse our bodies of the dirt accumulated from days of travel, and offer the means to brew a pot of rabbit soup, the delectable broth sure to tantalize every palate." The night gradually passed in such a cheerful atmosphere, and as the dawn of the second day broke, before the sun had risen, the group set off once more. This time, they needed only a morning to reach Liangqiu City. The desolate wilderness began to be replaced by lush green fields, where hard-working farmers could be seen toiling. Some bowed their heads, diligently laboring, while others straightened their backs to greet the passing knights. Curious children chased after the cavalcade, joyfully bouncing along. The women, clad in modest attire, covered their faces and hair with headscarves, respectfully acknowledging the knights as they passed. Chapter 23. Points. Liangqiu City is nestled between two towering peaks, standing over 300 meters above the plains, with treacherous terrain. The mountains on either side form a formidable barrier, their cliffs steep and intimidating, deterring most from attempting to scale them. To the east lies the territory of the Black Dragon Duchy of the Western Emperor dynasty, where the ravages of war leave countless corpses upon this battleground each year. Zhao Yiheng and his companions approached from the gentle slope to the west, surrounded by terraced fields that resembled a staircase, each level brimming with wheat, extending downwards. It was my first time witnessing a city built upon such lofty heights. From a distance, Zhao Yiheng gazed at the city, overlooking the lower mountains. It appeared as a celestial metropolis, beneath the blanket of ominous clouds. The city loomed like a monstrous beast, solemn, imposing, and exuding an air of menace. Liangqiu City serves as the eastern bulwark of the duchy. Should the Western Emperor dynasty breach its walls, the entire Lilac Duchy would be laid bare to their iron grip. Ying Chai remarked. Zhao Yiheng, lacking experience in matters of war and having never commanded troops, could not fully grasp the significance of this fortress. Yet, listening to Ying Chai's words instilled in him a sense of unarticulated awe that Liangqiu City was indeed of paramount importance. Typically, Zhao Yiheng would express skepticism towards such declarations. Yet he found himself inclined to believe Ying Chai's words, recognizing him as a man of integrity who did not indulge in grandiose claims. When they arrived at the city gates, the officer on duty halted their progress. Although the city guard was well acquainted with Ying Chai, he still dutifully stopped them and meticulously inspected the group, adhering to his responsibilities. Upon reaching Zhao Yiheng, he inquired, identification. This officer was indeed diligent in his duties. Had he not noticed Ying Chai's flushed face beside him? Zhao Yiheng cast a furtive glance at Ying Chai, signaling with his eyes, "You're not doing so well." This was, of course, a jest, but Ying Chai took it to heart. "Qiu Luyan, this is quite enough. You shouldn't even be scrutinizing a child. Where shall I place my dignity?" Ying Chai expressed his dissatisfaction from the side. "Originally, when I, Sakura, was not present, you could investigate as you pleased. Now that I have brought this person in, you maintain a demeanor of strict formality, which clearly indicates your distrust towards me." The city guard, Qiu Luyan, discovered a dagger on Zhao Yiheng, tossed it in the air a couple of times, and upon hearing Sakura's remarks, he promptly returned it to Zhao Yiheng. "I too am merely adhering to protocol. What is wrong with a child? Nowadays, the most formidable assassins often disguise themselves as children, exploiting the sympathy of adults to brazenly eliminate any targets they desire. My mission is to prevent such dangerous terrorists from infiltrating Liangqiu City." Although he spoke in a manner befitting official duty, once Sakura expressed his dissatisfaction, he hastily searched Zhao Yiheng and allowed him to pass. As Zhao Yiheng and Sakura entered the city, he whispered to Sakura, "I expected this fellow to be quite obstinate, but he turned out to be as fragile as a tofu pillow, shattering with a mere touch." Sakura glanced back to see Qiu Luyan behind him, waving and smiling. "You should stir up less trouble in the city. If anything goes awry, this fellow will surely hold me accountable." Upon hearing this from Sakura, Zhao Yiheng understood that the earlier efforts were not in vain. They had successfully placed him under surveillance and secured a guardian. Thus, even if Zhao Yiheng were to cause a ruckus, Qiu Luyan could shift the blame onto Sakura. Yet, I harbor significant doubts about his memory. Can he truly remember me for so long? The reliability of memory is highly questionable. There are countless methods to influence one's recollection, and memories inevitably fade with time. This individual possesses some skill. He can recall numerous names and has an exceptional memory for faces. He can identify nearly everyone in Liangqiu City, from the lowliest of laborers to the wealthiest merchants, and can call them by name. It is indeed enlightening to meet someone whom Sakura appreciates. Such a person must possess genuine abilities, perhaps holding a unique secret or magical heritage. Upon arriving at an opulent complex, Sakura instructed me and the knights to wait outside momentarily. This place is the residence and office of Zhao Yiheng's father. As Zhao Yiheng gazed upon the imposing lord's mansion, he couldn't help but wonder if he had been born here, only to chuckle at the absurdity of the thought. How could that be? If I were born here, how could I have ended up lost in the world? Perhaps it was due to some unsavory circumstances that I was hidden away in a remote town since birth. Zhao Yiheng had never seen his biological parents. From the time he could remember, he had been raised by a couple living in a modest dwelling. At that time, he remained oblivious to the truth of his adoption, believing those to be his biological parents until the untimely demise of his adoptive father prompted his mother to unveil the reality. By then, however, his mother was also nearing the end of her days. Reflecting on these memories, Zhao Yiheng found himself overwhelmed with tears, which streamed down his cheeks unbidden. "My lord, do not be disheartened. You shall soon reunite with your father," a knight offered consolation from beside him. Over the past 2 months, Zhao Yiheng had fought alongside these knights, forging bonds of camaraderie that transcended mere friendship, allowing for open discourse and heartfelt conversations. Why did my father suddenly wish to bring me back? Zhao Yiheng found himself asking, a question that had plagued him for quite some time. 2 months prior, after inexplicably acquiring a multitude of memories, he had retained some understanding of his father's intentions. Yet gradually, many of those recollections had faded, taking with them countless significant details. The soldiers were already aware of his status as a bastard, a fact disclosed by Ying Chai, whose forthrightness had revealed the tragic nature of fighting and dying for an unknown lineage. Thus, Prior to their journey to Roland Town, he had divulged Zhao Yiheng's identity to all the knights involved in the mission. Ing Chai, with his capricious demeanor, possessed a remarkable reputation within the army, bolstered by his immense strength and numerous acts of self-sacrifice for the sake of his comrades. My lord, the Count's summons for your return surely pertains to your future arrangements. Perhaps he will even seek a suitable match for you. After all, though you are but 17 now, within a year, you shall be of marrying age. Zhao Yiheng felt his face flush at the mention of marriage. Such thoughts had never crossed his mind. And was it not customary for men to marry only after the age of 22? A nearby knight explained, that applies to other regions of the dynasty. In Liangqiu City, due to protracted warfare, there exists a special decree mandating that all men marry between the ages of 18 and 22. Such a rigid stipulation, Zhao Yiheng mused. Having never encountered this custom before, what happens if one exceeds the age of 22 without finding a spouse? The knight hesitated before replying. Such individuals are expelled from Liangqiu City, losing even their eligibility to join the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiheng thought to himself, isn't that rather appealing? To avoid the battlefield and preserve one's life. Why the disgraced expression? The knight seemed to grasp Zhao Yiheng's bewilderment and elucidated. Our ancestors have thrived in Liangqiu City for generations. Our families, our friends, even our first loves reside here. To leave Liangqiu is akin to a seabird departing from the ocean. Severing ties with one's homeland, what purpose is there in living? Such thoughts cannot be deemed erroneous. However, they do possess a certain extremity. Where can a true gentleman not venture? Why must one resign oneself to a singular locale? Yet, to depart from one's homeland and be unable to honor one's parents is indeed a profoundly sorrowful matter. With such esteemed knights in Liangqiu City, it is no wonder that it has remained impregnable for centuries. Once I am admitted, you shall be able to return home to visit your parents, will you not? Zhao Yiheng could not help but inquire, believing they must indeed yearn for their families. Approximately. Yes. However, we must await Lord Sakura's completion of the mission and the recording of its fulfillment, which he must bring to us, so that we may return home for a brief visit, remarked a knight nearby. That will likely coincide with my entry, as my identity must first be verified, otherwise. It would be rather absurd to claim that a random individual picked up from the street is the son of the esteemed Count. What is this record? Must you see it to consider the task completed? From the knight's words, Zhao Yiheng gleaned another piece of useful information. He was quite intrigued by this decree, which served both as a confirmation of task completion and as an object of particular significance, all of which appeared remarkably novel and piqued his curiosity. The record is a points system issued by the Task Military Bureau upon the completion of missions. Each individual who fulfills a task can receive points commensurate with the difficulty of the task. With these points, anyone can claim corresponding magical skills from the magic tower, making them exceedingly precious. The notion of soldiers completing tasks and subsequently acquiring skills from the magic tower sounds rather splendid and impressive. Even I am tempted to undertake quests. Are points distributed for individual or group efforts? Typically, there would be both solo and collective tasks. Would the points differ? Points are not differentiated by individual or group efforts. The Task Military Bureau assesses the difficulty of a mission to determine how many individuals are required for its completion. In that case, might those of exceptional ability find themselves at a disadvantage? Chapter 24. The grand gates of the Count's estate were opened from within, revealing Sakura and two young men dressed as servants. Young master, the Count requests your presence inside, Sakura whispered to Zhao Yiheng as he approached. The two young servants gestured for him to enter. To be candid, the moment the gates swung open, Zhao Yiheng was overcome with excitement. He longed to witness something. A fervent anticipation that he had long sought to deny yet was undeniably present. However, as the gates fully opened, his fervent heart gradually cooled. Sakura, will you accompany me inside? By now, Sakura had presumably completed his task. Henceforth, all matters would be extraneous to him, would they not? Sakura shook his head, replying no. I have already met the Count. I must now accompany others to submit their tasks, simply to collect those points. Then, Zhao Yiheng jested whimsically. If I were to encounter danger within, would you come to my rescue? Completely oblivious to why I uttered that question, I held no expectation that Sakura would provide an affirmative response, for it was an event that would never transpire, regardless of circumstances. My encounter with Sakura was merely a serendipitous occurrence during one of her tasks. While that esteemed Count was a figure to whom generations of her family had sworn unwavering allegiance. How could it be? This was indeed her own household. The Countess possessed a charm and kindness that were undeniable. Zhao Yiheng, approaching the Count with such sentiments, would certainly find himself at a disadvantage. Sakura admonished him in a tone reminiscent of a mentor. Ah, I had indeed received a reprimand. After all, compared to me, Sakura bore a closer resemblance to family of the Count, not merely by blood but as a devoted kin of the master of this estate, exhibiting even greater loyalty and honor. Zhao Yiheng feigned a look of contrition, acknowledging his error, which earned him a more favorable expression from Sakura. Let us proceed. The Count awaits you in his study, she urged. The demeanor of the two servants was far from pleasant, prompting Sakura to cast them a sharp glare, which made them quickly adopt a look of trepidation, allowing her to relent. They are not mistaken. You should enter now, Sakura reassured Zhao Yiheng. He nodded, bidding farewell to each of the knights, hoping to encounter these delightful companions again in the future. Truth be told, the first sight of them astride the fearsome black tiger had startled him greatly, and now, in the blink of an eye, it was time to part ways. The knights also took turns saying their farewells, and after receiving a few robust embraces, Zhao Yiheng followed the two servants into the Count's estate. Upon entering, a wall stood before the grand entrance, adorned with exquisite carvings depicting mythical creatures and goddesses of legend. Following the two servants, Zhao Yiheng turned left into a somewhat larger garden, where flowers bloomed vibrantly. 3 pathways divided this garden into distinct sections, with a crystal-clear fish pond at its center, lily pads floating upon the surface, and occasional bubbles rising from the depths, creating ripples across the water. Zhao Yiheng could scarcely pause to admire the rare beauty before him. Every decorative arrangement, every intricate carving, and every stunning floral formation was a testament to the artisan's meticulous craftsmanship in this garden. After traversing a corridor, a row of stately buildings came into view. The servants guided Zhao Yiheng to the door of the 3rd room on the left, informing him, "The Count is inside. You may enter." Watching as the two servants retreated into the distance, disappearing from his sight, Zhao Yiheng was acutely aware that they remained nearby, merely concealed in unremarkable corners. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand toward the wooden door, retracting it the moment it made contact, opting instead to knock 3 times. "Enter," intoned a deep, somewhat solemn voice from within. Zhao Yiheng envisioned the man within as one with gloomy eyes, a face adorned with a thick beard, and a mouth that was set in a stern silence. With little time for further speculation, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. From the outside, there was no sense of what lay beyond, but the moment he entered, he was greeted by a bright room, sunlight streaming through the gauzy window, illuminating the space as if it were daylight, devoid of any shadows, even exuding a sense of unadulterated clarity. On either side of the room, a row of bookshelves stood, neatly arranged with various books and some unbound materials placed at the bottom. Directly opposite the entrance sat a young man at a desk, observing Zhao Yiheng with a complex gaze. His hair was as black as ink, his complexion fair like lotus root, and his nose was straight, mirroring Zhao Yiheng's own. His chin was clean-shaven, lacking the beard Zhao Yiheng had imagined. Faced with such a person, Zhao Yiheng found himself utterly at a loss. Straightening his back as much as possible, concealing the deep emotions in his eyes beneath a calm facade, while his trembling hands were discreetly tucked behind his thighs. Upon seeing Zhao Yiheng, Count Liangqiu was immediately filled with disappointment. The 17-year-old before him was far too quiet, his gaze resembling that of the impoverished, devoid of focus and vitality, lacking the spirited essence of youth. His hands, though not as frail as twigs, were still lacking in strength, and he was shorter than his height would suggest, resembling his mother in both appearance and stature. Count Liang's gaze involuntarily began to wander, as long-forgotten memories of a past life began to resurface, evoking the sweet nostalgia of youthful days and romantic tales. As time trickled by, Zhao Yiheng gradually regained his composure. Yet his demeanor remained cold in the presence of the man before him. After a while, Count Liang abruptly emerged from his reverie, his hand brushing against the indifferent young man, and a wave of distaste surged within him. He asked nothing, for all he needed to know was contained within the files before him. With a sense of arrogance, he reached a conclusion about the young man, and then called out towards the door, "Zhao Fu." Zhao Fu was the steward of Count Liang's household, having served the family for generations, with his parents and grandparents attending to the Count as well. Growing up alongside the current Count, he had played a significant role during the Count's struggle for titles. After the Count had exiled his brother and dismissed the old steward, Zhao Fu had continued to assist him with various mundane matters in his capacity as steward. Take him downstairs and find him a quiet room in the back residence. Afterward, you may return to see me, Count Liang instructed. Zhao Fu bowed slightly. "Yes, my lord." Was that all? Zhao Yiheng followed Zhao Fu out of the room like a mere specter. What was this? From beginning to end, not a single word was spoken. No inquiries were made about my parents, nor about how I had fared over the past few years, or my current living conditions. With a mere sentence, I was dismissed. Dismissed? Zhao Yiheng employed such a frigid term in his mind to characterize Count Liang Qiu's attitude towards him. Everything diverged from Zhao Yiheng's initial expectations, at the very least. He ought to have been afforded a word of farewell before being sent away. Is this truly my father? Lost in a daze, Zhao Yiheng followed Zhao Fu, entirely oblivious to the fact that his surroundings had transformed drastically. The sentry posts that once stood every few steps had vanished. Now, the majority were maids, some tidying, others trimming flowers, some fetching water, and others laundering clothes. Though none were particularly beautiful, they all exuded an air of affluence and vivacity. Manager Fu, why have you brought a man in here? Who is he? A maid sweeping the floor looked up upon seeing Zhao Fu and Zhao Yiheng, involuntarily voicing her question. Hearing such inquiries, the busy women all turned their heads, some with curiosity, others frowning, yet none offered a welcome. This was hardly surprising. One curious maid asked, Manager, why have you brought a man into the inner courtyard? This was the inner courtyard of Count Liang Qiu's residence, where his family and maids resided. The entire estate resembled a courtyard, with the inner area designated as the living quarters and the outer area serving as the Count's office and guard arrangements. Despite the commotion, Zhao Yiheng remained oblivious, still in a stupor. Zhao Fu did not respond to the maid's queries. He had no obligation to do so, as there were others tasked with instructing them. Zhao Yiheng trudged along behind Zhao Fu in a daze, when suddenly, something tripped him. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, a moment of clarity surged through him. In that instant, all desires, all yearnings for love, and all weaknesses dissipated from Zhao Yiheng. As he was on the brink of hitting the ground, he thrust his right arm to brace himself, pushing off with his rear leg, executing a flawless somersault and landing upright. Ah, not bad at all. How exhilarating, exclaimed a boy a few years younger than Zhao Yiheng, standing nearby with a practice staff, observing him with a rather indifferent demeanor. It was only then that Zhao Yiheng became acutely aware of the sharp pain in his ankle, a consequence of being struck by that wooden staff. He wished to berate the boy, yet being merely a child who had just entered his teenage years, he found himself at a loss for words to condemn such a base act. Chapter 25. While Water Zhao Yiheng glared furiously at the boy before him, who appeared slightly plump, dressed in finery, casually swinging the staff while regarding him with a challenging gaze. From the attire of the boy before him and the quietly departing maidens around, Zhao Yiheng discerned that this child undoubtedly wielded extraordinary power within the Earl's estate. Given his tender age, he was likely the son of the Countess. Zhao Fu respectfully bowed to the young master and remarked, Young master, this is a person the master instructed to be brought to the rear courtyard. By all accounts, he is your brother. With a resounding crack, the boy forcefully struck the ground with his stick, casting a fierce gaze upon the butler. Brother? Whose brother? Are you referring to this monkey that has sprung up from who knows where? At that moment, Zhao Yiheng surged forward, executing a side kick aimed at the boy's abdomen. What should have been a certain hit fell short in the face of the boy's disdainful glare. Suddenly, a shadow of the stick flew upwards, and before Zhao Yiheng could even register the boy's figure, he was sent sprawling sideways. Is this what you call a brother? So weak, are you certain you mean him? The boy spat venomous words as he approached Zhao Yiheng. Just then, Zhao Fu abruptly positioned himself between the two. Young master, this is the person that the master desires. The boy hesitated, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he grappled with his emotions. Ultimately, he spat out a harsh retort. Listen, do not presume to be my brother. I have never had a brother. Don't think that entering the Earl's estate will free you from your wretched identity. In the future, it would be best if you steer clear of me. Otherwise, you shall see my wrath. As the boy's voice faded into the distance, Zhao Yiheng clenched his fists tightly, restraining the little white creature in his arms that yearned to leap out, swallowing down a surge of indignation. There would be time enough ahead. Let us depart, Zhao Fu said as he approached to assess Zhao Yiheng's injuries. Finding no serious harm, he continued on his way. Initially, Zhao Yiheng had been filled with curiosity and awe at the grandeur of the estate, but now that sentiment had gradually morphed into distaste. Everything here felt utterly alien to him. I detest the flowers, for they always bloom towards the sun. I detest the water, for it holds no free fish. I detest the houses, as they exude an oppressive aura. I detest the air, for it carries an unpleasant odor. I detest the people, for their eyes are rife with malice. After winding through the estate, Zhao Yiheng followed Zhao Fu into a bamboo grove, a narrow winding path leading deeper within. As they entered the copse, the fierce sunlight was abruptly muted. A blend of the fresh scent of bamboo shoots and the odor of decaying leaves invaded Zhao Yiheng's nostrils. The place was indeed tranquil, Yet it was evident that few, if any, ventured here. Describing it as dark and silent would not be an exaggeration. As Zhao Yiheng and Zhao Fu arrived deeper into the bamboo thicket, a quaint wooden cabin came into view. He was astonished that a dwelling had been constructed in such a location. However, the surrounding shade offered respite from the summer heat. Albeit the loneliness of the place suggested that it was rarely inhabited. At the entrance stood a well, covered with a large wooden plank. Zhao Yiheng followed the steward into the room, where dust and cobwebs were omnipresent, confirming that this place had been abandoned for quite some time. You shall reside here from now on. There are blankets and mattresses in the cupboard. Once washed, you may use them. Every day, the servants will deliver 3 meals on time, but there will be no supper. After issuing these instructions, Zhao Yiheng nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. As Zhao Fu turned to depart, Zhao Yiheng called him back from behind. Steward Zhao, may I wander in the garden over there later? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fu replied, It would be best if you do not leave this bamboo grove. I shall instruct others to keep their distance from here. So, I am under house arrest. In this desolate solitude, with only a small wooden cabin for company, accompanied solely by the melodious songs of birds in the forest, was this not confinement? A person trapped within walls, unable to escape, and these very walls served as the prison itself. Without any further ado, the steward swiftly exited the bamboo grove. After a brief silence, Zhao Yiheng took Xiao Bai from his chest, releasing it to breathe the fresh air. Faced with the pervasive dust, Zhao Yiheng did not hasten to clean. Rather, he vigorously shook his heavy head, expelling the disheartening thoughts that clouded his mind. The events of the day felt dreamlike to Zhao Yiheng, resembling a nightmare. He had believed his father to be benevolent and had sought counsel from Ing Chai and the knights. All their responses were fairly consistent. Yet, in an instant, all his beautiful visions were shattered. Xiao Bai, sensitive to his emotions, had sensed his anger earlier and had desperately sought to defend him, but he held it close, fearing for its safety. After all, this was a Grand Count's residence, and with the vast population of Liangqiu City, there were bound to be a few prodigious talents. Zhao Yiheng did not wish to be left vulnerable regarding his rights. With a wet tongue gently licking his cheek, feeling Xiao Bai's concern, he tenderly patted its head, signaling that he was all right. It chirped softly a few times before gazing into the forest. Surely, there was no danger lurking in the woods. Otherwise, that steward would not have placed him here. Go on, play if you wish, but do not venture beyond this bamboo grove, and be cautious of being seen. After chirping happily a few times, Xiao Bai gracefully trotted into the woods. Zhao Yiheng removed the wooden cover from the well and peered down into its dark depths. Unable to discern its contents, he found a small stone and tossed it into the well. Moments later, a resounding splash echoed in his ears. It appeared that the well was not dry. Had it been abandoned, there would have been no sound of water, only the clinking of stones. Was there a vessel for drawing water? Zhao Yiheng searched around and eventually found a wooden bucket in a cluttered corner, its handle tied with a long, sturdy rope. Zhao Yiheng entered the room and sought out a clean cloth to wipe away the dust from both the interior and exterior of the water bucket. Grasping the rope, he cast the wooden bucket into the well. Standing at the well's edge, Zhao Yiheng drew the bucket back up. For an ordinary individual, this laborious task would likely leave them weary and sore, as this primitive method of fetching water demanded considerable strength from both the back and arms. The water within the bucket was crystal clear, and as Zhao Yiheng cupped it in his hands, he found it devoid of any impurities. Leaning down, he took a small sip, and a refreshing sweetness danced upon his palate. With unwavering resolve, he lifted the wooden bucket high above his head, allowing a cascade of water to flow down. What a delightful experience. Chapter 26. Farewell. Once the room was tidied, the moonlight cast a cool glow, and silence enveloped the bamboo grove. For 3 consecutive days, Zhao Yiheng felt as though he had been forgotten, aside from the maid who delivered his meals daily. No one else graced this place with their presence. Each time the maid cautiously set down the food box, she hurried away as if a ravenous tiger lurked nearby. There was not a soul to converse with. How? Zhao Yiheng gently patted Xiao Bai's head. Yes, I know you're here with me. If only you could transform into a beautiful warrior maiden. Xiao Bai gazed at Zhao Yiheng with glistening eyes, tears welling up. Oh dear, it seems I spoke in error. Due to their contract, Xiao Bai's magical circuits had become incomplete, making it exceedingly difficult for her to ascend to the 6th tier. Zhao Yiheng tenderly lifted Xiao Bai into his arms, offering gentle reassurances. There will be a way, trust me. The daily life of Zhao Yiheng and Xiao Bai was simple yet warm. They did not neglect their magical practice, and through relentless training, Zhao Yiheng's magical energy was nearing the fulfillment of his first magical circuit. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, signaling the approach of not just one, but multiple individuals. Who could it be? The first to emerge was Zhao Fu, which came as no surprise to Zhao Yiheng. What did astonish him was the unfamiliar middle-aged man with a small mustache who followed closely behind. From today onward, the master has arranged for some tutors to guide you in the knowledge befitting a noble. You have only 1 month. After that, the master will assess your progress. Zhao Fu meticulously conveyed the earl's arrangements for Zhao Yiheng's month ahead. Upon hearing Zhao Fu's words and turning to regard the mustached gentleman, Zhao Yiheng realized that this man was likely one of his instructors. Indeed, Zhao Fu gestured to the individual behind him, introducing him. This is Lord Mage. He will be instructing you in literature and the study of noble heraldry in the coming days. Mage regarded him with a calm demeanor. After Zhao Yiheng had paid his respects, Mage inclined his head slightly and remarked, I am already aware of your circumstances. Having been raised by laborers, you likely do not recognize a single character. Henceforth, you must toil diligently to learn. Our time is limited to 1 month. After that, regardless of your level of achievement, it shall cease. Zhao Yiheng remained silent in response to these words. However, the noble Bamo was mistaken. Zhao Yiheng was indeed literate. Though it was true that his adoptive parents had toiled ceaselessly, having never learned to read themselves, by the time it came to his generation, they could scarcely afford tuition, let alone provide opportunities for literacy. Yet, everything had changed 2 months prior. Nevertheless, Zhao Yiheng chose not to disclose his ability to read. Merely nodding in acquiescence to the noble Mage did not relax his expression. Teaching a person who cannot read to acquire literacy is an arduous task. His willingness to undertake such a challenge stemmed solely from the generous remuneration offered by the Earl. Not all nobles enjoy a stable income. As a secretary, Mage's title was inherited from his father, and his meager monthly stipend barely sustained a noble lifestyle. After conveying the essential details, the steward, Zhao Fu, departed from the bamboo grove. As Mage followed Zhao Yiheng into the wooden cabin, he remarked, the environment of this bamboo grove is truly exquisite. It is ideally suited for enjoying a serene retirement in one's later years. He likely intended to convey the idea of fresh air, untainted by pollution, in harmony with nature, devoid of noise. However, Zhao Yiheng interjected, indeed, during a heart attack, no one would be able to notice in time. One might quietly pass away. Mage regarded him sharply. Your thoughts are rather extreme. Realizing that Mage had taken his jest seriously, Zhao Yiheng sincerely apologized. I beg your pardon. I meant no offense. It is simply a reflection of my current state of life. Mage placed the textbook on the table and observed Zhao Yiheng as he busily poured him a cup of tea. Sometimes, when your circumstances are lacking, it is futile to aspire for better conditions. At the very least, you need not scurry about for a meager meal. You now have the time to settle down and study diligently. Should you not be grateful to your father? Zhao Yiheng paused momentarily while pouring the tea, continuing his actions without leaving a trace of hesitation. Perhaps he has some ulterior motive for treating me with such care. After all, for the past 17 years, he has been indifferent to me. Indifferent? How did you come to be here then? Did you emerge from a stone? Events occur for a reason. And when the preceding conditions are fully met, they lead to your current situation. This statement was profoundly enigmatic. Are you a student of philosophy? Only philosophers engage in the intricate discourse of such complex thought processes. No, it is merely a discussion of ordinary life. One cannot exist daily like an ant, awaiting the queen's command, but must cultivate one's own thoughts. Zhao Yiheng presented tea to him. Indeed, this noble lord possessed a modicum of wisdom, yet at times, wisdom alone cannot enhance one's existence. My lord, have you ever been a teacher? Why accept the employment of the Earl? Is this not akin to obeying orders like an ant? Mage did not take offense at such somewhat provocative remarks, at least to some extent. The young man before him had ceased to be a stranger. Of course, I occasionally accept teaching positions. This is because, in addition to my formal duties, I need to create additional sources of income for myself, thus transforming time that might be squandered into something materially beneficial. Furthermore, this allows me to revisit knowledge I have already mastered and ponder its deeper implications in the process. Zhao Yiheng could not help but feel a profound respect for Lord Mage. Although Mage taught under the Earl's command, such actions aligned with his own will. He exchanged his preferred methods for the material necessities, entirely distinct from those who toil in unfulfilling jobs merely to make ends meet. Their conversation came to a close, and formal learning commenced. Before they began, Zhao Yiheng informed the nobleman of his prior acquisition of certain vocabulary. The lord displayed a degree of surprise. After having Zhao Yiheng transcribe several words, he acknowledged the fact that Zhao Yiheng had received a foundational education. It seems the textbooks I brought today may no longer be needed. Therefore, let us first delve into the knowledge of noble heraldry. Tomorrow, I shall bring the works of foundational scholars and some treatises on military strategy. Such knowledge will arm your mind, proving more beneficial than any physical prowess. Regarding the Lord's assertion, Zhao Yiheng could not wholly concur. If the thorough study of literary works and military treatises were indeed superior to physical strength, the unpredictability of life would not be universally acknowledged. Nevertheless, Zhao Yiheng remained earnest in his studies, despite his disagreement with the Lord's perspective. The knowledge presented was undeniably what he lacked and ought to acquire. As Lord Bai Muso departed, the furrowed brow that had accompanied him upon arrival had relaxed. He felt confident that he would guide Zhao Yiheng to excel beyond the Earl's expectations. Whistling a cheerful tune, Lord Bai Muso took his leave before lunch. It was not that Zhao Yiheng did not wish for the nobleman to stay for the meal. Rather, the Lord indicated that his lessons were confined to that morning, as another instructor would arrive in the afternoon. When Zhao Yiheng inquired about the nature of this teacher and the subjects to be taught, sadly, the nobleman confessed he did not know. During lunch, Zhao Yiheng reflected upon and solidified the knowledge he had acquired that morning. This was a necessary process, for the brain continuously absorbs a plethora of information. Without reinforcing these impressions, the knowledge would likely slip away unnoticed in a matter of days. While Zhao Yiheng was resting during his midday break, a sudden series of knocks echoed through the air. He opened his eyes and abruptly remembered that an instructor was scheduled to visit him that afternoon. Upon opening the door, he was astounded by the figure before him and involuntarily exclaimed, "Madame Hongya." With a gentle smile, Madame Hongya offered a courteous bow and warmly inquired, "Will you not invite me in?" After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhao Yiheng quickly regained his composure. "What brings you here? Are you the teacher for this afternoon?" Madame Hongya elegantly took a seat, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she replied, "I have come to seek refuge with my aunt. After that incident, I learned of your escape, and my estate was also destroyed in the disaster. I cannot afford the costs of reconstruction and thus must rely on my aunt for support." As she spoke of her ruined home, a look of sorrow crossed her face. Being a guest under someone else's roof is hardly a joyful circumstance, and Zhao Yiheng felt a deep resonance with her sentiment. Though he was not the primary cause of the calamity, he acknowledged that he had played a part in its unfolding. With a tinge of regret, he asked, what became of that incident? He had departed from Heishui City before the matter had concluded, and only when he had traveled far did he recall that a friend, albeit not a close one, remained in that perilous place. Yet now, returning would be futile, as the events had already transpired. He had carried a burden of guilt for quite some time, so encountering Madame Hongya once more was unexpected. Chapter 27. The lesson, I am not entirely sure, she began, after the calamity struck that day. My maids and I took refuge in a hidden cellar beneath the villa. We remained there for 2 days, and when we emerged in search of food, we discovered that everything had changed. The landscape was littered with ruins. People were digging through the debris in search of sustenance, while my villa had already been ransacked by refugees. The way Madame Hongya recounted these events brought tears to the listener's eyes. Zhao Yiheng could vividly imagine the devastation of that moment, and he noticed the redness creeping into Madame Hongya's eyes, as if she were on the verge of tears herself. "Let us forget those unhappy memories," she said. "Thank heavens you survived such profound calamity. Now, let us discuss the lessons for this afternoon. What shall I be called?" Zhao Yiheng offered her a handkerchief, and after she dried her tears, she assumed a more formal demeanor. "Starting this afternoon, for the next month, you shall study noble etiquette and music with me. Should you dare to be lazy, I will wield the teaching rod to ensure you learn properly." Her earnest tone conjured a vivid image in Zhao Yiheng's mind of Madame Hongya brandishing a teaching rod. "Hey!" Madame Hongya tapped the table with her hand. "What are you thinking about?" Madame Redleaf wore an expression of discontent, as she was about to delve into the main topic when her attention wavered. My apologies. I was reminded of the teacher from this morning, who left without taking his teaching stick. I was contemplating where to procure one for you," Zhao Yiheng hastily explained, refraining from disclosing the inappropriate thoughts that had crossed his mind. Blushing, the beautiful young lady suddenly realized that her words might have been misconstrued. "Oh, please don't misunderstand. If you are not serious, I want to play with you." "I am quite serious, and it can be painful," she stated, her eyes widening adorably as she spoke of the pain. Had she truly struck her students? Zhao Yiheng harbored doubts about that, and no teacher would openly admit to striking a 17-year-old student. Such thoughts were merely entertained in silence. Was this the familiarity that had developed between them? Indeed, he felt indebted to this lady, for he had just remembered that he still owed her a valuable banquet outfit, which, regrettably, had long since become tattered and unpresentable. With this financial burden weighing on his mind, he naturally endeavored to cater to her every demand, particularly in the realm of education. After sitting attentively and absorbing a wealth of knowledge regarding noble etiquette from Madame Redleaf, she began to question him on the very topics she had just covered. After exhausting his mental faculties to answer several challenging inquiries, a look of satisfaction graced her features. To his astonishment, there was no respite. Yet another series of topics awaited him. Goodness, was nobility truly this complex? After more than 2 hours of instruction, the lady paused to catch her breath. Finally, could they rest? This was a moment he had long anticipated. Although listening to the enchanting melodies emanating from her lips was a delightful experience, the barrage of intricate questions had indeed taxed his brain. Rest? With your time being so limited, how can you utter such defeatist words? Madame Redleaf exclaimed. Her expression one of disappointment. Zhao Yiheng's previously relaxed demeanor stiffened. What did she mean by defeatism? Shouldn't T1 be afforded a moment's respite after prolonged study? Yet, gazing at the earnest Madame Redleaf, especially knowing her displeasure stemmed from concern for him, he found it impossible to retort. Submitting quietly, he lowered his head and listened intently to her extensive teachings. All right, now let us commence our lessons in social dance, Madame Redleaf declared, perhaps sensing that her admonishments had been lengthy, as she shifted the topic. Dance. Zhao Yiheng mused. Had he known this would be the case, he would have refrained from speaking so much. What was the difference between dancing and resting? Do not relax, thinking that dancing is a simple endeavor. I still recall how you hesitated to even take a girl's hand at that ball. With a flushed face, I naturally dared not hold hands at the ball. For holding hands was meant for dancing, and alas, I knew not how to dance. Lady Hongya cast a sly glance at Zhao Yiheng, stifling a laugh. With a head full of dark thoughts, Zhao Yiheng pretended to pour water for Lady Hongya. The water was not scalding, but pleasantly warm, just right for drinking. However, at the moment he filled the cup, Zhao Yiheng hurriedly lifted the kettle. Oh no! Lady Hongya let out a sharp cry. Realizing that Zhao Yiheng's abrupt motion had caused water to splash from the spout, drenching her collar and chest. Zhao Yiheng, picking up a handkerchief, hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry, it was unintentional. As he spoke, he went to dab at Lady Hongya's collar and chest. Suddenly, a sharp slap resounded across the room. Zhao Yiheng had not anticipated that Lady Hongya would retaliate with a slap to his face. She glared at him, and the two exchanged fierce gazes. After a moment, Lady Hongya burst into laughter. Such a little imp. Hand it here. She snatched the handkerchief from Zhao Yiheng's hand and meticulously wiped the droplets from her collar and chest, which were now quite soaked. What are you staring at? Don't look. Zhao Yiheng quickly turned his back to face the wall, but before long, he found himself laughing heartily. Lady Hongya, with a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, playfully scolded, what are you laughing at? Always teasing. As she watched Zhao Yiheng's unrestrained laughter, her eyes sparkled mischievously. Bring me the ruler. Zhao Yiheng stopped laughing, turning back in astonishment. Are you really going to hit me? Lady Hongya held her head high, asserting, if one misbehaves, punishment is deserved, especially in a class on etiquette. It is only fitting that disturbances in an etiquette class be met with stern consequences. Zhao Yiheng hesitated. But there is no ruler. With a raised eyebrow, Lady Hongya shot him a glare before stepping outside. Puzzled by her departure, Zhao Yiheng suddenly had an epiphany, his expression shifting. Just then, Lady Hongya returned, triumphantly brandishing a bamboo stick. No way. That is going to hurt. Let us find something else. Zhao Yiheng exclaimed, fear evident in his voice. In a mock fury, Lady Hongya retorted, didn't you say there was no ruler? This will do. Extend your hand. Good heavens. What a predicament for someone of his age, to face a teacher's wrath in such a manner. Such things he had only heard of happening to children. Hesitantly, Zhao Yiheng extended his left hand, but as Lady Hongya lifted the stick to strike, he quickly withdrew. Perhaps not after all. Suppressing her laughter, Lady Hongya insisted. Put it out. Reluctantly, Zhao Yiheng extended his left hand once more. A swift shadow fell, and it stung. Huh, that's what you get for teasing me. Does it hurt? Lady Hongya teased, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Not really, he replied. Wait, you really hit me? Zhao Yiheng exclaimed in alarm. Lady Hongya, basking in her triumph, declared, of course it's real. Do you think I'm merely flirting with you? The words slipped from her lips, and Lady Hongya swiftly covered her mouth, realizing she had misspoken. With a fierce facade, she masked her embarrassment and inquired, does it hurt? It does, he replied. But it's nothing serious. One ought to feign weakness when necessary. Humph, good to know, she said, glancing at the 2 red marks on Zhao Yiheng's palm. She then put away the teaching rod and declared, let us proceed to learn the dance. She guided Zhao Yiheng to the center of the room and taught him the most fundamental dance movements. One hand on the shoulder, the other on the waist. Not too forcefully. A gentle grip is sufficient. When dancing with a lady, this is the most basic etiquette. Once Zhao Yiheng grasped the essential techniques, Lady Hongya began to lead him through the dance steps. We shall start with the simplest of movements. If you apply yourself, you will soon become proficient. These delicate motions were entirely different from fighting, and Zhao Yiheng, caught up in the rhythm, often forgot the subsequent steps, occasionally stepping on Lady Hongya's feet. By the end of the afternoon, her gait had become somewhat awkward, leading Zhao Yiheng to suspect her feet might be swollen. Are you all right? I truly appreciate your help today. Observing the swelling on Lady Hongya's feet, it was evident that her discomfort far surpassed the 2 marks on Zhao Yiheng's hands. Hesitating, he noticed Lady Hongya preparing to take her handbag and leave, prompting him to exclaim, "Please take a moment to rest, after dancing for so long. You should recuperate before departing." Lady Hongya hesitated but eventually sat back down. After she settled, Zhao Yiheng hurried into the fire room, unbothered by his absence. Lady Hongya removed her thin shoes and gently massaged her swollen feet. Before long, Zhao Yiheng returned with a basin of warm water. "What are you doing?" Lady Hongya, suspecting the purpose of the warm water, still asked. "It's for soaking your feet. It's quite effective for reducing swelling." He placed the basin beneath her feet and attempted to take her feet into his hands. Lady Hongya recoiled, reproaching him. "What are you doing? I can manage myself." Ignoring her protests, Zhao Yiheng gently immersed her feet into the basin. The scorching water caused her to withdraw slightly. "Hold still, bear with it. I've tested the water temperature. This is just right for soaking." Noticing that Lady Hongya ceased her struggles, Zhao Yiheng began to massage her feet vigorously. "It must be done with some force. This is how the swelling will subside. You cannot just do it delicately. That is of no use." Chapter 29. Imprisonment. When Zhao Yiheng awoke, he found himself in a finely decorated room that unmistakably belonged to a woman. "Where's this place?" The room boasted various murals, landscapes, and figures. Although Zhao Yiheng could not discern their value, the numerous seals from esteemed masters on the artworks were irrefutable. His gaze then fell upon the table, adorned with opulent treasures that dazzled his eyes. "How did I end up here?" Zhao Yiheng attempted to rise, only to discover that his body was utterly immobile. What was happening? His heart seemed to momentarily cease its rhythmic beating, flooding him with a mix of terror and fear. After cautiously sensing the magical energy within him, Zhao Yiheng finally exhaled in relief. As long as the magic remained, he felt assured in facing any challenge. The circulation of magical energy within the human body can be deliberately enhanced, yet it can also be effectively disrupted. Once successfully interrupted, the physical prowess of a magician would gradually decline, rendering one devoid of magical power, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Though his body lay still, Zhao Yiheng remained in bed, meticulously reflecting on the circumstances that led to this predicament. He could only recall exiting the Earl's residence, after which he succumbed to unconsciousness. That fragment of memory had become exceedingly hazy. Had someone tampered with his recollections? No, it felt more akin to the aftermath of a spell. He felt a parched sensation in his throat. A glass of water would be a welcome relief at that moment. Just as Zhao Yiheng contemplated this, the door creaked open. Unable to even turn his neck, he could not see who entered. He merely hoped that the owner of the room would recognize the misunderstanding upon seeing him and graciously escort him out. However, given that he was restrained, such a scenario seemed increasingly improbable. "You are awake?" came a melodious voice, reminiscent of a nightingale. Although Zhao Yiheng could not glimpse the speaker's face, he imagined her to be a beauty based solely on that voice. Naturally, he could not respond. It was not from a lack of desire, but rather the astonishing realization that he could not even move his lips. At that moment, Zhao Yiheng felt a surge of frustration. Must their actions be so extreme as to prevent him from speaking? How was he to eat? His stomach grumbled incessantly, as if all the gastric juices within were rebelling, demanding sustenance. Just as he was about to voice his hunger, he found himself utterly unable to part his lips. It was an exasperating sensation. "Please do not worry. You are merely unable to move temporarily. Once the master permits, you will be freed," the nightingale-like voice reassured him. "So, I am being held captive by an unknown figure? When will I be allowed to leave?" Zhao Yiheng was not overly concerned. After all, the diligent instructor would surely notice his absence from the cabin each morning, which would prompt him to notify the Earl. By that time, he was confident that these individuals would release him. Considering they had not yet laid hands upon my body, I shall graciously forgive them. When the Earl inquires, I shall concoct a plausible tale to deflect suspicion, thus ensuring they owe me a favor of some significance. All right. The master, fearing you might awaken too early, administered a potion of Jinshao magic juice to prolong your slumber. The only side effect is that regardless of how much you consume, you will feel an overwhelming hunger, likely lasting around 5 days. The owner of that melodious voice had yet to reveal herself before Zhao Yiheng. yet her words inflicted an immediate discomfort upon him. 5 days. What a grotesque form of punishment. I have misspoken. It is not that these people have failed to inflict harm upon his body, but rather that the damage has already been irrevocably done. Humph. In a moment, regardless of how beautiful she and her master may be, I shall not forgive them. I intend to boldly expose all their transgressions before the Count, detailing their offenses such as unlawful confinement, substance abuse, causing injury and disability, and abuse, among others. Everything I have experienced, I will recount without omission. You must be yearning to escape this place, are you not? However, the master has expressly instructed me to keep a vigilant watch over you and ensure you do not leave. Zhao Yiheng began to perceive that once pleasant voice transforming into something grating. Why could she not utter something kind? What does absolutely cannot let me out mean? What heinous act have I committed to warrant such treatment? Did you even consult the Count before brazenly abducting me in his domain? At this thought, Zhao Yiheng was suddenly struck by a realization. Is this truly the Count's residence? Do you have any idea of the atrocious deeds you committed last night? The voice inquired again. Zhao Yiheng mused. Here it comes. I knew you would attempt to tarnish my reputation. Otherwise, why would you have abducted me without cause? Nevertheless, I trust the Count's discernment. As long as I remain in his estate, I cannot believe your slander could harm me in the slightest. With this thought, a deep unease began to swell within him, leaving him anxious and restless about whether he was indeed still in the Count's manor. Humph. I never anticipated such a scoundrel would arise within the Countess' residence, perpetrating such disgraceful acts. Just wait, my master will ensure you do not escape unscathed. The voice, presumably belonging to a girl, spoke to Zhao Yiheng with a tone full of loathing. The very nature of her words made Zhao Yiheng question if he had truly committed some unforgivable offense the previous night. Yet, upon thorough reflection, he reaffirmed that nothing of the sort had transpired. Perhaps he had simply forgotten. The residual effects of the magic lingered. Through his magical senses, Zhao Yiheng realized he had indeed lost a fragment of his memory, yet that moment had lasted only a brief interval. In such a fleeting span, what could one possibly do that would incite such outrage? Thus, Zhao Yiheng anxiously awaited the appearance of the master while employing his magic to examine his own body, seeking the cause of his immobility. To his surprise, he discovered the source, a magical array imprinted upon the spine, where a foreign magic had been forcibly infused, obstructing the connection of his motor nerves. It had never occurred to him that human manipulation could impede bodily movement in such a manner. In this realization, he had gained a new understanding, a truly ingenious concept. Yet alas, such a beauty has fallen into thievery. Zhao Yiheng found himself utterly powerless against this magical binding. It was no jest. This was indeed one of the most vulnerable areas of the human body, where a single misstep could lead to lifelong paralysis. Zhao Yiheng was well aware of this fundamental medical knowledge, and it only served to heighten his trepidation, rendering him even more immobile. This was a masterpiece of exquisite skill, akin to the work of a master surgeon, a feat that required profound magical prowess to execute. He assessed that to master the release of such magic, one would need to practice it at least 700 or 800 times, an endeavor that would require exceptional talent. As Zhao Yiheng endured his anxious wait, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Someone was approaching, and he felt a flicker of hope, regardless of whether they were friend or foe. He was immensely grateful for their presence. Understanding the circumstances would be a welcome relief, for nothing was more unbearable than being a mere spectator to unfolding events while confined to his bed. With a creak, the door swung open, seemingly admitting a multitude of people. "My lord, you must take responsibility for my master," wailed the maid who had entered, her voice reminiscent of a nightingale. To Zhao Yiheng's relief, among the newcomers was indeed the Count. In Liangqiu City, the only individual worthy of the title of Count was the Liangqiu Count himself. How could he stand by and witness such an injustice befall him? As Zhao Yiheng listened intently to the developments, he inwardly beseeched any compassionate soul to liberate him from this immobilizing spell, allowing him to stretch his limbs and perhaps enjoy a proper meal. Although the maid had mentioned that no matter how much one consumed, hunger would still gnaw at them, it was prudent to at least satisfy the hunger of a stomach that had gone without food for an entire night. It would be no laughing matter to perish from starvation simply because he could not feel the pangs of hunger. The room was eerily silent, save for the incessant sobbing of the maid. "Is this miscreant the cause of such deeds?" spoke the Count, his familiar voice unmistakable to Zhao Yiheng, evoking an unsettling chill within him. "What have I done? By what right do you call me a miscreant? Is this how one refers to another?" Zhao Yiheng's heart brimmed with indignation and grievance. Was this the very reason for his initial resistance to coming to Liangqiu City? What crucial matter had he forgotten in Roland? The unfolding events were entirely beyond Zhao Yiheng's expectations. The Count offered not a word of defense on his behalf. After thoroughly inquiring into the circumstances, he commanded, "Seize him and take him to the prison." The situation mirrored that which had transpired in Blackwater City. But this time it was not a dungeon, it was a prison. Zhao Yiheng could only hope that this prison was situated above ground, rather than being relegated to the depths like a mere rodent. The location of the prison this time finally met Zhao Yiheng's expectations, a prison constructed in the outer courtyard of the Earl's residence, where the bright sunlight could directly illuminate its interior. The reason for his confinement is rather ludicrous. It was due to an attempt to seek refuge while a young girl was bathing, which ultimately failed, leading to him being subdued by a maidservant accompanying the young mistress. However, the crux of the matter lies not in this absurdity, but rather in the fact that I would stoop so low as to target an 8 or 9-year-old girl. Chapter 30. Speculation. After Zhao Yiheng was escorted out of the house by 2 guards, the Earl gently comforted the young girl beside him. As the redness in her eyes gradually subsided, he departed, bearing the promise to the girl that he would severely punish the perpetrator. The maid, who had just been weeping, approached to soothe her small mistress with a few kind words, cautiously opened the door, ensured that no one was around, and then closed it tightly before assisting the young girl to rest on the bed. "I refuse to sleep in a bed that man has occupied. Move me out," the girl exclaimed loudly. The maid, eager to please, assured her that she would relocate her immediately and urged her to rest in her own bed for a while. Obediently, the girl went to the adjoining room of the maid and lay quietly on the bed. Knock, knock, knock. It was the sound of someone knocking at the door next door. The maid noticed that the young girl had just fallen asleep and quickly shushed her with a finger to her lips, tucked her in snugly, and gently opened the door to step outside. To her surprise, the visitor was Zhao Tianxi. Upon seeing the maid emerge from the adjacent room, he rushed over and enveloped her in a possessive embrace, questioning whether the task was accomplished. The maid shot him a look of disdain and replied, "You look like a fool. Why complicate matters? Why sneak into the young mistress's room disguised as him in the dead of night?" With a playful grin, Zhao Tianxi flattered her for a moment before saying, "Ever since that brat moved into the cottage in the bamboo grove, he acts as if he is at home, rarely stepping outside, and I've been unable to find an opportunity to deal with him. This time, thanks to you, I finally have a chance, and I must express my gratitude." The maid, named Ruer, gently tapped Zhao Tianxi and said, "Humph. You only think of me when it comes to your affairs. How do you intend to thank me? By avoiding those other women?" Upon hearing Ruer's words, Zhao Tianxi playfully pinched her hand behind him as a form of punishment, retorting, "For the next couple of days, I shall accompany you without respite." Ruer swatted his mischievous hand away, playfully protesting, "Enough. I still need to take care of our young mistress. You really think you can keep up with me without a break?" Her tone was teasing, as if it were already a foregone conclusion. Maidservants like her, who served important figures within the inner court of the household, naturally held a certain status, albeit not a high one. Although they possessed many skills, these were merely a result of their duties, cultivated specifically by the Earl from a young age. Having been adopted orphans from various regions of the kingdom, aside from wholeheartedly serving their masters, it was difficult for them to harbor any other ambitions. Those who harbor such thoughts will inevitably be exploited by the prominent count, and ultimately, most will meet a tragic end. Who would carelessly expose someone privy to numerous secrets? Whom can one blame for this? If blame is to be assigned, it would be directed solely at one's unfortunate fate, having been born an orphan shunned by all. Ruer often consoled herself in this manner, harboring no resentment towards Count Liang Qiu, for were it not for him, her destiny would undoubtedly be even more sorrowful, facing starvation in the streets or being deceived into a life of servitude in brothels. The tales of orphans adopted by kind grandmothers belong solely to the realm of fairy tales. True misfortune seldom allows a hapless orphan to stumble upon such luck. What fate awaits that individual at the hands of the Count? Who is he? Although residing within this inner courtyard, it seems no one can accurately discern that man's identity. Surely you must know. Do share, if you please. Ruer is not one to indulge in idle gossip, yet she cannot resist inquiring about those whom Zhao Tianxi despises. Unfortunately, her acquaintances seem equally uninformed, only aware that he suddenly took residence in the Count's estate and clashed with the Count's son on his very first day. This knowledge suffices for Ruer. Having clashed with the Count's son provides her with ample justification for seeking revenge against the stranger. However, it is quite astonishing that the Count himself has come to investigate. While she had anticipated some involvement, it still took her by surprise. She yearned to uncover the man's identity, for in doing so, she could avoid inadvertently revealing Zhao Tianxi's existence should the matter escalate to her. Zhao Tianxi merely offered a cold smile, one that was not directed at her. You need not concern yourself with such details. This time, he will not emerge from the prison alive. Zhao Tianci gazed blankly at the wall opposite him in his cell, unable to fathom how he had awoken as a loathed criminal. Such a fate should not, and could not, befall him, yet it undeniably had. The magical brand upon his spine had vanished, granting him the freedom of movement once more. However, it now appeared utterly meaningless. For a far greater cage had ensnared him, this very cell. It seemed that the magic possessed a temporal effect. After a certain duration, its influence dissipates, a characteristic inherent to most spells. As for the fleeting memories lost the previous night, they are irretrievable, for the after-effects of most magic are permanent, a trait of sorcery. After a brief period of confusion, Zhao Yiheng firmly slapped his cheeks, rallying himself. Zhao Yiheng, you must be resolute. No matter the circumstances. You cannot allow yourself to be so easily defeated. With renewed vigor, Zhao Yiheng endeavored to unravel the intricate web of conspiracy surrounding him. Firstly, he could ascertain one thing. There was indeed someone plotting against him from the shadows. This individual could not possibly be the young master he had never encountered, a child of merely 8 or 9 years. Though whimsical and unpredictable, their innocence precluded them from harboring such cunning intentions. While the situation appeared straightforward, executing a scheme of this nature required exceptional psychological fortitude and acumen, which a child simply could not possess. The maidservant was even less likely to be the mastermind. She was most probably an accomplice, although it could not be entirely dismissed that she was also misled. In this predicament, the only certainty was that his so-called noble father, the Count, harbored little genuine affection for him. At best, he believed that long ago, a woman connected to him bore a child of his blood, and nothing more. Otherwise, even if imprisoned, he would never have found himself in such a dismal place. Just look at this dungeon, the grim, unyielding bars, the damp, dark straw on the floor that had likely been there for ages, and the remnants of filth left by previous inmates strewn about. He could only curl up in a relatively clean corner. So, who truly wished him harm? Zhao Yiheng pondered for a long time, unable to pinpoint the individual scheming against him. From the very first day in the Count's estate, he had been sequestered in a secluded bamboo grove, never venturing outside, let alone interacting with others. It was worth noting that his half-brother, who had briefly crossed paths with him on that first day, seemed suspicious. Yet what motive could he have to betray him? After all, it was that very brother who had initiated trouble on that day. After much contemplation, Zhao Yiheng could only assign the foremost suspicion to his brother, for in the span of over 20 days, only he had exhibited inexplicable animosity towards him. And without any conflicts with others, he stood out as the most suspect. The first step was to ascertain whether it was indeed him. If it were true, given the Count's indifferent demeanor towards him, retribution might not be forthcoming. However, remaining in this bewildering confinement, unaware of the perpetrator, was decidedly uncharacteristic of Zhao Yiheng. Due to his diligent practice of magic, he had numerous methods at his disposal to determine whether his half-brother was the culprit. Yet, this was the Count's estate, shrouded in secrecy with unknown talents lurking in the shadows, just as he had found himself ensnared this time without cause. The cell lacked essential spellcasting materials. But this did not daunt Zhao Yiheng. From the folds of his garments, he retrieved a small, flat cloth pouch. This pouch contained spellcasting materials meticulously prepared in accordance with specific proportions. Having encountered several adversities, he had grown considerably wiser. He possessed several such pouches, which appeared innocuous at first glance. When preparing to cast a spell, retrieving the corresponding pouch allowed for the swift execution of magic. The fluctuations of magical entities summoned through divination were excessively potent, easily detectable by others. The spell he is now preparing to cast is a relatively complex form of puppetry magic known as coercive control. As the name implies, coercive control forcibly dictates the actions of a target, achieving all the sensations associated with normal manipulation, including but not limited to sight, sound, smell, and speech. This powerful form of control can influence any living being, from the smallest insect to the most ferocious beast, including humans. Unlike the mental manipulation employed by psychics, coercive control targets the body of the subject by severing the connection between the mind and body, thereby compelling the body to act against the subject's will. Throughout this process, the subject's mind remains independently active, fully aware of the fact that they are being controlled. In contrast, psychics employ various methods such as magical hypnosis, suggestion, punishment, abuse, encouragement, and reward to influence the mind of their target, rendering them unable to resist the commands of the spellcaster. The actions of a controlled target are closely intertwined with their mind, imbued with a strong sense of purpose. However, Despite appearing to act freely and in accordance with their own will, the manipulated mind struggles to escape the reality of its control. Within the realm of mages, psychics are regarded with suspicion and exclusion by others, yet their presence is elusive, often unnoticed unless they reveal their true nature. Chapter 32. Questions and Answers. At the residence of the Count in Liangqiu City, Lady Hongya anxiously paced outside the Count's study for an extended period. She had arrived at dawn, when the sun had just begun to rise. The guard stationed outside informed her that the Count was occupied with official business and requested that she wait a little longer. As the time stretched on, she noticed that noon was fast approaching. With a creaking sound, the door to the study swung open, and a delicate maid emerged, whispering something to the guard outside before retreating back inside. The guard, with an air of arrogance, approached Lady Hongya and said, "Madam, the Count has many affairs to attend to, and it is nearly lunchtime. However, due to your prolonged wait, the Count has made an exception to see you." Though the guard merely stood outside and had only briefly informed the Count of her presence upon her arrival, Lady Hongya still inclined her head in gratitude. As she moved toward the doorway, it loomed before her like a dark, menacing beast, and a wave of trepidation washed over her. Yet, with courage and determination, she stepped boldly inside. The Count of Liangqiu regarded Lady Hongya with admiration as she gracefully entered. It was said that she had traveled from Blackwater City, and since the incident there, many nobles had similarly undertaken the arduous journey to Liangqiu City to seek refuge, making her presence entirely unsurprising. Why would the Count find it remarkable? Because a noble who departs from their own land can no longer be deemed a true noble. The nobility ascended to their esteemed status through the possession of vast expanses of land. Everything that flourished upon these lands and the minerals buried beneath were deemed their rightful property. The farmers and laborers were merely the hired hands of the earls, with the majority of the produce belonging to the nobles, leaving only a meager portion for themselves. Merchants predominantly served the nobility, and the entire system was designed to uphold commercial order and safeguard noble assets. Consequently, a noble who ventured beyond his domain could only claim nobility through his lineage, with the sole advantage being the potential to marry off his daughter to a respectable family. As for their sons, that is a jest for a pauper. Distinctions between nobility and commonality blur. With a stroke of good fortune, they might find themselves as stewards in a prosperous noble household, akin to selling their very souls. Should fortune frown upon them, one might encounter these fallen nobles among pirates, in prisons, or labor camps, their despairing figures not surprising at all. Madame Hongya currently finds herself in such a predicament. However, unlike others, she has already experienced marriage and is now a widow. Upon their first encounter, Earl Liangqiu expressed a particular fondness for Madame Hongya. In truth, many gentlemen of noble standing, like Earl Liangqiu, sought to maintain a platonic friendship with her, and he was no exception. Alas, to his disappointment, this lady appeared utterly oblivious, remaining indifferent to the subtle overtures of those around her, including Earl Liangqiu's attentions. Initially, he lamented her apparent virtue, having heard whispers of her financial struggles, with servants dismissed one after another, which led him to recommend her as a tutor for his illegitimate son. This was not only because the child genuinely required such a teacher, but also, perhaps, to afford him frequent opportunities to see the lady. Yet, Earl Liangqiu scrutinized the enchanting woman before him, inquiring, "What brings you here? You ought to realize that after lingering outside for so long, it should be apparent that I am quite unavailable for your visit." Madame Hongya, trembling before the imposing presence of Earl Liangqiu, felt a dual apprehension, one stemming from his formidable aura, and the other from the knowledge that, despite being Zhao Yiheng's teacher, her relationship with Earl Liangqiu had transformed into something extraordinary. This very fact instilled fear within her. Furthermore, as she contemplated this, Madame Hongya feigned a calm demeanor and said, "I have heard that you imprisoned your eldest son." "My eldest son? From where have you gleaned such idle gossip?" "That scoundrel with whom you share your bed?" The Earl retorted with a biting sarcasm directed at the seemingly virtuous lady before him. Eager to witness her reaction to such an unpalatable taunt, Madame Hongya indeed felt a profound sense of shame, yet it was overshadowed by an overwhelming anger. A fierce determination reflected in her once evasive gaze. "Though you possess the authority to dictate the actions of your son, my lord, is the matter between your son and me truly a source of amusement for a father? Are you mocking my supposed lack of shame? Or are you ridiculing your son for achieving what you, as a father, have failed to accomplish?" The Count slammed his hand upon the table and stood up. "I genuinely love Zhao Yiheng. If this causes you distress, I will sincerely apologize. However, prior to that, I implore you to release him. Treating your own son in such a manner is hardly the conduct befitting a father. There are no secrets that remain hidden forever. Since I, an outsider, have learned of this, it is inevitable that more will come to know. Do not entertain thoughts of silencing me, for such actions would only serve to amplify your infamy and would accomplish nothing regarding this matter. Madame Hongya faced the impending wrath of the Count with composure, observing him regain his dignified poise as he resumed his seat after her impassioned speech. Count Lianxiu regarded Madame Hongya with a hint of surprise. She appeared to be more than just a widow enamored with youth. Do you know what troubles him? He inquired. Madame Hongya shook her head in denial. She had spent the previous afternoon waiting in a small bamboo grove, and as dusk approached without a glimpse of Zhao Yiheng, a sense of foreboding took hold. After much difficulty, she learned that Zhao Yiheng had been imprisoned by the Count, but beyond that, she was left in the dark. Rushing to the prison, she was informed by the guards that visits were prohibited at night and required a directive from the warden. With no alternatives, she had no choice but to return. Sleepless that night, she reconsidered, realizing that even if she were to see Zhao Yiheng, it would not alter the situation. Thus, she hastened to the Countess' residence at dawn. It is quite normal for you to be unaware, as this matter remains confidential. However, I shall now reveal the truth, and I hope you can maintain your earlier haughty demeanor. The Count regarded her with the air of one who knows she is uninformed, which had led to her previous novelette. Madame Hongya took a deep breath. Please, enlighten me. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Yiheng is your child. You should not, nor can you, confine him in such a place. The Count, tapping his fingers upon the table, replied. My guards have informed me that the very person you sought to bail out attempted to assault a woman in the dead of night, engaging in an improper liaison. What's more, this woman is the adopted daughter of his father, a girl of noble lineage. Witnessing the pallor spread across Madame Hongya's face, Count Lianxiu remarked with satisfaction, will you still defend that scoundrel? Every woman would be shaken by such revelations, and Madame Hongya was no exception. In Count Lianxiu's eyes, he expected Madame Hongya to leave the Countess' residence, her heart shattered and her spirit in despair. However, to the Countess' surprise, although Lady Hongya was indeed despondent, she soon continued to inquire with such a heavy heart, did you rush over at that time? Since so much had already been said, Count Lianxiu naturally did not mind elaborating further. Yes, I did rush over. He was lying on my foster daughter's bed. Lady Hongya's complexion turned even more pallid. Why was he lying on the bed? The Count cast a wary glance at her. He was indeed lying on the bed. My point is that, sensing the Count's apparent impatience or perhaps misunderstanding, Lady Hongya hurriedly replied in a gentle tone. Shouldn't he have immediately stood up to admit his faults to you? The Count looked at her oddly, his gaze complex, as if weighing something, and finally, he sighed. No, he has already been subdued by my foster daughter. Under ordinary circumstances, one would question the Count, arguing that if he had been subdued, then they had not engaged in any improper relations. However, Lady Hongya pondered deeper, stating in a somewhat enigmatic tone, regardless, considering his age, Zhao Yiheng is your eldest son, and according to the laws of the dynasty, he holds the primary right of inheritance to your title. Even if his legitimacy is in question, should you insist on making your wife's son the heir? Given that you have no other children, he naturally possesses the status of the second heir to your title. The Count silently regarded this astute woman before him. In truth, this matter could be understood with little contemplation, requiring no reminder from her. Yet, the fact that an outsider could articulate the internal affairs of the Count's family so eloquently prompted Count Lianxiu to reevaluate her. As for why Count Lianxiu still imprisoned Zhao Yiheng, it was partly due to the assessment of Zhao Yiheng's knowledge during that day's questioning, which had proven sufficient. At least upon release, he could rival a frivolous scion lacking in education, which was precisely what the Count required. Additionally, it naturally laid the groundwork for a subsequent matter. That, of course, was not a favorable situation, hence Zhao Yiheng needed to face it with a heart full of gratitude. If I were to release him, it would not be impossible, but you must agree to one condition, the Count stated lightly. Chapter 33. Conversation outside the Count's residence. Lady Hongya sat in the carriage, wiping her tears. She cast a final, lingering gaze at the Count's estate, having promised him that she would no longer have any dealings with Zhao Yiheng. In exchange, the Count would release him from prison. Amidst the bustling streets, a carriage unhesitatingly made its way to the city gate, leaving behind traces of tears in the air. In the deep of night a few days later, a curious little gray fox wandered through the Count's estate, inquisitively sniffing the flowers and plants, frolicking with delightful butterflies, and only hiding in the bushes, too timid to show itself when encountering the Count and Countess. In the depths of the prison, Zhao Yiheng had come to grasp the unfolding events. Indeed, On that fateful day, he had inadvertently stumbled into the courtyard of Zhao Shuang'er's residence, only to be discovered by her vigilant maidservants. They were privy to many secrets, including the identity of Zhao Yiheng, who resided in the small bamboo grove. Upon learning of his status, they hastily concocted baseless accusations, merely to curry favor with Zhao Tianxi, their master's brother. What perplexed Zhao Yiheng was the attitude of Count Liangqiu. After being brought back to his family estate, his father had engaged 2 tutors for him, subsequently neglecting him entirely. Following the slanderous incident that night, he had been unceremoniously imprisoned. Beside him languished a condemned criminal, who had been dragged away amidst endless clamor the previous night. His fate was painfully evident. In the dim confines of his cell, Zhao Yiheng rhythmically tapped against the wooden door. Through meticulous exploration, he had etched 7 marks from the bottom up, signifying his 7 days of confinement. On the 8th day, he was escorted by 2 soldiers, not to the Count's manor, but rather to a secluded courtyard. Once thrust into a small chamber, a steaming bath came into view. "Step in and wash yourself well. The Count awaits you in the adjoining room," one of the guards instructed. They were evidently unaware of his true identity, exhibiting no requisite respect, and their disdain was palpable due to the oppressive darkness of the prison. Without hesitation, Zhao Yiheng disrobed and immersed himself in the bath. After 7 days without cleansing, he had never felt such exquisite relief. The layers of grime washed away, revealing his fair skin beneath. His mind was devoid of thoughts, not because he harbored any confidence regarding the Count's summons, but rather because he had relinquished all hope in the Count. Everything now depended on his own endeavors. Thus, in that moment, he sought to empty his mind, allowing it to relax after days of relentless tension. He understood that the forthcoming phase would significantly impact his destiny, and he was prepared. Once he had cleansed his body, Zhao Yiheng donned the fresh garments that had been thoughtfully provided in the room. The attire appeared to have been meticulously prepared for him, fitting him perfectly. The garments were resplendent, adorned with the emblem of Count Liangqiu, a 9-headed serpent, proudly displayed on the left breast. This assured Zhao Yiheng that he would not return to the oppressive darkness of his cell. As he opened the door, the 2 soldiers had been waiting with bated breath. From their expressions of astonishment and admiration, Zhao Yiheng discerned their surprise at his transformed appearance and the grandeur of the Countess insignia he now wore. Their demeanor had completely shifted. The soldiers bowed respectfully, gesturing for him to proceed. With a hint of sarcasm, Zhao Yiheng subtly curled the corners of his mouth. It was merely a change of skin, yet the contrast was striking. For men, this might be the advantage of power. But he felt neither joy nor pride in wielding the influence of others, for he was acutely aware that at any moment, he could be flayed by the very tiger whose skin he borrowed. Only that which is earned through one's own efforts is secure and substantial. Everything else is but an illusion, a mere plaything of one's vanity. 2 soldiers opened the door to the adjacent room, revealing the Count seated behind the table at its center, reminiscent of their first encounter. "I know you harbor many grievances, but I hope you understand that I too am compelled by circumstance," the Count declared, his gaze unwavering as it fixed upon Zhao Yiheng. "This world is not as simple as you perceive. You may take pride in your swift acquisition of knowledge after a few days of education, yet in truth, you are merely gazing at the sky from the depths of a well." Heaven knows Zhao Yiheng never regarded the mastery of knowledge he had acquired, nor the trivial exchanges with Madame Hongya, as a source of pride. Yet, given the Countess' perspective, he found no need to contest the views of a father who was destined to see life through a different lens. The environment you inhabit is but a reflection of ordinary existence. You may witness some nobility and marvel at their opulence and artifice, but these are merely superficial appearances. Each noble is not a simple entity. Even if they seem so on the surface, they may not embody that essence. The Count, perhaps concerned that Zhao Yiheng might not grasp his words, conjured a swirling azure flame in the palm of his hand. It transformed into horses, then into birds, before morphing into Zhao Yiheng himself, ultimately taking the form of Countess Liangqiu. Zhao Yiheng feigned astonishment, as if encountering magic for the very first time, filled with wonder and curiosity. In truth, he was genuinely moved, were it not for that peculiar resurgence of memories. He might indeed have believed this moment marked his inaugural encounter with the enchanting realm of magic. This is magic, a power that transcends the mundane. While everyone refers to me as Count Liangqiu, little do they know that within this estate, the Countess is the most formidable presence. In the realm of magic, she stands among the elite. You may struggle to comprehend her power, yet if you can envision the apocalypse or a tempest, do not doubt that she possesses the capability to conjure such phenomena. This is precisely why I cannot shelter you within the Countess' estate. At this juncture, the Count scrutinized Zhao Yiheng with great care, pleased by his expression of shock and bewilderment, reminiscent of an innocent newborn. He continued, I am aware that you have been wrong during your time in the Countess' house. Therefore, I have secretly facilitated your escape. As we speak, someone has taken your place in the dungeon, which means from this moment onward, you need not fear any deliberate harm directed at you. Upon reaching this point, the Count was pleased to witness the gratitude and excitement reflected in Zhao Yiheng's demeanor. Zhao took a moment to gather his emotions and appropriately expressed his appreciation. He was uncertain whether his seemingly indifferent father truly cared for his safety as he claimed, but he recognized that he had remained as thin as a skeleton throughout his life, while his father, residing in the opulence of the Count's estate, likely indulged in the finest cuisines the world had to offer. Thus, despite the Count's eloquent words, Zhao feigned gratitude on the surface while maintaining a chilling calm within. He was determined to discern the Count's true intentions and the nature of the events that awaited him. Having acquired certain means for self-preservation, he felt no fear regarding any arrangements the Count might impose. He was acutely aware that if he were to leave at this moment, his current strength would render him incapable of evading the pursuit of the Count and Countess, a path he had long abandoned since his time in Roland Town. The Count took a sip from his cup, the tea having grown cold, revealing that beneath his composed exterior, his thoughts were far from tranquil. After moistening his lips and throat, he continued, I shall send you to the capital of the Eastern Emperor's dynasty, the Divine Dragon City, where there exists a 7-ringed magic tower dedicated to the study of sorcery. Having already learned the basics of literacy and noble etiquette, it is the perfect time for you to pursue your magical education. Zhao Yiheng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Count's scheme involved such a notion. Mastering magic equated to wielding power, and with power, even if he could not attain the title of Baron Leoncio, he could live according to his own desires. At that moment, his perception of the Count's coldness wavered slightly. The Count smiled and remarked, Magic is not something that just anyone can master. You carry my bloodline, so you need not worry about lacking the qualifications of a sorcerer. A single magical circuit. Upon hearing this, Zhao inwardly recoiled in dismay. The Count appeared to be an extraordinarily formidable figure, yet he had inherited only a single magical circuit. Such qualifications were undeniably disappointing. Your mother also studied at the 7-ring magic tower, so you must dedicate yourself to your studies there. Follow your mentor's guidance and do not defy their wishes. Perhaps you may even uncover news of your mother, the Count gently advised Zhao Yiheng. In that moment, Zhao felt as if 2 radiant angels were fluttering their wings behind the Count, revealing him to be a benevolent soul. Could I receive news of my mother there? Is it possible? He inquired with a tinge of yearning. Indeed, replied the Count, his tone unwavering. Is my mother still alive? Zhao pressed, urgency lacing his voice. The Count paused, neither affirming nor denying, and upon noticing the dimming light in Zhao's eyes, he finally said, I do not know her whereabouts. Perhaps she resides in some corner of this world, awaiting your earnest search. Chapter 34. The soldier Zhao Yiheng had already resolved, regardless of the circumstances, to venture into the 7-ringed demon tower. He was perplexed that his memories held not a single fragment of his mother, an anomaly that troubled him deeply. After the Count's final admonition to heed the mentor's counsel, he departed quietly, leaving behind 2 soldiers who were to accompany him on his journey, those very guards who had liberated him from the dungeon. Sir, the day is still young. Let us hasten our departure. Once night falls and the city gates are locked, we shall be compelled to wait until tomorrow, spoke the slightly taller soldier, Li Shou. They had indeed weighed their options, having escorted a disheveled man inside and surreptitiously let out a prisoner meant for a clandestine meeting with the Count. This clandestine affair left them both anxious, prompting a decision to exit the city under the cover of night, armed only with essential provisions, relying on hunting for sustenance along their route. Observing Zhao Yiheng's hesitation, they assumed he was reluctant to part with Leoncio City, unaware that his true desire was to meet Lady Hongya and clarify his feelings in person. Since being imprisoned, he had not laid eyes on her. At this moment, he longed to soar to her side and express the torment of his yearning. Go procure supplies. We shall reconvene at the East Gate in 2 hours. Zhao Yiheng declared with resolute firmness. His intent was clear. He had matters to attend to, and they were not to accompany him. He assured them he would indeed appear at the East Gate within the designated time. The 2 soldiers exchanged glances, reluctantly nodding their assent, yet they insisted, regardless. We can linger in the city for no more than 2 hours. You must return swiftly to join us. Having reached an understanding, Zhao Yiheng parted ways with the soldiers. Days prior, he had acquired the address of Lady Hongya's relatives, and he followed the directions with determination, soon arriving at his destination. The gatekeeper was a courteous gentleman, exuding an air of sophistication. Through their discourse, Zhao Yiheng learned that he was the steward of this opulent residence. inquiring about Lady Hongya's whereabouts. He was met with disheartening news. She had departed Liangqiu City several days earlier, and her specific destination remained a mystery to all. Zhao Yiheng left this place in utter dismay. His initial excitement had given way to unforeseen disappointment. He could not fathom why Lady Hongya had chosen to leave, especially since her departure coincided with the day following his imprisonment by the Count. Perhaps she had learned of his capture and, wishing to avoid entanglement, had chosen to distance herself. Such reasoning seemed strained, casting her in a light of selfishness and opportunism, qualities he could not reconcile with the image he held of her. Yet, no matter the justifications he conjured, he could not escape the weight of his current desolation. Upon reaching the city gate, he found the two soldiers waiting for him. At the mere sight of Zhao Yiheng's countenance, anyone would ascertain that his mood was exceedingly dismal. What could it be? A heartbreak, perhaps? Zhao Yiheng was taken aback that this seemingly stern soldier would jest with him. Observing the astonishment on Zhao Yiheng's face, the adjacent soldier erupted into laughter, giving Zhao Yiheng a hearty pat on the shoulder. I never imagined I would be right, but with that woeful expression of yours, anyone would deduce you have suffered a romantic setback. A true man should be able to embrace both the highs and lows of love. What is there to be so troubled about? Zhao Yiheng shrugged off the hand on his shoulder, not overly perturbed by their familiarity, and managed a wry smile. It's nothing to be concerned about. I merely came to bid farewell, only to discover the person had already departed. It's just a tinge of regret. The two soldiers exchanged disdainful glances, thinking that he was heartbroken after being spurned by a lovely girl. To think you intended to part ways with her. It's for the best that she has left, sparing you the anguish of waiting only to be surprised by a sudden breakup on a seemingly delightful afternoon. Zhao Yiheng blushed, hastily retorting, No, I didn't. Who said anything about breaking up? It's merely a temporary separation. The fact that they were now miles apart made it feel akin to a breakup, even if it was not. What sort of reasoning was that? It wasn't as though he was the one leaving. It was the Count who had insisted. Yet, it could not be entirely said that he was coerced. For the destination promised an opportunity to systematically learn magic, which, in a certain light, was indeed a splendid venture. However, it was hardly fair to label him as a scoundrel. Flustered, he protested, and the soldiers chimed in unison. Oh, but you were the one who mentioned it. Zhao Yiheng felt his face flush crimson, sensing that the two were genuinely amused at his expense. Yet, he couldn't deny that his spirits had lifted somewhat. One soldier approached and draped an arm around Zhao Yiheng's neck. Feeling a bit better now? When faced with a breakup, just remind yourself that it was you who initiated the end, regardless of the actual circumstances. It will ease your heart, preventing it from becoming an insurmountable burden. To think they were merely jesting. That was a fine jest indeed. Yet, there was a kernel of truth in their twisted logic. People are well aware of the folly of self-deception, yet many still engage in behaviors that are clear to others while they feign ignorance themselves. Thank you, truly. My mood has improved significantly, Zhao Yiheng said. But could you kindly suppress those mischievous smiles? Look at those children on the street. They are on the verge of tears because of you. Zhao Yiheng earnestly hoped they would cease their unsettling grins. They were rather disturbing. Thus, in this world, when a man is wounded, he often retreats to lick his wounds in solitude before emerging anew, under the strict scrutiny of the two soldiers at the entrance. Zhao Yiheng and his companions successfully departed from Liangqiu City. On the grand thoroughfare, Zhao Yiheng, intrigued, posed a question to the two individuals. How is it that you possess a decree issued by the Count? The pair exchanged disdainful glances with Zhao Yiheng and replied in unison. We departed from Liangqiu in a most honorable manner. Why would we resort to subterfuge? That decree was indeed bestowed upon us by the Count. As a loyal warrior, how could I ever contemplate the heinous act of forging his signature? Zhao Yiheng nodded slightly. Forging signatures, you say? The two simultaneously turned their gaze towards him. How do you know of this? Feeling a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, Zhao Yiheng maintained his composure and replied, Truth be told, I considered that very method, but alas, my imitation fell short. Thus, the moment you revealed it. That was my first thought. Why not tell the truth? Was it not to spare their pride? If he were to expose such a notion, it might shatter their carefully constructed worldview, and he would become the villain in their narrative. You weren't contemplating this method while imprisoned, were you? Seeking an opportunity for escape? Zhao Yiheng was taken aback. The imaginations of these two were wildly unreliable. Our next destination requires us to pass through the capital of the Lilac Duchy before diverting to the capital of the Eastern Emperor dynasty. Oh, what a disarray! Zhao Yiheng lamented, questioning why the Magic Academy was situated so far from him. At that moment, he yearned to master teleportation magic, effortlessly consuming a modicum of magical energy to arrive at his desired location. How splendid that would be! The taller of the two, though only marginally so, was still shorter than Zhao Yiheng. The soldier explained, a duchy and a kingdom are inherently different. In terms of territory, a kingdom is larger than a duchy. And in terms of population, a duchy has fewer inhabitants than a kingdom. Economically speaking, stop. Zhao Yiheng interjected, you are being excessively verbose. In summary, the duchy is weak. The kingdom is strong. Frustrated, he continued, why has this journey turned everyone into loquacious chatterboxes? A straightforward statement suffices. There's no need for such lengthy discourse. It's like an old woman's foot binding, both odious and overly lengthy. Suddenly, Zhao Yiheng halted. Have we forgotten to prepare something? The two, curious, inquired, forgotten to prepare what? Our means of conveyance. Are we to traverse the distance on foot? Truly. Embarking on a long march of thousands of miles, by the time we arrive, it will be ages hence. Zhao Yiheng felt an unsettling sense of something amiss, exacerbated by the awkwardness of the luggage on his back. After a considerable distance, he finally recalled what they had overlooked. Oh. Zhao Yiheng cast a sidelong glance at the two. You surely haven't concealed the travel funds bestowed by the Count as personal savings, have you? Although the Count made no verbal indication upon his departure, Zhao Yiheng could hardly believe that he had not prepared even a meager sum for the journey. After all, with such vast wealth at his disposal, the cost of travel was merely a trivial matter. It was inconceivable that a person of the Count's stature, living a life of considerable pleasure, could be anything less than astute. The two conversed in a hesitant manner, struggling to articulate their thoughts. Yet the furtive glances exchanged between them revealed that indeed, the Count had provided them with some funds, which undoubtedly included money for hiring horses. Just as Zhao Yiheng began to suspect that the two had embezzled the funds, one of them finally confessed. They had thought it prudent to retain a sum of money rather than squander it, believing it would be wiser to invest it for some interest, thus yielding a small profit. What clever ruse could these two have concocted? After much inquiry, Zhao Yiheng could not extract the truth until one of them finally said, in any case, we shall walk the journey, and upon reaching the capital of Lilac Kingdom, we will simply spend the money to take a magical airship. Chapter 35. Night on September 29th, 245, a splendid day dawned upon us. For we were on the brink of arriving at the Seven-Ring Magic Tower. This marked my first extensive journey away from home. Although a significant portion of it was spent aboard the magical airship, I still deemed it profoundly meaningful. Therefore, I resolved to transcribe the events of the past half-month into a diary, preserving my memories for eternity. Young master, what are you doing? During this month-long expedition, I had grown quite familiar with the two soldiers. I seldom kept a diary, as my past life was a monotonous cycle of repetitive tasks, leaving little room for novelty. However, this time was different. Having departed from the familiar surroundings of Roland Town, each day in my world felt fresh and full of unpredictability. I chronicled these experiences, envisioning that in my later years, I could reflect upon them with fondness. The two soldiers appeared puzzled. In their existence, life revolved around hearty feasts and copious drinking. I occasionally envied such a life, for it evoked a profound sense of satisfaction that was indeed nostalgic. Is it necessary? They questioned, incredulously. Writing a diary, good heavens. How many brain cells must that squander? Their exaggerated expressions seemed to suggest that the notion of diary writing was akin to a death sentence. Over time, I had become more affable, allowing for light-hearted banter despite the considerable disparity in our statuses. Merely documenting daily occurrences was not an outrageous endeavor, was it? Moreover, I increasingly perceived diary writing as a commendable practice, as the passage of time tends to erase countless memories. With these entries, when we grow old, we could relive our youthful experiences. Would that not be a uniquely joyous prospect? I do not intend to deliver a lengthy discourse. Rather, I simply wish to convey my sentiments to the two of them with utmost sincerity. I never expected them to adopt the habit of journaling as I have, but merely aimed to satisfy their curiosity regarding my reasons for doing so. The two of them, stroking the back of their heads, appeared to struggle with comprehending such emotional matters, for their lives have been predominantly defined by loyalty to the Count and the pursuit of combat, with moments of indulgence and copious drinking with friends serving as their primary means of emotional fulfillment. Understanding their perspective, I offered a gentle smile, closed my notebook, and set it aside. I would certainly pen today's entry during my leisure, but it was evidently not the right moment for journaling. You two must have come seeking something, correct? They nodded affirmatively and proceeded to explain their purpose. Indeed, they had specifically sought me out on the airship's deck to relay a message from the Count, as we were expected to arrive at the Seven Rings Tower that very night. They handed me a package containing a letter of introduction and 100 gold coins. The letter served as my enrollment confirmation, prepared by the esteemed Count himself. This I already knew. However, why was there only 100 gold coins? While a typical household might spend approximately 1 gold and 50 silver each month, thus allowing for 6 or 7 years of sustenance. The calculations do not account for the significantly higher expenses incurred while traveling compared to residing at home. For a count, who governs a city, to allocate merely 100 gold coins for his son's living expenses is rather unsettling. Zhao Yiheng regarded the two with a peculiar expression. Could it be that you two covertly appropriated some funds to indulge in drink? The food aboard the magical airship is notoriously expensive, and it is quite plausible that they had diverted my living expenses due to insufficient travel funds. My unfounded speculation darkened their expressions. The Count entrusted us with this sum. We have not touched a single coin. He explicitly instructed us to heed our mentor's guidance upon entering the academy, admonishing us not to entertain any rebellious thoughts. This statement stirred a sense of unease within me, for it had been uttered frequently during my brief interactions with the Count. What events might unfold within the academy? Regardless, such a paltry amount of money would surely be inadequate for our expenses at the Seven Rings Tower. I began to contemplate methods to swiftly amass wealth there. Yet with my current rudimentary skills, the prospect seemed rather bleak. To my astonishment, the two then declared, "It is not us. It is you, alone. Upon our arrival, you will disembark on your own to report, while we shall remain aboard the magical airship, awaiting its return." This was unexpected news, and I incredulously inquired, "You will not accompany me ashore? You will not join me in reporting?" Moreover, as it was my inaugural visit to the Seven-Ring Magic Tower, it seemed only fitting to indulge in its wonders before our return, especially considering that the expenses would be reimbursed by the Count. I uttered this last sentiment with an unburdened heart, and the two companions readily acquiesced, their earlier expenditures indeed eligible for reimbursement from the Count. They appeared quite taken by my proposal, yet after a moment's hesitation, they ultimately declined. The Count had expressly instructed us to remain aboard the airship upon arrival, forbidding any excursions until our return journey commenced. Thus, disembarking would constitute a breach of his directive. As soldiers, obedience to orders is our foremost duty. And with such a command in place, it was improbable that I could persuade them to accompany me to the Seven-Ring Magic Tower. It was not out of cowardice. I was once required to have parental accompaniment for school registrations, but rather a concern for potential dangers we might encounter along the way. Even if we were to face an assassination attempt, I doubted these two soldiers would prove effective in resolving such matters. To be candid, I simply sought the comfort of a familiar presence in an unfamiliar location, as it alleviates the melancholy of being a stranger in a foreign land. After their refusal, our conversation dwindled, both of us aware that our fates were likely intertwined only until this point. For a soldier, contemplating the future is not a luxury, but a distant longing. After a period of shared silence, the two walked side by side back into the airship, leaving me alone to contend with the brisk winds at high altitude. When we departed, the weather had been sweltering, and our light attire had left us drenched with sweat after even the slightest exertion. Now, however, the air had grown distinctly cooler, particularly at this elevation, prompting an occasional nostalgia for the warmth of summer. I opened my journal to continue documenting my thoughts. During dinner time, I refrained from rejoining them, as I found myself savoring the tranquility of solitude, reluctant to immerse myself in the bustling atmosphere of the dining hall. The other two did not emerge to summon me, presumably believing I was still mulling over suspicions regarding their withholding of my living expenses, sulking alone in a corner of the dining area. Although I had managed to bond with them, a month and a half was simply too brief to cultivate the necessary trust and understanding between us. Nevertheless, my current state of solitude was overly sentimental, for had they approached me at that moment, I would likely have joined them for dinner, driven by a sense of loneliness. After dinner, the deck gradually filled with life. Couples strolled and shared laughter, while groups of friends momentarily paused their socializing within the airship to enjoy the fresh air. This evening, the moon appeared exceptionally full, and soaring at such altitude, it felt as though we were much closer to its luminous presence. In truth, I am aware that the sensation of being closer to the moon is merely a psychological suggestion. Flying through the skies indeed brings one nearer to the moon than standing upon the earth, thus rendering the moon larger in our perception from this vantage point. This line of reasoning leads us to unconsciously affirm the aforementioned conclusion, holding it as an unwavering belief. Yet, I understand that standing here bears no significant difference from observing the moon from the ground, for the moon is utterly distant from us. Furthermore, this magical airship has yet to ascend into the rarefied layers of the atmosphere. Our eyes are incapable of discerning any variation between the two perspectives. Therefore, all of this is simply a manifestation of our own psyche. However, I can easily envision that if, at this very moment, someone on the ground were to gaze upon this magical airship, they would undoubtedly be struck by a sense of awe emanating from its mysterious and formidable presence. In their eyes, the airship would seem to be flying just above the lunar surface, enveloped by the moon itself. What a beautiful sensation that would be. I have inscribed all my feelings into my journal, for these unique inspirations often ignite my rich imagination. For instance, I find myself pondering that once I find my footing in the Seven Arcane Tower, I must craft a magical flying bed for myself. In the tranquil moments of night, I shall glide upon my enchanted bed, sleeping amidst the stars and the moon. Surrounding my magical bed would be a spherical, transparent barrier to shield me from the chill of the night air while providing warmth. Nestled in my cocoon, should I so wish, I could dissolve the barrier, allowing the evening breeze to caress my cheeks and hair. All remains within the realm of imagination. Yet I firmly believe that the day of its realization is not far off, for the Seven Arcane Tower stands beneath my feet. And we have arrived at our destination, a realm brimming with enchantment and the unknown. Chapter 36. The art of approaching. Before me lies a vast expanse of numerous edifices, with 7 colossal magical towers arranged in a star formation. The streets teem with throngs of people, a stark contrast to my expectations of the Seven Arcane Tower as a desolate, sparsely populated locale. The city, illuminated by the shimmering lights of night, evokes an involuntary exclamation from me at the sheer density of its inhabitants. Indeed, it was once quite desolate. Apart from the 7 magical towers, one could scarcely see a soul. Nevertheless, the Seven Arcane Tower has been expanding its student body annually, and many of the graduated sorcerers have chosen to establish their homes in the vicinity, gradually increasing the population. A magnetic voice suddenly resonates beside me. Turning my head, I find a girl slightly shorter than I standing near. I cannot help but feel a twinge of alertness. How did I allow a stranger to approach so closely without my notice? The continuous adventures of my life have rendered me exceedingly cautious of anyone who draws near, until they express their goodwill. I shall not permit strangers to invade my personal space so readily. Do not be anxious. I have just emerged from the cabin as well, for, upon reflection, we ought to have arrived here by now. Despite her words, I instinctively distanced myself, as this young lady undoubtedly possesses a complexity beyond the ordinary. In response to my withdrawal, she appeared unperturbed. A newcomer? Naturally, I nodded in affirmation. To be candid, I harbor a certain anticipation regarding my academic journey at this institution, for I have never before cohabited with so many peers of my age. The very act of attending school is inherently exhilarating, as it grants one the opportunity to acquire knowledge previously unknown and to delve into matters once unfamiliar. Indeed, it is a reasonable deduction. Individuals of your age typically arrive here for educational purposes. This is a rather easily surmised fact, devoid of any need for pride. Observing the girl's smug expression, which indicated I had guessed correctly, I could not suppress an inward chuckle. However, it may not be precisely as I presume. Perhaps she is merely unconsciously showcasing herself before me, seeking to cultivate more topics of conversation. After all, she has occupied this space for quite some time, predominantly speaking while I listened, interjecting only with the occasional oh, ah, or mm. Such is the nature of our exchange, I suppose. I could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the girl before me. Perhaps her eagerness stems from having spent too long in the confines of the cabin, leading her to exhibit such impatience upon encountering someone her own age. Did you come here alone on your magical airship? I endeavored to convey my goodwill through my gaze, suggesting that I harbored no ulterior motives. Typically, when a girl ventures out alone, she is likely to be accompanied by someone. Inquiring about a companion without just cause often raises suspicions. Yes, I am alone. I am your senior. She responded, her honesty taking me by surprise. Her assertion of being my senior indicated a confidence in her abilities, rendering her indifferent to the thoughts of others. It is no wonder she stood so close to me without my awareness of her arrival. She is indeed a student from the Seven Rings Magic Tower. Nevertheless, I remain curious about her chosen specialization in magic, for she appears to be of similar age to me and likely has not yet attained the status of a first-tier mage. Setting that aside, it seems her studies may have granted her magic with a peculiar enhancement for stealth. How should I address you, senior? I refrained from inquiring about her magical studies, as prying into another's magical knowledge is rather impolite. Even among comrades embarking on adventures, one would seldom disclose the entirety of their magical repertoire, for threats to one's life may arise not solely from foes, but also from betrayal by allies. The girl extended her palm toward me. Zhao Yiheng. I hesitated momentarily. Should I refuse her greeting, it would not result in being blacklisted by this well-meaning senior, yet it would undeniably place her in an awkward position. I gently grasped her hand, devoid of any electric sensation, yet the delicate softness compelled me to caress it lightly. Realizing the impropriety of my actions, I swiftly withdrew my hand, my heart racing, and I surmised that my cheeks must have turned a deep crimson. How embarrassing! Ignoring the girl's gracious smile, I concealed my hand behind my back, bowing my head and leaning against the railing of the magical airship, feigning interest in the bustling crowd of buildings below. Would there be others who frequent this place? I pondered this question, as the girl had inferred that I was a newcomer to the seven-ring magic tower. Surely, there must be others arriving at this esteemed institution. Beyond education, what other reasons could draw people here? Indeed, while initially this place was populated solely by students, the pursuit of magic necessitates a plethora of spellcasting materials. Moreover, many wizards, upon achieving the status of a formal mage, would possess their own magical creations, with enchanted jewelry and magical armor being the most prevalent and, consequently, the most marketable. Her words illuminated the fact that she was referring to magical artifacts, which encompass a vast array of classifications. Evidently, these magical creations had yet to acquire standardized nomenclature, merely being labeled as enchanted jewelry or magical armor. For instance, my magical artifact, the soul mirror, would likely be referred to as a magical mirror in this context. It was no wonder that despite my several mishaps, the soul mirror had remained unlost. The majority of individuals were unaware that mirrors could also function as magical artifacts. A sense of quiet pride washed over me as I realized I possessed knowledge that others did not, which would enable me to achieve my ambitions with relative ease. The key to success lies in possessing knowledge that remains unknown to others and promoting it effectively, allowing it to materialize in the process of dissemination. Noticing my contemplative demeanor, the girl paused momentarily, waiting for me to regain my focus. Once I signaled for her to continue, she elaborated, due to the aforementioned reasons, along with various others, this place has become one of the most favored locales for merchants. Wizards also welcome these traders to the seven-ring magic tower, as they can provide a wealth of magical materials, significantly reducing the time required for magical study and exploration. Furthermore, through the creation of magical artifacts, wizards can maintain a balance in their expenses, with many even managing to generate modest profits. Thus, this locale has gradually thrived into its current state. Chapter 37. Docking. Is it not possible for a wizard to become exceedingly wealthy as a result? I inquired, my curiosity piqued. The girl shot me an indignant glance upon hearing my question. I found myself perplexed, unable to grasp her reaction. Such thoughts are perilous, she stated. For a wizard, knowledge is the only boundless treasure. Everything else pales in comparison. Certainly, some wizards have become quite affluent. However, this is often due to their decision to channel their time studying magic into the commercial creation of magical artifacts. Over time, while they may have honed their skills in crafting these magical creations, their own mastery of magic has not necessarily advanced, leading them to neglect the pursuit of magical knowledge, ultimately rendering them merely slightly wealthier mortals. I awkwardly touched my nose, recognizing that those who have never experienced poverty find it difficult to comprehend the yearning for wealth. Thus, deep within, I hold great admiration for the young girl's spirit of profound magical exploration. Yet, the majority of wizards, despite entering the hallowed halls of magic, possess only modest innate talent, their potential already capped. For such individuals, I advocate a more pragmatic approach. Not everyone can become a great figure, but with the right attitude, anyone can find happiness. The evening breeze gently caressed my cheeks as Zhao Yiheng and I swiftly enjoyed a pleasant conversation, making the time pass quickly during the descent of the magical airship. Had it not been for the crew restraining the passengers, I suspect that many would have rushed out from the cabin. Even so, numerous individuals had already made their way to the gangway, vocally expressing their excitement towards the ground below. I surmised that there were likely no actual people waiting for them. Rather, an exuberant spirit compelled them to disregard decorum and exuberantly release their pent-up emotions. Once the magical airship came to a halt, Zhao Yiheng waved goodbye and eagerly dashed down the newly lowered gangway, perhaps unable to contain her anticipation to reunite with her classmates after so many days apart. I cast a glance back into the cabin, and through the window, I spotted the two soldiers who had accompanied me waving their arms. With a slight sigh, I adjusted my top hat and resolutely descended from the magical airship. This location appeared to be a designated docking area for magical airships belonging to the seven-ring magic tower, as numerous airships were moored nearby. Although I had been curious about how such colossal vessels defy the laws of nature to soar through the skies, it was evidently not the right moment for such inquiry. At the exit of this docking bay, I beheld several tables adorned with a large floating banner proclaiming, "Welcome new students to the Seven-Ring Magic Tower." If I wished to uncover the secrets of these magical airships, I was certain their creators, the Seven-Ring Magic Tower, possessed the arcane knowledge required to craft such marvels. However, acquiring this knowledge would evidently require considerable effort, for knowledge is invaluable, even within a magical academy. The dissemination of magical knowledge across various levels is undoubtedly governed by strict protocols. Otherwise, if such information were so easily divulged, it could lead to chaos in the world. The path I traversed was not without its challenges, for a considerable number of individuals were disembarking from the magical airship. Moreover, beside me, another airship had just docked, and a massive throng of people surged into our line. Perhaps it is due to the enrollment period for the Seven-Ring Magic Tower that the majority of individuals disembarking from the vessel are of a similar age to mine, interspersed with a handful of businessmen clad in trench coats, clutching their briefcases. The only conspicuous absence here is that of laborers burdened with heavy packs, as they cannot afford the exorbitant fare. Nevertheless, I am convinced that such individuals must exist in this region, driven by the pressures of life. They would seek various means to migrate to this affluent locale in pursuit of prosperity. The resilience of the human spirit is formidable, despite the differing circumstances of individuals. Those who aspire for a better life will invariably devise ways to relocate to wealthier areas, although there may be setbacks along the journey. Overcoming obstacles and evading the snares of greed will ultimately lead to an improved existence. After drifting along with the flow, I found myself at the end of a lengthy queue at the registration point. During the apprenticeship phase, the powers of a magician have yet to fill the vessel within their body, making it difficult for me to perceive the magical fluctuations that permeate the surroundings. Were it not for the registration point of the magic school ahead, I would find it hard to believe that many among the 100 or so individuals in line are indeed magicians. In my hometown of Roland, although the resident population exceeds 3,000, and with the influx of migrant workers, the total reaches around 8,000. The number of individuals who can truly be called magicians is exceedingly rare. During my time working at the Adventurers Guild, I served the same clientele repeatedly, and over time, I came to know nearly all the magicians in Roland by name. The circle is indeed quite small. Here, however, I seem to sense an air of mystery, and I believe that in such a place, should I randomly stop someone, there is a high likelihood that they would be a magician. As the queue slowly advanced, I noticed that those coming to register were all roughly of the same age, around 16 or 17. Out of curiosity, I approached a young man in front of me and inquired, "Why do all the applicants appear to be around this age? Is there some kind of restriction?" Indeed, the age at which one begins to study magic is after 16. Prior to that, one can only passively endure the growth of magical energy and learn a few basic, comprehensible concepts. Growing older poses its own challenges, as one's thinking becomes rigid, making it difficult to grasp the complexities of magical knowledge. Most cannot keep pace with the teachings of the instructors. This is common knowledge that almost everyone is aware of. Are you from some backwater place? The last remark caused a flush to rise to my cheeks, yet I refrained from retorting. He had answered my question, and it was not worth offending a future classmate over a minor display of rudeness. That individual was entirely unlike me, a novice who had only recently embarked on this journey. He appeared to possess an innate understanding of everything. Indeed, the rise of the Magic Academy has occurred only within a brief span of 20 years, and during this time, the majority of students engaging with magic hail from esteemed magical families. Having been immersed in such an environment from a tender age, it is entirely natural for him to be more knowledgeable than I. Nevertheless, this realization heightened my vigilance. I must not allow a mere modicum of progress to breed arrogance. It is imperative to recognize that even the slightest lapse could result in my peers leaving me far behind. Chapter 38. Greenvine, the receptionist for the enrollment, appeared quite youthful, likely a student from the Seven Rings Magic Tower, conscripted by the institution to assist with the registration of new students. The enrollment process was rather straightforward. Everyone was provided with a form to complete, which was then submitted to the senior student at the desk, after which we were escorted to another location. After traversing two intersections, a 5-story edifice emerged before me, its architectural style unlike anything I had ever encountered. The exterior walls were adorned with exquisite carvings of fantastical creatures, and a colossal clock was affixed to the upper left wall, its rhythmic ticking resonating in the air. Above the entrance, an illustration of a magical tower floated above an open book emblazoned on the wall. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the outer organization of the Seven Rings Magic Tower, the Magic Guild. Every aspiring mage with exceptional academic performance may join the Seven Rings Magic Guild, and at that time, you may also establish your own guild, the senior student who guided us introduced, setting aside her melodious voice. Her description of the Magic Guild stirred a wave of excitement among us. The prospect of founding our own guild was utterly enchanting. However, we all understood that the reality of establishing such an organization would likely be far more complex than we imagined. Thus, joining the existing Magic Guild before us seemed a prudent choice. Yet, I still harbored some doubts regarding the true purpose of these magic guilds. Despite their seemingly grandiose nature, embarking on membership in an organization solely based on fervor, without a clear understanding of its functions, seemed rather foolish. Moreover, why not join the Magic Tower directly? The senior student gazed longingly at the Magic Guild and addressed us all. The Magic Guild is a familial assembly formed by like-minded mages. As we all know, most magical beasts are not particularly amicable towards humans, and some even consider us as fodder. Irrespective of their rationality, ferocious beasts pose a calamity to any gathering of humans. Thus, 15 years ago, a graduate of the Magic Academy established the first Magic Guild, with the mission of accepting exorcism requests from various regions to safeguard the tranquility of human society. However, given the vastness of the world, a solitary guild cannot effect significant change. Since then, numerous magic guilds have been established in various locales, ensuring that those of you who have journeyed here face fewer incidents of beastly attacks along the way. From her words, I began to grasp the essence of these magical guilds. They are essentially arenas for brawling, albeit with noble founding principles. In light of this, I sincerely hope to remain within the confines of the Seven-Ring Magic Tower after graduation. After all, a school is a treasure trove of knowledge, and through these academic resources, I am certain that I would progress rapidly beyond its walls. Of course, I do not mean to belittle the ideal of safeguarding world peace. Indeed, our objectives align closely. While they toil and bleed on the front lines, I delve into the research of supermagic weapons from the safety of the rear, ultimately contributing to the betterment of human society. What are we here for? To admire this artistic edifice? I have encountered numerous mages, for I am one myself. There are others in the group who, like me, diverge from the main discourse, yet I merely pondered aloud while one boldly voiced his thoughts. Hey, beauty, what are we doing here? The owner of this distinctive voice, a youth clad in the pelt of a brown bear, wore a hat fashioned in the likeness of a bear's head, leading me to question whether he had indeed skinned a bear. Anyone interrupted mid-sentence would feel a tinge of irritation, especially when the interjector disregards the significance of their own words with a hint of levity. She glared at the youth, and without any extraneous movements, a sudden vine erupted from the ground, striking him sharply across the face. Next time you inquire, do so with courtesy. It is senior sister to you. How audacious. I merely contemplated this in my mind. Even if I could best this senior sister in combat, a gentleman does not engage in quarrels with women, and to spar verbally with them is simply beneath one's dignity. The youth, clearly disgruntled, cast a resentful glare at his future superior. You would do well to keep your anger to yourself. When you are capable of defeating me, I shall gladly engage. Until then, if you dare to glare at me, I shall hang you from the rooftop to catch the wind. Everyone regarded the youth with the same expression, and I surmised that the senior sister's underlying message was to reduce him to a vulnerable state, as one might a pig, thereby justifying her choice of expression concerning the wind. Indeed, the youth lowered his gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes again. In any context, violence remains the swiftest means of resolving disputes, provided one possesses the overwhelming capacity to quell all resistance. Clearly, this senior sister adeptly employed such force to alleviate her own frustrations. I scrutinized her closely. She had short hair framing her face, a slightly upturned nose, and eyes that sparkled with a gem-like blue hue, her skin appearing supple and likely elastic. At that moment, she exuded an air of commanding authority, presenting an exquisite visage. I committed her features to memory. Her decisive approach to conflict suggested a profound confidence in her own abilities. Although she projected a courteous demeanor towards everyone, it was evident that she reserved her friendship for only the most exceptional gentlemen. At this juncture, I raised my hand and inquired, Senior Sister, could you demonstrate that spell once more? Her gaze held a hint of confusion, yet she soon realized that these individuals were on the brink of becoming magic apprentices, likely intrigued by the recent display of magic. After a brief moment of hesitation, she cast her spell once more. This time, I observed with clarity as a seedling appeared in her right hand, a palpable energy gathering within her body. In less than a second, a green vine emerged from the ground. The seed served as a medium for her spell, and as I concentrated my own magical energy in my right hand, I grasped the vine before me. Indeed, it was merely a faint manifestation of magical energy, a virtual entity. The term virtual applied simply because the energy was minimal, far from a dense accumulation, presenting only a fleeting image. Yet, it retained an element of potency. Being struck by such a force would indeed cause pain. After sustaining itself for 15 seconds, the magic dissipated. Chapter 38. The magic vine. Your spell is quite impressive, I remarked. Yet it appeared that the damage it inflicted was rather limited, and its duration was fleeting. In truth, this spell was likely designed to bind an opponent, serving as a means to restrict their movements. However, the efficacy of magic is constrained by the strength of the caster's own magical power against a similarly skilled magician. It could only impose a temporary limitation. Almost all spells are bound by time, dictated by one's own magical capacity and the nature of the spell cast. My magic is formidable in its own right. The senior, taken aback by my apparent belittlement of her spell, transformed from a haughty little cat into an adorable little leopard, her round eyes narrowing at me as if to say, "Speak another word, and I shall devour you." Those who accompanied me regarded me with mocking expressions, as if to say I should refrain from speaking out of turn, as if I were particularly skilled myself. Unperturbed by their collective derision, I sought only to convey to the senior that I was indeed formidable. As for the onlookers, they could judge my wares as they pleased. Without a trace of trepidation, I calmly suggested, what if we approached it from a different angle? If the magic could persist indefinitely, and as long as the enemy cannot surpass the magical restraint with their own power, they would remain forever bound. Wouldn't that be more advantageous? At this, the senior blinked, not in contemplation or enlightenment, but on the brink of exasperation. Drawing a deep breath, she declared, "Watch closely." A surge of magical energy began to coalesce in her palm, forming a luminous orb that floated gracefully in the air. This was fundamental to the art of magic, a skill that would accompany apprentices throughout their training. Those witnessing magic for the first time were naturally filled with exaggerated awe, yet for the few who had already embarked on their journey as magic apprentices, the purpose behind her actions was less clear. "Senior, what are you looking at? Is there a special reason for this?" Someone in the crowd inquired. The corners of her mouth curled playfully as the senior silently gazed at the magical orb before her, which soon dissipated entirely. "Did you comprehend that?" Her tone was instructive, imbued with an air of academic authority. I gathered her meaning. When magical energy accumulates in the atmosphere, it gradually fades over time. Similarly, spells cast using this energy will also dissipate, rendering the notion of a permanently existing magic utterly impossible. Gradually, others began to grasp this concept, exchanging explanations, and soon, expressions of enlightenment illuminated their faces. They regarded the senior with admiration, for she had effortlessly conveyed the complexities of magical theory with a simplistic approach, far more comprehensible than lengthy definitions and explanations. I could not help but admire the profound foundation of knowledge she possessed. Yet, it was evident that this example also showcased her rather rigid and dogmatic nature. After all, nothing in this world is absolute. While her reasoning was correct, she had not considered that it might be circumvented. By employing alternative methods to bypass the gradual dissipation of magical energy, one could achieve prolonged existence. With unwavering confidence, I asserted, what if that vine were real? A genuine vine would not face the issue of disappearance, and it could accomplish feats that require immense magical power with only a mere fraction of it. The senior furrowed her brow, contemplating deeply. Firstly, the magic to accelerate the vine's growth requires a significant amount of energy. Moreover, at this stage, once the vine exceeds a certain intensity, it becomes exceedingly fragile. While it may be manageable for an ordinary person, it would be impossible for a mage. This indeed posed a valid point. As life magic is an extensive subject, one I had yet to study, all life mages are of a high rank, and such magic is typically practiced only at advanced levels. However, perhaps the vine does not require the entirety of its sustenance to come from magical energy. Magic could merely serve as a catalyst. Through specific methods, such as the blood of adversaries, the magical energy within their bodies, the ambient magic in the air, or the earth's essence, one could cultivate an extraordinarily resilient vine capable of binding foes. A living vine would siphon magical energy from its enemies, thereby sustaining its life for a considerable duration. The senior pondered this possibility. Could it truly be achieved in such a manner? Yet, she questioned whether the vine's resilience would be sufficient and whether its strength could progress in tandem with the magical energy. Would this not render the spell less valuable at higher levels? According to my method, the ultimate power of the vine would rely on the activated physical vine itself, rather than its inherent magical energy. The spells cast by a magical apprentice and a third-tier mage would be nearly indistinguishable in strength. This approach would save considerable time and extend control over the magic. How could it lack value? Moreover, The magical intensity could be enhanced through the upgrading of the vine. If the vine were to grow increasingly formidable, would that not suffice? To a certain extent, the senior before me possesses a commendable spirit of inquiry in academia. Despite the various discomforts I had previously expressed, she has cast them aside, recognizing the viability of my approach. However, understanding these points does not equate to her endorsement. This predicament is indeed a thankless endeavor. The potency of magic escalates in tandem with the growth of the sorcerer. Should one invest excessive time in the pursuit of a method destined for obsolescence, one risks being ensnared in a cyclical trap of research and rejection. The incessant enhancement of vine seeds, diverting precious time that could be devoted to amplifying one's magical prowess, would be akin to grasping at sesame seeds while discarding watermelons, a complete inversion of priorities. Focusing on vine seeds would inevitably constrict the time available to augment magical capacity, thereby impeding a sorcerer's advancement, which is utterly inadvisable. As I sought to further articulate my perspective, the senior gestured for me to cease my thoughts, signaling for everyone to organize the formation. It appeared she had lost interest in continuing the discourse. Time is an invaluable resource for any sorcerer, and even more so for me. The preceding discussion had sparked a grander hypothesis. Perhaps, upon entering the academy, alongside my routine magical studies, I could prioritize the research on vine seeds. My continued interest stems from the realization that should my endeavors yield success, I could unconditionally disseminate my original magic. In due course, I would be able to produce enhanced vine seeds en masse for sale, thereby amassing a considerable fortune. Chapter 39. Registration. Zhao Yiheng boldly stepped into the Magic Guild, with others following suit. Our purpose for visiting this establishment was to ascertain whether individuals possessed magical aptitude. Those who passed the assessment would be allocated to various magical towers for study. Simply put, it resembled an entrance examination. The unqualified would be eliminated, while the competent would remain. The hall of the Magic Guild is elegantly furnished in a minimalist style, with a diligent receptionist seated meticulously behind the front desk. Shanshan, you should take a break when there's no one around. Standing like this for long must be exhausting. The receptionist, named Shanshan, smiled gently upon hearing Zhao Yihen's remark and replied, "How could I? Even if no one is watching, work is work. I cannot afford to slack off simply because others are absent. It is essential to execute every task diligently, which in turn fosters a commitment to excellence in all endeavors. Only then can one truly refine their craft in the realm of magic." I find myself quite admiring this perspective. Although on the surface, Shanshan may seem somewhat rigid and inflexible, it is perhaps this unwavering dedication that enables her to steadfastly pursue her goals. Habits become second nature, and this relentless pursuit of perfection shapes her character in both her work and personal life. I believe many have interacted with her. She may appear to lack social finesse, yet she cannot resist the allure of friendship from others. With a hint of seriousness, the receptionist inquired, "So, are you taking these newcomers for the magical aptitude test?" Before Zhao Yiheng could respond, the upperclassman named Shanshan busied herself with a notebook labeled "Register for the use of valuable facilities." To think that one must register for a magical aptitude test. How cumbersome. Why not gather everyone together for a freshman selection conference, where they could discuss life in the Grand Hall and conduct a collective test in a brief span? That would surely be far more convenient. However, I knew better than to voice my thoughts. I simply swallowed my musings and waited for Zhao Yiheng to fill out the lengthy form. With nothing to occupy my time, I wished to explore the hall's decor, but the receptionist halted me. "If you have no business here, please take a seat on the sofa over there and refrain from wandering." Reluctantly, I joined the others on the sofa. A few had already settled there, perhaps weary from their journey, as conversation was sparse and the hall felt eerily silent, save for the soft scratching of Zhao Yihen's pen. After a while, Zhao Yihen returned the notebook to the receptionist. "Shanshan, it's done." The receptionist examined the register carefully. "I just noticed that among the group you brought, several are already magic apprentices. It seems this year's newcomers have a significantly higher proportion of mages compared to previous years." Zhao Yiheng blinked, glancing at the new students seated nearby, then sheepishly turned back. "You're impressive, Shanshan." I couldn't discern anything. Her expression brightened as she looked at the receptionist. "Shanshan, could you point out who among them are already magic apprentices? How infuriating. I can't believe they concealed this from me. I'll make sure to teach them a lesson." Zhao Yihen's voice rang out loudly, and in the quiet hall, it was impossible not to notice. All eyes turned toward her before quickly darting back to their companions. I had anticipated that some students would already be magic apprentices. Surely, those individuals should be exempt from the magical aptitude test and allowed to enroll directly. A hand was raised, and after Zhao Yiheng signaled for questions, a boy who appeared to be of Burmese descent voiced my concern. Senior, I'm already an intermediate magic apprentice. Does that mean I can skip the entrance test? Certainly not, replied the receptionist. The 7-ring magic tower must maintain records for everyone, ensuring authenticity and validity. Thus, the magical aptitude test is a necessary hurdle. There was no need to speculate about who among us might be mages. The answers would soon be revealed in the forthcoming tests. Once all the paperwork was complete, the receptionist pressed a magical symbol on the table, and after a brief wait, a girl with thick glasses and long braids dashed out from the corridor beyond. Alas, so many people. Where could they be headed? She crossed her arms, cradling a hefty tome against her chest. Nearly everyone cast curious glances towards her, speculating whether it might be a formidable spellbook. The receptionist, evidently well acquainted with the young lady, remarked in a somewhat brusque tone, "You're hiding away again. Engrossed in your reading. How many times must I remind you to focus during work? Indulging in such distractions may lead to poor habits, ultimately hindering your performance in all endeavors." With a slight pout, the bespectacled girl retorted, "Do refrain from such a domineering demeanor. I shall be mindful. And a talented lady such as myself, proficient in all matters, could never become the sort you suggest." It appeared that she was unfazed by the receptionist's authority, perhaps due to their shared affiliation with the same magical guild, which allowed for a more casual exchange. However, when addressing us, the young lady immediately lost her eloquence, stammering, "Are you newcomers? Or just recently employed?" Her current demeanor starkly contrasted with the confident oratory she exhibited upon our first encounter, aligning more closely with the typical reticence and slight anxiety often found in bespectacled girls. Nervousness breeds stammering, precisely mirroring her current behavior. She could express herself well among acquaintances, yet her discomfort with strangers hinted at a trait that is generally not innate but cultivated over time, piquing my curiosity about her particular preferences that rendered her inept at engaging with unfamiliar individuals. Upon receiving our confirmation as newcomers, the girl nodded, uttering a brief acknowledgement. Then, as if by magic, a slender one materialized in her hand. With a complex flourish, it emitted glimmers of magical light, conjuring an intricate magical circle before her. After tapping the innermost part of the circle, it suddenly expanded, enveloping everyone within its bounds. "What is this?" Intrigued, I meticulously memorized each magical rune that appeared within the circle. There weren't many, and I recognized each one. Yet, when combined, their purpose eluded me. Chapter 40. Below ground. After a moment of dizziness, I discovered myself in an unfamiliar location. Undoubtedly, we had descended below the magical guild. The bespectacled girl announced to all. Why would the talent assessment take place in such a concealed area? It seemed wholly unnecessary. Is conducting a magical test truly such a secretive affair? It hardly seemed plausible, as it was not an exceptionally significant matter. The magical examination is of paramount importance, as it pertains to the privacy and confidentiality of every wizard. Consequently, all tests related to magic are conducted in the subterranean chambers of the Magic Guild. Should you aspire to become an alchemist in the future, you will have the privilege to rent an alchemical workshop within the guild, which is also situated below. Furthermore, if an alchemist chooses to join the Magic Guild, they are entitled to a complimentary workshop generously sponsored by the guild. The criteria for admission as an alchemist are remarkably lenient. One merely needs to demonstrate the ability to independently craft a magical device to gain entry into the guild as an alchemist, seemingly anticipating the thoughts of the audience. The bespectacled girl kindly elucidated the matter, even taking the opportunity to make a rather enticing advertisement. Indeed, the content of her promotion was quite captivating, to the extent that I found myself contemplating whether to join the Magic Guild of the 7-Ring Tower. Yet, prior to that decision, I must reacquaint myself with the alchemical methods I have long since forgotten. Undoubtedly, many present were intrigued, yearning to be alchemists themselves, but all must await the mastery of this craft before proceeding. Upon exiting the building and navigating the labyrinthine passages of the underground, we arrived before a grand door. I meticulously observed the imposing metallic entryway, towering to my height and spanning 7 or 8 meters in width, intricately adorned with carvings of fire-breathing lions and soaring griffins. Magnificent creatures indeed. The girl in glasses produced a card from her attire, prompting me to wonder how such a slender garment could conceal objects. With her delicate fingers, she placed the card upon a conspicuous mechanism on the metal door, where it was ensnared by a magical aura and spun in a dazzling display before returning to her grasp. This card functioned as a magical device, serving the purpose of identity verification, inherently bound to its owner, rendering it unusable by others. In critical locations, This serves as an essential defensive measure. And in our daily interactions, the card holds significant importance. After all, in a world teeming with diverse magical practices, the ability to assume another's appearance is no longer a mystery. Thus, this card, capable of identifying its rightful owner, is of utmost significance. Moreover, within the Magic Guild, the privileges associated with each individual's card vary. Mine permits access solely to the novice magical examination, while higher security areas remain inaccessible to me. It is a magical mechanism I had only heard of before, yet now I witness it firsthand. Such methods sound undeniably impressive. She had also mentioned the magic of transforming into another's likeness. If an adversary could disguise themselves as a friend, it would be nearly impossible to defend against. As the grand door swung open, we were greeted by a compact, enclosed space, leaving me astonished that such a diminutive area was equipped with such an immense entrance. What could be the special significance of this juxtaposition? Do not be deceived by the modesty of this place. Due to my limited authority, I can only grant access to this area designated for beginners. Beyond lies a vast expanse, yet we are unable to reach it. It is advisable for everyone to refrain from attempting to intrude forcefully. A secret worth noting is that it is perilous, indeed, quite dangerous. I found myself internally lamenting and playfully winking at everyone, though I felt no spark of excitement. If access is restricted from the outset due to insufficient authority, why then employ such an ornate and mysterious gate? It is hardly a matter of great significance. It could simply be placed outside. What a cumbersome affair. After all, the area designated for the beginner's magical assessment is located underground. Is there a more clandestine method than this? After all, we were led into this space by the bespectacled lady. Ordinary individuals would find themselves utterly lost in this realm, as secure as can be. Perhaps this space also serves as a temporary means of defense against foes. If one cannot defeat them, hiding in this subterranean sanctuary is indeed a commendable choice. Do not underestimate this place. The space beyond the door is shrouded in defensive magic arrays, rendering ordinary detection methods ineffective. Moreover, advanced detection techniques would be met with counterattacks from the magical formations. Hence, any mage here need not worry about their magical research being pilfered by others. Even within this space, the use of detection spells is utterly prohibited. In simple terms, detection is not permitted. Is that not correct? Truly, I am astounded by this bespectacled lady, who, despite her charming appearance and distinctive glasses, proves to be quite the chatterbox. Can we not swiftly get to the point? Have you not noticed that many are growing impatient? Aside from a few who have already studied magic, the majority are novices, uncertain of their potential as mages, eagerly yearning for an answer, whether they possess the aptitude or not. Each passing minute feels like an eternity, their hearts racing as if they might win a grand prize. Miss Mage, may I inquire if we can commence the testing? I am eager to know if I possess the qualifications of a mage. Among the crowd, one individual finally voiced the collective desire that had been simmering. Oh dear, I seem to have rambled on and inadvertently wasted your time. Now, little lady, if you do indeed possess mage potential, what magic would you most desire to learn? Although the girl was hardly a child, being a curvaceous 16-year-old, I rarely use the term little lady to describe someone of her stature. Unsurprisingly, she appeared somewhat displeased but refrained from commenting. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I wish to learn the magic of flight. How kitsch indeed. After all, we arrived here aboard a magical airship that could soar through the skies. To fly, one need only afford passage on such a vessel. Indeed, a male companion beside me quietly remarked, the magic I wish to learn is the transformation spell to turn you into a crow, thereby making your voice truly unbearable. Chapter 41. Observation. Amidst the utter tedium and the exasperating wait, the bespectacled woman finally arrived at the crux of the matter. She proceeded to announce the commencement of the magical aptitude tests. During this process, a degree of danger may be present. However, I implore you to trust that the magical assessments we are about to undertake pose no threat to life. While you may experience varying degrees of discomfort, rest assured that neither success nor failure will result in any further malaise, nor will there be any risk to your life. Wait a moment. Isn't the assessment of magical circuits rather straightforward? One should understand that I can determine an individual's magical potential merely through a simple structure of a magic circle. Although it may not quantify the exact measure of one's aptitude, there is no reason for such a spell to imply any life-threatening risks. Even the possibility of discomfort seems rather abnormal. The bespectacled woman signaled for everyone to clear the central space. Once the crowd complied and vacated a substantial area, I was unaware of the actions she performed within this confined space. Suddenly, a circular section of the ground sank. revealing a circular magic array adorned with countless intricate magical runes. I could not help but inhale sharply. This magic array was vastly more complex than any testing method I was familiar with. The dense, interwoven patterns of magical lines rendered me incapable of comprehending its operational principles. Do not be alarmed. This is the magic array we shall employ today. You are not its first users. But as one of the crowning achievements of the seven-ringed magic tower, this array has only been made available for use this year. Upon hearing this, the crowd stood momentarily dumbfounded, unsure how to respond. Only those with a modest understanding of magic grasped the significance of the information just divulged by the bespectacled woman. The testing of magical aptitude had reached a considerable level of sophistication, merging functionality with simplicity, rendering any further research unnecessary. Yet, her revelation that this was one of the foremost studies suggested it possessed extraordinary capabilities, making this esteemed magic academy exceedingly proud of its magical research. What secrets might it harbor? Now, everyone, please form a line and approach the magic array one by one, she instructed, officially commencing the magical aptitude tests. While a few individuals slipped away, the majority expressed great interest in being the first to step into the magic circle to prove their potential as sorcerers. Thus, the simple act of lining up was far from smooth. The bespectacled woman observed with indifference as some individuals jostled for position in the queue, bickering and even resorting to physical altercations, completely disregarding the bonds of camaraderie that would soon form among classmates. "Is there not a single gentleman among us?" inquired a girl, who had distanced herself from the fray. Her demeanor revealed her noble upbringing, as those of her station often place great importance on matters of decorum, naturally refraining from engaging in actions that might tarnish their reputation in public. Her gaze lacked any semblance of disdain, instead reflecting a palpable sense of disappointment. It seemed to me that she harbored a desire to test her innate talents that morning. However, her social standing precluded her from engaging in behavior that might compromise her image or decorum. The situation was rather peculiar. Had a youth attempted to mediate the discord, it is highly probable he would have embroiled himself in the fray, becoming a target of contention. Yet, the expression of discontent came from a young lady, one of striking beauty and grace, who compelled many onlookers to retreat quietly. Those who remained, their faces flushed and necks taut, cast fierce glares at one another before positioning themselves in the front rows. This inevitably led to a bit of shoving, yet no severe conflict erupted. I believe that, from this incident, nearly everyone would remember the few young men in the front, while the girl who spoke to quell the dispute garnered significant attention. I suspect that those who first distinguished themselves at the academy would be the assertive individuals in the front, driven by their competitive spirit and a desire to showcase their abilities. However, it is undoubtedly those who remain hidden in the crowd, observing, who will venture further. Cautious individuals tend to methodically execute their plans, and as long as their strategies are sound and effectively carried out, they often achieve what others strive for with great effort. I must admit I am one of these individuals, for possessing for magical circuits places me among the more exceptional of my peers, and I see no reason to belittle my worth. Yet, I cannot dismiss the possibility that there exist even more extraordinary talents. My sole concern at present revolves around the additional functions of this magical array, which are entirely foreign to me and unpredictable, instilling a sense of unease within me. I have a tendency to act only after thorough contemplation, instinctively resisting any unforeseen events. The magical tests progressed smoothly. Some succeeded while others failed. Those in the front who triumphed rejoiced exuberantly, flaunting their magical prowess, while the unsuccessful, engulfed in disbelief, clamored for the bespectacled girl to retest them. Among them, one individual, perhaps misjudging the girl's seemingly fragile demeanor, resorted to physical aggression. All of these individuals, without exception, were swiftly dismissed by a wave of her hand, vanishing inexplicably from the space. There was no need for alarm. They were merely expelled, and for the failures, the magical realm would be forever closed to them. Upon witnessing the inexplicable disappearance of several individuals, the bespectacled girl appeared flustered and offered a brief explanation. I sensed that her assertion was flawed, yet I could not articulate precisely where her error lay. From my current understanding, those devoid of magical talent indeed belong to a group distanced from the magical world. Following this, I found myself particularly intrigued by the girl who had just displayed her abilities. Admittedly, her actions were not earth-shattering, merely a prevention of a few minor skirmishes. I have come to know her name, a noble maiden named Amlistalin. She was declared to possess 4 magical circuits during the magical assessment, an achievement that places her on par with myself. Upon receiving this revelation, she exhibited neither surprise nor joy. suggesting that she had already ascertained her magical aptitude prior to her arrival, displaying an air of nonchalance. However, as we departed from the magic circle, she unexpectedly revealed a look of astonished bewilderment that piqued my curiosity. I realized that there must be some hidden intricacies within the magic circle. I was inclined to inquire about the peculiarities of the magic circle from the young lady, yet she evidently maintained a demeanor of aloofness, ignoring all but a few peers of her own age with whom she whispered conspiratorially. Chapter 42. The terminal. As I stepped into the magic circle, the melodious and fluctuating voice of a bespectacled woman began to resonate. This was the essential procedure to activate the magic. Upon concluding her incantation, the magical energy would fill the entire circle, thus allowing it to function. I endeavored to calm my racing heart, for the unknown instilled a sense of trepidation within me. Once the woman's chant ceased, the magic circle enveloped me entirely, and I felt a chilling surge of magical energy permeate my being, saturating every fiber of my existence. Under this comprehensive exploration, the secrets within my body could no longer remain concealed, gradually being unveiled. The complexity of this examination far surpassed that of a mere test of magical aptitude, which is typically quite intricate, yet fundamentally simple, merely requiring the identification of the number of magical circuits one possesses. Yet now, I sensed that the investigation conducted by the magic circle extended far beyond such simplicity. What was it seeking? Strangely, I felt no malice emanating from this magic. And throughout the exploration, my mind remained remarkably lucid. Though it may sound lengthy, this all transpired in an exceedingly brief span of time. Approximately 10 seconds later, the magical operations ceased, and it was as if nothing had occurred. Congratulations. Welcome to our collective of magicians. You possess 4 magical circuits. With dedication to your studies, I believe you will one day attain great power. The bespectacled woman congratulated me, extending her right hand in a gesture of greeting. I was slightly taken aback, as my initial impression of her was that of a somewhat introverted and loquacious individual, yet she exhibited no shyness in engaging with strangers. I gently clasped her hand before releasing it, then made my way towards the crowd, for many others, like myself, awaited their assessments with palpable impatience. As I approached the throng, a line of text suddenly appeared before my eyes, causing me to pause momentarily. Personal magic terminal initiating 1, 2. What is this? This line of text materialized directly onto my retina, and when I glanced at the others, it seemed they were oblivious to any unusual occurrences. Exercising caution, I refrained from drawing attention to myself, instead observing the bespectacled woman, who had already turned her focus to a new magical assessment, seemingly disinclined to offer any explanations. In the corner of my eye, I spotted Amlis seated alone, surrounded by many others who resembled her, most of whom had already undergone the talent assessment. It appeared that everyone, like myself, had encountered this inexplicable phenomenon. What could it be? I felt a desire to inquire, yet such curiosity clashed with my usual demeanor of indifference. I decided to let things unfold naturally and observe the transformations that would occur once the count reached 100. I swiftly dismissed the notion that this was a form of enslavement magic. After all, I consider myself somewhat of an expert in this domain. As long as I continued on the path of a puppeteer, I would eventually become proficient in this field. The reason I say somewhat is that the puppeteer's craft is predominantly oriented towards combat magic. As I patiently waited, everyone completed the magical talent assessment. Among the 23 participants, only 2 did not pass. This realization struck me. The newcomers had been directly or indirectly guided here, their magical potential having undergone a preliminary evaluation. What remained was merely a more refined examination. The 2 who failed likely had only heard rumors of this place and arrived through their own means. For ordinary individuals, even the most talented, if unaware of the existence of a magical academy or the timing of its admissions, their gifts would be rendered utterly futile. Isolated from the knowledge of magic, of the remaining 20 magic practitioners, only Amlis and I possessed 4 magical circuits, while a petite girl emerged with 2, and the rest were mere novices with only a single magical circuit, lacking any trace of magical energy within them. Had I not formed that symbiotic contract, I would be destined to wander as a first-tier magician for eternity. Achieving a breakthrough to the second tier would be akin to a miracle. A few individuals approached the bespectacled woman, presumably guessing the questions on everyone's minds. She waved her hand, signaling her need for a moment's respite, then leaned back in her chair, feigning sleep. Straining to listen, I reluctantly relaxed my body, gazing curiously at the incessantly fluctuating figures before me, which had now reached 52. At this pace, the first to complete the assessment should have already reached the 100 mark. I pondered the outcome. I attempted to glean the answers I sought from those around me, Yet to no avail, I gained nothing. Amid the rhythmic thumping of my heart, the numbers continued to dance before my eyes. I began to care less about whether those nearby could offer me valuable insights, for the silence was eerily profound. As I grew increasingly impatient, the count finally approached 100. What would transpire next? Terminal number 0017 activated. Please remember your terminal number. It currently possesses 3 functions: scanning, tasks, and communication. Please explore the methods of use independently. The line of crimson text illuminated my vision for 5 seconds before vanishing, as if nothing had transpired. And my sight returned to normalcy without any peculiarities. My complexion turned somewhat pallid. No one desires to harbor an inexplicable entity within their own body. And I was no exception. I endeavored to uncover the enigmatic personal magical terminal lurking within me, yet to no avail. Unable to locate it, I naturally turned my attention to the 3 functionalities that had just been hinted at. Perhaps there existed a button or icon within my field of vision. I searched meticulously, yet found nothing. Indeed, my sight was devoid of any imagery pertaining to the personal terminal. Self-exploration. I cast a somewhat regretful glance at the bespectacled woman still resting with her eyes closed. Perhaps she had sensed my internal reproach, or maybe, amidst the barrage of chatter, many had unwittingly revealed their discontent. Thus, the absence of prompts, explanations, or elucidations seemed to be a form of retribution against us. The moment to test our intellect had arrived. I must not allow this bespectacled woman to underestimate my capabilities. The functionality related to scanning likely pertains to a form of perception, as the term suggests. However, how does one go about utilizing this scan? After exhausting my options, I irritably raised my head to observe others. It was evident that I was not alone in my confusion. Perhaps the diversity of our origins contributed to the lack of discourse among us. Sullen sorcerers, why not engage in discussion with the others nearby? Just as I was about to rise, I reconsidered and settled back into my seat. Never mind. Sooner or later, I would uncover the truth. So there was no need to rush. I glanced at Amlis, a youthful and radiant girl far more pleasing to the eye than the others. Girls tend to be sensitive in such matters. She immediately sensed someone observing her. She abruptly lifted her previously dazed gaze to meet mine, her expression slightly tinged with disdain. As if to say, "What are you staring at?" I was still unaware of the unfolding events, my mind subconsciously preoccupied with thoughts of the personal terminal. When at that moment, the word skin flitted through my mind. Name, Amlis Dolan. Age, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Class, apprentice mage. Magical skills, unknown. Status, angry. What is this? A transparent box materialized in the world around me, containing the aforementioned information. Through the box, I could still clearly perceive the surroundings, as if viewing the world through blue glass. In that fleeting moment, I found myself utterly astonished. What transpired within that magical circle? Why did such an unfathomable event occur? It is essential to recognize that projecting content directly onto a person's retina is an exceptionally advanced technology. Moreover, I am now a magician, albeit merely an apprentice. The magical essence coursing through my veins instinctively repels any adverse influences. Yet, I exhibited no extreme reactions, indicating that my magical energy wholly embraced this enigmatic phenomenon. Within that rectangular frame, Amlis's demeanor involuntarily shifted from anger to disdain, yet I paid no heed to this transformation, directing all my focus toward the other information at hand. For the sake of convenience, let us refer to it as a personal terminal. Why does it possess knowledge of the girl's name, Amlis Dolan, while her age, attributes, and magical skills remain shrouded in mystery? What could be the reason for this inability to probe further? Alas, the scant information available is utterly insufficient for forming any judgments. If only I could ascertain the target's attributes and magical abilities, I would be armed with the knowledge to strategize effectively in combat. But why is it cloaked in ambiguity? At this juncture, it seemed that my gaze was fixated on Amlis Dolan. She was at a loss regarding how to respond. Unable to confront me publicly and demand that I cease my scrutiny, a rather audacious request for a young lady. Thus, she opted to turn her body aside, averting her eyes to another direction, embracing the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. I remained unconcerned by her actions and shifted my attention to a nearby gentleman, only to discover, name unknown, age unknown, attributes unknown, status, magical apprentice, magical skills unknown, general condition. Now, even the names had become unknown. I glanced at others, only to find the same pattern. Names remained undisclosed. Yet, why was Amlis an exception? I endeavored to uncover the distinction and concluded that I already knew Amlis Dolan's name, while I was unfamiliar with the others. Chapter 43. The Tower of Guns. I am aware that everyone is perplexed at this moment. However, our time is limited, and we must hasten to report to the seven-ringed magic tower. Now, each of you shall enter that magical tower. Simply inform me, and I shall arrange your passage for reporting. Madam, we are still uncertain about the distinctions among each tower. Could you enlighten us? A companion inquired, voicing the questions of many. Certainly. The seven-ringed magic tower, as the name implies, consists of 7 magical towers forming a magical academy, each established by a distinct Grand Magician, each possessing unique characteristics. Grand Magicians are the elite of the magical realm. It is common knowledge that due to the limitations of magical circuits, humans can possess a maximum of 5 magical circuits, corresponding to a 5th-tier magician. Those who transcend the 5th tier are referred to as Grand Magicians, figures rarely encountered by the common populace. Upon hearing this, admiration flickered across the faces of all present, myself included. Each individual designated as a Grand Magician is a living legend in their own right. The bespectacled lady continued, the 7-ring magic towers consist of the Tower of Guns, the Tower of Bows, the Tower of Swords, the Tower of Summoning, the Tower of Fire, the Tower of Earth, and the Tower of Wood. You may choose to enter the magic tower that resonates with your preferences to engage in your studies. This is indeed a generous opportunity, for not every magician has the privilege of freely selecting their desired tower. However, I must express my disappointment that none of the 7 towers is dedicated to alchemy. This does not imply that the magical heritage within these towers lacks alchemical spells and knowledge, but rather that there are no practitioners whose focus is solely on alchemical magic, which might be considered more of a hobbyist endeavor. It is impossible not to feel disheartened, for although my puppetry and necromancy fall under the subcategory of contract magic, they require substantial alchemical expertise. I hope the alchemical spells preserved within the 7-ring towers are not too commonplace. Of course, I must also contemplate alternative approaches. For now, I must select a magic tower to join. Among the 7, I find myself particularly intrigued by the Tower of Summoning and the Tower of Fire. Perhaps I shall align myself with one of them. Zhao Yiheng. Ah, is someone calling my name? What are you pondering? I have called you 3 times. I lifted my gaze. The caller was the bespectacled lady who assessed magical aptitude. I apologize. I was contemplating which magic tower to join, and thus did not notice you at first. Having been summoned thrice, I felt it appropriate to sincerely acknowledge my oversight. Such behavior is not befitting a competent magician. Understand that a magician is not a pampered aristocrat. One must constantly be prepared to face the trials of the battlefield. Being distracted or lost in one's own thoughts while neglecting the surrounding environment could inadvertently lead to the loss of one's life. The ferocious beasts and adversaries on the battlefield will not wait for you to regain your focus before engaging in combat. Though you speak truthfully, have you perhaps overindulged in jealousy? What danger could possibly lurk here, capable of assassinating the newcomers of the 7-ring tower within the confines of the magic guild's underground? Even with utmost caution, what could I achieve against such foes? After all, I am merely a novice who has studied magic for a few months. It is precisely because I know this place is absolutely safe that I can afford to ponder my concerns so freely. The bespectacled lady evidently did not wish to accept my apology and seemed to seek a way to vent her frustration at being overlooked. I refrained from further conflict, expressing my apologies until her expression softened. Are you the son of Count Liangxiu? What did she say? Why would she inquire about that? Is she offering me special consideration? Yes, I just arrived from Liangxiu City today. Is there an issue? This felt like mere pleasantries. What issue could there be? After all, I had spent the past 16 years living in the remote town of Roland. Indeed, when you came, did Count Liangxiu impart any special instructions? She seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, for I currently held a letter in my pocket, signed by Count Liangxiu himself. I produced the letter and handed it to the bespectacled lady. She did not open the letter on the spot. Instead, she gathered it in her hands and spoke. Very well. I shall deliver this correspondence to the rightful owner. For now, you should join your peers at the gun tower. At that moment, it became evident that everyone had already chosen their desired magical towers. The number of those opting for the gun tower was precisely 3, while the fire tower attracted the most seekers. With a look of confusion, I turned to the bespectacled girl and inquired, "Isn't it customary to select one's own magical tower?" Out of caution, I refrained from disclosing my interest in both the summoning tower and the fire tower. The summoning tower, as its name suggests, revolves around the art of summoning magic. Although my spirit conjuring is not true summoning magic, it shares certain similarities. Entering such a tower might allow for mutual enhancement. The fire tower, on the other hand, is the most sought after, as fire magic is universally regarded as the most destructive form of magic. Despite its steep learning curve, its potency is undeniably formidable. The girl regarded me with an inscrutable gaze and replied, "Of course, each individual is free to choose the magical tower they desire. I directed you to the gun tower because your father has already predetermined your tower for you. Therefore, you need not make a selection. This letter is intended for the master of the gun tower." I was taken aback by this revelation, as I had been entirely unaware beforehand. It seemed that I might receive special privileges due to this letter, despite not having received any prior indication from Count Liangqiu. It is likely he viewed me merely as a destitute youth freshly arrived from the countryside, making it plausible that he would arrange a magical tower for me without my input. I nodded in acknowledgement, responding with a tone tinged with resignation, as not being able to enter the tower of my interest was indeed disappointing. I walked towards the gathering of individuals destined for the gun tower. All three were men, and regardless of their dispositions, I greeted each one without exception. Such introductions are essential, especially since we would be residing in the same magical tower. If they did not initiate conversation, I felt compelled to take the first step. Once we formed our respective groups, the bespectacled girl signaled for everyone to gather closer. After yet another magical incantation, we returned to the reception hall of the Magic Guild. The bar staff had vanished without a trace. To be honest, I had expected a larger presence within this Magic Guild. However, until our departure, we encountered only 2 mages from the guild, including the receptionist. Was the person at the front desk merely an ordinary individual? Certainly not. He must belong to the ranks of adventurers affiliated with the Magic Guild. The role of receptionist is a position that rotates among members, lacking a permanent occupant. As we approached the entrance of the Magic Guild, a new carriage appeared, drawn not by any particularly rare magical beast, but rather by the most common of creatures, a horned horse, lending the carriage an air of modesty. Certainly, at this juncture, there is little to criticize. We each took separate carriages to our respective destinations, and naturally, I shared a carriage with 3 others. I was quite astonished to learn that you are acquainted with the Tower Master. I have heard that each Tower Master is an exceedingly formidable presence. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as boss, and I implore you to extend your guidance to your junior at school. Such flattery echoed from the lips of the trio, leaving me with little room to retort. After all, I am aware of my own circumstances. I have never even exchanged a word with the master of the gun tower. The only individual with whom I share a closer rapport is Count Liangqiu. Yet, witnessing their eager expressions made it difficult to voice my refusals or to alter their perception of me as boss. As we traversed the bustling streets, the repeated address of boss by the 3 instilled in me an inflated sense of self-worth. After a considerable distance, we arrived at an imposing magical tower, the gun tower, which would be our residence. Upon disembarking, we presented the simplified new student talent assessment form issued by the bespectacled woman to the 2 guards stationed at the entrance of the gun tower. The presence of soldiers at the entrance of a magical tower is indeed a remarkable sight, for the tower itself serves as an advanced weapon of war. Most towers situated on the ground are designed to thwart enemy assaults, with their exceptional magical activation devices capable of unleashing a multitude of lower-tier spells under the command of the tower's master. There also exists a type of tower that soars through the skies, known as the Cloud Tower, distinguished by its ability to alter its geographical position through flight, rendering it a mobile fortress. These 2 varieties are the most commonly encountered, yet each magical tower possesses its own uniqueness. For magicians, the safest haven is undoubtedly their own tower, where they can resurrect at any moment. The height of this tower is indeterminate. Gazing upwards from the ground evokes a sense of grandeur. Magicians are indeed artisans of great skill. Otherwise, how could such an awe-inspiring edifice be constructed? Upon close inspection, I could find not a single seam, which speaks volumes of the craftsmanship involved. "Follow me," a boy at the tower's entrance commanded as I handed over the test results. "You are indeed fortunate. The gun tower is the finest among the 7 magical towers. In every conceivable sense, each newly admitted student is awarded 2 points. Be grateful, for no other tower offers such generous treatment." Chapter 44. Reception. Are these the new students enrolled this semester? After a brief wait, a young man clad in battle robes entered and posed this rhetorical question. It was an obvious inquiry at this hour. The only individuals gathered here in anxious anticipation could only be the newcomers. Nevertheless, he seemed disinterested in awaiting a response. "Milan, please arrange accommodations for everyone. Do not let them stand idly by. Once the tasks are completed, assign them to clean and tend to the garden. In this place, there shall be no idle souls." The young man spoke with a commanding authority that brooked no dissent. A charming girl, who had been standing in the corner, stammered, "Why yes, Mentor Su Haichuan. We were currently on the 1st floor of the gun tower, and though we had been waiting for over 30 minutes, not a single person had come to attend to us. The girl, named Milan, was a student of this magical tower, a year ahead of us, having been here for an additional year. So, you are not the designated host for our arrival? Regardless, it is quite tedious to do nothing within this magical edifice. And naturally, my attention drifted to Milan beside me, while the other three listened intently. Indeed, I merely happened to pass by, and inadvertently, Mentor Su conscripted me. Oh, I do not mean to suggest any dislike towards you. It is just that someone else should be here to greet you, and I did not sign up for such duties. The girl's cheeks flushed as she seemed anxious about her unintended remarks. No, there is no need for apologies. It is not a matter of great significance. However, I suspect everyone is quite curious as to why our designated host has yet to arrive. I reassured the flustered Milan, adopting a calm tone. Her stammering suggested she was not accustomed to interacting with others, which only heightened my concern. In such circumstances, it is imperative for the listener to maintain a composed demeanor, as it demonstrates respect for the speaker and alleviates any anxiety they may feel. In this school, aside from students, there are only teachers. No other staff members exist. You will gradually need to adapt to this reality. All necessary tasks will appear on personal terminals as assignments, which can be accepted in exchange for varying point rewards. Ah, I see now. So, we had been waiting for quite some time because no one had accepted the task of attending to us. The girl displayed a look of realization that made me feel somewhat embarrassed. Surely, I do not appear so dim-witted. Anyone of sound mind could comprehend your words. What intention lies behind your expression of cleverness? Oh, I apologize. I rarely interact with others, and many find it difficult to understand me when I speak. I had merely expressed a few thoughts, and you grasped them so quickly. That is quite impressive. Milan's tone was urgent, as if she were distressed by the misunderstanding. More than her self-deprecation, I was intrigued by how she had discerned my thoughts. I had not revealed my inner musings upon my face. For this is the power of the mind. I am a mentalist, capable of perceiving the genuine thoughts hidden within the hearts of those nearby. It is no wonder that Milan appears so reclusive. Perhaps this ability has led her to be isolated by others. For few relish the notion of their innermost thoughts being laid bare. Ah, I truly apologize, Milan expressed with a sorrowful countenance. I am yet unable to control this power with sufficient mastery. Thus the intrusion into others' thoughts is not of my own volition. Like a neighborly sister, I gently stroked Milan's head, and she offered no resistance. There is no need for apologies. It is evident that if you wish to pry into the secrets of others' hearts, you would not so readily disclose your own abilities. Is there still such a legacy of mentalists within the Tower of Guns? It seems I remain woefully uninformed about the tower, although I am uncertain of what you have learned in the Tower of Guns. The majority pursue the path of the gunfighter, as it is a highly desirable vocation linked to the Tower Master, with all potent magic accessible to us. At this juncture, Milan displayed a countenance on the verge of tears. My designation as a mentalist is an exceedingly rare exception. During what was supposed to be an ordinary mission, I lost my consciousness, and upon awakening, I found myself a mentalist. This is undoubtedly a most unfortunate circumstance. Had it been a fortuitous event, the girl would not now wear such a mournful expression. Indeed, this is a grave matter, as the advanced magic of mentalists is scarcely documented within the magical tower, and even the basic spells are exceedingly rare and costly. To this day, I can only wield the mental magic I was inexplicably imparted with upon my class transition. The rest eludes me. Is there truly no avenue for deeper study? Moreover, due to my lack of combat prowess and my inadvertent display of the ability to discern others' true thoughts, it was not long before my companions ceased to engage in missions with me, rendering the acquisition of points exceedingly difficult. What mission did you just undertake? My interest was piqued regarding the task she had recently accepted. Everything about this girl suggested she had not received a bountiful reward. Kanya's cat went missing, and I am currently searching for it within the Tower of Guns. The reward for the task is 1 point, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm for the mission evident. Alas, I had forgotten that I too had a task at hand and had yet to locate that little cat. I gazed at the anxious Milan with a hint of exasperation and softly inquired, is the cat truly that important? Of course. If too much time passes and it wanders far away or is taken by someone else, I may never find it again. Perhaps it has returned home on its own, I suggested, for such a possibility is not uncommon, as cats are known to be adventurous creatures. Milan gazed at me in confusion. Is that so? Indeed. It is true that cats revel in slumber. However, the younger felines are notably exuberant and often seek adventure, their insatiable curiosity forever driving them onward. In such circumstances, I can only hope that they can find their way and are not whisked away by anyone along the journey. It appears that Kanya has taken quite a liking to it. By the way, Is the task assigned to us still visible on the personal terminal? How many points are there? There are 3 points. I checked this morning, so I remember quite clearly. Let me see if anyone has claimed it. As the girl spoke, one could hardly discern her intention to check the terminal from her outward demeanor. Yet, I surmised that there must be a transparent window within her current view. Curiously, no one has taken it yet. How strange. Is everyone particularly busy today? It was evident that Milan, being somewhat ostracized, was unaware of the specifics of the situation. One could only imagine that the allure of 3 points must be considerable, likely indicating that something significant had occurred or a more lucrative opportunity to earn points was at hand. You could take on this task, I suggested. The girl stared at me, bewildered. Is that permissible? After a moment, she suddenly grasped the situation, her face flushing as she turned forward and spoke in a voice as delicate as a whisper. I have accepted it. As we continued to walk and converse, I inquired, why did you not claim this task at the outset? There is absolutely no danger involved, and if the transfer of responsibilities is swift, it would save far more time and effort than searching for the cat. Because I am not particularly adept at interacting with others, they all seem to dislike me. Perhaps even the newcomers. To possess the ability to perceive the thoughts of others while simultaneously acknowledging one's own inadequacies in social interaction is a skill coveted by every negotiation expert. Yet, for a sincere girl yearning for friendship, it becomes a source of distress. She remains innocent, untouched by the deceitful games of manipulation. Perhaps sensing my thoughts, Milan lowered her gaze, her cheeks aflame, silent in her contemplation. Ahead, there lay a turn, yet Milan unexpectedly collided straight into it. I quickly stepped in to prevent her from truly running into it. Milan gave me a bewildered glance and then suddenly grasped what had just occurred. Her face radiated warmth, akin to steaming water. I suspected that she had gleaned the recent event from my earlier thoughts, for she had yet to lift her gaze to the wall before us. Upon rounding the corner, we found ourselves faced with a dead end. I regarded the scene with skepticism, noticing a circular magical array inscribed on the ground, flanked by a console-like structure. This is the lift. Everyone must stand within the circle, Milan instructed. We stood within the circular magical array as directed. While Milan tapped the console a few times, I sensed a faint magical energy emanating from her fingertips. This is the control panel for the lift. Our destination is the 8th floor of the gun tower, where all the trainees' dormitories are located. I am responsible for the arrangement of the rooms, a task that is an adjunct to the previous assignment. Does this mean she must enter the boys' dormitory? Is that acceptable? Perhaps due to her concentration on operating the lift, Milan did not exhibit any signs of embarrassment this time. Chapter 45. Culinary Delights. The trainees' dormitory in the gun tower is a 4-person apartment, complete with a private bathroom, making it exceedingly convenient. We remained in this apartment for 5 days without venturing outside. This was due to the fact that the enrollment for the 7-ring magic tower had yet to commence, apart from the dormitory cafeteria. We were restricted from going anywhere else, as we had been informed of our lack of access rights. Once you officially enroll, you will receive the most basic privileges of the gun tower, with certain buildings opening to you. Until then, it is prudent to remain within the dormitory, as wandering could lead to unforeseen complications. This was a warning from one of the chefs in the cafeteria. Upon seeing these chefs, who were only slightly older than me, I realized they were my seniors. I was surprised to learn that even chefs could work part-time as students. In the school, apart from the teachers, there are only students. So my attire should not seem peculiar. We are all students who have taken on the task of cooking. It is truly hard to believe. I took a gentle bite of the steak, and to my surprise, it was delicious. How do you manage to make these dishes so delectable? I inquired, genuinely curious. Not everyone can undertake such a task, can they? Do not underestimate the existence of dark culinary arts. They can undoubtedly tantalize the taste buds of any creature. Of course, I take great pride in my culinary skills, the plump chef replied with a smile. I was on the verge of complimenting him, as his dishes truly suited my palate. In that fleeting moment, I entertained the thought of assisting in the kitchen to earn points. However, after tasting the chef's creations, I wisely chose to pursue other avenues. Remarkable. How do you achieve such flavors? I expressed my belief that he must possess some special techniques. Otherwise, the food could not possibly be this exquisite. It is well known that all special, high-quality ingredients come at a premium, while only the most common ingredients are freely available. To transform these ordinary ingredients into something so delightful undoubtedly requires some exceptional methods. Indeed, everyone praises my cooking, he replied modestly. It's not so much about exclusive techniques, merely a bit of culinary magic. Though I am a gunner, mastering a few culinary spells is certainly within my capabilities. With a slightly exaggerated demeanor, the individual across from me wore a bright smile, making it almost impossible to discern that he was only a few years my senior. So, does this mean that if I master culinary magic, I too could create such delectable dishes? To be honest, I found myself intrigued by the culinary spells he possessed. Once one's palate has been refined, it becomes impossible to compare the food that can merely be described as barely palatable to the delights before me. At that moment, a voice pierced the air around us. "Oh, Kai Lele, are you deceiving newcomers again?" The sudden interruption caught me off guard, momentarily disrupting the ambience of my conversation with the portly chef and casting a shadow over the newcomer. However, as I regained my composure and comprehended the implication of the words directed at me, that I had fallen victim to the portly chef's trickery, I chose to observe calmly, suppressing the tumult of emotions within me. "Fongli, clarify how I have deceived anyone," the chef retorted indignantly, as if his integrity had been deeply insulted. As the speaker stepped into view, I beheld a young lad with 2 short guns slung over his back. His gaze was resolute, and a prominent scar marred his face, its healing suggesting it was a recent injury, likely inflicted by a beast's claw rather than a sword. With a few derisive snickers, I gradually discerned the cause of the quarrel between the two. It appeared that this young man had previously engaged in a transaction with the portly chef, who claimed to possess culinary magic inherited from his family, skills he had mastered long before entering the 7-ring magic tower. However, lacking the systematic approach for further development, his abilities remained confined to the culinary realm, devoid of any combat prowess. Consequently, he sought to learn combat techniques at the 7-ring magic tower, choosing to become a chef to accumulate points for acquiring more powerful spells, though this alone was insufficient. The young lad had once been highly intrigued by the chef's magic and, after spending a considerable amount of points, had purchased the culinary magic from him. Yet, despite his efforts over time, he could not replicate the chef's delectable dishes. Mastery of this magic required an already exceptional culinary skill set. Only by building upon that foundation could one utilize the culinary magic to create uniquely unforgettable flavors and textures. However, the time investment necessary for such mastery rendered it almost useless to a magic apprentice who was always racing against the clock, making it feel like a futile endeavor. The boy expressed his discontent, accusing the chef of withholding pertinent information that had led him to squander his energy learning what he deemed a worthless spell. The world of magic is filled with wonders, and this encounter truly broadened my horizons. I gazed at the young man with a hint of sympathy, gradually grasping why the chef sought to study at the 7-ring magic tower. Without a spirit of exploration and innovation, one could only remain stagnant. If one could develop magic that conjures exquisite cuisine from thin air, I believed many mages would be willing to invest substantial sums to learn such a spell, potentially financing a lifetime of research for an ordinary mage. The essence of magic lies in innovation and contemplation. With such thoughts in mind, I disregarded the young man's protests and acquired the portly chef's culinary magic at a modest price. The boy, visibly aggrieved, strode away in disappointment. He has disrupted my business several times, which is truly frustrating. Regarding the complaints about the portly chef, I refrained from hastily voicing my opinions. Each individual's pursuit of magic differs, as does their concept of time utilization. Just as the rotund chef forsook his family's ancestral magic to embrace the profession of a soldier, I find myself deeply intrigued by culinary magic. My impoverished existence has fostered a particular fondness for gourmet cuisine. Had I not encountered the wondrous realm of magic, I would have diligently aspired to become a master chef. Now, this magic fulfills my modest inclination, and I do not mind dedicating some time to the study of culinary enchantments. Of course, it will not become my signature spell. Rather, the resplendent domain of combat magic captivates my interest at present. Chapter 46. Activities. The wait for the commencement of the school term is not a tedious affair, for each day presents new diversions alongside my roommates. Aside from practicing culinary magic in the dining hall, on the 3rd day, Dong Lian stealthily led us away to discover a small pond situated over 20 meters from the dormitory. A pond? Is it truly possible for something like this to exist within the magic tower? It is nothing short of astonishing. Although the gun tower is an immense structure, soaring high into the clouds and obscuring visibility, I found it hard to believe that such a landscape could be housed within. Why is there an artificial lake here? I was not merely talking to myself. Dong Lian had gathered 3 of us, including myself. Is there anything useful within? What a daring notion. Swimming is an exceptionally enjoyable activity. During my adventures in Roland, I swam freely in the water through a companion's magic, satisfying my longing to play the role of an adept swimmer, despite the fact that I am, in reality, a complete novice in swimming. At that moment, upon hearing the short-haired youth Gao Shi express such sentiments, I discreetly stepped back. If this proposal were collectively endorsed by everyone, I would certainly devise a way to discreetly slip away. Let us not jest. Do you think this is merely a small ditch from your countryside? Who knows whether it harbors some dreadful, man-eating water creature? Han Zifei dismissed this notion with a scoff, jokingly remarking about the big chunks of meat, implying a muscular figure. I chimed in appropriately, affirming, "Indeed, we know nothing about this lake. Who knows what resides within? As newcomers, it is prudent to exercise caution." Sharing the same dormitory, we would not allow slight differences or a few sarcastic jests to create division or tension among us. After considering the opinions of both peers, I naturally chose the option that favored my interests. However, as for the dangers lurking within the small pond, I believe the likelihood of such events is exceedingly low. Our journey thus far, along with the restrictions on new students' activities, has not hindered our approach to this pond, indicating that it is not a closely monitored area. I concur with Zhao Yiheng's assessment. However, there is no need for excessive caution. Although swimming may be off the table, we can certainly engage in alternative activities. The confident words of our roommate rang out. "Sheng Heng, have you thought of any ideas? Share them with us." Dong Lian eagerly inquired. And even I found myself slightly intrigued. As long as I wouldn't have to wade into the water, I maintained a cautious stance towards any activity. We could fish here. Perhaps we could even introduce a prize. Whoever catches the most fish becomes the leader of the dormitory. We could rank ourselves by the number of fish caught, designating the leader, the second brother, the third brother, and the fourth brother. What do you think? With this suggestion, everyone became captivated, myself included. However, we lacked fishing rods. Aside from the necessary wardrobe and beds, our dormitory had spared every other item, leaving us devoid of any recreational fishing gear. After a moment of contemplation, I proposed a solution. If we have no ready-made rods, we shall craft our own. How shall we do that? The other three inquired curiously, gazing at the pond. I pondered deeply. This locale, for reasons unknown, was beautifully arranged. Beyond the pond, flowers and trees flourished, and butterflies occasionally danced amidst the blossoms. Do you see that willow by the pond? We could use its branches to make fishing rods and wooden floats. This method was one I had witnessed children in Roland Town employ during my youth. It was quite simple, and with a bit of effort, we could accomplish it in no time. What about hooks and fishing line? One asked. Hooks aren't too difficult, I replied, beckoning to Gao Shi and handing him a piece of metal I had casually broken off. He understood immediately, took it without hesitation, and after a low chant, a burst of flame erupted from his fingertips, enveloping the metal. In just a moment, four exquisite little hooks materialized before us. Dong Lian eagerly took them, examining them closely, the faint glow of magic shielding him from the intense heat. They're beautiful. I dare say these 4 hooks are superior to those found in general stores. The term general store refers to a place that gathers all sorts of supplies needed for the daily lives of common folk. If you can think of it, you can find it there. Unfortunately, the Gun Tower dormitory area lacks such a well-equipped general store, possessing only a department supermarket, which regrettably did not stock the fishing gear we required. Will we find fishing line in the supermarket? It seemed unlikely. Han Fizi made a special trip only to return shaking his head at everyone. It appeared we would have to make it ourselves. As time passed, some began to lose heart, as we found ourselves stuck at this juncture, and what had initially been an amusing suggestion was gradually becoming tedious. Everyone, don't despair. The most crucial aspect of fishing line is its strength. Let us brainstorm. We will surely devise a solution. With rods, floats, and hooks prepared, we were now merely lacking the fishing line to complete our 4 sets of fishing gear. As my gaze wandered with the shifting surroundings, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within me when I noticed a small spider scuttling in the corner. My friends, who among us can summon a great spider? I felt a swell of uncertainty regarding this notion, for although the idea held a certain plausibility, I lacked the ability to wield summoning magic myself. We exchanged glances, each of us shaking our heads in unison. Despite the absence of formal lessons, those who had come to the gun tower were all aspiring to become valiant gunmen. And summoning magic, which seemed somewhat incongruous, was naturally beyond their purview. I was not surprised by their responses. At this moment, I did not wish to reveal my own abilities, for the joy of play can often serve as a potent means of strengthening bonds, particularly now. As this quartet embarked on their inaugural group activity, I gently captured the spider that continued to traverse the wall. A mere spider? What could it possibly achieve? Surely, you do not intend to use its silk as fishing line? Dong Lian exclaimed incredulously, as everyone was well aware that spider silk could be easily disrupted. What possible utility could such a thing have? I smiled faintly and replied, do not underestimate this little creature. Its silk possesses remarkable resilience. Spider silk is indeed a sturdy material, The reason webs are so easily destroyed lies in the adhesive secreted by the spider at the silk's terminus, which is vastly inferior in strength compared to the silk itself. Alas, the silk is too fine. My current task is to thicken it for our purposes. Emerald Dreaming Secret Art, Shrinking Technique. The spider, initially no larger than a fingernail, began to gradually expand until it was only slightly smaller than my fist. A smile graced my lips, for my relentless practice had borne fruit. I had mastered the art of shrinking. And enlarging had become a trivial endeavor as well. Such is the advantage of magical proficiency. All present stared in astonishment at the spider's transformation, and the now panicked creature began to scurry away, secreting strands of silk several times thicker as it fled. Chapter 47, Welcoming Ceremony. After peacefully enduring 8 days at the gun tower, the day of the official opening of the school finally dawned. In a grand hall, all the new students, myself included, listened attentively to the speeches delivered by the esteemed leaders of the gun tower during the opening ceremony, a day of great honor specially arranged for newcomers. Although the unfamiliar school officials on the podium spoke at length, not a single individual in the audience averted their gaze or lost focus. Everyone was raptly listening to the orations of these distinguished figures. Just listen to their titles: Wind Favorer Deku, Fire Dragon Gunner Zhao Yiheng, Monster Exterminator Zhang Bowen, and Sky-Rending Magnate Mi Wenyun. These are formidable sorcerers, indeed. In the crowd, it was challenging to find anyone engaged in hushed conversations. Most gazed upon the podium with eyes filled with admiration and respect. The aforementioned delineates the regulatory framework of the gun tower. It is my earnest hope that the 368 aspiring sorcerers present here will adhere to these guidelines with utmost diligence. Any apprentice who contravenes these regulations shall face the penalty of credit deduction. As articulated by the esteemed individual addressing the assembly, the institution comprises 298 distinct rules, each imposing stringent expectations upon the conduct of sorcerers in their daily endeavors. At this moment, numerous freshmen below are seen moving their lips, presumably committing to memory the recited behavioral norms. Although the precise purpose of the credits remains elusive to them, for these earnest learners, each infraction represents an unforgivable lapse. The instructor on stage nods approvingly, as this attitude of seriousness is precisely what is desired. The middle-aged gentleman seated at the center of the podium quietly instructs a scribe behind him to implement the Academy's regulations with rigor upon detection of any violations. Justice must be meted out to instill respect for our protocols among the students. The scribe diligently records every detail. After the collective applause subsides, the speaker performs a magical gesture to conclude the address. I shall now elucidate the academic framework of the institution. All courses and literature provided by the Academy are not complimentary. Upon enrollment, every student will be uniformly instructed in the course titled Fundamentals of Magic. Mastery of this course is a prerequisite for utilizing credits to procure additional classes. The school has equipped each instructor with sufficiently spacious classrooms capable of accommodating numerous students simultaneously. In contrast to the courses, the magical tomes housed within the library require significantly fewer credits. Credits serve as a vital resource for students' learning, primarily accumulated through the completion of daily tasks, and cannot be purchased with currency. The implementation of the credit-based learning system is not a means for the institution to amass wealth, but rather a method to tailor education to individual capabilities. Those with greater aptitude naturally accrue more credits, enabling them to pursue more advanced studies, while those with lesser abilities can engage with material commensurate with their understanding. After such a lengthy discourse, the audience finally receives substantive information, prompting heightened focus among them. Despite the astonishing nature of the content presented, a careful silence envelopes the room, as attendees strive to avoid leaving a poor impression on the institution's leaders. It is crucial to acknowledge that listening attentively to these prominent figures is not solely due to their illustrious titles, but also because gaining entry into the Seven-Ring Magic Tower is no small feat. Each individual's family has made considerable sacrifices for this opportunity. While many exceptionally gifted individuals linger at the threshold of sorcery, unable to gain access. Regarding the delegation of tasks, I trust that each of you harbors an internalized understanding of a magical network system. A sudden sense of wonder ignites within me, as my retina reveals a series of options: scan, task, communication. It appears that I am not the sole possessor of this entity referred to as a system. Rather, it seems that everyone is endowed with such a system, likely bound to our beings during that exceedingly intricate talent assessment. I wonder if it will inadvertently complicate our lives in the future. Now, I urge all students to direct their attention to the communication menu. Heeding the instructions of that individual, I fixated on the communications interface, where a new window materialized, starkly empty, save for a rather inconspicuous inscription of 01000 in the upper right corner. I was instructed to silently recite 0009. Following the directive, a few words manifested in the vacant window, proclaiming additions sent, only to swiftly fade away. As I pondered the significance of those words, new content emerged at the bottom of the window, 0009, while the previously displayed 01000 transformed into 11,000. Suddenly, 0009 began to flicker, and I concentrated on it. At which point a message abruptly appeared. Greetings, students. I am the head of the Academic Affairs Office at the Tower of Guns, the proprietor of terminal number 0009. Following the conclusion of the orientation ceremony, students who have inquiries regarding school policies may contact me via this terminal number, and I shall address each query. However, this is strictly limited to school regulations. For any matters pertaining to magic, please consult your respective instructors. That is all. I wish you all great success in your studies henceforth. Is it truly possible to communicate in such a manner? A wave of novelty washed over me. Throughout my journey in the realm of magic, I have witnessed numerous marvels, yet this experience imparted a sensation unlike any other. Regardless of any potential repercussions it may entail in the future, at present, its functionality is undeniably convenient. I resolved to obtain the terminal numbers of the other 3 occupants in my dormitory, thereby enabling us to maintain contact at all times and inspire one another throughout our academic endeavors. Following the aforementioned method, I exited the communication directory and entered the task menu. I had initially anticipated that the taskbar would also be devoid of content. However, to my surprise, 2 prominent tasks were displayed at the top. What could this be? I focused on the first task, participate in the school's orientation ceremony, with a reward of 2 points. In the upper right corner of the taskbar, a numeral displayed 0, which I surmised indicated the total points accrued. This task seemed like an effortless opportunity for points. What new student would refrain from attending the orientation ceremony? Completing it would net 2 points, presenting no challenge whatsoever. If all tasks were of such simplicity, life at the Tower of Guns would be exceedingly straightforward. Out of curiosity, I clicked on the second task, report to the mechanical magic instructor, Li Baisong, to become his magic experiment assistant. Remaining reporting time, 64 hours and 23 minutes. Completion reward, 20 points. Failure results in a complete deduction of points, and the task system will lock and cease to function. All my points have been deducted, and I currently possess none. The deduction itself matters little. However, the task system has been locked, rendering it inoperative. Does this not mean I will be unable to accept any future tasks? Without points, I cannot continue my studies at the gun tower. In an instant, my expression darkened. After the orientation concluded, I walked back to the dormitory, filled with concern.